I possess a dimensional street within the Marvel universe, where I hold dominion. Upon traversing into the Marvel realm, Suyu becomes entwined with the dimensional street system, enabling the summoning of characters from all dimensions and the extraction of their abilities. The legend of this dimensional street commenced in 1995, the very moment Captain Marvel descended from the heavens. Chapter 1. I own a dimensional street. Ding. Dimensional street system, binding successful. Do you wish to enter the dimensional street? Before Suyu could fully comprehend the gravity of his situation, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Although he furrowed his brow in surprise, a subtle smile graced his lips as he calmly addressed Phil Coulson, who was evidently oblivious to the voice and whose hairline had yet to recede. Apologies, but I would prefer to visit the restroom first. Phil Coulson shook his head with a smile. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could answer a few questions first. What is your name? How did you arrive here? Are you affiliated with the woman who fell from the sky, clad in a jumpsuit? Surveying the surroundings, Suyu recognized that they were in a video rental store filled with an array of film tapes. In the center of the store, where the two stood, debris was strewn about, creating a chaotic scene. Above them, the ceiling bore a gaping hole, through which the gradually brightening sky was clearly visible. In this moment, Suyu realized precisely where he had been transported, or rather, from the instant he laid eyes on Phil Coulson's unchanged hairline, he had already grasped the situation. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. 1995, this was the very blockbuster store where Carol Danvers, known as Captain Marvel, landed on Earth after being captured by the Skrulls and seizing an escape pod. Carol Danvers, dressed in an unusual manner and claiming to be a member of the Star Force, startled a nearby security guard into calling the police when she inquired about communication devices. Subsequently, Nick Fury, a Level 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and future director, along with rookie agent Phil Coulson, arrived at the scene following their superior and the police. Nick Fury questioned Carol Danvers, while Phil Coulson entered the video store to investigate the interior. Initially, Nick Fury was skeptical of Carol Danvers' claims talk of Star Force and Skrulls seemed implausible. However, as Carol Danvers was attacked by a Skrull in human guise and retaliated, Nick Fury's perspective shifted. He and Phil Coulson hastily pursued Carol Danvers, unaware that the Coulson accompanying him was actually a Skrull in disguise, while the genuine Phil Coulson remained within the store, diligently conducting his investigation. It wasn't until he completed his task and discovered Nick Fury's absence that he called to inquire, leading Nick Fury to realize that the Phil Coulson by his side was an imposter. Just as Phil Coulson was about to enter the video store for further investigation, it was at this moment and location that Suyu fortuitously arrived first. Yes, he gazed at Phil Coulson, who wore a smile. Suyu swiftly assessed the situation and provided a response. There's a saying in the East, good food is never afraid of being late, which implies that worthwhile matters may arrive later, with the best yet to come. If you wish to uncover the truth, I suggest you wait until I emerge from the restroom before you inquire. I shall be more patient in sharing further details then. Phil Coulson's expression shifted, and his right hand discreetly moved toward his holster as he questioned in a low voice. Who are you? A passerby. Suyu replied with a faint smile, gesturing towards the restroom before turning to walk in that direction. Coulson, his hand resting on the holster, hesitated momentarily while observing Suyu. Ultimately, he chose to say nothing and briskly stepped past Suyu, pushing the restroom door open to glance inside. He then turned back and stated, I hope you do not disappoint my wait, and please do not lock the door. With a shrug and an expression of calm, Suyu entered the restroom and closed the door behind him. Bang! As the restroom door shut, Suyu did not lock it instead. He stood before the mirror, gently patting his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, enter the dimensional street. Whoosh! Suyu felt a slight tremor in his body before regaining his composure. Instantly, the environment around him transformed dramatically. The cramped, enclosed restroom vanished, replaced by an elongated, peculiar street. This street appeared to be over 200 meters wide and 300 meters long, utterly deserted, with dense fog enveloping both sides and the ends, seemingly merging with the external space beyond. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, clean earthen path. Though the sky lacked visible sun or clouds, it radiated an extraordinary brightness. A flicker of surprise crossed Suyu's dark, luminous eyes as a sudden array of virtual text materialized before him. This was a novice tutorial, an introduction to the dimensional street system. The dimensional street belonged to an independent, otherworldly space, granting the host absolute control over it. Within this realm, one could not age nor perish, achieving immortality. Any beings within the dimensional street harboring thoughts or actions of betrayal or harm towards the host would face punishment. Upon binding with the dimensional street, the host would receive one summoning opportunity, one dimensional lottery chance, and the ability to activate the dimensional street. Note, the dimensional street remains active for 30 days, during which it overlaps and integrates with the external space, and the rules for acquiring dimensional points will change. The dimensional street system panel displayed. Host, Suyu. Dimensional points, 0. Dimensional street level, LV1. Dimensional abilities, none. Dimensional items, none. Dimensional creatures, 0.5. Dimensional street status, not activated. At the bottom of the system panel were 3 options: summon, lottery, and activate dimensional street. As he scrutinized the information with great diligence, it took him nearly 7 or 8 minutes to digest the brief passage, leading him to several conclusions. Firstly, this is a system centered around the management of summons. The dimensional street belongs to an otherworldly space, akin to a dimensional realm or pocket universe. Within this dimensional street, the individual assumes the role of a deity, and this street can be open to the outside world based on certain criteria. In other words, although the identity of God is confined to a specific domain, this domain has the potential to overlap with the external world. Should the level of the dimensional street be elevated, the scope may very well expand. Furthermore, assistance and personal enhancement can be attained through the means of summoning and lotteries. The dimensions encompass a vast array of sources, including anime, film, and literature. In summary, Suyu's understanding of this system is build high walls, amass abundant resources, and take time to claim the throne. Chapter 2. The Surgical Fruit and Feng Baobao. After contemplating the dimensional street system and its prospective developments for a brief moment, Suyu shifted his gaze to the lottery options displayed on the system panel. The very thought of participating in the lottery had barely formed when the system's prompt chimed in. Ding. The lottery has concluded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of the surgical fruit from the dimensional world of One Piece, non-cursed version, belonging to the character Trafalgar Law. Suyu was tempted to lament how the system had stripped him of the joy and anticipation of the lottery experience. Yet he could only exclaim in delight at the outcome. The surgical fruit is a type of devil fruit from the anime One Piece, classified as a paramecia fruit, which grants the ability to create a spatial realm. Within this space, one can freely sever, exchange, or merge both people and objects, even swapping souls, all without causing death or injury to the severed. The entities that are cut can be reassembled, marking a fundamental distinction from ordinary cutting. Reflecting on the various exploits of Trafalgar Law, the possessor of the surgical fruit in One Piece, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at his own fortune in securing such a powerful ability across the entire dimensional spectrum. Although utilizing the surgical fruit does demand physical stamina, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this ability is remarkably advantageous. It promises a prosperous start, instilling him with confidence and enabling him to navigate and manage the dimensional street with relative ease. Lost limbs or disabilities. The surgical fruit can seamlessly attach new limbs. Organs succumbing to age or cancer. The surgical fruit can replace them with new ones. Fear of death. The surgical fruit can swap souls, allowing one to continue living in a new body and identity, thus achieving a semblance of immortality in a sense. While the surgical fruit does possess its flaws, in the unfamiliar and reliant-free realm of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this ability could make him a coveted asset. Power, wealth, beautiful women, all within his grasp. Although such prowess may attract envy and troubles, to fear no one, one must evolve into the most formidable being. Within the confines of the dimensional street, he could command everything, akin to a deity. Outside, within the spatial realm of the surgical fruit, he would still wield the same omnipotence, remaining a godlike figure. Therefore, with sufficient strength, all troubles could be effortlessly resolved. As Suyu contemplated participating in the lottery once more, he found that this time the system did not rob him of the thrill and anticipation. Instead, it coldly informed him, devoid of any sentiment. Insufficient dimensional points. Fewer than 100 to engage in the lottery. An expected outcome. How to acquire dimensional points. The system offered no response, suggesting that the means of obtaining them must be discovered through his own endeavors. Shifting his focus to the summoning option, he initiated it. Ding. The summoning has concluded. Congratulations. Host, you have summoned a dimensional being from one person below, Feng Baobao. One person below, Feng Baobao, armed with a knife when exiting and a shovel for burying. The streets know her well. She is beautiful and wild. Due to the demands of his profession, Suyu has delved deeply into the realms of anime, film, and literature. He is well aware of the exploits of Bauer Jie, whose distinctive Sichuan dialect and penchant for dark humor set her apart from other female protagonists. Notably, her signature move, dubbed the Iwai 18 styles, and her weapon, the Okamoto 001, render Feng Baobao a veritable force of nature among leading ladies. Feeling a surge of emotion, Suyu lifted his gaze towards the desolate street. In his line of sight appeared a young girl, seemingly 18 or 19 years of age. Her attire was tattered, her face smeared with dirt, and her disheveled hair fell loosely around her. Her gaze was vacant, her expression blank, and her posture somewhat hunched, giving her the semblance of a beggar who had endured much hardship. As their eyes met, Feng Baobao's dull gaze gradually transformed, her pupils widening as her expression shifted. She twisted her neck, her hands flailing as if searching for something. After a brief pause, she abruptly began to slap her cheeks with both hands. The sound echoed sharply, and she winced, revealing clear handprints on her face, her dark eyes now sparkling as they fixed on Suyu. Suyu's cheeks twitched involuntarily. Such adorably foolish behavior could only belong to Feng Baobao. I am Suyu, of the Su family, transcending all bounds. You are Feng Baobao, correct? I am Feng Baobao. Do you recognize me? I am searching for my family, she replied, her blank stare and distinct Sichuan accent adding a touch of humor to her otherwise earnest demeanor. Suyu responded with a question of his own. Do you know Zhang Chulan? No. What about Su-san? No. And Su-si? No. Do you remember how you came to be here? I don't recall. It seems I was here in the blink of an eye. Through their simple exchange, Suyu gleaned an understanding of Feng Baobao's situation. The three individuals he had mentioned, Zhang Chulan, the male protagonist in Under One Man, was the one whom Feng Baobao was sworn to protect. She had been entrusted by Zhang Chulan's grandfather to watch over him as he grew, only revealing herself when he entered university, subsequently using force to bind him as her subordinate. Su-san and Su-si were her superiors at the Everywhere Express Courier Company, which, while ostensibly a delivery service, secretly managed supernatural beings in the Greater China region. Su-si, in particular, had significantly influenced Feng Baobao, imparting the wisdom that one should rely on action rather than words whenever possible. The OY-18 styles and Okamoto 001 were also his creations. The fact that she did not recognize them suggested that Feng Baobao had been summoned before her induction into the Everywhere Express, which could explain her current appearance akin to that of a beggar. She had long suffered from amnesia and lacked the social skills deemed normal. It was only after she joined the Kuaiti Company that she gradually began to exhibit normal behavior. However, her manner of speaking and acting remained exceedingly forthright. She did not contemplate her words and actions as a typical person would, and she struggled to comprehend conventional moral standards. Her attempts at persuasion and emotional expression were rather blunt, often resorting to physical confrontation. Having lost her memory, she was particularly fixated on uncovering her lineage, with her foremost desire being to reunite with her family and reclaim her past. In addition to her unconventional personality, she possessed a singular determination. Once she made a promise, she would see it through to the end, even in the face of life-threatening danger. Chapter 3. In this street, I hold the authority. The tale of Under One Person remains unfinished, and the enigmatic origins of Feng Baobao have yet to be revealed. Nevertheless, Feng Baobao is undeniably powerful. Despite her youthful appearance of merely 17 or 18, her true age may have surpassed a century. Her body possesses the ability to heal itself, even from fatal injuries. She exhibits remarkable agility, adeptly wielding a kitchen knife as her weapon, and is skilled in joint techniques, endowed with extraordinary combat instincts and skills, while effortlessly harnessing a vast reservoir of qi within her. Qi is a metaphysical and mysterious energy. Within the world of Under One Person, humans can acquire this energy, known as qi, through innate genetics or learned practices to gain various abilities. Those who can perceive and utilize the qi within themselves are referred to as YRN. As Feng Baobao gazed at him unblinkingly, Suyu spoke slowly. This place is called Dimension Street. It is here that I summoned you. From the moment you arrived at Dimension Street, you have departed from your original world, or rather, your original time and space. Now, you belong to me. You may call me either boss or lord. Feng Baobao scratched her head in confusion. Why? Because I hold the authority here. Oh. Feng Baobao responded numbly and turned to walk toward the end of the street, seemingly wishing to leave. Suyu covered his face with his hand, feeling that Feng Baobao might not have comprehended the concepts of time and space, nor understood the implications of the titles boss and lord. It felt as though he were speaking to a brick wall. Nevertheless, he concluded that this was not the time to be vexed by her naivety. Gazing at the summoning options, Suyu continued the summoning process, only to be met once more with the cold, mechanical notification, insufficient dimensional points, unable to summon. Suyu nodded subtly. Both the lottery and summoning required 100 dimensional points, suggesting that activating Dimension Street and elevating its level would likely entail similar costs. It appeared that dimensional points were the sole currency within this system. He decided to postpone the activation of Dimension Street for the moment, as Filkrelson was still waiting outside. As the thought crossed Suyu's mind, a momentary disorientation followed, and he soon found himself gazing at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, alongside the astonished expression of Filkrelson behind him. It seemed that the flow of time in Dimension Street was synchronized with the outside world, Suyu contemplated. Turning to Phil Coulson, he jested, "So your reason for not letting me lock the door was to spy on me?" Phil Coulson's throat moved slightly, abruptly drawing his pistol from his waist and aiming it at Suyu. "I need an explanation." The ominous black muzzle of the gun and Phil Coulson's terrified gaze did not instill any tension in Suyu. Even though Coulson was merely a novice agent, it was implausible for him to allow a suspect to linger alone in the restroom for over 10 minutes. Thus, Suyu had anticipated this scenario before exiting the dimensional street. Although Coulson's eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion, his hand remained remarkably steady. The gun unwaveringly aimed at Suyu's forehead. Taking a slight breath, he forced himself to momentarily dismiss the bizarre sight before him, striving to control the muscles of his face that threatened to betray his composure, and he intoned gravely, "You have betrayed my trust in you. I hope there will not be a second time. Now, answer my question. Who are you?" "You may be experiencing a lapse in memory," Suyu replied, echoing Coulson's previous words. "I mentioned earlier that if you wish to uncover the truth, I would recommend waiting until I exit the restroom before you begin your inquiries. At that point, I would be more inclined to share further details. I am still here, having not departed." Betrayal? From where does this notion arise? Conceptual misrepresentation is not a commendable trait. It would betray my trust in you, and I hope there will not be a second time. Suyu spoke with calm assurance, mirroring Coulson's earlier sentiments. "Do not play games. Answer my question. My name is Suyu, of the Su family, which signifies transcending all. You may also refer to me as Su Chi, as I am the seventh in line at home." A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia crossed Suyu's face. His home was an orphanage, and the so-called Su family consisted of children from the same institution, named after their matron, the head of the orphanage, ordered by age from oldest to youngest. He was the seventh, having just turned 20 this year, though he had already left the orphanage to fend for himself prior to his unexpected journey. This sudden twist of fate might forever deprive him of the chance to return home. A brief flash of regret and sorrow flickered in his eyes as he smiled. "I am not associated with the woman clad in a full-body rubber suit. Our appearance at this time and place is merely coincidental. She is quite extraordinary," Phil Coulson remarked. "You are quite extraordinary as well." With a gentle smile, Suyu continued, "She hails from another galaxy, a member of the Kree Empire's interstellar team. Her presence on Earth is due to the arrival of an alien race known as the Skrulls, who possess the ability to transform into any individual at a genetic level and can replicate another's short-term memories." "That is quite a humorous jest," Phil Coulson replied, his expression unchanging. Undeterred, Suyu continued, "You and your colleagues should have separated upon arrival, correct? If you doubt this, you may inquire with them. However, I suspect they have already departed." "Impossible," Phil Coulson retorted. Despite the delay caused by Suyu, he was certain they would not leave without notifying him. "You will find out if you step outside," Suyu suggested. Coulson scrutinized Suyu, hesitating momentarily before slowly retreating, his gun still aimed at Suyu. "One step back, one step forward." Phil Coulson extended his hand to push open the glass door of the Blockbuster video store, slowly retreating while altering his body's orientation, only to find himself momentarily frozen. His colleagues had vanished. The woman clad in a one-piece rubber suit was nowhere to be seen, and even the police officer accompanying them had disappeared. Phil Coulson was bewildered. As a newly minted agent of SHIELD, what was he to do when left in the lurch on his very first mission? He was in urgent need of assistance. Chapter 4. When Spring Comes. I shall not speak first. Who dares to make a sound? Phil Coulson was regarded as a rare paragon of virtue within SHIELD. Yet being a good man did not guarantee a favorable outcome. Initially, during the Battle of New York, he met his demise at the hands of Loki, only to be resurrected in secret by Nick Fury using a serum developed from Kree corpses. However, the influence of Kree genetics nearly drove him to madness. Just as he managed to regain his sanity, he lost his hand. Subsequently, he was fitted with a mechanical appendage and led SHIELD team in their continued quest to safeguard the world. He even once ascended to the position of director, but his fortunes were fleeting. A few years later, he perished once more while attempting to save the world, potentially for good. Moreover, his romantic endeavors were equally fraught with misfortune. His earliest known girlfriend was a general in the Peruvian military, who turned against him upon discovering an object designated 084, subsequently hijacking his mobile command center, essentially, the SHIELD team's aircraft. Her failure led to her capture and the dissolution of their relationship. This liaison, characterized by minimal time spent together and scant emotional depth, could be deemed a work-related romance, destined to end with the conclusion of their mission. The next significant relationship was with a renowned cellist. Their bond was profound, and it seemed most likely to culminate in lasting commitment. Regrettably, Phil died during the Battle of New York, and upon his resurrection, he chose not to inform her of his return, valuing her need to move on from her grief. Though they crossed paths again during a subsequent mission, by that time, the cellist had begun to heal. To allow her to embark on a new chapter, Phil made the heart-wrenching decision to end their relationship. Following this was an association with department head Sharon Carter, which was tragically cut short when Grant Ward, a traitor within S.H.I.E.L.D., took her life. Finally, there was Melinda May, with whom he shared a long-standing acquaintance. Despite the trials they faced together, their relationship ultimately blossomed, yet by then, Phil's time was regrettably limited. Additionally, Melinda had previously been married to Andrew, a member of the inhuman race, known by the codename Whiplash. Past marriages do not define one's worth. Before encountering the right person, who hasn't wandered through a series of fleeting romances, it can only be said that fate arrived a tad late. Tragically, Grant Ward, the very individual responsible for the demise of Phil's former girlfriend, had maintained a brief liaison with Melinda early in the formation of the S.H.I.E.L.D. team. Such a lamentable existence could only be borne by someone as steadfast and principled as Phil Coulson. Suyu held a deep admiration and respect for him. Recognizing the selfless spirit of sacrifice for justice that he embodied, a Skrull can assume the appearance of anyone, even you. Suyu's words transformed Phil Coulson's expression from confusion to contemplation, then to realization, and finally to a state of difficulty. Our affair is far from over. I shall not depart, and you are well aware that if I truly wish to leave, you would be powerless to stop me, Phil Coulson decisively proclaimed, his grip firmly clutching the firearm as he continued to aim at Suyu, while simultaneously retrieving his phone to dial a number. Agent Fury, this is Agent Coulson. I'm still at Blockbuster. Where has everyone gone? I'm encountering a bit of trouble here. Hello? Hello? Agent Fury? The call abruptly ended, and Coulson's expression darkened as he stowed his phone away. The moment Fury had heard his name, a clear note of astonishment had escaped his lips, immediately followed by the sounds of a scuffle, compelling Coulson to reconsider Suyu's earlier words. Perhaps it was not a jest after all. Extraterrestrials truly exist. Skrulls can indeed assume the forms of others. That woman clad in a full-body rubber suit might genuinely be a member of an intergalactic task force. The Skrull had adopted his appearance and stayed close to Agent Fury, which is why he, the genuine article, had been overlooked, because he had discovered Suyu. The Skrull had seized the opportunity to impersonate him in Fury's presence. The earlier call had made Fury aware that he was in the company of an imposter. But what was he to do? Could this youthful yet enigmatic individual before him also be a Skrull? Was he deliberately attempting to distract him to create an opening for his comrades to impersonate him? No, that couldn't be right. If he were a Skrull, he would not have prompted him to call Agent Fury. Then, was he allied with that woman in the rubber suit? A member of the interstellar combat team? Yet that was incorrect as well. His previous response had already refuted that notion. Phil Coulson suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He was merely a novice agent recently inducted into S.H.I.E.L.D., and his very first assignment was entangled with extraterrestrial affairs. Forced to confront a mysterious being capable of vanishing and reappearing at will, leaving him uncertain whether he faced a human or an alien. Was the Almighty truly so unkind to him? Was it too late to resign? Just as Coulson grappled with how to navigate the situation, Suyu unexpectedly spoke softly. With a gentle utterance, Suyu's palm faced downward, and a hollow, spiraling white vortex materialized beneath it, swirling violently. After several revolutions, the tempest released its energy, instantaneously unfolding a transparent hemispherical space that enveloped both him and Coulson. What is this? What have you done? Coulson stammered, his eyes wide with alarm as he surveyed his surroundings, gun still pointed at Suyu, demanding answers. His finger hovered precariously over the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Suyu turned his palm upward, raising his index finger with a gesture of command. Now, suddenly, Coulson felt a weightlessness in his hands as the firearm he had been gripping mysteriously slipped from his grasp, clattering directly at Suyu's feet, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Suyu bent down to retrieve the weapon, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The space serves as an operating table, upon which he possesses godlike abilities. However, the doctor's own capabilities remain unenhanced. Should a patient refuse surgery and brandish a firearm with the intent to eliminate the doctor, the situation could swiftly turn disastrous for him. Suyu is determined to avoid such a fate. Despite feeling an innate proficiency with his newfound powers from the very moment they were granted, as an ordinary individual, he may lack the reflexes necessary to control a bullet in an instant. Should he falter, even a salvaged outcome would suffer greatly. Akin to an ambitious performer who stumbles upon their grand entrance, no matter how successful the subsequent act may be, the initial impression would be irrevocably marred. First impressions hold paramount importance, especially for Suyu, who does not wish to leave any regrets during his debut in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As it pertains to his future aspirations, do you know what kind of person I wish to become? Suyu mused casually while toying with the firearm. In spring, I do not speak first. Which creature dares to make a sound? Phil Coulson's expression faltered. Do you know how I wish to live? Suyu continued, undeterred by Coulson's shifting demeanor. Either one cannot be abandoned, or one cannot be provoked. With the word provoked hanging in the air, Suyu suddenly approached Coulson, pressing the gun's muzzle against his heart and delivering a swift jab. Scalpel. Bang. A translucent cube was abruptly thrust from Coulson's back, clattering to the ground. Inside the cube lay a still-beating crimson heart, accompanied by surrounding muscle tissue. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the heart's rhythmic beating resonated clearly. Chapter 5. Either one cannot be abandoned, or one cannot be provoked. My heart. Coulson instinctively glanced down at his chest, where a diamond-shaped wound pierced through both front and back. His expression morphed into one of terror and rigidity as he sought to look at Suyu, but an overwhelming weakness surged through him, causing him to lean forward and collapse. Am I really going to die? This is my first mission. Who exactly is Suyu? What manner of person is he? How did he manage to extract my heart with a gun? Bang! Coulson fell heavily. His face pressed against the ground. Evading the impact, Suyu bent down to retrieve the heart and turned to the despairing Coulson. I can comprehend your previous caution and wariness towards me. It was your duty. However, I cannot accept you aiming a gun at me. I am not a magnanimous individual. What is magnanimity? It is simply the result of enduring grievances. A look of bewilderment surfaced on Coulson's ashen face. Could it truly be that he felt this way merely because Coulson had pointed a gun at him? Just moments ago, his demeanor had been so amicable, seemingly unconcerned. How could the tone shift so abruptly? Seemingly perceiving Coulson's thoughts, Suyu remarked softly, the human eye possesses 576 billion pixels, yet remains incapable of discerning the human heart. Thus, I must extract it to examine closely, and in doing so, allow you to witness it as well. In life, there are no choices in existence, nor in death. Between life and death, every moment is a choice. I have made a choice. Now it is your turn. Phil Coulson, bewildered, exclaimed, I am on the brink of death. What choice remains? Suyu smiled as he placed a heart before Phil. The sight of his own beating heart stirred a mix of anger and confusion within him. What was the implication? Did he wish for me to witness my heart cease its rhythm? Cease its rhythm? Cease. Phil's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the smiling Suyu. My heart still beats. I am not dead. Typically, after 20 seconds of cardiac arrest, breathing ceases, and life extinguishes. Yet, that span had long passed, and although he felt weak and feeble, he exhibited no signs of impending death. How could this be possible? Stammering in shock, Phil struggled to articulate a response. This was too surreal, too preposterous to comprehend. Do not inquire. Questioning leads to demise, Suyu said, casually tossing the heart. Phil watched, trepidation coursing through him as the heart was flung about. If it possessed consciousness, it would surely be alarmed. What do you intend? He could not restrain himself from asking. Catching the heart, Suyu halted and gazed at Phil with a smile. I require assistance. Assistance? Who would extract another's heart for aid? Phil countered, perplexed. Suyu explained with a grin. The matters between the screw, the Kree, and us are rather intricate. Your intelligence is limited, and your strength inadequate. Thus, resolving these issues will prove challenging. Hence, I chose to assist you. Chosen? Phil echoed, recalling Suyu's earlier proclamation of having made a choice. Why? I desire a parcel of land. What? I need a piece of land. Its location and size to be determined by me. If you cannot decide, contact your superior. Phil blinked in confusion, trying to digest Suyu's implication. He was willing to aid them with extraterrestrial affairs, contingent upon selecting a piece of land? Are you not concerned about your peculiar abilities being exposed? Phil could not help but inquire. What do you think? Suyu retorted with a smile. Phil suddenly comprehended. You are unafraid because you possess the ability to vanish at will. You are confident that exposure will not bring peril. Suyu, silently amused, squeezed the heart. Instantly, a sharp pain surged through Phil, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his body convulsing. Understand now? Suyu queried. Understand what? The painful thudding in his chest subsided, yet Phil remained perplexed by Suyu's intentions. Was he suggesting that the heart could serve as a means of threat? At this moment, Phil was still too naive. After all, his hairline had yet to recede. Never mind if you do not comprehend. Some will. Suyu remarked as he pulled Phil up, seamlessly reinserting the heart into its original place before dispelling the spatial anomaly. Phil hurriedly checked, only to discover that his chest bore no trace whatsoever. It was as if nothing had transpired, as if the heart's removal had merely been an illusion. An illusion? No, this is not a mere illusion. Although devoid of concrete evidence, deep within his heart, he firmly believed that everything that had just transpired was indeed real. Suyu returned the gun to Phil Coulson's holster at his waist, kindly dusting off his attire before surreptitiously extracting his wallet. You should contact your superior. I will procure some items from the nearby supermarket. That is my wallet, Phil Coulson remarked, yet Suyu appeared oblivious, turning towards the nearby store with a resigned expression. He placed a hand over his rapidly beating heart and took a deep breath, ultimately retrieving his phone to reach out to his superior. He harbored no concerns that Suyu might seize the opportunity to flee. Although lacking experience in such matters, he was not foolish. If Suyu had intended to escape, there would have been no need for the preceding actions, no reason to complicate matters further. Moreover, even if Suyu did wish to depart, Phil Coulson was uncertain whether he possessed the courage to intervene at this moment. The supermarket was relatively empty. The cashier at the counter paying no heed to Suyu's entrance, merely glancing over before returning to her tasks. Suyu scrutinized the rows of products on the shelves, contemplating the potential of the surgical fruit to elevate his stature. While Phil Coulson had yet to grasp the true value of the surgical fruit, it was certain that someone within SHIELD would recognize its significance. Either it could not be discarded, or it could not be provoked. Such is the power of the surgical fruit. Whether SHIELD or Hydra, once they became aware of its capabilities, composure would be an impossibility. After all, who is unafraid of losing limbs? Who is unafraid of death? As long as fear exists, one must yield and appease, and once one has submitted once, a second opportunity will surely arise. No one would forsake such a divine gift, to forcibly seize and slice for research. He was no Jiaoying. Unless one possessed absolute certainty, no one would dare to act, for should they fail and incite the ire of the other party, it would signify a complete loss of the opportunity for salvation. Chapter 6. Transforming SHIELD into a cash cow. To be candid, Suyu found it perplexing why the protagonists in Marvel novels, upon traversing to this world, would conceal their abilities, struggling laboriously to escape their impoverished circumstances. He could not fathom the rationale behind their furtive behavior regarding SHIELD with palpable trepidation. What is SHIELD? The full name is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, a specialized department under the International Security Council tasked with addressing various extraordinary events. It is neither a police force nor a court. It serves as a shield. For SHIELD, be it a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat. Thus, even if villains fail in their endeavors, they do not meet their demise. Should they be willing to lay down their weapons and embrace virtue, they may even become allies of justice. If your strength is formidable, your abilities unique, and you are not inclined to cause trouble, the treatment you receive will be even better, even if you decline SHIELD's overtures. They will still provide for you, albeit while vigilantly monitoring your every move, leading you to feel a potential loss of freedom. However, viewed from another perspective, did your arrival in this world in utter destitution not resolve your plight? In order to prevent any potential disturbances from you, is an SHIELD inclined to accommodate some of your reasonable requests? Isn't it their duty to ensure your safety? With a filled wallet and a bodyguard at your disposal, what could be more advantageous? Although this may attract the covetous gaze of Hydra, as long as one can navigate through the initial challenges and amass enough strength to disregard both SHIELD and Hydra, the previous constraints and troubles will dissipate. Even if one were to find themselves amidst the dissolution of SHIELD and the annihilation of Hydra, there would be ample freedom to thrive. Thus, upon binding with the system, Suyu resolved to make SHIELD his financial reservoir, not contemplating concealing his identity or abilities, but rather deliberately showcasing his capabilities to enhance his bargaining power. His future strategy was rather straightforward: leverage SHIELD, or rather Hydra, to minimize the time and complexities associated with developing Dimension Street, erecting high walls, stockpiling resources, and gradually claiming sovereignty. Simultaneously, he refused to compromise himself, aspiring to become the most formidable force. When Nick Fury eventually rises and feels entitled to confront him, who knows who will actually turn the tables? A few bottles of mineral water, some bread, several sausages, and a Western-style kitchen knife constituted all that Suyu purchased at the supermarket, nearly exhausting all the cash in Phil Coulson's wallet. One must admit, Phil Coulson's financial situation seemed rather strained. Upon exiting the supermarket, Suyu, with one hand carrying the bag and the other brandishing the kitchen knife, examined it. The design of the Western-style knife differed from that of its Chinese counterpart, featuring a curved blade akin to the one used by Feng Baobao. Suddenly, a screeching halt interrupted the moment as Phil Coulson, having procured a vehicle, likely through his official capacity, pulled up before Suyu. Get in, he instructed. Suyu circled around and entered the car, casually tossing the wallet over. Upon opening it, Phil Coulson's face contorted into a bittersweet expression as he returned the wallet to his pocket and drove off. I have already reported your concerns to my superior. I'm taking you there now. It should take about 15 minutes, Phil Coulson remarked, casting a glance at Suyu as he drove. You seem not to have inquired about our department. The Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics, known as SHIELD, is a specialized agency that handles various extraordinary incidents, Suyu replied, gazing out the window with a relaxed demeanor. Trust me, I am aware of more than you might presume. Phil Coulson's expression shifted slightly as he feigned casualness, probing. All right then, How did you just extract my heart? Is that your special ability? How did you acquire it? Shoo. Suyu raised a finger to indicate silence, lazily interrupting Phil Coulson's inquiry. With a resigned smile, Phil Coulson conceded, "Fine, I'll keep quiet." 15 minutes later, they disembarked and entered a coffee shop, where a few scattered patrons were sipping their drinks and engaging in conversation. Suyu offered a non-committal smile as he followed Phil Coulson to a corner table. In a secluded corner, a middle-aged man, distinguished and gentlemanly in appearance, wearing glasses, smiled at Suyu. After Suyu took a seat, he pushed the coffee on the table forward and then turned his gaze toward Kohler. Kohler, with a resigned nod, turned and departed. "I am Kohler," he stated. Suyu leisurely sipped his coffee, shaking his head slightly. "No, you are not." Kohler furrowed his brow, fixated on Suyu, yet remained silent. Unfazed, Suyu continued. "Your name is Talos, a Skrull. Your home planet was annihilated by the Kree, and after seeking refuge on Tofa, it too met a similar fate. You have come to Earth in pursuit of the Lightspeed engine, hoping to utilize it to evade the Kree's relentless pursuit and to rebuild your home in a place where the Kree cannot find you. It is not only Phil Coulson who has been replaced by a Skrull. Kohler, your superior alongside Nick Fury, has also been impersonated. Who are you?" Talos lowered his voice to inquire. "Who are you?" Suyu, sipping his coffee, seemed indifferent to Talos' shifting expressions and continued. "Fury, the woman from the Kree Star Force, is named Carol Danvers. She is an Earthling who, due to gender discrimination, was deemed unfit to pilot a fighter jet 6 years ago, and her primary role was to test a new aircraft developed by Dr. Wendy Lawson. The true identity of Dr. Lawson is the Kree Marvel, who was the primary leader of Project Pegasus, a collaborative research initiative established by NASA, the Air Force, and SHIELD, aimed at developing alternative energy sources and lightspeed engines. One fateful day, Carol Danvers, accompanied by Marvel, piloted a new aircraft equipped with a lightspeed engine, intending to rescue certain individuals. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by the Kree and crashed. Marvel perished, and while Carol Danvers destroyed the lightspeed engine, she absorbed its energy, granting her formidable powers. Subsequently, her memories were altered, and she became the Kree Starforce Fury. She has already alerted the Starforce, and it will not be long before they, along with Ronan's Kree fleet, arrive on Earth. The knowledge you seek resides solely with her, and only she can assist you in rebuilding your home. How can I trust that what you say is true?" Talos asked, his brow furrowed. "There are archives regarding that incident from 6 years ago at the Air Force Base. And did you not access her chaotic memories when you captured her previously? That is why you came to Planet 53, Earth?" Suyu paused, smiling, calculating the timeline. She should have already met with the agents you dispatched for this matter, and perhaps they are en route to the Air Force Base. Talos, his expression grave, fixed his gaze on Suyu. "What do you want? You know precisely what I desire." Chapter 7. Using Carol Danvers as a stepping stone. A fleet of black Chevrolet SUVs sped down the deserted highway, swiftly vanishing from sight. Their destination was a secret Air Force base. Phil Coulson was at the wheel, occasionally stealing glances through the rearview mirror at Suyu and his superior, Kohler, in the back seat. Half an hour ago, Supervisor Keller acquiesced to Suyu's request, designating approximately 2 hectares of land in Flushing, Queens, for him. This decision left Phil Coulson utterly astonished. Flushing, once a quaint town within Queens prior to the 1989 city merger, has rapidly transformed into a thriving enclave for a substantial population of Chinese and Asian immigrants, particularly following the advent of the No. 7 subway line. While Suyu's choice of Flushing seems unremarkable given his Asian appearance, the allocation of 2 hectares is astonishing, sufficient to construct a stadium, especially considering the land's prime location between the Queens Botanical Garden and Casino Park. The value of such land is astronomical, even with wealth. Acquiring it would be a formidable challenge. Although, in the grand scheme of extraterrestrial matters, 2 hectares may seem trivial. Keller's seemingly hasty approval, executed without consultation with the director or higher authorities, instilled an unsettling feeling in Coulson. However, his subordinate status afforded him little opportunity to voice his concerns. This transaction was undoubtedly suspicious, and Suyu was acutely aware of this. After all, Keller was a Skrull masquerading as Talos, and once his true identity was revealed, any directives issued under the auspices of SHIELD would become null and void. Nevertheless, Suyu's capabilities and actions would remain effective. Thus, he preemptively secured a favorable position. Should SHIELD attempt to retract their agreement, he could transform it into an established fact through strategic maneuvering. Utilizing Talos for legitimacy while solidifying his own power as a reality was the essence of Suyu's choice to negotiate with Talos. After all, others might not readily consent to relinquish such a prime location, and even if they did, the ensuing complications and disputes would likely prove burdensome, by which time the opportunity would have dissipated. As they approached the Air Force Base, Talos couldn't help but glance over and quietly inquire, "Do you have confidence in this?" Suyu, meticulously polishing a knife, remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Recently, Nick Fury had summoned aid via pager, signifying that he and Carol Danvers were detained at the Air Force Base. In the cinematic narrative, Talos had his identity uncovered upon encountering Fury due to the name he used, while Carol Danvers pieced together events from 6 years prior, recognizing herself in photographs alongside Maria Rambeau and others. Subsequently, she and Fury fled the Air Force Base in pursuit of Rambeau, while Talos located the black box from the downed aircraft within the base, ultimately confronting Danvers at Rambeau's residence. As one of the most steadfast characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Suyu was uncertain whether the powers of the Fruit of Surgery could effectively contend with her. Regardless, he had to prevail. This was not merely a matter of personal vendetta or sentiment. Demonstrating prowess on par with Carol Danvers was essential to instill apprehension within S.H.I.E.L.D., facilitating better negotiations and fostering further development. Carol Danvers was, after all, his stepping stone. Beep. Identity verification successful. The convoy entered the Air Force Base. Upon reaching their destination, Suyu alighted from the vehicle, wielding a kitchen knife as she opened the door. Is she still here? Talos inquired of Nick Fury, who approached him. Yes, sir. Nick Fury nodded in affirmation. You all remain here. Talos cast a glance at Suyu before proceeding with Nick Fury toward the elevator, with Suyu trailing behind. Nick Fury observed the unfamiliar Suyu enter the elevator. And despite his curiosity, he did not voice any objections. Well done, Nicholas, Talos interjected, offering no explanation regarding Suyu's identity. Nick Fury momentarily paused in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. His full name was Nicholas Joseph Fury, though he was typically referred to simply as Nick Fury. The fact that his superior addressed him by his full name while bringing along an unfamiliar individual into the elevator raised his suspicions. She is on the 6th floor. I shall disembark on the 5th and take the stairs, Nick Fury casually remarked after pressing the elevator button. Just as we did in Havana. Very well. Talos nodded slowly in agreement. Just as we did in Havana. Ding. The elevator doors opened on the 5th floor, and Nick Fury stepped out with an unperturbed demeanor. Your identity has been compromised. The target is not on the 6th floor. Inform those below to ascend the stairs to the 5th floor and secure the entrances. You are to locate the black box from the aircraft that crashed 6 years ago, and then come to the archives on the 5th floor to find me. Suyu instructed, stepping out just as the elevator doors were about to close. Although both were junior agents, Nick Fury was far more experienced than Phil Coulson. First, he raised suspicions regarding her name. Then he probed for confirmation, and finally, he maintained his composure as he departed. In the film, Talos had been misled to the 6th floor, which turned out to be the motor room, where Carol Danvers was not present at all. Talos, upon hearing this, was taken aback, momentarily stunned before deciding to follow Suyu's guidance, as he had no other viable options at present. In the archives, Nick Fury anxiously searched for Furies, calling out his name, yet received no response. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence of the vast archives, followed by the sound of footsteps. Nick Fury's expression shifted as he hastily concealed himself behind a shelf to observe the situation. It was the individual who had entered the elevator with the imposter superior. He must also be a Skrull. Chapter 8. The Captain Marvel with Severed Arms. Suyu was aware of Nick Fury's presence and anticipated Carol Danvers' return shortly. Thus she remained unhurried, leaning against the wall with a relaxed demeanor. Nick Fury's current appearance bore a stark contrast to the later image of him as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. His dark, egg-shaped head still bore hair, and his eyesight had not yet failed him, yet he was already exhibiting the early traits of the king of spies. When the day came that he was bald, he would have grown stronger, and at that point, not a single word he uttered would be trustworthy. Though his eyes were blinded by the fearsome creature, he claimed to have lost one due to misplaced trust, though he feigned death. He deceived Steve Rogers and Natasha into believing his ruse, causing them to shed tears in vain. Although he was on a spacecraft with the Skrulls, he instructed Talos to impersonate him to mislead Spider-Man. Lies had become second nature to him, and the very concept of trust was nearly non-existent. As an operative and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., such qualities were commendable, yet as a friend, even if he were not betrayed, he would surely be consumed by frustration. Soft footsteps echoed outside the archives, followed by a faint click as the door opened. Carol Danvers, with her flowing golden hair and clad in the blue uniform of the Intergalactic Force, entered Suyu's line of sight. She, too, surveyed the interior, and their gazes met, locking in a moment of mutual recognition. A swirling white vortex materialized beneath Suyu's palm, spinning rapidly before erupting into a hemispherical space. Carol Danvers paused, slightly taken aback by the sudden appearance of this bizarre spatial barrier. Her right fist ignited with a radiant glow, aimed squarely at Suyu, and she unleashed an energy blast. To her, everyone here, save for Nick Fury, was an adversary, and thus, striking him was undoubtedly justified. The slaughterhouse. From the moment Carol Danvers entered, Suyu had been on guard against her potential attack, observing her fist ablaze with energy. He seized the initiative and swiftly struck out at her. With a sharp sound, the energy blast was cleaved into segments, erupting in an explosive display. Immediately, Suyu's gaze sharpened as he focused on Carol Danvers' arms, preparing to swing his blade once more. With a swift motion, her arms were severed from her body. And Suyu flipped his palm upwards, pointing his index finger. Command. Before her dismembered arms even touched the ground, they soared towards him, one aimed at Carol Danvers, the other at a nearby shelf. Though Carol Danvers felt no pain, instinctively, she launched another energy blast. The blast struck the shelf, shattering it to pieces, revealing Nick Fury, wide-eyed and seated on the ground, incredulous as he beheld Carol Danvers, now armless, and her severed limbs floating beside Suyu. Now, this was true manipulation. Suyu chuckled softly, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suyu, a human from Earth, here to assist you. Assist us? What a farce. Despite the bizarre loss of her arms, Carol Danvers showed no signs of relenting. She charged forward, leaping to deliver a kick. In an instant, Suyu vanished. And Carol Danvers' kick met only empty air as she landed, bewildered. Nick Fury sat in the very spot she had just occupied, while she found herself inexplicably swapped to where he had been. What on earth was happening? Carol Danvers turned, warily eyeing Suyu, momentarily hesitant to make a move. Truly, she embodied the indomitable spirit of Captain Marvel, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Severing her arms proved to be even more arduous than dismantling an energy cannon. Suyu let out a silent sigh. The continuous exertion of his abilities was evidently taxing. Although he had yet to reach the point of exhaustion, a faint weariness had begun to take hold. Clearly, once this ordeal concluded, he would need to devote time to strengthening his physique. 6 years prior, Carol Danvers, alongside Marvel, also known as Wendy Lawson, had piloted a new aircraft equipped with a lightspeed engine, intending to assist the Skrulls. However, they fell victim to an ambush by the Kree, resulting in a crash that claimed Marvel's life and led to the destruction of the lightspeed engine. The energy released from the explosion was absorbed into her being, and the pursuing Kree, specifically Yanrog, brought her back to the Kree Empire, altering her memories and bestowing upon her the name Ver, derived from her damaged identification tag. He implanted false memories and trained her to become an elite Kree warrior, convincing her that the Skrulls were malevolent and responsible for the destruction of Torfa, when, in truth, it was the Kree, led by Ronan, who were the true villains. Suyu raised a finger, silencing the words on Carol's lips with a gentle shoo. Hold your objections for a moment. Surely, you have perused the archives from 6 years ago, have you not? They contain Marvel's notebook, filled with Kree script. While it may not unravel all your uncertainties, it should certainly ignite a spark of doubt. I have dispatched Talos, the current leader of the Skrulls, to retrieve the black box from that aircraft. Once he arrives, we can seek out your former friend and colleague, Maria Rambeau. She will aid you in piecing together the truth and recovering your lost memories. Suyu's voice flowed steadily, and as he concluded his words, he waved his hand gently. The severed arms, moments before lost, flew back to Carol Danvers, seamlessly reattaching themselves. Perfectly aligned. There was no trace of blood, no scars, nor any discomfort. Carol moved her arms, regarding the enigmatic stranger before her who had dispelled the spatial barriers. In a low, resolute tone, she inquired, "How do you possess knowledge of these events? When one comprehends the future, understanding the past becomes inevitable," Suyu replied with a smile, casting a seemingly casual glance at the now upright Nick Fury. "Take him, for instance. Nick Fury's left, I shall soon be blind." Feigning nonchalance, Nick Fury shrugged. "Mr. Suyu, I am not particularly curious about how my eye will be lost. Rather, I am more intrigued to know if your abilities could bestow upon me a replacement eye, and what price I would have to pay for such a gift." Suyu chuckled softly. There was indeed a reason some individuals rise to become kings of espionage. A single leaf can herald the arrival of autumn. Merely observing his act of severing and then rejoining Carol Danvers' arms was enough to infer the possibility of organ replacement. It was no wonder that Peggy Carter later supported his rise to director, that he could assemble the Avengers, and that he could persuade the Skrulls, sending Talos to charm Spider-Man while he himself took a vacation in outer space, overseeing the establishment of S.W.O.R.D. Chapter 9. Those who follow me flourish. Those who oppose me perish. Nick Fury was not genuinely interested in the price of procuring a new eye. Rather, he sought to ascertain whether Suyu possessed the capability to assist others in replacing their eyes or other organs, as well as the stance of this enigmatic individual who had emerged with peculiar abilities. "I have recently acquired a 2-hectare plot of land situated between the Queen's Botanical Garden and Casino Park in Flushing, Queens. My preliminary vision for this land is to construct a uniquely styled hotel, which would serve as the nucleus for gradually developing a diverse commercial street. Every great endeavor faces challenges at its inception. I even procured the funds for this knife from Phil Coulson, so should you require a new eye, I would gladly assist, provided we adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange," Suyu remarked nonchalantly. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, acknowledging the advantageous location. which was indeed close to the city's second-largest park, Flushing Meadows Corona Park, as well as the Presbyterian Hospital Queens and Queens College. With a distinctive style and prudent management, it should flourish in due course. Urban development is a collective effort. I take pleasure in aiding others and in receiving assistance in return. Is it not true that I am for everyone, and everyone is for me? Nick Fury engaged in a casual exchange with Suyu regarding the hotel and commercial street development, but beneath the seemingly mundane conversation lay a continuous probing for hidden intentions. While it remained uncertain what Suyu's ultimate objective and position were, Nick Fury at least discerned that Suyu had previously engaged in transactions with S.H.I.E.L.D. and might potentially maintain a favorable trading relationship moving forward. The ability to sustain such a relationship would hinge upon the outcome of their initial transaction, which, it appeared, revolved around this 2-hectare plot of land. Nick Fury did not need to overthink the implications of this land. It was undoubtedly linked to Tauros, the Skrull who had impersonated his superior and executed a transaction in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name. If what he had previously claimed was indeed true, then regardless of how this affair concluded, Tauros's identity would have been revealed, rendering any orders issued void. Thus, this land represented not merely a transaction between him and Tauros, but also a transaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. subsequently acknowledge the ownership of this land, he would be inclined to maintain a positive trading relationship. Conversely, if S.H.I.E.L.D. repudiated his prior dealings with Tauros, then the prospect of a subsequent transaction would evidently be negated. This constituted a threat. Based on his displayed capabilities, the magnitude of this threat was substantial, surpassing even that of Carol Danvers. If someone with the formidable prowess of Carol Danvers could be so effortlessly incapacitated, who could withstand his assault? When he unleashed that bizarre spatial barrier, he not only demonstrated the ability to sever and slice without injury, but also exhibited the power to manipulate objects and facilitate spatial exchanges. Such capabilities cannot be countered merely with weaponry or numbers. In the recent exchange, Suyu had already acknowledged his ability to assist others in replacing organs. What implications does this hold? From the delicate extraction of bullets to the seamless amputation of limbs and the effortless replacement of organs and extremities, this remarkable capability is worthy of divine reverence. It signifies that in the future, should anyone within the agency sustain injuries, not only can their lives be preserved, but they can also recover and return to their duties in a remarkably short span of time. Furthermore, if prominent individuals were to fall victim to cancer or other afflictions, this ability could grant them a chance at survival and restored health. This represents an invaluable asset for S.H.I.E.L.D., a treasure beyond measure. Given that this is a transaction, it inherently implies a reciprocal exchange of needs. At the very least, one must achieve their objectives. However, the absence of potential secondary transactions would lead to an intangible loss. Currently, considering Suyu's demands, if S.H.I.E.L.D. fails to satisfy him, he is likely to seek alternative partners, be they affluent magnates, high-ranking officials, or even terrorists, possibly including adversaries of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the United States itself. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. This phrase inexplicably surfaced in Nick Fury's mind as he contemplated Suyu's presence. Suddenly, the door to the archives was thrust open, and Talos entered, disguised as Kohler, casting a glance before decisively shutting the door behind him. "Have you obtained it?" he inquired. They indicated that everything is here, the recordings from the black box, along with a specific coordinate. Talos approached Suyu and handed him a compact disc. Witnessing his superior present such a critical item to Suyu, Nick Fury felt a peculiar discomfort. Had he not learned from Carol Danvers that Skrulls could not replicate abilities, he might have suspected that Suyu himself was a Skrull and that this entire affair was a cunning trap devised by them. "Is this for me?" Carol Danvers hesitated as she regarded the compact disc that Suyu extended toward her. "This contains the truths and memories you seek, as well as what Talos desires. The coordinates within can only be deciphered by you," Suyu replied nonchalantly. "Very well," Carol acquiesced, accepting the disc. "Inform S.H.I.E.L.D. to regroup and prepare for departure, and also request Phil Coulson and your team to arrange for an aircraft. We are to meet Maria Hill." Suyu instructed Talos with an air of authority, seemingly having assumed the role of the leader among them. It is noteworthy that these individuals are not to be underestimated. One is the leader of the Skrulls, another is the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the last is none other than the most formidable female warrior in Marvel, the astonishing Captain Marvel, who can contend with Thanos. Yet, none of them voiced any objections to Suyu's directives. Chapter 10. The Devourer and Fate. Upon arriving at the helipad, Suyu and his companions greeted Phil Coulson and an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. before boarding the aircraft. Carol Danvers naturally took the pilot's seat, while Nick Fury intended to occupy the co-pilot's position, only to find that Suyu had already claimed it. Do you know how to operate this thing? Nick Fury asked, his tone somewhat awkward. Let me take a look, Carol responded, uncertain if she still remembered how to fly. However, the innate memory of a pilot instilled in her a sense of familiarity, prompting her to casually fiddle with a few switches, successfully starting the aircraft. She cast a triumphant glance at Nick Fury, deftly maneuvering the aircraft as it gradually accelerated into the sky, soaring out of the Air Force Base. The sensation of weightlessness caused Nick Fury, who had yet to take his seat, to hurriedly grasp the armrest to steady himself, when suddenly, a pitiful meow pierced the air. Meow, meow, meow. It appeared we had a stowaway, Nick Fury remarked while gazing upward. The sound of the cat's cries led Carol Danvers to deduce the identity of the intruder. After adjusting the throttle to attain a stable altitude, gravity was instantaneously restored. With a soft thud, an orange cat tumbled from the cabin door, daintily padding toward the cockpit. Nick Fury, with an infatuated grin, attempted to entice the feline. But the orange cat paid him no heed, deftly evading his hand and nimbly leaping onto Carol Danvers' lap. Goo goo, she murmured, one hand lifting the orange cat as she sought a suitable place to set it down. However, Nick Fury eagerly intervened, cradling Goo Goo in his arms and settling into an empty seat beside Talos. Get that thing away from me, Talos exclaimed in a panic. Nick Fury, taken aback by Talos' exaggerated reaction, playfully cradled Goo Goo and teased, what are you afraid of? It's just a cat. No. That's a flurkin, a truly terrifying creature. Talos hurriedly distanced himself from Nick Fury. A terrifying creature, indeed. Nick Fury chuckled at Talos' fear, glancing between the terrified Skrull and the adorably innocent Goo Goo, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Could it be that a Skrull feared a cat? To refer to a cat as a flurkin was utterly astonishing. Even more so than the sudden arrival of Carol Danvers and the mysterious appearance of Suyu. Those who are ignorant are often fearless, Suyu remarked, observing Nick Fury's playful intimidation of Talos with Goo Goo. Goo Goo was the diminutive name for the orange cat, whose true identity was that of a flurkin, one of the most fearsome creatures in the universe. Despite its resemblance to an ordinary cat, it possessed the ability to devour nearly anything, with its stomach connecting to another dimension, allowing it to consume without gaining weight. The flurkin had been adopted by Marvel and brought to Earth. Carol Danvers had become well acquainted with it during her time as a test pilot. It had likely recognized her, prompting its ascent onto the aircraft. How did you manage to do that? Carol Danvers suddenly turned to Suyu, inquiring. Much like you. It was both an accident and a miracle, Suyu replied, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, sharing a gentle smile with Carol Danvers. In truth, our destinies are intertwined. We arrived at the same time and place. Though I merely appeared a tad later than you. While you were outside discussing Skrulls with Nick Fury, I was inside being interrogated by Phil Coulson. Alas, by the time we emerged, you had already departed. Carol Danvers was momentarily taken aback. Where did you come from? A place I may never return to. Suyu chuckled softly and suggested, perhaps when this is all over, we can find a spot to share a few drinks, one to toast our homeland, another to honor distant lands, one for tomorrow, and another for the past. Very well. Maria Rambo, an African-American female pilot and dearest friend of Carol Danvers, was also the last person to see her. The aircraft descended vertically into Maria's backyard, where she was engrossed in examining parts on a workbench, clad in a jumpsuit. Not far behind her, a small girl of 8 or 9 was pretending to pilot a small plane, thoroughly enjoying herself. Carol Danvers approached cautiously and inquired, excuse me. I'm looking for Maria Rambo. Upon hearing the voice, Maria turned and was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Carol? Exclaimed the little girl, excitedly running over to embrace Carol Danvers. I knew it. Everyone said you were dead. Carol Danvers felt somewhat flustered as she observed Maria Rambo walking toward her. Although her memories remained elusive, she could sense that Maria indeed recognized her. She was undeniably her friend. Chapter 11. The Near Miss with Fong Bao Bao. In the living room, Maria listened as Carol recounted the entire absurdity of the situation. Green? Shapeshifters? This is the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. Do you not believe me? Carol Danvers turned toward the kettle on the gas stove, placing her hand upon it while smiling at Maria and her daughter. A red glow illuminated her palm, lasting 1 second, then 2. After 5 seconds, the kettle, which had not been turned on, emitted the sound of boiling water. Maria's eyes widened in astonishment, and her daughter, Monica Rambo, yelled in excitement. Cool. If Monica were to one day become the superhero Spectrum, her brief tenure as Captain Marvel would undoubtedly be linked to Carol Danvers' current display of boiling water with her bare hands. If you still doubt. Carol Danvers then turned to Suyu. Suyu patted Talos on the shoulder, and Talos' appearance instantly transformed. In the blink of an eye, the original visage of Kree vanished, supplanted by a dark green head with pointed ears. Although the facial features were human-like, the intricate patterns on the green head were indeed rather intimidating. If Carol Danvers' boiling water by hand was surprising, Then Talos' transformation was truly shocking. The shock was not limited to Maria and Monica Rambeau. Phil Coulson was equally taken aback. The unfamiliar colleague beside him had now reverted to their original Skrull form. Although Phil was aware of the Skrulls and had suspected that his superior, Kree, was masquerading, he never anticipated that this strange colleague was also a Skrull, nor did he expect that they would look like this. Is there anything else? Show us. Monica Lumbo inquired with anticipation. Suyu, with a playful smile, retorted, Chindushio, if you wish to avoid having your hands grow from your feet, and vice versa. Swiftly retrieve the belongings of Aunt Carol that you have stashed away. I am not Chindushio. My name is Monica, she replied. Very well, Tihua Jishio, Suyu teased, a jest that left others bewildered. He gestured towards the refrigerator and asked Maria Lumbo, do you mind? Not at all, she replied. Suyu opened the refrigerator and extracted half a bag of bread and 2 bottles of milk before closing it and turning to exit. Upon entering the dimensional street, he silently acknowledged his return to the desolate expanse. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped inside, he spotted Feng Baobao writhing on the ground in distress. Was it an epileptic seizure or perhaps a rabbit episode? Why was Feng Baobao convulsing so inexplicably? Suyu observed her agony with a composed demeanor, refraining from approaching. He was certain Feng Baobao was neither epileptic nor rabid. There seemed to be no cause or likelihood for her convulsions in this place. Even if she were starving, such severe spasms were unlikely. This must be a punishment from the dimensional street. Any creature harboring treacherous thoughts or actions detrimental to the host would face consequences. Feng Baobao's attempt to leave the dimensional street, without his consent, could be construed as a betrayal, albeit in a somewhat abstract sense. The method of punishment was rather unconventional, inducing convulsions. Feng Baobao was notoriously stubborn. Did this mean she had been convulsing since her last departure? Goodness. This form of punishment was more terrifying than torture methods like the tiger bench or chilly water. Merely convulsing, endlessly. It was a fate worse than death. If you wish to cease your convulsions, abandon the thought of leaving here. I can assure you that should I discover a way to return you home, I will assist you in locating your family. At the sound of Suyu's words, Feng Baobao's previously anguished expression brightened. The frequency of her convulsions slowed. Before long, she managed to sit up, her dark, luminous eyes fixed on Suyu. Can you truly help me find my family? I can only promise to assist in locating your family when I am able to send you back, not before. In exchange, you must unconditionally obey my every command until I return you home, and you must not entertain thoughts of leaving. Otherwise, you will face punishment, akin to what you just endured. Suyu handed the bread to Feng Baobao and deftly opened a bottle of milk. Eat. I have matters to attend to outside. Once I am done, I will consider how to accommodate you. In mere seconds, the half bag of bread vanished, and Feng Baobao, her expression blank, pounded her chest. Her gaze fixated on the milk in Suyu's hand. As he slightly shifted his grip, her eyes followed suit. Left, right, left. No matter how she moved, Feng Baobao's neck twisted in tandem, her gaze unwavering. Drink up, and wait for my return here, Suyu urged, handing her another bottle of milk before he could bear to witness her indulgence any longer, and departed from Dimensional Street. As he exited, he could still hear the sound of her guzzling milk. Chapter 12. Who am I? You are Carol Danvers. Since Dimensional Street has the capacity to summon beings from various timelines and dimensions, it should also be able to return them. Thus, Suyu's promise to Feng Baobao was neither a falsehood nor a mere expedient. Although there had been no options thus far for sending summoned beings back, it did not preclude the possibility in the future. The system panel indicated that Dimensional Street possessed levels, and with levels came the potential for new modes or functions upon upgrading. Perhaps, akin to summoning, there would eventually be a direct means of sending them back. Or perhaps Dimensional Street would connect to new timelines and dimensions. Regardless of the method, an upgrade of Dimensional Street was essential, predominantly requiring dimensional points. System. I wish to view the panel, Suyu called, and before him appeared a virtual projection panel. Host, Suyu. Dimensional points, 0. Dimensional Street level, 1. Dimensional ability, surgical fruit. Dimensional items, none. Dimensional beings, 15. Dimensional Street status, unopened. Summon, lottery, open Dimensional Street. With no increase in dimensional points and no change in the level of Dimensional Street, it seemed he would have to wait until Captain Marvel's storyline concluded before he could delve further into it. Sensing an inquisitive gaze upon him, Suyu turned to smile at Nick Fury, who stood at the door. It's time to listen to the recording in the black box, Nick Fury stated. Suyu nodded and approached. Just as he was about to enter, Nick Fury suddenly inquired, "What did you see?" "I saw nothing," Nick Fury replied. To see nothing implied not seeing him either, prompting Suyu to muse. "Do you think I should let you escape misfortune at the cost of your wealth?" He regarded Nick Fury with a playful seriousness, as if genuinely contemplating the matter. Nick Fury raised his hands in surrender. "No, please. My wallet is even cleaner than Phil Coulson's." Suyu merely smiled in response and stepped inside. Carol Danvers leaned against the doorframe, while Phil Coulson stood beside her. Talos and another Skrull were positioned opposite them. Maria Rambeau glanced at Suyu and Nick Fury as they entered, then opened the computer case and inserted a disk. On a pure flat-screen monitor, which appeared antiquated to Suyu yet cutting-edge to the current generation, the loading progress was displayed, advancing at a pace scarcely faster than a snail's. Everyone watched in solemn silence as the progress bar inched forward. Carol Danvers observed the stillness and focus of the group, perplexed, and asked, "What is happening?" "It is loading," Nick Fury replied. The unnamed Skrull, a scientist among his kind, instinctively shook his head in resignation at the primitive technology of Earth. As the progress bar reached its zenith, an audio clip began to play. A woman's voice, presumably that of Mywell, urged the pilot to input coordinates, followed by a series of numbers. "Inputted. Where are we headed, Doctor?" Another woman's voice chimed in, Carol Danvers. "To my laboratory." "Your laboratory? What do you mean?" "Oh no. Wait, what is that? It's not showing up on my radar." "Go, Carol, fly." "But who exactly are they?" "Those are the bad guys. Fly faster." "Yes, Commander." The backdrop of Mywell and Carol Danvers' exchange was chaotic, suggesting they were under pursuit. Leaning against the doorframe, Carol seemed to recall something amidst the audio dialogue. Memories began to resurface, images materializing in her mind, taking her back to that fateful day. On that day, she piloted a new type of aircraft, with Dr. Lawson, also known as Mywell, in the rear seat, announcing a series of coordinates, those of her secret laboratory. However, as soon as the craft breached Earth's atmosphere, they were ambushed. The enemy's ships bore remarkably advanced weaponry, and despite her best efforts, she could not evade them. Struck by an energy beam, the aircraft plummeted towards the ground. With determination, she executed an emergency landing, then removed her helmet to check on Dr. Lawson's condition. The blue blood flowing from Lawson stained Carol's hands as she struggled out of the cockpit. Revealing her identity as Mywell and imploring Carol to remember the coordinates she had previously input, a beam of light pierced through Lawson's body, and from the nearby dust, a figure emerged. In countless dreams, she had envisioned a Skrull stepping forth, but this time it was different. It was Yangrog, whom she regarded as both mentor and friend. He sought the faster-than-light engine and energy core, but she would not allow the doctor's hard work to fall into enemy hands. Resolute in her determination, she fired upon the engine, and a massive explosion engulfed her. Taking a deep breath, Carol Danvers abruptly stood, her expression grave, and strode out of the room. She felt as if she were on the verge of suffocation, ready to explode. The others hurriedly followed. "He lied to me. Everything I knew was a lie." Carol Danvers halted, turning to the pursuing crowd, her anger palpable. "Now do you understand?" Talos inquired. "What? What can I possibly understand?" Carol Danvers retorted, her voice low and intense. "Yangrog killed Mywell. He murdered her because she realized she was partaking in a flawed and unjust war. The heinous crimes you are aware of should be attributed to the accuser, Ronan. My people live as refugees on Torfa, homeless, and thus we rise against Kree tyranny. Now, we are but a handful of survivors, destined for slaughter unless you assist me in completing Mywell's work. You are aware of the coordinates that can provide energy to a light-speed engine, transporting us to a place of safety, a new home. A sanctuary where the Kree cannot find us." Taros's expression was earnest, his tone sincere, yet Carol Danvers hesitated, or perhaps she was aware of the truth. But her reason could not accept the deception and concealment of reality. "All we desire is a home. Under Kree dominion, you and I have lost everything. Do you not understand this yet? You are not of their kind." Taros emphasized. "You do not know me. You do not comprehend who I am. For I do not even know who I am." Carol Danvers' voice was hoarse, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. The anguish of discovering that the beliefs and facts held for many years were but lies was sufficient to unravel a person's spirit. So you stepped before her. Gazing into her eyes, filled with anger, confusion, and sorrow, his tone calm, yet undeniably firm. "You are Carol Danvers." Chapter 13. I deceived you with an embrace. You are Carol Danvers, the woman who risked her life to do what was right, the one who supported her best friend in becoming a mother and becoming a pilot, when no one else would. You are intelligent, witty, and burdened with immense pain, yet strong. Suyu watched as the tension in Carol Danvers' face gradually eased, and he continued with a light chuckle. "We made a pact to drink together once this is all over. I do not wish to wait too long. So think of a way, do you hear me?" Lawson often said her work on the Pegasus project was not for the purpose of warfare, but to end it. Beside her, Maria Rambo softly interjected, her expression strange as she turned to Suyu. Suyu's words had evoked a peculiar feeling within her. How did he know that Carol Danvers supported her in becoming a mother and a pilot? Why did she feel as though she would have said the same if he had not spoken? A faint smile began to grace Carol Danvers' face as she nodded, suddenly opening her arms to embrace Suyu. "Thank you. Thank you for helping me regain my composure. Thank you for affirming that what you said before was the truth. Devoid of lies. No, I deceived you," Suyu chuckled. Carol Danvers released him, her gaze filled with confusion. "What did you deceive me about?" "An embrace." Suyu turned to Maria Rambo. Those words were meant for her. That embrace was rightfully hers. What do you mean?" Maria Rambo was taken aback. "When you know the future, you naturally come to understand the past. Recalling Su-Yu's earlier statement, Carol Danvers smiled, her curiosity piqued. In the future, you know. Do we drink together? No. Why not? Because in your original future, I was not present. Well, now I am. Carol Danvers approached Maria Rambeau and enveloped her in a warm embrace. After parting, she addressed Talos, stating that the sequence of numbers was not a coordinate, but rather a state vector, utilized for determining trajectory and velocity. The laboratory could not be found on Earth, as it did not reside there. I possess a means to locate the laboratory, but we must find the energy core before Yanrog arrives. Space travel? Nick Fury interjected. What will we use for transportation? Our aircraft cannot leave Earth. A Skrull scientist remarked. A brief period of repairs should suffice. I will handle it. Then I require a co-pilot, Carol Danvers said, glancing at Maria Rambeau. Maria's eyes widened. Me? No, I am not suited for this. I cannot leave Monica. That's all right. I can stay with Grandma and Dad. Monica Rambeau chimed in sweetly beside her mother. I cannot go, sweetheart. It is too perilous. The mother-daughter duo deliberated on whether to embark on this venture, while Talos and his scientists busied themselves with the aircraft. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson engaged in hushed conversation. Su-Yu gently nudged Carol Danvers' shoulder, then reached out to caress her neck under her astonished gaze. I believe such matters are better addressed after a drink, particularly when I am inebriated. Carol did not shy away, but instead smiled at Su-Yu. My perspective is quite the contrary. Some matters are best dealt with promptly to avoid unnecessary complications. Su-Yu's fingers brushed against a cold chip. Carol's expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment as her cheeks flushed. The spatial barrier of the surgical fruit unfurled beneath Su-Yu's other hand. Upon witnessing Su-Yu suddenly enveloping both herself and Carol Danvers within a spatial barrier, everyone paused, casting curious glances their way. Su-Yu, holding a previously concealed kitchen knife, smiled at Carol Danvers, and in an instant, the cold blade sliced toward her neck. Whoosh! The glimmering edge separated the chip from Carol Danvers' neck, which was then deftly controlled to fly into Su-Yu's hand. As the spatial barrier dissipated, Su-Yu began to manipulate the chip, but suddenly, energy surged from Carol Danvers, which previously could only be concentrated in her hands, now radiated outward in a golden glow. Her feet gradually lifted off the ground, her golden hair, enveloped in energy, floated gracefully without wind. Boom! The energy erupted fiercely, transforming Carol Danvers' eyes into a radiant gold, brimming with power. This little gadget was designed by Kree's supreme intelligence to restrain your energy. Without its constraints, your power can finally be unleashed, allowing you to become the true Captain Marvel. Su-Yu proclaimed as she tossed the chip to Carol Danvers. Carol caught it, and, with a light chuckle, crushed it upon landing. What does Captain Marvel mean? Is it my codename? Su-Yu nodded and continued. Your abilities are more formidable than you realize, while the enemy has yet to arrive. Take the time to familiarize yourself with your energy. Carol Danvers, brimming with confidence, declared, I can control it. Su-Yu shook his head. Can you fly? What? You can fly. All right. I suppose I truly need some time to acclimate. Chapter 14. Answers and the Worthless Affectionate. Flying has been humanity's greatest dream throughout the ages. With a background in the Air Force, Carol Danvers had no reason to doubt Su-Yu's words. She soon began her enthusiastic and tireless attempts. Su-Yu moved a chair to the lawn in front of the house, reclining comfortably in the sun, watching as Carol Danvers soared into the sky like a shooting star, only to come crashing back down moments later. Can she really fly? Nick Fury's voice echoed in his ear. Without turning, Su-Yu lazily responded. Even in 2 or 3 decades, she will be among the most formidable heroes on Earth. Are you suggesting that more heroes like Carol Danvers and yourself will emerge in the future? Nick Fury paused for a moment before inquiring further. Do you truly possess the ability to foresee the future? Is that why you are unconcerned about revealing your powers? Spoilers can affect box office revenue, and the amount of revenue can influence the planning and selection of sequels. Every divergent choice could alter the future. Some minor futures can be changed, while others cannot. I need an answer before I decide whether to intervene in this matter. What answer? Nick Fury pressed. Su-Yu waved his hand dismissively. This is an answer you cannot provide. Just relay my concerns to Peggy Carter. Ms. Carter? Why her? Nick Fury waited in silence for Su-Yu's response, eventually stepping forward to take a look. Su-Yu had already closed his eyes, his steady breathing suggesting he had fallen asleep. Whether he was genuinely asleep or merely pretending was inconsequential to Nick Fury, for he could not compel Su-Yu to speak unless he desired to. The only person who might elicit a response from him could be Ms. Carter. Nick Fury slipped away quietly. The warm sunlight enveloped Su-Yu, lulling him into an unintentional slumber as he sought to regain his strength. Upon awakening, he noticed a light blanket draped over him, and the sky above had transformed into a tapestry of stars. You're finally awake. Would you like to go for a spin? Su-Yu grinned and turned to Carol Danvers, dressed in her red uniform, and remarked, this style is far more appealing than the previous one. Monica has a remarkable talent for design. As for the spin, if you mean flying up into the sky while holding on to me, I think I'll pass. It's too cold at night, and besides, I prefer not to be carried aloft by a woman. Such male chauvinism, Carol Danvers retorted, displeased. Suyu replied leisurely. I once lived in a rural area for a time, and I had a neighbor named Su. I called him Uncle Su. Old Su had a dog named Dawang, a pitiable creature that spent its days licking the soles of Su's shoes until its last breath. Su never even constructed a doghouse for it, illustrating the tragic fate of a devoted follower who, in the end, possesses nothing. The aircraft has been repaired. It is time for us to depart. With a smile, Suyu rose and boarded the plane alongside Carol Danvers. Inside, everyone had taken their seats. Maria Rambeau had indeed arrived, occupying the co-pilot's seat. Phil Coulson, who had little screen time in the film, now seized the opportunity to join the flight, his face a canvas of anticipation mixed with anxiety. Nick Fury had brought the Flurkin aboard, who was currently nestled in his lap, blissfully oblivious to Talos' gentle admonitions. Suyu scanned the cabin before settling into a seat and fastening his seatbelt. He noticed that the Skrull scientist was absent, presumably having transformed into Carol Danvers to meet the arriving Yon-Rogg, thus buying time. Skrulls are shapeshifters capable of replicating their target's short-term memories, making them adept deceivers. Yet, when Talos impersonated Kal-El, he was exposed by Nick Fury due to a single slip of the tongue. Likewise, the Skrull scientist, despite Carol Danvers' support, was ultimately unmasked by Yon-Rogg and met his demise. This illustrates that, in the realm of deception, sometimes mere transformation pales in comparison to holographic projection. However, his death was not without merit. It led to Yon-Rogg notifying Ronan to bring his fleet to Earth. Consequently, Ronan witnessed the formidable Carol Danvers, who could obliterate warships with her bare hands. His desire to possess such a powerful weapon prompted his betrayal of the Kree and alliance with Thanos, ultimately leading to his demise in a dance of death orchestrated by the eccentric king of Uranus, more tragic than that of Ebony Maw. Such is the nature of a chain reaction. Suyu resolved to refrain from altering the course of history as much as possible until he obtained answers. If the answer proved affirmative, indicating that a certain individual truly existed, then minor changes could be made, but the grand trajectory remained immutable. Conversely, if the answer was negative, he could freely pursue advantageous opportunities. Above in the celestial expanse lay a silent, dimly lit galaxy. When Carol Danvers piloted the modified aircraft to the coordinates of the Marvel laboratory, they found nothing. Why was this so? It must be here. It has to be here. Talos fixated on the empty cosmos outside, growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly, Carol Danvers raised her wrist and activated a device on her attire. The cloaking mechanism was initiated. A mechanical voice emanated from the device, followed by an orange glow that surged before their eyes, flowing like a river. Moments later, a colossal Kree Empire cruiser deactivated its cloaking and materialized before them. Chapter 15. Energy Core? Cosmic Cube? Space Stone. Within the confines of the cruiser, the corridor's sensor lights illuminated one by one at the arrival of the group, who proceeded along the passageway. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. Tylrose hastily picked up a baseball from the ground, a flicker of urgency crossing his brow, prompting him to quicken his pace and lead the way. After navigating a series of turns for several minutes, they arrived at the heart of the cruiser. The sensor door slid open, allowing the group to enter in succession. What greeted their eyes was a colossal mechanical disc radiating a brilliant blue energy. Not far off stood an Earth gaming console, beside which lay a machine adorned with a blue stone emanating an ethereal glow. This was the energy core that Mywell had been researching, a coveted treasure for both the Kree and Skrull, also known colloquially as the Cosmic Cube, its true name being the illustrious Space Stone. The Devourer of Worlds nimbly leaped onto the machine, scratching at the Cosmic Cube with its claws. Is this it? The energy core. Maria Rambeau followed Carol Danvers to the Cosmic Cube, instinctively widening her eyes. In her notes, she referred to it as the Cosmic Cube. Carol Danvers observed it, reaching out to grasp it, tossing it lightly before placing it into a children's candy box offered by Maria. Ahem. Nick Fury cleared his throat a few times, his gaze falling upon a cup on the table, from which faint wisps of steam rose. There are others here. Maria Rambeau and Carol Danvers immediately grew vigilant. Suyu glanced at Nick Fury, unable to suppress his admiration for the man's keen instincts, while everyone else was engrossed in their explorations. He was the first to notice the steaming cup, realizing they were not alone. Do not be alarmed. They are Skrulls, Suyu assured, just as Tylrose threw back his head and let out a horn-like bellow. As his voice echoed, figures emerged from the shadows, cautiously stepping forward. With green heads and pointed ears, these were all Skrulls. A female Skrull, upon seeing Tylrose, called out his name and hurried over to embrace him. The other Skrulls exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued as they observed Suyu and the others drawing nearer. These Skrulls, a mix of genders and ages, were clad in human attire. The sight of Tylrose and the female Skrull embracing in a tender reunion evoked warmth, prompting a knowing smile. Interestingly, although Tylrose's wife remained nameless in the film, she had previously joined forces with Tylrose to impersonate Nick Fury and Maria Hill. collaborating with Spider-Man against Mysterio while the two were ultimately deceived by the illusionist's holographic trickery. The female Skrull beside Tile Rose turned and beckoned towards a shadowy corner, from which emerged a timid young Skrull, appearing no older than 8 or 9. This was their child. We find ourselves at a loss. As Maywire cautioned us against sending any signals under any circumstances, lest the Kree discover our location, remarked the Skrull woman. You acted wisely, she continued, casting a glance towards Su Yu and the others. Fear not, for they are my friends, the very ones who brought me here to find you, Talos gently reassured. I bear no ill will towards you. Carol Danvers approached, her heart heavy with remorse for her past actions against the Skrulls. I am truly sorry, I was unaware before. Carol, this is war, and my hands are stained as well, Talos replied, lowering his head slightly in gratitude towards Carol Danvers. But now we are here, and you have aided me in finding my family. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and raised his gaze. This is merely the beginning. There are thousands who are separated from their kin, scattered throughout the galaxy. The Kree are drawing near, and we must postpone further discussions. Suyu interjected, Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, and Maria Rambeau, please escort Talos and his people back to Earth. Carol, I shall remain with you. The group tensed at his words. And Carol Danvers offered a radiant smile towards Suyu before turning to hand the box containing the Tesseract to Nick Fury. Just as Nick reached out to take it, a creature known as the Fenris jumped forth, swatting the box from his grasp. With a clang, the box fell to the ground, its lid flung open, revealing the Infinity Stone within. Suddenly, the Fenris opened its maw, and countless tendrils emerged, seizing the Tesseract and retracting back into its depths. With a sound reminiscent of a call, the Fenris licked its claws. Nick Fury, staring at the adorably mischievous orange cat, was left momentarily dazed. What was that? Could it truly be the Fenris? We must bring it back with us, Suyu mused, convinced that the creature's intelligence surpassed that of an ordinary cat. It seemed to comprehend the significance of the Tesseract and had devoured it. Thus, to secure the Tesseract, they must return to Earth with it in tow. I must hold you now. Please, do not attack me. Nick Fury cautiously squatted down, tentatively embracing the Fenris. Thankfully, it appeared no different from a typical orange cat, still as docile as ever, which offered him a slight sense of relief. As he observed Talos gathering his kin to depart, Phil Coulson approached Suyu, whispering, What will you do once we leave? You cannot fly, can you? Suyu chuckled and patted Coulson on the shoulder. For that remark, I might consider you a friend. Now go, I shall be fine. Take care of yourself, Coulson nodded, turning to jog back to the main group. Chapter 16, The Intergalactic Strike Force at the Slaughterhouse. The Intergalactic Strike Force serves as the elite unit of the Kree Empire, with Captain Yon-Rogg holding a rank equivalent to that of Ronan, the commander of the conventional forces. Apart from Carol Danvers and Yon-Rogg, the Strike Force comprises 4 additional members, Minerva, Karath, Atlas, and Bronker. As Yon-Rogg led the interstellar team and Kree soldiers forcefully through the portal, so you quickly recognized the 4 members of the interstellar team. Blanchar, a towering figure with a bushy beard, exuded an aura of formidable strength. Atlas bore no remarkable features, appearing as an ordinary blue-skinned Kree. Suyu instantly recognized Karath, who had made an appearance in the film Guardians of the Galaxy as Ronan's subordinate, having betrayed the Kree Empire alongside Ronan. He was known by the codename the Pursuer, having crossed paths with Star-Lord in his quest for the Power Stone, only to meet his demise at the hands of Drax from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Lastly, Minerva was easily identifiable as the only female member of the interstellar team aside from Carol Danvers. Despite her blue skin, her features bore a slight Eastern resemblance, and her long, dark purple hair flowed with gentle waves, exuding an exotic charm. However, those who underestimated her based on her appearance would soon regret it, for she was the sole sniper of the interstellar team. Yon-Rogg surveyed the surroundings and spoke gravely. The Skrulls have fled, possibly taking the energy core with them. Minerva, you must deal with them and retrieve the energy core. Minerva nodded and swiftly departed. Yon-Rogg's gaze fell upon Carol Danvers in her red uniform, a frown creasing his brow. What has happened to your uniform? You have deceived me. Upon seeing Yon-Rogg, a surge of anger welled up in Carol Danvers, fueled by the realization of being deceived. A triumphant smile emerged on Yon-Rogg's face as he taunted. I have transformed you into a better version of yourself. But alas, you have been brainwashed by them. Yet, as the Supreme Intelligence decrees, what we grant you, we can also reclaim. Carol Danvers touched her neck, retorting with a smirk, have you not realized? The little thing controlling me is long gone. You cannot take away my abilities, for they were not bestowed by you. The future is on my side. A golden light began to radiate from her, and intense energy surged within her, rendering her almost divine in her brilliance. With a sudden flourish of her arms, she unleashed 2 energy blasts from her brilliant fists. Boom, boom, the explosions erupted, prompting Yon-Rogg and the interstellar team to hastily evade, while the ordinary Kree soldiers were not so fortunate, being knocked askew in the wake of the energy blasts. Karath, Atlas, and Blanchar brandished their weapons and charged forward, while Yon-Rogg's arms trembled, manifesting a swirling energy of blue and green. With a wave of his hands, debris from the ground levitated and hurtled toward Carol Danvers. A swirling white vortex rapidly unleashed beneath Suyu's palm, and in an instant, a transparent hemispherical space unfolded, encapsulating everyone within. He raised his weapon, casting a glance at Carol Danvers, who was charging toward Yong-Rog after dodging the debris, then directed his intent toward Karoth, Atlas, and Blanchar, brandishing a gleaming blade. Slaughterhouse. Whir. A series of chilling glimmers flashed by, and before Chorus, Atlas, and Blanchard could react, their bodies were mercilessly severed into disarray. Heads, torsos, and limbs lay scattered in chaos. Ack! A cry of terror erupted as they were horrified by Suyu's bizarre abilities. Yet an even greater horror loomed ahead. As Suyu's wrist subtly twisted, their dismembered parts began to whirl uncontrollably, akin to small boats caught in a tempest. It felt as though they were ensnared in a hurricane, utterly incapable of any action beyond being swept away. Crack! Suyu's wrist abruptly halted, the whirlwind ceased. And they too came to a standstill. My legs. Why are they attached to your arms? Good heavens, what are you doing here? Get away from my body. Damn it, this is my body. Your head is on my body. Their horrified shrieks drew the instinctive gaze of the battling Yolok and Carol Danvers, and even Carol, who had witnessed Suyu's powers before, was taken aback by the scene. Blanchard's legs were on Chorus' shoulders, while Atlas's arm had transformed into Blanchard's leg. Chorus' head was affixed to Atlas's neck, and Atlas's head appeared beside Blanchard's, with Chorus' body containing an extra pair of legs in place of arms and an empty neck. The reassembled parts of their bodies could only be described as a chaotic jumble, and their current appearance was utterly grotesque. Commander, Suyu commanded, controlling two deliberately unassembled arms that flew to him. These arms belonged to Chorus, still gripping two gleaming swords. He attempted to draw one of the swords, but Chorus' hand remained tightly clenched. Release it, Suyu shouted towards Chorus' head. Chorus' arms twitched violently, and his hands loosened, causing the swords to clatter to the ground. Carol. Suyu nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, sending Chorus' arms hurtling towards Carol Danvers. Boom, boom. Carol Danvers lowered her hands, and the two energy blasts obliterated Chorus' arms into fragments. What kind of monster is this? Yolok gaped at Suyu in terror, his voice trembling with fear. Chapter 17. Do you know? I am growing fonder of you. His name is Suyu, a being from Earth. No, it's impossible. I have been to Earth and met its people. They possess no such eerie and terrifying abilities. Who is he? Yolok glared at Carol Danvers, his anger boiling over. He is my dawn, the dawn of a new era. Carol Danvers smiled knowingly, and the energy blast sent Yolok flying. Bang! Yong-Roger collided with the spatial barrier, producing a crisp sound. After painfully landing, his initial reaction was not to attack, but to turn and strike the barrier with his fists. Bang! 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 Despite the forceful blows, the barrier remained utterly unyielding. Not a single crack or ripple emerged. Yong-Roger turned to gaze at Carol Danvers, who was roaring with all her might, and unleashed a fist radiating with energy towards her. Boom! With that punch, flesh and bone were sent flying. Atlas's body collapsed as Tress's head was shattered upon impact. Yong-Roger stood frozen, staring at the lifeless body of Atlas and the pulverized head of Tress. Just moments ago, it was Carol Danvers before him. How had it transformed into Astra and Tress? Instinctively, he turned to look, only to see Carol Danvers casually patting the dismembered limb of Tress, whether it was a leg or an arm, before unleashing an energy blast that obliterated him completely. Tress's arm and body were shattered by her attack, and his head crushed by Yong-Roger. Thus, Tress was entirely finished, having paid the ultimate price alongside Blanchard's leg. Boom! Boom! Two energy blasts struck Blanchard and the headless remains of Atlas in the distance. She then clapped her hands and smiled at Suyu, saying, "Well done, you two." The three members of the interstellar team, with their various combinations and strategies, had met their demise, leaving only the captain, Yong-Roger, who looked on in sheer terror and helplessness at the synchronized monstrosity of Carol Danvers and Suyu. Fuss, I am proud of you. Since the day I discovered you by the lake, you have come such a long way, but can you truly control your power? Come on, dismantle this bizarre barrier. Don't let him interfere, and let us see if you are indeed stronger, or just the same as before. I always told you that you would be ready. One day, you would defeat me on your own, and that moment has arrived. Fuss. Yong-Roger calmed himself, took a deep breath, discarded his weapon, and clenched his fists, adopting a fighting stance as he faced Carol Danvers. During the 6 years in the Kree Empire, Yong-Roger had been her mentor, training her combat skills, always forbidding her from using her powers, instead determining victory through martial prowess. Back then, Carol had been indignant, as she was the one who frequently lost. Yet Yong-Roger consistently encouraged her, assuring her that one day she would triumph over him with her own abilities. Suyu admired Yong-Roger's audacity. Even in such dire circumstances, he sought to create an opportunity for survival through words and spirit. Come on, Fuss, let him take down the barrier. Turn off your light show and prove it to me. Come on, strike me, fight me. Young Roger's fervent tone provoked Carol Danvers to abandon her advantage and engage him in hand-to-hand combat, for he knew well that she could easily be incited to anger. Boom. The energy cannon abruptly struck Yang Luoj, who had just been boastfully challenging others to confront him. He collided with the spatial barrier and fell, lacking the strength to rise again. Carol Danvers gracefully approached Yang Luoj, her demeanor light as she remarked, I have wine to enjoy and no time to prove anything to you. After all, this is my power. Carol glanced at her hand, glowing with energy, before grasping Yang Luoj's hand. With a swift motion, the spatial barrier vanished. She turned to Su Yu, who had seated himself at a nearby table, gesturing for her to come over. Hurry along, Ronan will be here soon. And he is eagerly awaiting your display of prowess. You know, I find myself growing fonder of you. Carol relished the unspoken understanding between them, smiling as she dragged Yang Luoj across the ground toward the Kree ship. She had no intention of killing him. Rather, she aimed to send him back to the Kree Empire with a message for the Supreme Intelligence, declaring that she would bring an end to it all: war, deceit, everything. As Carol prepared to use the Kree's single-person shuttle to set the coordinates for Yang Luoj's return, Su Yu busied himself with the aftermath of the battle. The ground was strewn with Kree corpses, weapons, and equipment, valuable spoils. The Kree bodies were particularly significant. After all, it was the Kree remains that had enabled Phil Coulson's resurrection. As for the weapons and equipment, once his own foundations were laid, he would surely require them to bolster security. Moreover, even if he had no immediate use for these items, they could be sold to alleviate his current financial predicament, especially since he was still awaiting funds for his hotel project. As an orphan who relied solely on himself, frugality was second nature to him, and the instinct to claim whatever he could for his own was entirely understandable. Chapter 18. The Acquisition of Dimensional Points. At last, the task was complete. Su Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, straightened his back, and patted his slightly aching waist, nodding in satisfaction at the empty surroundings. He had successfully transported all the spoils into the dimensional street. The weapons and equipment moved without a hitch, much like the previous shipment of milk and bread. But there was a minor issue with the Kree bodies. Initially, he had assumed that biological matter could not enter the dimensional street, although these beings were deceased. He later realized that it was not impossible to bring them in. It was merely restricted to one at a time. Boom, boom, boom. Sudden and violent explosions erupted one after another, the sound suggesting an external attack rather than damage to the cruiser itself. The vibrations from the cruiser indicated that the explosions were originating from outside, affecting the ship only with the shock waves of energy. Ronan. Su Yu immediately thought of Ronan's fleet. Only they could generate such a cacophony of explosions. Carol had been absent for some time, likely having discovered the arrival of Ronan's fleet, prompting her to rush out and engage the warships single-handedly. Carol Danvers excels at dismantling warships with her bare hands. Not only can she pierce through the vessels of the Kree, but even Thanos' ships cannot evade the fate of being penetrated by her formidable strength. Regrettably, I lack the expertise to operate this cruiser, and thus am deprived of witnessing Carol's magnificent display of power and Ronan's stunned expression. Su Yu gazed around at the steel walls with a tinge of regret, shaking his head as he rose to approach the cruiser's entry hatch. Carol would surely enter through there, and the starship used by the Guardians when they arrived should be docked nearby. Speaking of which, this cruiser would subsequently serve as a Skrull vessel, with Carol Danvers escorting them in search of a new homeland. What about the Guardian starship? That warrants contemplation. Although Su Yu felt his chances of embarking on interstellar travel were slim, this was a spacecraft, after all. Aside from its potential utility as an aircraft, it likely boasted advanced weaponry and stealth technology. Merely parking it near a hotel could attract business. Not to mention it could serve as his temporary abode until the hotel was completed. As he walked, a sudden thought struck him, prompting the summoning system to activate its interface. Dimensional Street System Interface. Host, Su Yu. Dimensional Points. 1. Dimensional Street Level. 1. Dimensional Ability. Surgery Fruit. Dimensional Items. None. Dimensional Creatures. 15. Dimensional Street Status. Not activated. Summon. Lottery. Activate Dimensional Street. Su Yu initially intended to check for any changes in dimensional items and creatures, only to find no alterations. Rather, the crucial dimensional points had increased from 0 to 1. How did this single dimensional point materialize? It seems I have not performed any actions that would warrant such an increase, and it likely has nothing to do with the spoils brought in. The most plausible explanation points to Feng Baobao, yet she had been present for over a day, and I had not noticed anything unusual upon her arrival. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes brightened. Over a day? Could it be related to time? It stands to reason that the acquisition of dimensional points may hinge on summoned beings remaining within the dimensional street for a full 24 hours. This seems the most rational and probable explanation. Moreover, it should not be limited to summoned creatures, since the Marvel Universe is also a dimension. Individuals from that world should similarly accrue dimensional points while residing in the dimensional street. Otherwise, the high dimensional points required for lotteries and summons would be inexplicable. not to mention the existence of upgrade mechanics for the dimensional street. If a single individual were to yield one dimensional point per day, it would take an eternity for a barren dimensional street to transform into a true dimensional street through summoned beings alone. Furthermore, the option to activate the dimensional street indicates that the rules for acquiring dimensional points will shift upon activation. This suggests that one of the benefits of activating the dimensional street is to temporarily resolve the slow accumulation of dimensional points and the limitations on the number of dimensional creatures. Suyu found it quite simple to verify the accuracy of his conjectures. All he needed to do was wait for the early hours of the morning to see if the dimensional points had increased. This would also allow him to ascertain whether the augmentation of dimensional points was calculated based on the natural day or the duration of each individual's stay. As for whether the arrival of individuals from the Marvel Universe would contribute to the increase in dimensional points, that was even more straightforward. He merely needed to send someone in and observe if the count of dimensional beings on the system panel had risen. After all, it stood to reason that the livelier a street, the better it would be. "What are you thinking about?" smiling so joyfully. Carol Danvers, upon entering, spotted Suyu nearby, his expression brimming with delight. Suyu inquired with a grin, "Did you scare Ronan away? I obliterated dozens of his fighter jets and 2 warships. If he didn't flee, he would never have the chance to leave," Carol Danvers proclaimed with formidable confidence. Suyu shrugged. "Since Ronan has fled, we should return to Earth and rendezvous with Talos and the others. How about we take the spacecraft of the Star Force back? I find it quite intriguing." Carol Danvers blinked playfully. "Or perhaps I could carry you back." Chapter 19, Trading Lives? I shall safeguard your heart. Suyu was uncertain why Carol Danvers was so eager to showcase her prowess and take him along. But he was acutely aware that he lacked her ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Thus, after declining her enthusiastic offer, the two ultimately piloted the Star Force spacecraft back to Earth, landing in the backyard of Maria Rambeau's home. Maria Rambeau, Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, and the Talos family welcomed Suyu and Carol Danvers as they descended. "Are you all right?" Carol Danvers smiled casually. "It's over. The affairs of the Star Force and Ronan have concluded. Earth is safe, and so are you." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed a piece of good news worthy of celebration, both for Nick Fury and Phil Coulson, representing S.H.I.E.L.D., and for Talos, representing the Skrulls. Suyu noticed that the other Skrulls remained aboard the aircraft and had not disembarked. Nearby, a Kree shuttle was visible, yet Minerva, who had been tasked with pursuing them, was nowhere in sight. "What about the person inside?" "I shot her, and she's temporarily confined in the house," Nick Fury noted, having observed Suyu's gaze towards the shuttle. "We had already landed when she came after us. I struck her as she jumped out." "Fortunate indeed." "Yes. I examined her weapon. Engaging her directly would likely pose a significant challenge." Nick Fury concurred thoughtfully. Suyu glanced at him. "I meant she was fortunate. She should have been destroyed along with the shuttle by Maria Rambeau during the aerial pursuit. However, since she has survived, she ought to be of greater value. Let us go see her." Nick Fury, non-committal, led the way. Upon entering the house, he pushed open the door to a particular room. In the room, Minerva lay on the ground, bound by iron chains in a manner reminiscent of a trussed horse, her shoulder marred by a gunshot wound that oozed a bluish hue. Suyu cast an odd glance at Nick Fury. "Did you bind her?" "Indeed. Lacking suitable tools, I had no choice but to employ this method to minimize her chances of escape." "Wait, why are you looking at me with that expression? Is there a problem?" Nick Fury sensed that Suyu regarded him as if he were a deviant. "Why would I look at you that way? Don't you know deep down?" Suyu exclaimed in disbelief. "I never imagined you to be such a Nick Fury. Would you consider trading for a male Kree corpse?" Suyu inquired unexpectedly. Nick Fury paused, then chuckled. "Surely a living being holds more value than a dead one, does it not? I have no intention of wasting time with you. She belongs to me, and in exchange, I offer you a male Kree corpse, along with a piece of information. This information pertains to future events, I presume?" "No. It does not. It does not. No. Should the narrative have unfolded as originally intended, S.H.I.E.L.D. would acquire the Kree corpse from this incident for preservation and study, ultimately leading to the Tahiti Project, where they would develop a special serum from the Kree remains to resurrect Phil Coulson after he was mortally wounded by Loki. However, given that the Kree corpses on the cruiser had already been secured, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. obtained Minerva for research, one corpse might not suffice for their success in concocting the serum. Deal." Nick Fury refrained from further bargaining, sensing that Suyu was not inclined to waste time on this matter. Irrespective of the truth, he was unwilling to alter the terms and had no confidence to refuse. Nor did he wish to provoke him over trivialities. "Come back to retrieve the corpse. You may leave now." Despite feeling disgruntled by Suyu's treachery, Nick Fury turned and exited, closing the door behind him. Yolog and Ronan had been defeated by Carol and returned to the Kree Empire. The rest of the Star Force had perished. "You should recognize this sword. I do not wish to squander my time on you. So you have 2 choices. Either live to guard my interests, or die to be dissected for research. One opportunity, choose wisely." Suyu pressed the sword of trellis against Minerva, patiently awaiting her decision. I do not wish to die, Minerva whispered through gritted teeth. Very well, Suyu replied, and in an instant, the space unfolded, followed by a flash of cold light as the chains binding Minerva were severed, along with her shoulder, which was cleaved into several pieces. Whoosh! A bullet shot forth from the severed shoulder segment. Despite her shoulder being sharply severed from her body, Minerva was horrified to find she felt no pain. Nor did blood flow from the wound. It was as if what had been severed was not her own arm. With a gentle wave of his hand, Suyu reassembled the dismembered shoulder, restoring it seamlessly to Minerva's body, without a trace of any mark. Minerva instinctively clenched her fist and shifted her shoulders, feeling no discomfort. The scalpel. The blade suddenly pierced Minerva's heart, and before she could react, she felt something being ripped away. As she opened her mouth to utter a sound, an overwhelming weakness washed over her. Bang! Minerva collapsed onto the ground. Your heart shall be temporarily entrusted to me. I shall return it once I deem you worthy of my trust. Suyu retracted the space, bent down to retrieve Minerva's heart, and directly entered the dimensional street. You will safeguard this heart for me. Ensure it remains undiscovered, and do not allow anyone to take it. When I require it, you shall return it to me. Suyu handed Minerva's pulsating heart to Feng Baobao, casually ruffling her hair, which resembled a bird's nest. I will bring you food later. Just hold on a little longer. Once I have settled matters outside, we can live well together. Chapter 20. A new home in a new dimension. The countryside at night was filled with tranquility and peace. Under the moonlight, only the shadows of trees were visible. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the shadows on the ground transformed into various shapes. In the distance, the bright lights within a house were faintly discernible. Beside the staircase in the dining room, Monica Rambeau was playing children's card games with Talos' son at the dining table. Maria Rambeau, the Talos couple, Nick Fury, and Phil Coulson were drinking beer and chatting. Minerva had donned human attire, wearing a pair of jeans and a white shirt, likely belonging to Maria Rambeau. She leaned against the doorframe of the dining room, her gaze occasionally drifting outside to the starship of the interstellar team. Each time her eyes fell upon it, she instinctively trembled, unable to suppress the fear that seemed to emanate from her very soul. Her heart was gone, leaving a hollow void in her chest. This was not merely a poetic description. At that moment, the position where her heart once resided bore a diamond-shaped wound that pierced through her front and back, causing her shirt to appear uneven. She was filled with rage. Yet, her anger was not directed at Suyu, who had excised her heart, but rather at Carol Danvers. Minerva had never liked Carol during her time with the interstellar team, and her disdain had only deepened. Had it not been for her, the interstellar team would not have come to Earth, and she would not have found herself here. Had it not been for her, she would not have become a captive with a heart removed, reduced from a member of the interstellar team to a mere slave guarding a household on Earth. Why? Why had she lost her dignity and freedom, becoming a heartless servant? While Carol reveled with that demon aboard the starship that rightfully belonged to the interstellar team, Minerva averted her gaze, taking a deep breath. She no longer wished to look. With each glance, her fear and resentment intensified, especially as she noticed the shadow of the ship beginning to sway on the ground, amplifying her feelings. As the moon set and the sun rose, the dawn's light banished the darkness, and brilliant rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting beams upon the grass. In the gentle embrace of an ethereal fragrance, Suyu descended from the interstellar battleship, gazing upon the expansive, vacant lawn. Basking in the warm sunlight, a subtle smile gracing her lips. When a girl is strong, a boy will lean against the wall. Suyu stretched her back. Her spirits lifted as she greeted the approaching young ladies, Monica Lumbo and Minerva, with a cheerful, "Good morning, ladies." "Good morning," Monica Lumbo replied with exuberance. "They left half an hour ago. It's just us at home now. Just the previous night, under the influence of alcohol." Carol Danvers had resolved to assist the Skrulls in finding a new home, hence Suyu understood the emptiness of the lawn signified their departure. She felt little sorrow at Carol's leaving. Although they shared an unspoken camaraderie, it had not yet evolved into deeper emotional ties. Even if she were to implore Carol to stay, Suyu believed that Carol would not linger. For aiding the Skrulls in their quest for a new abode was both her duty and her unresolved burden. Until that knot was untangled, she would not entertain other matters. This was for the best. The dimensional street was devoid of anything but land. Thus Suyu found herself without the time or energy to ponder romantic entanglements. The numerical value of dimensional points on the system panel had shifted from 1 to 2, indicating a change that occurred just prior to her exit from the ship. With a little calculation, it was evident that this mirrored the moment she summoned Feng Baobao, suggesting that dimensional beings would generate an additional dimensional point after residing in Dimensional Street for a full 24 hours. "Can you manage the house alone?" Monica Lumbo inquired, to which she nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Are you leaving?" "Indeed, I must return home. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. Though I currently possess only land and no dwelling, it remains my home. My new abode in this unfamiliar world. Once one has a home, a sense of stability emerges. Thus, when Minerva lowered the cloaked ship onto the plot of land, Suyu stood upon her own soil, an overwhelming sense of belonging washing over her. A series of spaced wooden signs enclosed the 2-hectare expanse, its ground a vibrant carpet of natural green grass. Suyu gazed at the sign proclaiming private property, no trespassing, unable to suppress a smile. Not far to the left of the land lay a vertical road, across which an entrance led into a cluster of amusement parks surrounded by flourishing flora and verdure. Exiting this area would reveal the grand entrance of the expansive Queen's Botanical Garden. To the right of the land was a soccer field, adjacent to which lay Pike Avenue and 56th Street, together encircling a rectangular block. The main entrance to this block was on Kessina Avenue, directly opposite of which was Kythena Park. Suyu's land boasted an exceptional geographical position. Both the Queen's Botanical Garden and Kythena Park were bustling locales, renowned tourist attractions that one simply could not overlook. Moreover, considering the nearby block, one could even profit immensely from selling sweet potatoes here. Speaking of sweet potatoes, it might be worth having Feng Baobao give it a try. Chapter 21. Architect Xiao Lian, while Suyu might manage the design of a house or a single building, he found himself lacking the expertise to plan an entire commercial district. Although the current project involved merely a hotel, it was inevitable that a variety of shops would eventually populate the street. Hence, the initial planning was of paramount importance. Suyu was not inclined to delay until the moment of necessity arose. He required an architect to meticulously draft the foundational layout for the entire street. Since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, Suyu had been deeply engaged in the narrative of Captain Marvel, leaving him little opportunity to gain a more profound understanding of this world. Consequently, he was unfamiliar with any architects, yet he discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. had thoughtfully addressed this need for him. After a moment of hesitation, a young woman dressed in professional attire approached him. She appeared to be in her 20s, of Asian descent, with her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of competence and intelligence. Clutching a briefcase, she halted a couple of steps away from Suyu. "Excuse me, may I inquire if this land belongs to you?" she asked politely, her expression tinged with nervousness. "Yes," Suyu replied. "Have you already devised a plan for this site?" Upon confirming ownership, a visible sense of relief washed over her. Suyu nodded, gesturing as if to outline his vision. "I intend to construct a hotel at that location, with a circular roundabout out front. This roundabout will harmoniously connect to the street on either side, which may be developed with shops, residences, or a combination thereof, depending on future circumstances." As Suyu elaborated on his plan, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She straightened her attire and earnestly extended her hand, introducing herself. "I am Xiao Yan, a freshly graduated architect." "Suyu," he replied, offering a warm smile without extending his hand to shake hers. "If you have yet to secure an architect or construction company, I would like to offer my services. Although I have just graduated, my academic performance was exemplary, and I have received awards in architectural design during my studies. I am confident that my skills can meet your expectations for the hotel's design and construction. Regarding the overall planning of the street, I can enlist the assistance of my mentor, a top designer in the industry, who would provide the planning pro bono. You may review my design and budget before deciding whether to engage my services. I seek an opportunity to prove myself and earn an income to cover my rent." Xiao Lian's earnest self-recommendation and appealing terms were compelling. "My vision for the hotel is that of a traditional Eastern wooden inn. I expect to see the design drafts in 3 days. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely. Thank you for this opportunity," Xiao Lian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she nodded vigorously. She promptly began measuring the land and recording data, diving into her work with determination. Suyu observed the industrious Zhou Lian and inquired with a smile towards the approaching Nick Fury. "Have they departed?" "Indeed, before leaving, Carol provided me with a contact number. If you find it necessary," Nick Fury offered a conspicuously modified pager. Suyu declined. "You keep it, trust me. There will come a day when you shall find it useful." Nick Fury acquiesced, carefully stowing it away, as he now regarded every utterance from Suyu regarding the future with utmost significance. "Who is she?" Nick Fury inquired curiously, gazing at Zhou Lian in the distance. "An assertive designer. Once she finalizes the blueprints and budget, the hotel construction will commence. By the way, could you assist me in opening a bank account?" Suyu casually remarked. "You lack funds," Nick Fury reminded her. Suyu glanced at the brilliant sky above and smiled. "But you possess the means. You will finance the hotel as construction, and in return, I shall accept a reasonable degree of oversight. Hand me the car keys." Suyu extended her hand towards Nick Fury. He handed over the keys, and she turned to stride towards a black Jeep parked by the roadside. Upon entering the vehicle and closing the door, she retrieved a well-preserved Kree corpse from the back seat, followed by taking a mobile phone box from the passenger seat before alighting. "Here are the keys. The Kree's body is in the vehicle. You may focus on cellular regeneration. If fortune favors you, it could enable the revival of the recently deceased." Suyu tossed the keys to Nick Fury, nonchalantly extracting cash from his wallet before returning it. "This is the payment for the phone." She waved her fingers. Nick Fury, exasperated, replied, "Shouldn't you be giving me money for taking the phone? Thus, there are no surveillance or tracking devices on it. Since you're here, spare me the chatter and promptly attend to the corpse. I shall wander nearby and procure some sustenance." Suyu waved him off dismissively and turned away. Nick Fury stared at his empty wallet, feeling a pang of despair. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have summoned Phil Coulson instead, pondering whether this expenditure could be reimbursed. Chapter 22, The Welcome Heist of S.H.I.E.L.D. Suyu had pilfered from Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D., yet both he and the agency maintained a surprisingly welcoming stance towards the heist. For it signified that Suyu had intentions. With intentions, there would be no recklessness, nor any inclination to act foolishly. Otherwise, not only Suyu but even the Kree Minerva could effortlessly amass a substantial sum. By permitting S.H.I.E.L.D. a modicum of oversight and accepting a mobile phone equipped with surveillance and tracking devices, and without exposing Zhou Lian's identity as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Suyu believed her demeanor was sufficiently amicable, thus justifying her act of theft. Zhou Lian was performing admirably. Within less than 2 days, she had presented the desired design renderings for the Inn Hotel. Although this rendering was presumably designed by professionals hired by S.H.I.E.L.D., it mattered little to Suyu, as he could not find a reliable designer himself. Accompanying the design was a budget sheet. Suyu was unaware of the costs associated with constructing an inn from the ground up, nor did he grasp the prices of most materials. However, he could comprehend numbers, and a budget exceeding $800,000 seemed substantial for building an inn in this era. Thus, when Phil Coulson presented him with a bank card, Suyu did not inquire about its balance or even take possession of it, instead instructing Jolene to accept the card and take full responsibility for the inn and the comprehensive planning and construction of the entire street. Jolene, or rather S.H.I.E.L.D., exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within half a day, the construction crew and various equipment had arrived. Watching Jolene, armed with blueprints, engage in earnest discussions with the crew about preparations for round-the-clock work, Suyu realized he could no longer remain there. Consequently, he pilfered from Phil Coulson's wallet once more and entrusted him with the care of Minerva before making his exit. Minerva's complexion rendered her temporarily unable to appear in public, confining her to recuperation aboard an invisible spacecraft. While she could endure such seclusion, Suyu could not. Therefore, he resolved to familiarize himself with the surroundings during the interim before the inn's completion, seeking to learn about the customs and culture of this era and country. Perhaps due to their shared experience of having their hearts metaphorically ripped out, Phil Coulson did not resist the task assigned by Suyu, naturally becoming the supervisor for both Suyu and Minerva. Although he was not the sole overseer, Suyu remained indifferent, much like an elephant disregarding the oversight of ants. Wolves are gentle when not hungry, and tigers are quiet when undisturbed. To Suyu, these supervisors and watchers were merely background figures, amusing when idle and useful when needed. Suyu's first destination was the nearby Queen's Botanical Garden and Flushing Meadows Corona Park. The Botanical Garden was expansive and beautiful, replete with native vegetation. A myriad of blossoms created a veritable sea of flowers, although the cherry blossoms had yet to bloom for the season. The roses in the rose garden were vibrant enough that Suyu mused that a few stolen blooms might just offset the $6 entry fee. Flushing Meadows Corona Park, as New York's second-largest park and the foremost public park, boasted an impressive array of recreational facilities. It housed a tennis center, a cricket field, the New York Hall of Science, the Queen's Museum of Art, the Queen's Theater, and the Queen's Wildlife Center, enhancing the quality of citizens' leisure time while immersing them in rich cultural experiences. After thoroughly exploring Flushing Meadows Corona Park, Suyu prepared to visit Forest Hills. Known as a prominent residential area in Queens, Suyu vaguely recalled that Spider-Man and his Aunt May resided there, according to the Marvel Cinematic Universe's timeline. He had yet to be born. Certainly, Suyu harbored no particular sentiments towards Aunt May, as she was likely enjoying a pleasant life with Uncle Ben. He had no intention of disrupting the sanctity of another's marriage. However, should Aunt May find herself single and willing in the future, he would not be averse to exploring possibilities. Perhaps, in due time, with the acquisition of temporal abilities, he might entertain even grander aspirations. He spent 3 days on the forested hill, indulging in a variety of culinary delights, familiarizing himself with the pricing and ambience of nearby hotels and inns, and even forging connections with several local Eastern immigrants, though he regrettably did not encounter Aunt May during this time. After 3 days, he exited a modest hotel room of merely 10 square meters, which exorbitantly charged $200 a night, and intended to take a different route to explore the neighborhood between Casino Park and the intersection of Pike Avenue and 56th Street. Within Casino Park lay the quaint Casino Lake, surrounded by entertainment venues. Although the overall atmosphere bore similarities to Grassland Park and the Botanical Garden, the park was bustling with cyclists and joggers, exuding a vigorous spirit of activity. Emerging from the southern end of Casina Park led directly to Casina Avenue, with Pike Avenue and the area between 56th Street just across the way. Notably, Suyu discovered that his own residence was also located on 56th Street and was surprised to find an acupuncture clinic and a baseball field nestled within this neighborhood. Given its proximity to his home, he explored the area meticulously and even stayed for 2 nights at a roadside motel. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door roused Suyu from his thoughts as he emerged from the bathroom, having just finished his shower. If he were to list the commonalities among the hotels and inns he had stayed at during these past few days, aside from their exorbitant prices and subpar conditions, it would be the nightly visits from heavily made-up women who knocked on his door, seeking a fleeting encounter with the promise of departing at dawn, provided he was willing to pay the varying prices for such rendezvous. Chapter 23. Peggy's visit. I am not interested. You may leave, Suyu called toward the door, preparing to summon Feng Baobao from the Dimensional Street for a bath. He found the Dimensional Street to be quite extraordinary, despite the absence of sun and moon. It experienced the dichotomy of day and night, with time aligning perfectly with the outside world. Although devoid of wind and air, a refreshing coolness occasionally wafted through, with no sense of suffocation. The corpse of the Kelly person had lain there for nearly a week, yet showed no signs of decay or any unpleasant odors. Rather, it was Feng Baobao's scent that was rather overpowering and warranted a thorough cleansing. Thus, during the day, he had used the remaining funds to purchase a new outfit for her, intending to present it alongside the kitchen knife he had replaced. Open the door. I believe you will find me intriguing. A woman's voice echoed from outside, sounding somewhat aged. Suyu chuckled softly as he approached the door to open it. Listen, if you're of a certain age, perhaps you shouldn't be out here. Work? While my profession may differ from what you envision, I am indeed considering retirement. The woman outside smiled warmly, exuding a commanding presence as she entered without waiting for an invitation. Suyu closed the door and observed the woman scrutinizing the room, her lips making a clicking sound. You are correct. I am indeed intrigued by you, Miss Peggy. Peggy Carter, whose full name is Margaret Peggy Carter, is a legendary agent. During World War II, she fought alongside Captain Steve Rogers against the Nazis and the Hydra leader, Red Skull. As the captain's beloved, she, in the wake of his entombment in ice and amidst the rampant sexism of her era, collaborated with Howard Stark to establish S.H.I.E.L.D. The earliest known obelisk in the Marvel Cinematic Universe was confiscated from one of Hydra's leaders, Daniel Whitehall, by her, and this obelisk became the first 084 item in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s collection. Her rapport with Howard Stark and Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, was commendable, and her niece, Sharon Carter, ultimately became Agent 13 of S.H.I.E.L.D., with Nick Fury reportedly recruited by her personally. Suyu had expressed to Nick Fury his desire to obtain answers from her, yet days had passed without any developments. He had not anticipated her visit at this moment. I have several inquiries I wish to pose. Peggy smiled as she directed her gaze towards Suyu. Although she was in her 70s, her physique appeared robust, and despite her silver hair, her eyes sparkled with vitality. I have a question as well, Suyu replied, his gaze briefly flickering to the wedding ring adorning her hand. Peggy nodded. You may ask first. Suyu shook his head. Unyielding, Peggy inquired, where do you hail from? Earth. What are your abilities? Many. It is difficult to encapsulate in mere words, but fundamentally, they should not differ much from what you might discern. One last question. Can you truly foresee the future? The first 2 questions were posed lightly, lacking substance. But the final inquiry transformed Peggy's tone and demeanor, her slightly clouded eyes fixed intently on Suyu, exuding an immense pressure that rendered one incapable of uttering falsehoods. This was the aura of one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders, capable of intimidating the faint-hearted into silence. I can. Suyu, undeterred by Peggy's hawk-like gaze, maintained a calm expression, nodding with a gentle smile. Now it is my turn. I have but one question. Did Steve Rogers marry you? Peggy's previously softened gaze shifted slightly, as she lowered her eyes to gently polish her wedding ring. Steve Rogers is deceased. My husband is someone else. Oh, Suyu replied with remarkable tranquility, as though the answer bore no significance to him, exhibiting no inclination to further pursue or validate the truth of her statement. This surprised Peggy. She had presumed that Suyu's request for Nick Fury to relay a message indicated he would pose a significant question, one of importance to him. Yet, it appeared he regarded it as a mere formality. I have obtained the answer I sought. What about you? Peggy asked. Suyu smiled, roughly the same. Peggy nodded, remarking that with age comes an inability to stay up late. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Nick Fury is a commendable individual. You may seek him if you require assistance. With that, Peggy made her way to the door, while Suyu remained stationary. A soft click echoed as Peggy opened the door, casting her gaze upon her wedding ring. In a voice barely above a whisper, she uttered, Steve is gone. But I lead a very happy life. The door gently closed behind her. Suyu smiled. Prior to meeting Peggy, he held a 60% certainty regarding that answer, which had now escalated to 80% after their encounter. Her parting words had bolstered his confidence to an astonishing 99%. To the world, Steve Rogers was indeed deceased. And he had to be. It was only through the absence of Steve Rogers, the non-existent version, that one could find happiness. With curiosity alleviated, Suyu chuckled softly and vanished from the room. Chapter 24. The simultaneous existence of two Steve Rogers. The year was 1995. In 2018, Thanos would successfully gather the Infinity Stones, and with a snap of his fingers, eliminate half of the universe's population, including some of the Avengers. By 2023, the surviving Avengers would harness Pym particles to traverse quantum space, journeying to various points in time to collect the Infinity Stones. Ultimately, Bruce Banner, now merged with the Hulk, would sacrifice an arm to enact the snap, bringing back those who had turned to dust 5 years prior. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, the Iron Man, would pay the ultimate price, reducing Thanos' army from 2014 to ashes. Following the Thanos ordeal, Steve Rogers was tasked with returning the Infinity Stones to their original timelines to prevent the creation of new timelines. However, upon completing this mission, he did not reappear at the quantum tunnel. Instead, he was found sitting on a nearby bench, his hair now white, aged yet content. As he bestowed his emblematic shield upon Falcon, he had lost a shield but gained a ring. Regarding the reasons behind Steve Rogers' aging and his change in location, Suyu speculated that after returning the stones, he did not utilize Pym particles to return to his original timeline. Rather, he traversed to the timeline following his own icy entrapment. He then revealed the truth to Peggy, danced the dance they had promised, married her, and fathered children, quietly observing as all events unfolded naturally according to their original course. It was only upon defeating Thanos and returning the stones that he calculated the perfect moment to reappear. The super soldier serum could awaken him after decades of cryostasis, yet it could not withstand the ravages of time. It does not grant true immortality. Thus, he aged, and a ring adorned his finger. Consequently, he did not appear at the quantum tunnel, but chose instead to rest on that nearby bench. This absence of detailed information regarding Peggy's husband throughout the Marvel Cinematic Series, where only photographs of Peggy and her children existed, devoid of any family portrait that included her husband, was because her spouse was Steve Rogers. He could not partake in any actions that would disrupt the original timeline. Hence, he must remain non-existent. If this is indeed the case, then there exist two Steve Rogers simultaneously in the present. One is a pedestrian Steve Rogers who has traveled back from the future to live incognito with Peggy, while the other remains encased in ice, yet to be retrieved. When the frozen Steve Rogers is eventually salvaged and awakens, he will partake in the Battle of New York alongside the Avengers, confront Ultron, endure the Civil War, and face Thanos. Ultimately, he will traverse time to return the Infinity Stones, only to journey once more to seek Peggy. At this juncture, the pedestrian Captain America will emerge, and the recently time-traveled Captain will choose to become a mere bystander, thus establishing a temporal loop, an intricate M-bias strip. Your future will transform into your present, and your present will revert to your past. The reason Suyu seeks answers from Peggy is that the aforementioned scenario necessitates several crucial conditions. Firstly, the pedestrian Captain America returning to the past must refrain from any actions that could disrupt the flow of time, avoiding any butterfly effects. Otherwise, a new timeline would emerge, preventing him from aging naturally to pass the shield to Falcon, as this would constitute an entirely distinct timeline. Even if the narrative does not deviate significantly, the Falcon he encounters will not be the one from his original timeline, but a Falcon from a new timeline with similar experiences. Although they may appear indistinguishable, from the perspective of time and timelines, they are fundamentally different. This should not be a cause for concern, as no one knows the true identity of Peggy's husband, nor is there any evidence left behind. Therefore, even if the pedestrian Captain America were to be with Peggy, it would not result in any significant impact. If a closed-loop paradox were to form, it is conceivable that Peggy's husband and the father of her children might have originally been him. Secondly, there is Iron Man's snap. He sacrificed his life to turn the forces of Thanos, who had traveled from 2014, to ashes. If Thanos were to perish, then in 2014, Thanos would not exist, nor would the snap event, signifying the creation of a new timeline. Consequently, the pedestrian Captain America would be unable to hand the shield to Falcon on the bench, as the entire plot of Avengers, Infinity War and Avengers, Endgame would not unfold, rendering them non-existent. Since the pedestrian Captain America successfully passed the shield to Falcon in the film, it implies that Iron Man's snap did not annihilate Thanos, but rather erased the memories of Thanos and his forces, returning them to their original timeline. This ensures the validity of Captain America's time loop and guarantees that no new timeline has been created. While Suyu has yet to comprehend the origin of the shield given to Falcon, the recent act of Peggy polishing her ring and her parting words, suggesting that Steve has indeed passed away, yet she is content, indicate that there are indeed two Steve Rogers in this world. Thanos' efforts seem utterly futile. Suyu, reflecting on Thanos' ultimate fate, couldn't help but shake his head, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the bathroom. The The sound of water trickling faintly echoed as Feng Bao was taking a shower inside. A little over 10 minutes ago, Suyu brought Feng Bao out of the dimensional street, teaching her how to use the bathing facilities. After all, it would be unreasonable to expect a memory-lost beggar to master life skills and common knowledge merely by observation. In Chapter 25, titled Dimensional Inn and Dimensional Street, we encounter individuals who typically appear quite disheveled, dressed casually, with a slight hunch and unkempt long hair, lacking any semblance of femininity. Yet, after a simple grooming, they can transform into enchanting beauties, their inherent allure as long-haired sirens undeniable. Indeed, this description pertains specifically to Feng Bao. As Suyu watched Feng Bao emerge in her new attire, he felt momentarily blinded by her unassuming yet striking transformation. The contrast between her appearance before and after washing was astonishing. She was, despite the plainness of the loose-fitting sportswear he had chosen, in a somewhat drab gray, unable to conceal her remarkable figure. With her exquisite features, fair complexion, and tall stature, Suyu believed she required no elaborate adornments. Merely maintaining a clean and poised demeanor sufficed to render her a true beauty. Gesturing for her to sit beside him, Suyu took the towel from her hands to gently dry her still damp hair. Feng Bao remained motionless, allowing him to attend to her, her deep black eyes gradually narrowing in relaxation. "How delightful," she murmured. The phrase, "be sure," conveys a sense of comfort, satisfaction, or authenticity. Hearing Feng Bao earnestly utter a phrase in the Sichuan dialect caused Suyu to chuckle, his hands shaking slightly in amusement. "As long as you find it delightful, that's sufficient. Someone is currently helping me establish the inn, and once it is completed, it shall be our home and livelihood. By the way, do you know what an inn is? It provides rooms for guests to stay in, and in return, they pay us money, which we can use to buy food. Even though I summoned you here, you cannot expect to live without contributing. In the future, a blue-skinned individual will manage the front desk, while you will be responsible for housekeeping. I will procure a shovel for you. If anyone misbehaves, you can dig a hole and bury them. Furthermore, I am planning to get you a professional oven so you can attempt selling roasted sweet potatoes, a unique Eastern delicacy. There are no vendors selling this among the local Asians, and I am certain these Westerners, who have never encountered such fare, would be eager to try it. Additionally, whenever there is free time, I will teach you some things." A gentle snore interrupted Suyu's chatter, prompting him to soften his movements as he continued drying her hair. He only laid her down once her hair was nearly dry, cradling her with utmost care, observing her instinctively curl up like a shrimp. He was reminded of the newly arrived orphans at the orphanage, their sleeping forms remarkably akin to Feng Bao's. The night was silent, and the two foreigners slept soundly. As dawn broke and the sun ascended, after enjoying a simple breakfast provided by the motel and completing their morning routines, Suyu returned Feng Bao to the dimensional street, checked out, and headed home. With the collective effort of hundreds of workers diligently laboring day and night, the inn was nearly complete. Suyu stood at the entrance of the inn, gazing appreciatively at the two-story wooden structure reminiscent of a traditional courtyard house, nodding slightly in satisfaction. The overall construction of the inn was nearly complete, featuring 8 guest rooms, 2 kitchens, 2 dining areas, a lounge, and a small reception room, excluding the proprietor's personal quarters. The 7 guest rooms comprised a family loft suite, a scenic family loft room, a luxurious double room, a lavish suite, 2 standard rooms, and a single suite. The standards for the rooms were based on the design plans, although modifications were permissible. Some exterior design elements and arrangements remained unfinished. Yet the plumbing and electrical installations were complete. I utilized fast-drying and non-toxic paint for the interiors, so if you wish, you may move in immediately. As Qiao Lian guided Suyu on a tour, she elaborated on the amenities. The appliances, kitchenware, and internet services had all been installed and arranged. The remaining tasks involved completing the courtyard's water feature and some landscaping, which would likely take 1 to 2 days. Furthermore, the foundational construction of the entire street was underway. Even if you currently have no further building plans, I will retain the blueprints, allowing for convenient future construction along the designated lines without the need for extensive rework. Xiao Lian concluded, stating that it would take no more than 3 days to achieve full completion. "Thank you for your hard work. I am quite satisfied," Suyu remarked. Patting Xiao Lian on the shoulder, he casually instructed, "The inn's entrance lacks a sign. Please create a plaque for the Dimensional Inn, and also establish a 2-car width entrance according to the location, along with a street sign for Dimensional Street." Xiao Lian nodded in agreement before naturally inquiring, "Does the name Dimensional Inn and Dimensional Street hold any special significance?" "Indeed," Suyu replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. "If you divulge your full name, I shall reveal its meaning." "Melinda Qiao Lian, that is my full name," she responded, casting a glance at Suyu. Surveying his surroundings, Suyu smiled warmly. "The meaning is quite simple, because I like it." Chapter 26. Melinda May's mission. Melinda May had anticipated a more insightful answer from Suyu, as a name like Dimensional Inn and Dimensional Street suggested the potential for gleaning useful intelligence. Yet, she was taken aback by his seemingly frivolous response. Because I like it? What sort of answer was that? Surely, even a preference must have its reasons. Initially, Melinda May's task was to install surveillance equipment while constructing the inn, gathering as much information on Su-yu as possible. However, she received a call from her mentor the previous night, instructing her to dismantle the surveillance devices and to maintain her role as an architect, striving to cultivate a genuine friendship with Su-yu. Melinda May remained uncertain about her instructor's motivations for altering the task's parameters. However, having encountered mentors from the tender age of 7 and received rigorous training, she had ascended to the status of a legendary novice agent by 17, thus unconditionally accepted the new mission directive, engaging with the target and fostering a friendship. Elements well embedded in her agent training were tasks she had consistently mastered with near-perfect scores. Consequently, she perceived the assignment as far from arduous. "Sir, may I request a favor?" Melinda hesitated, not probing into the significance of his name, instead articulating with a hint of discomfort, "May I temporarily reside here?" "My landlord, certainly." Su-yu interjected before she could elaborate on her reasons. Taken aback, she instinctively inquired, "Aren't you curious about the rationale?" Su-yu shrugged, "That is your affair. It bears no relevance to me. The inn is newly established and requires patrons, so I can allow you to stay here free of charge until the rooms are fully occupied. However, prior to that, you must assist me. Thank you. I shall diligently work for you until I secure my next position." Though Melinda's intention for residing there was to surveil or gather intelligence on him, Su-yu remained unfazed. Her recent encounter with Peggy had sufficiently convinced her to retain a familiar presence for ongoing observation, as her ability to foresee the future rendered her capable of influencing the temporal continuum. Thus, rather than replace her with an unfamiliar agent, it was more prudent to keep Melinda, someone she found agreeable. Moreover, the completion of the inn did not guarantee a flood of visitors. Promotion and outreach required manpower, and managing an inn was no trivial endeavor. The success or failure of the inn's business not only affected profitability, but also the acquisition of dimensional points. Su-yu harbored no illusions that a newly opened establishment would attract a throng of patrons, even with its unique ambience and prime location. Therefore, he resolved to initiate the dimensional street while hundreds of workers were still present, aiming to harvest a substantial quantity of dimensional points. The initial decision not to activate it during construction stemmed from the presence of numerous agents from S, H, I, E, L, D, and Hydra among the workers, as there was no suitable accommodation for them within the inn. Even if there had been, the inexperienced Feng Baobao would have posed a complication. With the abilities of the surgery fruit and her so-called foresight, Su-yu was not yet prepared to unveil the dimensional street or his capacity to summon beings from other dimensions. As he watched Melinda depart to retrieve her belongings, Su-yu meandered towards the botanical garden, seizing the opportunity to enter the dimensional street and bring Feng Baobao out. "I am taking you to our inn, where there are many people at present. Pay them no mind. If anyone inquires about your name, say you are Feng Baobao. If they ask about your identity, claim you do not remember and that I found you in the park. Do you understand?" Su-yu instructed Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao nodded, acknowledging the situation. She understood that most people here looked different from them. There were Caucasians, African Americans, and even a blue person. "Do not exhibit too much astonishment," she advised. Upon arriving at the inn, she would arrange a room for him, where he could temporarily store his belongings from the street, ensuring that no one entered or learned of their presence. Su-yu reiterated the potential circumstances to Feng Baobao several times, then guided her through the park for half an hour to help her acclimatize to the new surroundings before returning to the inn. "Oh, I heard you returned, but found that you had gone out again." Phil Coulson unexpectedly emerged as Su-yu and Feng Baobao approached the inn, a garbage bag in hand. Presumably just having fed Minerva. "Did you take a stroll in the park? Is there something you need from me?" Phil Coulson nodded, his gaze curiously landing on the unfamiliar Feng Baobao. "Who is she?" "I found her in the park. There seems to be something amiss," Su-yu remarked, pointing to his head. "Found her?" Phil Coulson expressed disbelief, as this was his first encounter with someone being found in a park. "Hello, what is your name?" Phil Coulson inquired of Feng Baobao. She appeared not to hear him, her large eyes blinking without any change in expression. Noticing her lack of response, Phil Coulson asked again. "Ahem, hello, what is your name?" This time, Feng Baobao finally reacted, her brows furrowing as if deep in thought. After a lengthy pause, she replied, "I am Feng Baobao." "Feng Baobao, do you know where your family is? Or is there any way to contact them?" Phil Coulson, unconcerned by her peculiar name or that she spoke in Chinese, simply needed her to understand English, as he could manage basic Chinese. "Family." Su-yu's brow furrowed with tension as he glanced at Feng Baobao. However, she did not display any eager anticipation of whether Phil Coulson recognized her family, nor did she exhibit any special reaction to the mention of family. Instead, she reverted to her initial expressionless demeanor, speaking in a tone that seemed rehearsed. "I do not remember. I was picked up from the park by him." Chapter 27. The initial encounter between Feng Baobao and Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson glanced at Su-yu, continuing to question Feng Baobao. "Do not be anxious. Think carefully about why you were in the park. Who were you with? Rest assured, I am not a bad person. I wish to help you. I am Feng Baobao. I am already aware of your name, but I hope you can provide me with some clues so that I may assist you. I do not remember. I was picked up from the park by him. I already know that. I would like to know if you can recall anything else. I am Feng Baobao. All right. I understand, but I do not remember. I was picked up from the park by him. Phil Coulson cast a disheartened glance at the chuckling Suyu. Regardless of what he said, Feng Baobao merely echoed, I am Feng Baobao. I do not remember. I was picked up from the park, repeating these two phrases. Initially, Suyu harbored concerns that Feng Baobao might be led astray by Coulson, who, although still a novice agent, could easily mislead her. Otherwise, he would not have reiterated his instructions so fervently. However, those worries dissipated as he had overlooked a crucial factor, language. Since his arrival in this world, Suyu had seemingly acquired fluency in English, conversing effortlessly with Coulson, Nick Fury, and Carol Danvers in their native tongue, both speaking and comprehending with an ease akin to that of a mother tongue. In contrast, his exchanges with Feng Baobao were conducted in Chinese, a transition so seamless that he neglected the issue of language entirely. Presently, Feng Baobao did not comprehend English at all. She had not grasped what Coulson was articulating and was merely reciting Suyu's earlier instructions verbatim. Coulson's initial inquiry pertained to her name, while Feng Baobao could not understand. She responded with her name, leading Coulson to mistakenly believe she understood English. Their communication was akin to a conversation between a chicken and a duck. What do you intend to do? Coulson asked Suyu, unable to engage with Feng Baobao. Should I handle this? Given SHIELD's capabilities, uncovering Feng Baobao's identity and locating her family should not pose a challenge, assuming she truly belonged to this world and had genuinely become separated from her relatives. Suyu gently patted Feng Baobao's head and smiled. There is no need for that. I plan to arrange for her to stay at an inn, where she can assist with some chores and have shelter from the elements, ensuring she does not go hungry. Moreover, the inn is not far from the park, making it easier for her family to find her if they're searching. That sounds reasonable. Coulson nodded in agreement. By the way, I came to inquire about the ship and Minerva's arrangements, and also to ask if you would be willing to adopt a cat. A cat? You mean a devourer? Suyu remarked with a hint of mischief. Has Nick Fury still been blinded by it? I had already warned him that his sight would be lost. Talos also informed him that it is not merely an orange cat, but one of the terrifying creatures of the universe, a devourer. How could he not heed such warnings? Coulson awkwardly cleared his throat. That was a rather unfortunate incident. Let us return to the topic of cats. I am in need of a vehicle, Suyu replied. Looking at him meaningfully, Coulson was taken aback. Isn't that a bit excessive? To my knowledge, you have already robbed us numerous times. My wallet has been pilfered by you twice. I shall make sure to rob Nick Fury once more during his next visit, so you will no longer feel a sense of imbalance. Suyu laughed. I feel no imbalance, Coulson retorted. Let us move on. What about the ship and Minerva? He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that rather than waste time explaining, it would be wiser to refrain from bringing his wallet when visiting Suyu in the future. Indeed, he had come unarmed this time. When the spaceship disengages from its cloaking state, it will position itself near the inn to attract patrons. After all, few are aware that it is indeed a genuine spacecraft. As for Minerva, she will serve as the inn's receptionist. Her appearance is quite appealing and can serve as a promotional asset for the establishment. Is this advisable? What if? There is no what if. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will find themselves buried. I have the final say on this street, Suyu remarked, patting Feng Baobao on the shoulder. Is this truly appropriate? Such matters should not be within her purview. The tidy Feng Baobao is quite beautiful, appearing youthful. Yet there seems to be a question regarding her mental acuity. It is uncertain whether she can discern right from wrong. Phil Coulson instinctively shook his head at the thought of Suyu potentially coaxing the oblivious Feng Baobao into burying someone. Suyu chuckled softly. Phil Coulson truly embodied the essence of a good-natured agent of SHIELD. If he were to discover that burying people was Feng Baobao's most renowned and adept skill, one could only imagine his reaction. Coulson departed. Although he was the supervisor for Suyu and Minerva, he would not linger here except to feed Minerva. This time, he had benefited from Suyu's influence, elevating his level of authority akin to Nick Fury. Theoretically, they were now equals, yet from the perspective of experience and talent, Suyu surmised that despite their current parity, their relationship would likely revert to one of hierarchy in the future. After all, character ultimately determines success. Chapter 28, Dimensional Street, Commencement. The entire inn is structured in a square shape, with 3 guest rooms, a dining area, a kitchen, and a lounge located on the ground floor, sharing a common area with the reception. Above, the square's upper level features a small meeting room, along with the kitchen and dining area, while the remaining 5 rooms are distributed on the left and right sides, as well as the lower floor. Upon entering the inn's grand entrance, one finds 2 wooden staircases leading to the second floor, one at the far left of the central area and another closer to the right. These staircases conveniently allow guests residing on the second floor to select the most direct route to ascend or descend based on their room's location. Suyu opted for the centrally located room on the lower floor. From a spatial perspective, any guest entering the inn must pass beneath his room. His choice was devoid of ulterior motives. Rather, it was made with the anticipation that once Dimensional Street is developed, he could gaze down upon the entire stretch from his front window. Well, gaze down might be an exaggeration, as the inn is not particularly tall, but he would certainly have a panoramic view of Dimensional Street. Feng Baobao's room was arranged next to his, on the left side. Designated as a family loft suite, one of the most upscale rooms within the inn. Upon entering, one is greeted by a set of wooden chairs and a tea table, with a rather sizable and valuable LCD television perched on the opposite cabinet, followed by 2 single beds, with the restroom situated at the far end of the room. To the left is the staircase leading to the loft, which features a large bed, a television cabinet, and yet another LCD television. While bed linens and similar items have yet to be purchased, the room already exudes an antique charm and distinctive character. Although the air was permeated with a faint, peculiar odor, it was not overwhelming. Simply opening the windows would soon disperse it. From now on, this will be your room. Take a look around while I return to the Dimensional Street to fetch some items, Suyu said to Feng Baobao before stepping into the Dimensional Street. Once activated, the Dimensional Street would bind and overlap with the reality, and its rules would similarly intertwine. Suyu was uncertain where his belongings and the corpses of the Kree would materialize upon the opening of the Dimensional Street. To be prudent, he resorted to the most laborious method of transferring everything piece by piece, placing it all in the attic of the room. The sight of the Kree bodies arranged as if they were wax figures was indeed somewhat chilling. It seemed prudent to arrange for a basement or a large vault. For leaving them here felt rather unsettling. Dimensional Street, activate, Suyu declared, opening the window to observe the bustling crowd outside, then summoned the system panel to initiate the Dimensional Street. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, announcing, Dimensional Street successfully activated. Suyu glanced at the system panel. Dimensional Street System Panel Host, Suyu Dimensional Points, 8. Dimensional Street Level, 1 Dimensional Ability, Surgical Fruit Dimensional Items, Non-Dimensional Creatures, 15, before activation, 101,100, after activation, Dimensional Street Status, 3030. Summon, Lottery. Activate Dimensional Street. The 30, in the Dimensional Street status likely represented days, which was easy to comprehend. The fluctuation in the number of dimensional creatures was intriguing, distinguishing between pre-activation and post-activation figures, with the upper limit post-activation being 100. It was unclear whether this was fixed or could be enhanced by upgrading the Dimensional Street level. The 101 before activation presumably indicated the number of creatures within the Dimensional Street. However, estimating the crowd outside, it was evident that there were certainly more than 100. Thus, any excess beyond the limit would likely not be counted. The reason for the figure being 101 was likely because the summoned creatures did not contribute to the post-activation limit of the dimensional creatures. It seems the system does not regard me as a human. Suyu mused whimsically, his heart brimming with joy. While the precise alterations to the rules for acquiring dimensional points post-activation remained unclear, it was reasonable to assume that the points generated by individuals would exceed those before activation or that the acquisition time would diminish. Even under the previous rules, 100 individuals could yield 100 dimensional points daily, which meant he could summon or participate in a lottery each day. As his venture commenced, amidst numerous challenges, the most pressing need was for personnel, individuals endowed with various abilities, preferably those who could assist the inn. Thus, in the short term, Suyu intended to utilize his dimensional points for summoning. As for the elevation of the Dimensional Streets level, given the current circumstances, there is no urgency. Although the lottery is appealing, the surgical fruit can be wielded even by Carol Danvers, indicating that it is sufficiently effective for the time being. Moreover, the unpredictability of the prizes in a cross-dimensional lottery diminishes its cost-effectiveness. The summoning of dimensional beings stands as the most advantageous option at present. Even if the summoned entities are utterly feeble, they can still provide dimensional points each day. The opening of the Dimensional Street was remarkably tranquil, occurring without a sound or any forewarning. Should there be an abundance of dimensional points in the future, encountering troublesome foes outside could warrant the activation of the Dimensional Street, taking advantage of its divine laws to ensnare them. While Suyu was lost in thought, a sudden cacophony of anguished screams erupted outside. Upon glancing out, he beheld at least a dozen workers writhing on the ground in torment. Chapter 29. Those who flee shall be struck down. The Dimensional Street exists as an independent alternate dimension where the host wields absolute authority. Within this realm, one is ageless and immortal. Any creature harboring thoughts or actions of betrayal against the host will face punishment. Suyu recalled this lesson vividly from his initial entry into the Dimensional Street during the introductory tutorial. Just as he contemplated the potential of utilizing the Dimensional Street's divine laws against formidable adversaries, he witnessed a dozen individuals collapse, convulsing as they fell victim to the unforeseen consequences. How ironic. Suyu was acutely aware that the construction crew included agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. The previous extraterrestrial incident was certainly not a secret among S.H.I.E.L.D.'s upper echelons. If they were informed, it implied Hydra was also aware. With Carol Danvers escorting the Skrulls off Earth and the Kree nearly extinct, it was audacious for him, possessing unique abilities and foresight, to establish a tavern on Earth. Recruiting the last remaining Kree. It would be peculiar if S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra did not seize the opportunity to embed their operatives. Others aside, Phil Coulson and Melinda May were operating both overtly and covertly. Yet, Suyu remained unfazed. The surgical fruit, foresight, Minerva, Kree corpses, Kree weaponry, and the interstellar fleet ships. Any one of these would be enough to pique the interest of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. He held no illusions that they would relinquish their ambitions. Indeed, he would likely act similarly. However, despite having consented to their relatively moderate supervision, the emergence of detrimental thoughts among a dozen or more individuals was quite intolerable. A cold smile crept across Suyu's face. "Bauer, follow me." He turned, retrieving Tlass's energy sword, unsheathing it, and stepped through the door. Feng Bauer nodded and silently trailed behind him. As they exited the tavern, the anguished cries of the writhing individuals seemed to intensify. Suyu picked up a shovel from a nearby pile of tools and handed it to Feng Bauer. His expression grim as he approached the commotion. "What has transpired? Why are there so many convulsing all of a sudden? I don't know. Could they be having a fit? It is inconceivable. Even in a fit of madness, such a multitude could not simultaneously succumb to insanity. Swiftly, call for an ambulance." The workers, in a chaotic uproar, exchanged anxious words. Some fervently sought to summon aid, while others busied themselves with examinations, and a few stood paralyzed by fear. Among them, there were certainly agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, yet since they had not intervened, Suyu had no intention of pursuing the matter further. The sight of Suyu wielding his sword, with Feng Bao brandishing a shovel, gradually silenced the surrounding clamor. The workers were oblivious to the cause of the commotion, yet they discerned the grim expression etched upon Suyu's face. His piercing gaze swept over them, and those who met his eyes instinctively recoiled, seeking to distance themselves. The instinct to avoid peril is innate. Those unaware of Suyu's identity hesitated to step forward, while those who were aware dared not show themselves at all. "Keep your eyes on them. Should anyone dare to flee, I shall ensure they suffer." Suyu's chilling tone sent shivers down their spines. Even the slowest among them could perceive that calamity was imminent, and a significant crisis loomed. "Understood," Feng Bao replied expressionlessly, her shovel poised as she scrutinized those present. A charming young girl, devoid of expression, held her shovel in a manner suggestive of imminent violence. This stark contrast was, indeed, more unnerving. Suddenly, without warning, a piercing sound resonated as Suyu's sword plunged into the heart of a man who appeared to be in his 40s. His body convulsed, and his agonized cries abruptly ceased, his eyes reflecting a tumult of pain, fear, horror, shock, and disbelief. The man seemingly had not anticipated that Suyu would take his life, nor did he expect such a fate in this context, especially without a word of inquiry or forewarning. Not only had he failed to foresee this, but the others present were equally taken aback. As Suyu nonchalantly withdrew his sword from the man's heart, some collapsed in terror, others stood frozen, while a few wore expressions of astonishment and vigilance, and some screamed in sheer panic. "Someone has been killed. Run, flee at once." A voice, desperate and frantic, pierced the air, prompting 3 individuals to bolt towards the distant intersection. Bang! The shovel collided violently with the back of one man's head, blood spraying forth as he crumpled to the ground. Swish! The sound of air being sliced through echoed as Feng Bao, at a speed almost unattainable by humans, swiftly caught up with the second individual. She raised her shovel and brought it down. The shovel, devoid of any finesse, dispatched the second man with ease. Emotionless, Feng Bao pursued the third individual without a moment's pause. Her moral compass was skewed, rendering her incapable of comprehending the ethical codes of ordinary individuals. All she understood was that Suyu treated her kindly, providing her with food and clothing, and even tending to her hair. Suyu had assured her that as long as she unconditionally obeyed his every command and harbored no thoughts of escape, he would one day take her to reunite with her family. She had made a promise. Promises must be kept. Suyu declared that if anyone dared to flee, she would strike them down mercilessly. With a sudden bang, a deafening gunshot shattered the air, and amidst the stillness of the crowd, one individual, with a serious expression and formidable presence, aimed and fired at Feng Bao. The shot was unexpected and remarkably precise. His wrist and arm showed no tremor, clearly indicating a seasoned marksman. Yet, the bullet did not find its mark. Just as it sliced through the air towards Feng Bao's back, she seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, abruptly ducking as the bullet grazed her hair. Unhindered by this near miss, she seamlessly pursued the third person. Wielding a shovel to strike him down, her focus and determination unwavering, as if she had not just narrowly escaped death. Chapter 30. Mind your own business until menopause arrives. Evasion of bullets is hardly an extraordinary feat. In most gunfights, the ratio of fired bullets to hits is exceedingly low. However, in an open space, particularly at close range, the act of dodging bullets while running in a crouched position becomes a daunting spectacle. The shooter, confident in his marksmanship, found that confidence shattered as Feng Bao casually trampled over it with her raw skill. Observing her calm, expressionless demeanor sent a chill down his spine, compelling him to instinctively raise his weapon and fire off the entire magazine. Swish! With a glint of cold steel, Suyu dashed forth, swinging her sword in a horizontal arc. The blade met flesh with a sickening thud, crimson blood seeping from the pristine neck of her target. The finger poised on the trigger had no time to act before the man's head began to detach, rolling to the ground and coming to rest, face up, revealing the terror etched upon his features. Suyu, satisfied, flicked the blood from her sword, the blue energy emanating from the blade shimmering brilliantly. It must be said that the weaponry of the Kelly people is exceptionally sharp, enhanced not only in its cutting ability and destructive power, but also in lessening the user's exertion. Without the necessary release of space, Suyu would not have had the capacity to execute such a clean beheading. Fleeing will result in death. Causing a commotion will result in death. Remaining standing will result in death. Suyu's gaze, fierce and cold, bore down on those present as she articulated her 3 decrees of death. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the area she surveyed was filled with a mass of kneeling figures. Do you wish to die? Suyu narrowed her eyes, fixing her cold stare on the only middle-aged man who had yet to kneel. No, I do not wish to die. John Garrett slowly lowered himself to his knees, hands clasped atop his head. As he sank to the ground, Suyu turned her attention towards the dozen or so individuals still twitching in fear. After the opening of Dimensional Street, the laws of God should not restrict the comings and goings of non-summoned beings. However, should any thoughts or actions arise that betray or are detrimental to him, punishment will ensue until such thoughts or actions cease. Their continued convulsions indicate that they have not relinquished their malevolent intentions. For those who wish harm upon him, Suyu harbors no semblance of mercy. He is neither a deranged villain who relishes in murder for amusement, nor is he a naive do-gooder who would tolerate threats against himself. Why do others dare to bully you? It is because you are magnanimous. When they err, you easily forgive, shedding tears, and your heart softens instantly. Do not speak of pity for the weak. In any world, the weak are destined to be trampled by the strong. One must either be trampled or grow strong. Suyu understood this principle during his time in the orphanage, which is why he pays no heed to the apologies and pleas of those convulsing before him, mercilessly reaping their lives with each strike, ensuring they vanish from this world along with their lies. What is happening? Suyu, please stop. Phil Coulson cautiously approached, cradling the devourer. Help, save me. One of the individuals at Suyu's feet, upon seeing Coulson, exclaimed in desperation. With a swift thrust, Suyu plunged his sword into the man's chest, turning to face the astonished and enraged Coulson. What on earth has transpired? Why have you killed so many? Coulson demanded, recognizing several familiar faces among the fallen. Why should it concern you? Though these individuals were affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., their true allegiance to either S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra was uncertain. Perhaps there existed genuine S.H.I.E.L.D. agents among them. Yet they were likely not aligned with Coulson. Coulson, being acquainted with Nick Fury, would not covertly conspire against him, especially considering that their elevated authority did not grant them the foundation or power to orchestrate such matters. As for Melinda May and Peggy Carter, neither would engage in such imprudent actions. One was his architect, and the other was privy to his greatest secret. Quite frankly, before having absolute assurance, they would only employ conciliatory measures. Thus, these individuals were either Hydra operatives or members of other factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. Why does it not concern me? You have suddenly taken lives in broad daylight. Have you considered the consequences? Have you thought about how to manage the aftermath? Suyu, we are friends, are we not? I believe you are not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. If there were reasons, why could you not wait for me to arrive and handle it? Now so many are dead, and there are numerous witnesses. How am I to clean up this mess? Why should it concern me? Phil Coulson's heartfelt emotions found no resonance with Suyu as he drew his sword, advancing towards the last remaining individual, still convulsing. Suyu. Phil Coulson brandished his firearm, its muzzle pointed at the ground, shouting in an urgent fury, "Do not force my hand. You know I cannot stand idly by while you commit murder. I simply cannot." The fury of the powerless was utterly futile. Coulson, you're not even past your prime. Mind your own business. Suyu retorted, I hope you comprehend that I do not need to manage my temper. What I require is for others to manage themselves and not provoke me. With a swift thrust, Suyu plunged his energy sword into the heart of the last man. Chapter 31. Your blatant lies. Does my belief even matter? As he witnessed the defiant Su Yu, unwavering in his actions, Phil Coulson, unable to intervene in time, angrily waved his arms and exclaimed a curse. He promptly retrieved his phone, hastily reporting the situation. Once he ended the call, he stormed towards Su Yu, angrily handing over the devouring beast. I'll handle the aftermath. You and Feng Bao must go inside. Damn it. Once I finish cleaning up your mess, you must tell me exactly what transpired. Bauer, Su Yu called, passing the energy sword to Feng Bao, who approached with an impassive expression and a shovel. Then, he extended his hand towards Coulson. No one is to leave without my permission, and I require the car keys. Damn it. Phil Coulson grumbled as he handed over 2 car keys to Su Yu, gesturing towards a nearby black vehicle, before striding towards the kneeling individuals, brandishing his credentials. Given that Su Yu and Feng Bao had killed a dozen individuals in front of numerous witnesses in broad daylight, the aftermath would typically be disastrous. However, given the implications for SHIELD, the circumstances were entirely different. There were no sirens blaring, no police presence. The tranquil afternoon remained undisturbed. The bodies on the ground had vanished, the bloodstains erased, and the faint metallic scent of blood gradually dissipated in the gentle breeze. The workers resumed their tasks. Their earlier fear not entirely extinguished, yet they worked with renewed vigor. Occasionally, one would steal a glance towards the inn, only to quickly avert their gaze, as if scorched, and return to their labor. Su Yu and Feng Bao lounged on the threshold of the inn, basking in the sunlight, as if they had not just cruelly pierced the hearts of so many, nor were they the ones to bludgeon 3 to death with a shovel. Meow? The devouring beast nestled in Su Yu's arm, its golden fur remarkably sleek from affectionate strokes. When Phil Coulson beheld this scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he glanced at the trembling workers, still gripped by fear, then turned to observe the relaxed Su Yu, lazily petting the cat, alongside the tranquil and dazed Feng Bao. He opened his mouth, wanting to voice his disbelief at their calmness, at how they seemed untouched by the gravity of the recent events. After all, these were lives lost, dozens of SHIELD agents. I am inherently a person of principles. Initially, you brought me to meet Talos, who was masquerading as Kohler, and assisted me in acquiring this piece of land. Consequently, I brought you along, facilitating your promotion and salary increase. You invested in constructing the inn for me, and I accepted your somewhat reasonable oversight, refraining from exposing the presence of your operatives within the construction crew. Nor did I reveal Melinda May's true identity. My sole desire is to possess a space that belongs to me, where I can lead the life I yearn for. Perhaps my aspirations have led certain individuals to misconstrue my character, perceiving me as benevolent and approachable, thereby emboldening them to approach me with ulterior motives. I lack the grand magnanimity to endure their intentions while fully aware of their designs against me. I cannot tolerate such indignities, nor should I. Dimensional Street is the name I have bestowed upon this thoroughfare. Here, irrespective of one's status, be it a dragon or a tiger, one must abide by my rules. For I am the authority here. This, indeed, is my decree. Do you comprehend? Su Yu's languid tone rendered each of his utterances seemingly disjointed. Yet this very fragmentation exuded an undeniable air of dominance and arrogance that Coulson could not ignore. She shouldn't be someone you picked up, right? I just inquired. And she astonishingly evaded bullets and dispatched 3 individuals with a shovel. Coulson refrained from questioning Su Yu about his violent actions, for the latter's previous remarks had adequately addressed his curiosities, despite his ignorance of the finer details. I am Feng Bao, and I was found by him in the park. She stated earnestly, gazing at Coulson. I have never heard of someone who can dodge bullets and nonchalantly slay 3 men with a shovel. They tried to flee, so I took them down. Feng Bao replied with an air of self-evidence. Coulson remarked bitterly, so you can comprehend English and understand what I am saying, correct? I couldn't before, but now I can. It seemed he had no choice but to accept this. Coulson shrugged helplessly. The notion of previously not understanding, yet now grasping the language, seemed implausible. How shall I put it? You are openly fabricating tales. Does it matter if I believe you? When can those individuals leave? Coulson inquired of the workers, directing his gaze towards Su Yu. When I deemed them ready to depart. Although a dozen workers had been removed, over 100 remained, exceeding the maximum allowable number, having only just commenced Dimensional Street, and not yet having secured any dimensional points. There was no way Su Yu would allow them to leave. Originally, they were expected to depart within a day or 2 upon the project's completion, but now, leaving would not be so straightforward. Chapter 32, The All-Seeing Eye, John Garrett. There was little doubt regarding Feng Bao's understanding of English. Su Yu concluded that her newfound ability to comprehend Coulson's words was most likely linked to Dimensional Street. The setting of Dimension Street is inherently destined to be a convergence of various dimensions and diverse races, a melting pot of cultures. The foremost challenge to address is the issue of language. If one can summon dimensional beings and conduct interdimensional lotteries, Then implementing a comprehensive translation system for the entirety of Dimension Street should pose no significant challenge for the system. Phil Coulson has gone back to the office to report the specific circumstances. He is quite a decent fellow. He refrained from aiming his weapon at me earlier and did not exhibit any signs of trembling. This indicates that even amidst my rampage, having killed his colleagues, he harbored no thoughts detrimental to himself. He is someone who could be considered a friend. Are you hungry? So you turned to Feng Baobao and inquired. Starving. There are no ingredients at home, and even if there were, I lack the mood to cook. Let us order takeout, she replied. Suyu beckoned to someone at the construction site. The person paused momentarily, pointed to himself, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, quickly approached, setting down his tools. Head out past the soccer field, turn left after about 5 minutes, and you will find a Chinese restaurant called Northeast Cuisine. Order a few signature dishes and bring them back. Remember to tell the owner that I am his fellow townsman. If the food is not authentic, I shall never patronize his establishment again. Oh, what do you mean, huh? Your sister Baobao is hungry, so hurry up. Suyu urged impatiently. I understand. John Garrett instinctively glanced at Feng Baobao's youthful face, several years his junior, and hurriedly made his way in the direction indicated by Suyu. After watching him disappear from view, Suyu rose and entered the inn, making her way into the kitchen. The kitchen was fully equipped, besides bowls, plates, and cutlery. Even chopsticks were thoughtfully provided. After washing a set of utensils, approximately half an hour later, John Garrett cautiously entered with a thermal box. He presented the table with an array of hearty northern dishes: guabao ro, lu ro duan, decent xian, jianggua tu, shaju kai, and northeast stew, filling the air with enticing aromas. Do you have any further instructions? If not, I shall take the box back, John Garrett inquired respectfully. Suyu gestured toward the dishes on the table and remarked, I seem to have forgotten to reimburse you. Do you not intend to claim the expenses? No. It's fine. Are you too timid to ask, or simply unwilling? Suyu teased, waving her hand at Feng Baobao to start eating while maintaining a calm expression. Her tone casual as she observed John Garrett, who stood in stunned silence. He surely knows my name and must be aware of my identity. Damn it. How have I been exposed? Could it be true that he possesses the ability to foresee the future, as the rumors suggest? John Garrett stood rigidly, paralyzed, allowing beads of sweat to trickle down his cheek, too apprehensive to wipe them away. On the surface, John Garrett, Phil Coulson, and Melinda May are all agents of SHIELD. Yet in reality, he is a spy for Hydra, endowed with the ability of foresight. Though he was merely a significant character in the first season of SHIELD, his actions and their repercussions were far from trivial. After being struck by debris from an autonomous bomb during a mission, he sought medical assistance from SHIELD, but was met with indifference. In a fit of rage, he allied himself with Hydra and embarked on the research of the Death Warrior program, becoming its inaugural test subject. Utilizing SHIELD's resources, he deceived the evolution-seeking potential inhuman, Reina, into believing that his precognitive abilities were genuine, enlisting her aid against SHIELD, and facilitating his research on the Centipede virus, rooted in the Extremis virus and the Centipede Warrior Initiative. Mike Peterson, an ordinary factory worker, was lured into the Centipede program after suffering an injury on the job, thereby acquiring extraordinary strength. SHIELD team assisted him in stabilizing the volatile Centipede virus, transforming him into a hero. However, during a subsequent mission, he was injured and captured, ultimately being transformed into a half-human, half-machine Death Warrior. Grant Ward was another individual he personally recruited and trained. It was by his directive that Ward joined Phil Coulson's SHIELD team, with the aim of uncovering the mystery behind Coulson's resurrection following the Battle of New York. Because of him, Grant Ward betrayed his SHIELD comrades and subsequently joined Hydra. After his demise, Ward restructured Hydra, serving as a formidable antagonist for an extended period. Although he ultimately met his end, his remains were repurposed by the Kree, marking him as the first Inhuman Hive. Ultimately, he achieved his desire, as the serum derived from the Kree's experiments restored his health and endowed him with formidable power. However, like Coulson, he was tormented by the Kree's genetic influence. Driven to madness, he was ultimately vanquished, yet he seized the opportunity to transform himself into a nearly entirely mechanical Death Warrior. Before he could make a triumphant return, he was obliterated by Coulson's alien energy weapon. Thus, whether for personal gain or in service to Hydra, his presence here should not surprise Suyu. Had he not knelt during his rampage, he would now be among the corpses of the dozen or so individuals. Now that he stands before him, Suyu is more than willing to extend an opportunity, a chance for him to assist in his endeavors. Chapter 33, The Second Dimensional Being, Handwritten. While it is often said that a person's death extinguishes their existence, and that even the greatest grievances should dissipate with the end of life, Suyu has no intention of letting matters rest. Do you recognize the individual who shot at Feng Baobao and was subsequently decapitated by me? As John Garrett anxiously pondered the potential repercussions of his unmasked identity, Suyu's inquiry brought him a sense of relief, prompting him to nod vigorously and reply, "Yes, I do. Can you ascertain who he is?" "Indeed." John Garrett hesitated before tentatively adding, "Sir, if you allow me to depart, I can procure the information before nightfall. On this dark and stormy night, perfect for murder, go ahead." "Yes." John Garrett nodded slightly, carrying the insulated box as he turned to leave. John Garrett was an astute individual, one adept at seizing opportunities. This was evident from his deliberate choice to be the last to kneel, thereby drawing attention to himself. Consequently, Suyu harbored no concerns about him acting insincerely towards her. After all, he had not exhibited any convulsions, indicating that he harbored no malicious intent against her. Time does not spare anyone, particularly not women. Opportunities do not wait, especially not for men. John Garrett must understand that if he refrains from taking action, others will step in. By acting, he stands to gain benefits concerning his health and life. Thus, he would undoubtedly investigate with utmost diligence. Even if faced with Hydra, he would likely not hesitate to betray them. A selection of hearty northern dishes was swiftly devoured by Suyu and Feng Baobao, with 2/3 of it finding its way into Feng Baobao's belly. Sated, Suyu led Feng Baobao to familiarize herself with the inn's surroundings and the usage of various equipment and supplies. Some items were unfamiliar to her, not due to any lack of intelligence, but simply from inexperience. Suyu recalled that in the comics, she could butcher a pig, unlock doors with a paperclip, operate an old popcorn machine, and even repair vehicles. The books she had purchased online covered an extensive array of topics, including pest identification in vegetables, an introduction to futures and options markets, computer programming, gem appraisal, comprehensive techniques for efficiently raising sows, and strategies for pig farming and pork disease prevention, among others. Linguistically, she was not only proficient in Mandarin and Sichuan dialect, but also in English. It could be said that Feng Baobao was a quintessential example of self-taught success. Suyu firmly believed that once she acquired basic life skills and knowledge, she would soon embody the clever and resourceful Feng Baobao portrayed in the comics. After a thorough exploration, Suyu encouraged Feng Baobao to delve into whatever piqued her interest. She settled on the left staircase with the devouring beast in her arms and opened the system panel. Dimensional Street System Panel. Host, Suyu. Dimensional Points, 108. Dimensional Street Level, 1 Dimensional Ability. Surgical Fruit. Dimensional Items, Non-Dimensional Creatures, 15. Before activation, 101,100. After activation, Dimensional Street Status, 3,030 not activated. Summon, Lottery. Activate Dimensional Street. Her hand, which had been petting the creature, paused. Suyu gazed at the now over 100 dimensional points, her face lighting up with anticipation. It had been approximately 2 hours since the dimensional street had been activated, meaning that as long as it remained open for 2 hours, dimensional points could be accrued. This was far less strenuous than the previous 24 hours. Shifting her gaze to the summon option, the thought of summoning emerged. Ding. Summoning complete. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a dimensional creature from the world of Naruto. Handmade. ISNT that the owner of the Ichiraku ramen shop in the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire? He is one of the few in the village who, from the early days of the story, did not recoil from Naruto due to the presence of the Nine Tails within him. Renowned for his stubbornness, dedication, and a passion for ramen that has spanned over 30 years, he crafts exquisite ramen daily with meticulous ingredients, honed techniques, and heartfelt emotion. His signature dish boasts an unparalleled flavor. Moreover, he is an exceptionally kind individual, often treating Naruto to ramen free of charge, making him a revered character in the Naruto universe. If one were to question the quality of his craft, the frequency of his appearances in Naruto speaks volumes. Whenever Naruto is disheartened, he turns to ramen. When he is overjoyed, it is also ramen. Graduated? Ramen. Someone treating? Still ramen. Even in the absence of his daughter, SHBU, who is often considered the face of the ramen shop, customers continue to flock in droves. For the establishment, a handmade ramen artisan is a much-needed asset. His ramen could fill the culinary void. Though the variety may be limited, the exceptional taste should more than compensate for this issue, as growing weary of a single dish is no easy feat, unless one indulges in it daily, monthly, or yearly until its allure diminishes. Suyu felt a stirring within as he gazed toward the center of the hall, where the newly summoned artisan appeared bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. Clad in a pristine chef's uniform and donning a chef's hat embroidered with the character I, he appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a quintessential square face. Exactly as Suyu had envisioned. Chapter 34. Ichiraku Ramen and Suyu's profession. Where's this? I should be in the shop making ramen. How did I suddenly end up here? Is this an illusion? Who is it? Who dares to toy with me? The artisan, feeling anxious, glanced around, quickly noticing Suyu seated on the stairs, petting a cat. Was it you who orchestrated this? I don't care which ninja you are. This is the Land of Fire. Konohagakure. Remove this cursed illusion at once. The artisan bared his teeth, attempting to sound fierce as he shouted. Suyu, relaxed and smiling as he stroked the cat, looked down from his elevated position, ready to speak, when the artisan suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed, his body convulsing violently. He almost forgot that the rules for summoned beings differ from those of non-summoned ones. Harboring thoughts of leaving would be tantamount to betrayal and would incur punishment. Suyu shook his head in disbelief, noticing that Feng Baobao had silently squatted in front of the artisan, her eyes wide open, as if she were about to strike. This is your punishment. If you don't leave, it won't stop. Feng Baobao's well-meaning warning, delivered in her expressionless manner and monotone voice, imparted an unsettlingly sinister vibe. The violent convulsions gradually subsided. After several episodes, the artisan finally managed to suppress any thoughts of departure, appearing as if he had just emerged from water, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. His muscles felt as if they had endured countless electric shocks, aching terribly, his swollen eyes slightly blurred, and tears had unknowingly begun to flow. This illusion is utterly terrifying. This is not an illusion, nor are we in the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. We are in the Dimensional Inn of Dimensional Street. I am Suyu, the sole proprietor here. You may refer to me as either the boss or master. I have never heard of Dimensional Street or Dimensional Inn, nor do I recognize your name. I am not a ninja, whatever your intentions may be. They are of no concern to me. I am merely a ramen chef. Handa picked up his chef's hat, which had fallen to the side due to his convulsions, and pointed at the words Ichiraku emblazoned upon it, emphatically asserting his identity. Do you see this? Ichiraku Ramen. I am the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. And 20 years ago, my shop was already filled with patrons eagerly awaiting my ramen. Half-price ramen? What of it? Even at half price, it must be delicious, otherwise, who would choose to eat my ramen? Feeling insulted, Handa miraculously found the strength to stand and vehemently retorted. Suyu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Reputation holds greater significance than price. By the way, who is the current Hokage? He was curious from which point in time Handa had been summoned. The third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he stammered. Suyu inquired nonchalantly. Have you heard of Flushing in Queens, New York? No, I have not. It is just as well that you haven't. For this place is not your original world. This realm lacks the ninja nations, the 5 Kage, and ninjas wielding chakra, not to mention those peculiar ninjutsu techniques. Suyu paused for a moment, observing that Handa's emotions seemed relatively stable, showing no signs of convulsions, and shrugged before continuing. Regrettably, I must inform you that I currently possess no means to send you back, and even if I did, I would not do so in the near future. Do you see this inn? It is newly constructed and will soon open its doors to guests. I require you to remain and provide culinary services, specifically ramen. If you perform well, I might consider helping you establish your own ramen shop on the street, reinstating the Ichiraku Ramen sign. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to save enough money. The girl beside you is named Feng Baobao. She arrived a few days earlier than you. Her situation was far more dire, and her single-mindedness led her to endure a protracted period of torment. However, that very quality also means she is less prone to overthinking, thus avoiding further punishment. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from harboring any thoughts or actions regarding departure, betrayal, or anything detrimental to my interests. I understand you may be skeptical about your current predicament. There is a construction crew working outside. You may venture out and engage them in conversation without revealing your identity. In due time, you will discern whether I have deceived you. With that, Suyu ceased speaking and devoted his attention to his cat. Handa's situation differed from Feng Baobao's. As a middle-aged man with coherent thoughts and memories, especially hailing from a world filled with various ninjutsu and illusions, it would be challenging for him to accept the reality of his transdimensional journey through mere words. After all, most ordinary individuals confronted with such circumstances would find it difficult to believe unequivocally at first. Reflecting on the moment when I traversed into this realm and acquired a system, it seemed almost instinctual to accept and believe in it. Perhaps this is due to my origins in the universe. During the epoch of the information explosion, concepts such as crossing dimensions and obtaining systems were no longer considered extraordinary, particularly for someone like me, a web novelist who specializes in time travel narratives. Indeed, before my journey, I was a writer who earned a living through my craft, predominantly creating fanfiction. This background has endowed me with a profound understanding of various forms of anime, film, and literature. In the orphanage, the scarcity of toys and recreational facilities led many children to indulge in a multitude of fantasies. While some passed the time with daydreams, others dismissed such imaginings. Yet I, Suyu, diligently constructed my own elaborate fantasies. After leaving the orphanage, I chose to pursue this passion as a career. Suddenly, I realized that in this new world, I could continue my original vocation, not merely as a player, but as a novelist, crafting tales of characters like Feng Baobao from One Punch Man and exploring the world of Naruto. Even if these endeavors do not yield substantial wealth or fame, they provide me with a fulfilling occupation and could enhance the entertainment landscape of the Marvel Universe, potentially captivating audiences and drawing customers to my dimensional street. Ah, indeed. This presents a splendid opportunity to acquire dimensional points. Chapter 35, Feng Baobao and Melinda May. Dimensional Street System Panel. Host, Suyu. Dimensional Points, 8. Dimensional Street Level, 1. Dimensional Ability, Surgery Fruit. Dimensional Items, none. Dimensional Creatures, 25. Pre-activation, 102,100. Post-activation. Dimensional Street Status, 3,030. Not yet activated. Calling, Lottery. Activate Dimensional Street. The decrease in dimensional points alongside the increase in dimensional creatures is to be expected. I surmise that each dimensional creature can only provide one dimensional point per natural day. If we calculate from midnight, another batch of dimensional points could be acquired by 2 o'clock in the morning for further summoning. Currently, the inn accommodates only a handful of individuals. Feng Baobao takes on miscellaneous tasks, Minerva manages the front desk, the player oversees dining services, and Melinda May handles procurement. I oversee the entire operation while also promoting our establishment. Although our numbers are somewhat sparse, it is manageable for a newly opened inn. As for the construction crew outside, they are likely to remain for only 3 to 5 days. Their presence, along with their machinery, offers little benefit to our operations. While the dimensional points they might bring are substantial, they are a one-time gain. I prioritize sustainable management over fleeting gains. Dimensional points can be acquired through other means. Closing the system panel and setting down the devouring beast, I rose and descended the staircase, exiting the inn. The construction workers were laboring cautiously, while the player engaged in tentative conversation with one of them, who was equally wary. After all, the player had just emerged from the inn, and none had witnessed when he entered. With the remarkable feats of Feng Baobao, a young girl who dodges bullets and ruthlessly vanquished 3 individuals with a shovel, who would dare to underestimate this middle-aged chef? Within a 2-hectare radius, aside from the inn and the construction team, there lies a tightly enclosed construction fence draped in green fabric, situated to the left of the inn and not too far away. At first glance, it appears that some construction is underway, but within the confines of the fence is an invisible interstellar battle team spacecraft. Phil Coulson, tasked with feeding Minerva, deliberately arranged for the construction team to erect this facade to avoid arousing suspicion during his comings and goings. Suyu believed that with this cover, the appearance of the interstellar spaceship would not be too shocking. It not only attracts business, but also aligns perfectly with the concept and style of the dimensional street's eclecticism. The ancient Eastern and juxtaposed with a Western technological spaceship. What a perfect blend. Guests encountering the spaceship and then seeing the blue-skinned Minerva in the inn would not be overly astonished. Instead, they would perceive it as a unique feature. With the spaceship and Minerva as a foundation, even if unusual creatures were summoned in the future, as long as they did not exceed the bounds of comprehension, people would naturally rationalize them as special products concocted by the dimensional street to entice customers. As the hatch slowly opened under scrutiny, Suyu entered the spaceship and was greeted by Minerva. Minerva's attire bore little distinction from that of earthlings on the street. The previously uneven aspects now appeared level, leaving one to wonder whether Minerva had undergone internal augmentation or external disguise. Whichever the case, she appeared much more pleasing to the eye. Bring along your essentials and accompany me. Henceforth, you shall reside in the inn with us. I will instruct you on how to become a competent hotel receptionist. Furthermore, should anyone inquire about your appearance, simply state that it is a characteristic of Dimensional Street, a rule set by the owner. Whether it's due to makeup or a skin condition, craft your explanation in a manner that eludes suspicion. Suyu waved his hand, signaling her to gather her belongings. To his surprise, she produced a bulging backpack from the side, evidently pre-prepared, presumably purchased by Phil Coulson. Although Minerva was blue-skinned, her presence was as striking as the golden sun. If she were not following closely behind Suyu, the construction team would have gazed at her with far bolder interest, no longer needing to feign concentration on their tasks while stealing glances. Boss, she. A hesitant voice stammered, trailing behind uneasily. Minerva, the inn's receptionist. Her situation differs from yours and Feng Baobao's. You shall have ample time to become acquainted. As they approached the inn, faint sounds of a scuffle could be heard, prompting Suyu to quicken his pace. Soon, he arrived at the hall, where Feng Baobao was engaged in a duel with Melinda May. With her long black hair and expressionless demeanor clad in athletic wear, Feng Baobao faced off against Melinda May, who would emerge victorious. Suyu refrained from intervening, curiosity piquing his interest. Feng Baobao, he inquired. Feng Baobao. Both Minerva and the chef responded almost in unison. How so? Although the individual named Melinda May was actively attacking with commendable skill, her assaults posed little genuine threat. In contrast, Feng Bao's strength, reflexes, and combat instincts were evidently superior. Once an opportunity arose, a decisive strike would be inevitable, as Minerva elucidated. And what is your rationale? Suyu inquired, directing his gaze toward Shoda, with straightforwardness. Shoda replied, I only know Feng Bao, so naturally, I support her. A splendidly robust reason, Suyu remarked with a light chuckle. Bauer, bring her down. Oh, understood. Feng Bao responded, her demeanor unperturbed. In an instant, her speed surged. She dodged Melinda May's punch by swiftly shifting to the right, seizing Melinda's wrist with her left hand. She abruptly grasped her neck with her right and forcefully hurled her downward. Bang! Melinda May landed on her back, having been slammed into the ground by Feng Bao. Chapter 36. News investigated by John Garrett. Melinda May glared at Feng Bao with pained ferocity, defiantly attempting to pry away the fingers that constricted her throat. Feng Bao furrowed her brow and released her grip. Before Melinda May could react, Feng Bao's palm shot up with remarkable speed. Bang! Feng Bao's open hand struck Melinda May's face, driving it forcefully into the unforgiving ground. Melinda May emitted a muffled groan, her hands falling limply to her sides. Resigned to her defeat. Bauer, this is Melinda May, who will be responsible for the inn's external procurement. This is Minerva, the front desk attendant. Please familiarize Shoda and Minerva with the inn's surroundings and assist Shoda in arranging a room on the first floor. As for Minerva, she will share a room with you. Feng Bao, intrigued by Minerva's complexion, blinked her eyes and circled around Minerva after momentarily examining Melinda May, before guiding her and Shoda through the inn. Melinda May, struggling, sat up and rubbed the back of her head, grimacing as she muttered through clenched teeth. I've brought my luggage. Where will I stay? There are only 8 rooms in total, of which I occupy 1. There are 2 shared dormitories for male and female staff. It would be rather wasteful to assign you a separate room. I wouldn't feel comfortable having you stay with Feng Bao and Minerva. Perhaps you could share my room instead? This one. Suyu indicated the room above with a gesture. As you oversee the inn, you should be well aware that this is the largest and finest room. I will stay above and you below, allowing you to keep a close watch on me and observe my every move. How does that sound? Melinda May whispered. You don't intend to evict me? That would be rather dull. If I wished to dismiss you, I would have done so when you volunteered. Quickly go and put away your luggage. Then see what the inn is lacking and replenish it promptly. Oh, and while you're at it, ask Shoda what ingredients are needed to make ramen. I'd like to sample his culinary skills tonight. Also, if you communicate with Miss Peggy, please tell her I desire an autographed photograph of Steve Rogers. Suyu succinctly urged Melinda May to hasten her movements. Although Melinda May was inclined to inquire why Suyu suddenly desired a signed photograph of Steve Rogers, she refrained, recalling that her mentor had once been romantically linked to Rogers, who had been deceased for many years. Moreover, if her mentor had indeed possessed such a treasure, it was unlikely she would part with it so easily. Once everyone was settled, they each handed Melinda May their lists of necessities and promptly commandeered the kitchen, bustling about. Suyu, meanwhile, was instructing Minerva and Feng Bao on the notoriously troublesome computer at the front desk, while pricing the guest house's rooms. Overnight rates ranged from $399 to $19.99, with check-in and check-out times set at noon. Drinking water was provided, but breakfast was not included. Hourly rates for rooms were available at half price for 4 hours. As for the handmade noodles, he was intimately familiar with their flavors and varieties. He eagerly awaited Melinda May's return to ascertain market prices, enabling him to calculate costs and subsequently set prices. Melinda May had ventured out in Suyu's newly acquired vehicle for supplies. Upon her return, in addition to the essentials for the handmade noodles and guest house, she nervously presented Suyu with a signed photograph of Steve Rogers. Based on her experience, the signature appeared relatively fresh, likely a hasty imitation by her mentor rather than an authentic signature. Fortunately, Suyu seemed oblivious to the discrepancies and accepted it with satisfaction, which relieved Melinda May. The aromatic bowl of noodles provided Suyu with immense satisfaction, and although the handmade creation was humorously dubbed Daetong Yuyao, it was a culinary delight worthy of the title of a culinary ninja, despite lacking any ninjutsu skills. Feng Bao devoured her portion with gusto, while Melinda May sang its praises, and even Minerva, initially dismissive of the noodles, was now relishing her second bowl, unconsciously filled to the brim. Suyu decided to take a leisurely stroll to a nearby soccer field. As the sun dipped below the horizon, players on the field vied for possession. Sprinting energetically while perspiring profusely, Suyu stood at the fence, intently observing for a while, cheering and encouraging the players before turning to John Garrett, who had adopted a more understated appearance. Have you gathered the information? John Garrett queried. Robert Gonzalez. Besides the gunman, 4 of the individuals you killed were also associated with him. He has a keen interest in your spacecraft. Additionally, 2 others were with me, seeking your ability to disassemble and reassemble bodies, a directive issued by a man named Sunil Bakshi, our superior, though my knowledge of him is limited. As for the remaining factions, they are rather complex, and I have yet to conduct a thorough investigation due to time constraints. Upon concluding his statement, John Garrett discreetly handed Suyu a note containing Robert Gonzalez's address. Suyu glanced at it and quipped, Robert Gonzalez. It comes as no surprise that he would be intrigued by my spacecraft. After all, this old fellow is destined to command a skyborne mothership. As for Sunil Bakshi, he is indeed an assistant to Daniel Whitehall, one of your organization's leaders. 6 years ago, Daniel Whitehall tasted the fruits of my capabilities, and it would have been remiss of him not to take action thereafter. Chapter 37. Robert Gonzalez, a man with a turbulent spirit. John Garrett remained silent, adhering to the Hydra's mantra of obedience. Though he was not as fanatically devoted as the other members of Hydra, he understood that in the presence of Suyu, he must embody this principle. Grant Ward, 1997, Plymouth Juvenile Detention Center. With proper guidance, he shall become your most loyal aide. John Garrett was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and responded in a hushed tone. I shall cultivate him diligently, ensuring he becomes your most devoted assistant. Return now, and in 3 to 5 days, I shall release you. Suyu showed little regard for John Garrett's loyalty, for he recognized that Garrett was fundamentally self-serving. However, Suyu was rather intrigued by Robert Gonzalez, a figure who had made an appearance in a television series. During the Hydra Rebellion, which fragmented S.H.I.E.L.D., he had exploited his identity and authority to commandeer a helicarrier, establishing what he dubbed the true S.H.I.E.L.D., while attempting to claim Nick Fury's legacy from Phil Coulson to ascend as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was a man of ambition and action, having placed his operatives, the shapeshifter Barbara Morse and Alfonso McKenzie, beside Coulson. Alas, his endeavors ultimately culminated in failure, as he was slain by Sky's mother, Jiaying. The helicarrier he once commandeered eventually fell into Nick Fury's hands, playing a pivotal role in saving the city during the Sokovia Crisis and enabling the Avengers to focus their efforts against Ultron. As for Barbara Morse and Alfonso McKenzie, they were both impacted by Coulson's influence. One, after numerous perilous adventures, was compelled to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and relinquish her identity as an agent, while the other transitioned from an electronics engineer to the newly appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. This reveals that Robert Gonzalez possessed considerable discernment in recognizing talent. Moreover, while S.H.I.E.L.D. was not idle, constantly navigating various crises, even venturing into space and grappling with time loops and Kree encounters, its stature had undeniably waned, heavily relying on Sky to maintain its presence. In this very pursuit, Sky earned the moniker of the World Destroyer. Perhaps it was for this reason that Nick Fury, after feigning death, chose not to rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D., but instead, following his triumph over Thanos, ventured into space with the Avengers and the Skrulls to establish S.W.O.R.D. The departure of leaves is not the wind's call, but rather the tree's relinquishment. The heart's departure is not Suyu's extraction, but rather Robert Gonzalez's reckless abandon. Some individuals may be destined to embody tumultuous spirits. Robert Gonzalez exhibited no anger or sorrow over the demise of his subordinate, nor did he feel any trepidation or a sense of luck. Instead, he was resolutely determined to continue executing the new undercover plan. He was oblivious to the reasons behind the sudden convulsions of those individuals or why Suyu managed to discover them so unexpectedly. However, he remained unconcerned. He believed that necessary sacrifices were inevitable for success, that opportunities favor the prepared, and that failure is the mother of success. As long as he could find the key to success, the door to glory would inevitably open. The spacecraft belonging to the Kree in Suyu's possession was of paramount importance. If he could decipher its structure and technological principles, particularly the stealth technology, he could apply for funding and support from the director to develop and manufacture new fighter jets and spacecraft. This would not only grant him greater power, but also provide him with substantial discretionary funds. Unfortunately, suitable candidates for undercover work were not easy to find. Firstly, the individual needed to be a fresh face, untrained in any espionage or intelligence operations, ensuring that no signs of training would emerge during the execution of the mission. Secondly, they needed to possess relevant professional knowledge. Otherwise, even if they had the chance to approach the spacecraft, ignorance would be of no use. Most critically, they required a plausible and long-term identity and reason to interact with Suyu. Robert Gonzalez had compiled a list of potential undercover candidates, but those meeting the aforementioned criteria were few and far between. Only a high school student who had served as an assistant to a biology professor seemed somewhat suitable. Although her research pertained to biology and she was merely an assistant, her project focused on the super soldier serum program. Moreover, her credentials were impressive. She had demonstrated exceptional talent in biology, and her outstanding performance during her employment in the super soldier serum research had caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., which was considering inviting her for espionage training. Additionally, her records indicated that she had won a gymnastics championship in high school, suggesting she possessed agility beyond that of the average person, along with a captivating charm. She was a striking young blonde girl. As a man, Robert Gonzalez surmised that since Suyu had already been approached successfully by an Asian female agent arranged by the Bureau, a blonde blue-eyed gymnastics champion would have even greater chances. This was the one. Robert Gonzalez closed the dossier, preparing to call someone to arrange a meeting with the young girl. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback to see a transparent spherical space rapidly unfold behind him, swiftly ensnaring him. Whoosh! The phone on the desk vanished abruptly, replaced by a young man. Chapter 38. Gamma Knife and Imitation Bird. Robert Gonzalez. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Suyu, and I believe you know who I am. Suyu stated, having utilized the space to switch places with the phone. He crouched atop the desk, adopting an arrogant posture as he gazed down at Robert Gonzalez. Startled, Robert Gonzalez instinctively distanced himself from Suyu and replied, I am equally pleased to meet you, Mr. Suyu. With a tone of intrigue, Suyu inquired, Is that so? Just how pleased are you? The relentless questioning from Suyu left Robert Gonzalez momentarily at a loss for words. He had never anticipated Suyu's sudden appearance before him. Are you so overjoyed that you cannot articulate your feelings? Allow me to express it for you then. I am genuinely delighted to see you. Can you fathom the anguish of a mad dog howling at your doorstep, only to be slain without knowing who its master is? Fortunately, I am spared such torment, for I am well aware of the identity of the dog's master. It is I. Hush. Do not utter a word. When you remain silent, I almost perceive you as human. Suyu's incisive interruption cut through Robert Gonzalez's feeble defenses. Let us dispense with the time-wasting fabrications. I shall not be swayed by your lies. A peculiar, electric green energy began to coalesce in Suyu's hand, pulsating and gradually shaping into a short blade devoid of a hilt. Gamma blade, Suyu proclaimed, driving the blade directly into Robert Gonzalez's body. The verdant energy coursed through him, and Robert's eyes widened in horror as he suddenly spat blood, his body convulsing violently in tandem with the sibilant energy. This technique is known as the Gamma blade. Once it penetrates your flesh, its formidable penetrating power, infused with high energy, will unleash rays potent enough to obliterate cells, wreaking havoc on your internal organs. Though the damage will be instantaneous and leave no external wounds, you should be touched, as this is the first time I have employed this technique. Is this how it ends? Observing the lifeless, slack body of Robert Gonzalez, who had ceased to convulse and appeared utterly devoid of vitality, Suyu muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction, I wonder if he failed to hear my words. How regrettable it would be to perish without comprehending the manner of his demise. Retrieving the Gamma blade, Suyu leaned back against the desk and casually picked up a nearby file. As he flipped through the pages, a familiar name caught his eye, Barbara Morse. Gazing at the detailed information and youthful photograph of Barbara Morse, Suyu found the coincidence rather amusing. Judging by the comments in the file, it seemed Robert Gonzalez had intended to position an undercover agent beside him, yet he had been preemptively eliminated. Could this be deemed a twist of fate for Barbara Morse? Chuckling to himself, Suyu extracted Barbara Morse's information from the folder. After perusing the remaining documents and finding no other familiar or intriguing names, he set the folder aside. Utilizing spatial exchange, he once again swapped positions with the phone outside and leisurely departed. Under the radiant moonlight, the splendor of the night sea captivated the heart. Along the roadside, rows of streetlights illuminated the darkness. On the road, cars sped by, dispelling the silence of the night. Atop the rooftops, strings of decorative lights adorned the houses, transforming the night into something beautiful. Observing the brightly lit inn from a distance, Suyu quickened his pace. In the kitchen of the inn, Shouta was diligently preparing soup. However, he found himself dissatisfied with the quality of the broth, which did not bode well for the ramen he intended to craft that evening. Since returning to his original world was not an immediate possibility, he resolved to let the art of ramen flourish in this realm. Seeing Shouta engrossed in his culinary endeavor, Suyu refrained from greeting him and ascended the staircase, pushing open the door to his room as he entered. With a soft click, Suyu was taken aback upon seeing Melinda May applying ointment to her back. Her initial surprise quickly morphed into a mischievous grin as she quipped, Need my help? Melinda huffed in response, No, I can manage on my own. I simply let my guard down this time. Next time, victory shall be mine. Winning against Bao is a futile thought. You were unprepared, and she lacks experience. Among all in the inn, the only person you could defeat is Uncle Shouta. With a stroke of luck and some effort, you might stand a chance against Minerva. Suyu analyzed with a light chuckle. What about you? Melinda inquired. I advise against harboring any thoughts of attacking me. You would surely regret it. I never regret, she declared, suddenly springing from her seated position like a leopard. Thud. Suyu remained unfazed, watching her leap and then convulse as she fell. I warned you that you would regret it. I'm off to take a shower and then to bed. The floor is chilly. Be careful. Just twitch for a while, he said, passing by her toward the washroom corner, where the sound of running water soon echoed. Melinda, using all her strength, shifted her body and lay on her back, glaring in the direction of the bathroom, her body twitching uncontrollably as if electrified. Chapter 39. The Great Twitch Technique in the Third-Dimensional Being. After savoring a refreshing shower, Suyu emerged to find Melinda standing nearby, her expression one of deep resentment fixed upon him. Why? Allow me to introduce you to the Great Twitch Technique, an extraordinary passive ability that automatically detects and targets anyone who harbors ill intentions toward me within a specific radius. Nonsense. Melinda was skeptical about the existence of such a passive ability. However, she could not dismiss the fact that when she had contemplated attacking Suyu, the twitching had manifested without warning. Yet, once that thought ceased, The incapacitating convulsions vanished as well. Disbelieve if you wish, Suyu remarked, observing the expression on Melinda's face that suggested she found his claims dubious. He wished her a good night, waved, and ascended the stairs to sleep. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, Suyu had only enjoyed 2 restful nights, one before Carol Danvers departed and the other spent with Feng Bao or at a motel. The former was due to exhaustion, while the latter stemmed from a sense of security. Despite the presence of several guests in the inn, including Melinda May, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the potential threat posed by numerous workers outside, Suyu felt an undeniable sense of peace. As the dimensional streak commenced, anyone who posed a threat would face retribution. Thus, even surrounded by a pack of wolves, he felt no trepidation regarding his safety. Consequently, after a brief repose, Suyu succumbed to a deep slumber, entering the realm of dreams. At dawn, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, while a delicate glimmer on the eastern horizon cautiously bathed the pale blue sky. The gentle sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting flecks of golden light upon the ground. Outside the window, silence reigned supreme. When the first ray of morning light crept through the curtains to grace his face, Suyu lazily opened his eyes. After a moment of quiet contemplation, as his consciousness gradually awakened, he rolled out of bed, drew back the curtains, and activated the system panel. 111 dimensional points. Excellent. Another summoning opportunity presented itself. Originally possessing 8, he had utilized 1 yesterday, and after midnight. Each creature within the confines of the dimensional street contributed 1, resulting in precisely 111. Ding. The summoning concluded. Congratulations to the host for summoning the dimensional being from the world of Percy Jackson, the lightning thief, Annabeth Chase. Just as Suyu's desire to summon solidified in his mind, a striking figure seemingly materialized before him. She was a Western girl, standing over 5 feet tall, with cascading chestnut curls and vibrant green eyes. Clad in a purple 3/4 sleeve top, complemented by a brown leather cuirass, she bore leather bracers on her wrists. In her left hand, she wielded a round shield, while her right grasped a bronze sword, exuding the aura of an ancient Western warrior. Caution and bewilderment flickered in her emerald gaze as Annabeth tightened her grip on the shield and sword, silently surveying her unfamiliar surroundings and the stranger before her. Neither spoke. Suyu pondered the information he had regarding Annabeth. Percy Jackson, the Lightning Thief, is a cinematic adaptation of the eponymous novel, set against a backdrop of ancient Greek mythology intertwined with modern society. The protagonist, Percy Jackson, is a seemingly ordinary boy from New York grappling with severe dyslexia. A chance encounter at a museum alters his destiny, revealing him to be the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, thus marking him as a demigod. Upon discovering his lineage, he is sent to a unique school where the children are descendants of various mythological figures, half-bloods, a fusion of gods and mortals. There, he befriends Annabeth, daughter of Athena, and other companions, embarking on a wondrous adventure. As the heroine, Annabeth embodies wisdom, skill, and courage as the daughter of the goddess of wisdom and warfare. Athena, born in Boston, she is said to have emerged from the head of Athena. Although she may not possess extraordinary powers, her extensive knowledge and passion for architecture are unparalleled. Fearless and astute, she excels in strategy, her combat prowess being formidable as well. A paragon of strength, intellect, and beauty. She is truly remarkable in every regard. Do you not wish to inquire about anything, such as who I am, where this is, or why you find yourself here? Annabeth, though somewhat anxious, endeavored to maintain her composure as she replied, I do, but I am uncertain if it would offend you, although I am unaware of your identity. The manner in which you have brought me here without disturbing Professor Chiron or the multitude of individuals at the camp compels me to exercise respect. Professor Chiron? The centaur, mentor to numerous Greek heroes, the son of Kronos, correct? Annabeth nodded slightly. Can you still hear the voice of your mother, Athena? Annabeth shook her head. Suyu chuckled. I am Suyu, and this place is the dimensional and within dimensional street, a convergence of beings from various dimensions or worlds, and I am its sole proprietor. Chapter 40, Daughter of Athena, Annabeth. Annabeth's emerald eyes shimmered with excitement and astonishment. Is this a theory of parallel worlds, or a dimensional space akin to Olympus? Both. Suyu was taken aback by Annabeth's response, yet understanding dawned upon him, for her erudition and breadth of knowledge were well known. After all, her world is contemporary, where familiarity with theories of parallel universes and dimensional spaces is quite commonplace. Dimensional Street exists as an independent alternate dimension, also referred to as a pocket universe or dimensional space. I am the sole master of Dimensional Street. Wherever I am, their dimensional street shall be. With a smile, Suyu gestured for her to approach the window and pointed outside as he introduced, here lies the Flushing neighborhood in Queens, New York. On the left is the Queens Botanical Garden, and to the right is Casino Park. Annabeth interjected excitedly. I know that place. I have visited it in my world. I am eager to see what Casino Park is like in this realm. Observing Annabeth's eager demeanor, Suyu felt a twinge of surprise. Surely she did not draw a card? The summoned beings are typically punished for harboring thoughts of leaving. Yet, given Annabeth's evident anticipation, she must have considered departing for Casino Park. Why then did she not draw? The rules of Dimensional Street could not have altered for her, indicating that the penalties are directed at those wishing to return to their original world or those who would betray and never return, rather than those with a mere desire to leave. Feng Baobao wished to leave in search of her family, never contemplating a return to Dimensional Street, hence she drew. The hand drawn assumed it was an illusion, wishing to leave without the intent of returning, thus she also drew. Annabeth, however, merely wished to visit Casino Park without contemplating a permanent departure or devising a way to return to her world. Therefore, she did not draw. If that is the case, it becomes reasonable, for after Dimensional Street's inception, the spatial overlap with the outside world permits brief departures. There will be opportunities ahead. Let me first inform you of the current situation. Suyu briefly explained to Annabeth the concept of the Dimensional Street and the management of the Dimensional Inn. He also introduced her to the current residents of the inn, the circumstances of this world, and the situation concerning S.H.I.E.L.D., along with the matters she should be wary of. After listening, Annabeth eagerly inquired, "What can I do for you?" Suyu asked, "Are you willing to stay?" Annabeth nodded, "Why not? This is an entirely new world. Even the Olympian gods cannot escape the confines of their realms to come here, can they? Regardless of whether I can return to my original world. This experience will be the most valuable treasure of my life. Moreover, since you summoned me here, you likely do not intend to send me back lightly, at least not in the near future, although you have not stated it. As the sole master and controller of this space, you undoubtedly possess the ability to manage those who have been summoned. Thus, I see no reason to submit after enduring your punishment." What could Suyu say? He could only acknowledge that Annabeth was indeed the daughter of the wise goddess Athena, with intelligence as her most remarkable trait. She was the first to grasp the situation without incurring punishment and the first to express a desire to stay and offer her assistance. Suyu found himself beginning to take a liking to Annabeth, not due to her beauty or her abilities, but because of her perceptive nature. You can take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and observe how the workers outside are performing. Once you feel ready, perhaps you could help me think about how to plan this street, considering whether there are any representative or uniquely styled buildings from your world. It would be my honor. Annabeth replied. Just as her voice faded, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Did you kill Robert Gonzalez? A voice questioned. Melinda May, clad in a nightgown, was startled upon seeing Annabeth, who was dressed in leather armor and wielding a sword and shield, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Annabeth, daughter of Athena, Annabeth declared solemnly, gazing at Melinda with an earnest demeanor. Melinda was momentarily taken aback. Daughter of Athena? The daughter of the goddess of wisdom from the 12 Olympian gods of Greek mythology? Is she a deity? Noticing Melinda's astonished expression, Annabeth suddenly broke into a smile, her previously imposing aura dissipating, replaced by an amiable, neighborly charm. She lowered her sword and shield, turning to Suyu and asking, "Sir, are you satisfied with my performance?" "Not bad," he replied. "So does this mean I have officially passed your interview to become an employee of the inn?" "Exactly. Thank you. I will work diligently." Annabeth inclined her head slightly towards Suyu and then, turning to Melinda, apologetically said, "I am sorry for startling you. My name is Annabeth, and I am here to apply for a job. So you are not actually the daughter of Athena?" Melinda asked skeptically, furrowing her brow. Annabeth smiled, stating, "You may consider me as such, for my identity within this inn is that of the daughter of Athena." Chapter 41, The Emergence of Naruto. Melinda did not lower her guard due to Annabeth's explanation. Her shield bore evident marks of battle, and her sword was clearly sharpened. Who would present themselves in such a manner for an audition? Even accounting for the demands of role-playing, her props were undeniably too professional. Moreover, even if she were genuinely here to audition, the timing seemed rather premature. Melinda had remained in her room, and while she might not have noticed Annabeth's entrance into the inn, there was no way she could be oblivious to someone ascending the stairs to her room, regardless of how soundly she slept. "You may familiarize yourself with the surroundings," said Suyu, patting Annabeth on the shoulder. She acknowledged him with a nod and a smile directed at Melinda before proceeding downstairs. Moments later, the sound of a door opening and closing echoed through the air. Melinda temporarily set aside her suspicions about Annabeth and turned to Suyu to confirm. "Did you kill Robert Gonzalez?" "Indeed," he replied. "Why?" "Among the group of over 10 individuals yesterday, he was one of them. It was his men who fired upon Feng Baobao. He coveted my spaceship, and before I eliminated him, he was selecting suitable candidates to infiltrate my circle," Suyu remarked, looking at Melinda with an air of certainty. "Why do you think I would kill him?" Melinda paused, taken aback. "Do you have evidence?" "Must I provide evidence?" Suyu scoffed, lifting Melinda's chin with his hand. "From the moment you appeared before me. No, to be precise, even before your presence, I knew precisely who you were, what you would endure, and what you would become. Thus, do not apply ordinary logic to matters concerning me. Focus on executing the tasks assigned to you by Ms. Peggy. The affairs of others do not pertain to you." Withdrawing his hand, he instructed, shortly, Procure a faster computer for me. I have use for it. When Suyu descended after freshening up, Annabeth had already met with others and appeared to be getting along quite well. Breakfast consisted of hand-pulled noodles prepared by the uncle, with a meticulously seasoned broth that indeed made the noodles taste superior to the previous day. After breakfast, Melinda went out to purchase a computer while Suyu, accompanied by Feng Baobao and Annabeth, inspected the work of the construction crew, with the primary responsibility resting upon Annabeth's shoulders. Upon returning from their rounds, Annabeth seemed to have found inspiration or perhaps a concept, as she retrieved paper and pen from the counter and began sketching. Suyu glanced over. It appeared she was drafting a three-dimensional map of Dimensional Street. Half an hour later, Melinda returned with a sleek black laptop. Judging by its specifications, this laptop was likely the most advanced and high-end available, probably intended for internal use by S.H.I.E.L.D., and not easily obtainable even with wealth. However, Suyu remained quite critical, feeling that the design lacked fashion, the device was insufficiently slim, and the keyboard was not particularly comfortable to use. Furthermore, connecting to the internet necessitated a wired connection, which meant that although the computer was portable, it had to be stationed in a fixed location for online access. Fortunately, devoid of any pressure for updates or performance, Suyu could bask in the sunlight of his room while leisurely sketching out the stories he wished to write. Should he begin with Mo Dao Zushi, Naruto, or Percy Jackson? The Eastern aesthetic of Mo Dao Zushi might captivate those of Chinese descent and those curious about Eastern culture, while Percy Jackson would likely enjoy broader appeal. As for Naruto, although he would merely be a supporting character in that universe, the renowned Ichiraku ramen could serve as a promotional tool for his end and lay the groundwork for future narratives. Thus, he decided to commence with Naruto. Once the theme was established, Suyu reminisced about the storyline of Naruto and began to fervently type away at the keyboard. The rhythmic clattering of keys resonated in the room, and Suyu, immersed in concentration, felt as if he had returned to those long nights of writing before his transmigration, unwittingly entering a state of blissful oblivion, oblivious to the world outside. Upon completing the final word of the chapter, Suyu exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and reclined slightly in relaxation. The chair in his room lacked a backrest, yet as he leaned back, he felt as though he had collided with something. Turning his head, he found Melinda May standing behind him, her expression somewhat awkward. "When did you come in?" Suyu inquired with curiosity. When Naruto was caught by Irika for a review test on the transformation technique, Melinda replied, then asked with interest, will Naruto successfully graduate as a genin? The proctor, Mizuki, stealing the forbidden scrolls under the pretense of helping him pass the test, must be a conspiracy, right? Suyu paused for a moment, then chuckled. It seems you have a fondness for this story. Melinda nodded. Compared to the tale of Naruto, I am more intrigued by your story. Did you acquire the computer solely for writing novels? It allows you to earn royalties while promoting Dimensional Street, does it not? Suyu rose and stretched at the window, his gaze drawn to a figure moving along the fence marked with a no trespassing sign on private property. Chapter 42. The first guest. Annabeth straightened up, raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. As she did, her purple three-quarter sleeve shirt fluttered, revealing her exquisite waist unencumbered by leather armor. Suyu, approaching the scene, paused momentarily, then smilingly offered her a bottle of water. Have a drink and take a break, he suggested. Thank you, Annabeth replied, unscrewing the cap and gulping down the water. Suyu, eyeing the half-height wooden fence, inquired curiously, did you construct this? Annabelle nodded, acknowledging the necessity of enclosing the area. Only then could the openings on either side hold significance. Otherwise, many individuals might wander through here, oblivious to the warning signs, while others might set up picnics without a care. Several had attempted to bypass the inn upon sighting it, but I had successfully thwarted their efforts. Suyu, observing the fence that had reached one-third completion, intended to lend a hand, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a woman hesitantly approaching from the direction of the Queen's Botanical Garden, her backpack slung over her shoulder and a large black instrument case in hand. The woman's visage struck Suyu as oddly familiar, evoking a profound sense of recognition. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Was she not the mother of the struck siblings from The Gifted? Yet, she appeared significantly younger than her television counterpart. However, this was peculiar. They resided in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, while The Gifted narrated tales of mutants. Despite both belonging to Marvel, there was no direct connection between them, and he had not summoned her. Thus, she should not be here, embodying the essence of a local native. Could it be that this was not merely the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but rather a confluence of all Marvel adaptations into a singular multiverse? Perplexed, Suyu approached her, noticing her momentary panic as she halted. With curiosity, he inquired, "Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? I would like to know if that building is an inn." She responded, "Indeed, it is called a guest house, a term derived from ancient Eastern lodgings." Suyu affirmed with a nod. The woman surveyed the uneven terrain and the workers still engaged in construction, hesitatingly asking, "Is it open for business?" Suyu smiled, explaining, "It will officially commence operations in a few days. However, the interior is already furnished and ready for occupancy." If you're interested, I could show you around. And as my first guest, I would offer you a 50% discount. Really? She replied, introducing herself. I am Audrey Nason. Ah, so you are the owner, she exclaimed. Surprised, nodding towards Suyu. I thought you were Caitlin Strucker. Taken aback, Suyu pondered. There was no reason for her to adopt a false identity to deceive him. So she could not be the mother of the twins from the gifted. Do you require assistance? He inquired, glancing at the instrument case Audrey carried. She shook her head, replying, I can manage on my own. Suyu nodded, turning to walk alongside her toward the guest house while elaborating on its unique features. Over there is a replica model of a spaceship, but due to the ongoing construction, we haven't displayed it yet. If you wish to see it, I can arrange a tour without any extra charge. This street is known as Dimension Street, and our establishment is called Dimension Inn. My vision is to transform this place into a multifaceted attraction, so once inside, you will notice our reception is manned by a blue-skinned extraterrestrial. As Audrey Nelson stepped into the inn, accompanied by Suyu's introduction, she was immediately captivated by the establishment's Eastern aesthetic. Although the inn appeared quite unique from the outside, an aspect that had drawn her here, it was only upon entering that she truly experienced the allure of Eastern charm. Are ancient inns in the East always this beautiful? Audrey couldn't help but inquire. Suyu smiled and nodded. Pretty much, though they tend to be older and more primitive. At least ancient inns wouldn't use computers for registration. With a chuckle, Audrey followed Suyu's lead to the front desk. Despite Suyu's prior warnings, she was still taken aback by Minerva, who donned a striking blue uniform. Minerva's demeanor was neither overly warm nor cold. It was simply adequate for her duties at the front desk. Rather than inspecting the room before deciding on her stay, Audrey promptly booked a standard room. Suyu assisted her in upgrading to a single suite at a 50% discount. Once Minerva completed the registration and payment, Suyu cheerfully took the room key and guided her. The suite was located on the second floor, and upon opening the window in the attic, one could gaze upon the picturesque view outside. Suyu led her to the room adjacent to the dining area on the right side of the upper floor, opening the door and remarking, by evening, you can play the piano while watching the sunset cast a golden hue over the lawn. Audrey placed her large cello case on the bed and smiled, explaining, this is my cello. I'm in New York for an audition with an orchestra. Cello. Audrey Nelson? Suyu pondered for a moment, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. Chapter 43. The cello player's girlfriend? It dawned on her that the legendary girlfriend of Phil Coulson, the cellist, bore an uncanny resemblance to the mother of the gifted siblings, the Strucker twins. This implied that they were indeed within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, rather than a mere amalgamation of Marvel adaptations. Initially, Suyu had not connected the name with the character from the Gifted series, but upon hearing Audrey identify herself as a cellist, she recognized that Audrey's name rang a bell. With a familiar name and the identity of a cellist converging, the only possible match was indeed Phil Coulson's girlfriend, the cellist. The inn currently offers ramen, which I highly recommend. You won't regret it. Should you need anything else, feel free to contact the front desk or find me. I won't disturb your rest further. Suyu handed the room key to Audrey, wishing her success in her audition before departing. Audrey was not only the first guest of the inn, but also the establishment's inaugural source of revenue. Although the profit from the discounted rate was modest, Suyu felt a surge of joy, for it signified a step closer to alleviating his financial struggles. Stepping out of Audrey Nison's room, Suyu sought out Annabeth to help encircle the remaining area with a fence. Consequently, the path from the Botanical Garden to Casino Park would see most individuals entering and exiting through the intersections on either side of this zone. Although there were other routes outside the fence, the direct line between the two locales remained the most appealing, especially with the presence of an Eastern-style inn and a Western-style spaceship, which were sure to entice passers-by to linger. As evening descended and dinner concluded, Suyu and Melinda may return to their quarters, but chose not to ascend the stairs. Instead, they settled on the edge of the bed, casually turning on the television. This is my bed, Melinda May stated. This is my room, Suyu retorted, glancing at Melinda May and inquiring. Your training as a spy must have included physical conditioning, correct? Physical fitness is fundamental to all training, Melinda May replied, seating herself beside him, curiosity evident in her voice. Why do you ask? Pray tell, what does your training entail? After a moment of contemplation, Melinda May responded, if you have not previously undergone specialized physical training, it is best to start gradually. Begin with 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Once your body acclimatizes after a while, you can increase the numbers and then delve into more advanced training methods. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Melinda May, do you happen to know someone named Saitama, the bald hero? Suyu thought little of the training regime, turning him into a powerful bald figure. His sole aim was to enhance his physical capabilities to utilize his surgical fruit abilities more frequently. I'll give it a try, Suyu declared, rising to head upstairs to commence his training with push-ups. After completing 100 push-ups, he found himself breathless and fatigued, his arms aching. Following 100 sit-ups, he experienced a tearing soreness in his abdomen and spasms. By the time he reached the 100 squats, even standing felt challenging, his legs trembling. As for the final 10 kilometers, he resolved not to dwell on the daunting prospect after finishing the squats. He had assumed that his youth and fitness would enable him to conquer the basic training Melinda May had outlined. But the reality was that his entire body now ached terribly. Forget about completing the last 10 kilometers. Even lying down to breathe felt exhausting. Have you completed the push-ups, sit-ups, and squats? Melinda May inquired, unaware of the time as she stood at the staircase, looking down at Suyu sprawled on the floor. Perfect timing. Go take a shower, and we'll go for a night run. Not happening. It's just 10 kilometers. You'll finish in no time. Don't you want to enhance your physical fitness? If you train consistently every day, I assure you that when you next encounter Carol Danvers, you won't be clutching your waist. Suyu gritted his teeth and sat up. Who told you I was clutching my waist? Oh, Phil Coulson mentioned it. How does he know? Minerva said so. For the past few days, it has been Phil Coulson delivering food to Minerva, Melinda May casually remarked. Phil Coulson. The only witnesses to the incident of self-supporting were Minerva and the young girl, Monica Lumbo. Phil Coulson gleaned information from Minerva's scripted dialogue. Contemplating the unexpected nature of the inquiry, Minerva, too, had broached such a topic. A strong girl leads a boy to lean on the wall. Is it not a phrase you once uttered? If you wish to avoid propping yourself against a wall after each rendezvous with your girlfriend, rise and join me for a night run, Melinda urged provocatively. Wait, Suyu retorted, rising slowly to descend the stairs for a shower. Moments later, Suyu and Melinda departed from the inn, jogging towards Casina Park along the path by the football field. The inertia of human nature is one of our gravest adversaries. Initially reluctant to partake in the evening run, Suyu, under Melinda's insistence, overcame his lethargy and found that completing 10 kilometers was not so daunting, especially with Melinda deliberately slowing her pace to accommodate him. Chapter 44. The Grim Reaper approaches the protagonist. On a bench beside a street lamp, Suyu reclined, his arms draped over the backrest, gasping heavily and rapidly. Melinda stood before him, extending a towel from around her neck. Suyu accepted the towel, not to wipe off sweat, but instead placed it over his face, continuing to breathe laboriously. His mouth was parched, and his lungs felt as though they might burst. Each breath a sharp stab of pain. You may only rest for 5 minutes. After that, we shall return. Once home, I will provide you with a simple muscle massage to prevent strains from excessive exertion. Melinda's voice resonated, and the towel covering his face was gently removed. As Suyu prepared to open his eyes, he felt the towel being used to wipe his forehead and cheeks. Startled, he grasped Melinda's hand, taking the towel to tend to himself. Melinda merely shrugged, remaining silent. It was half an hour later when Suyu and Melinda arrived home, having somewhat regained his strength. Suyu took a quick shower, preparing to ascend to bed. Melinda, holding her clothes, called to him as he began to head upstairs. Don't fall asleep yet. I will assist you with your muscle massage shortly. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Melinda emerged after her shower. She wore a rather revealing black nightgown, a subtle fragrance enveloping her, creating an atmosphere that felt almost intimate in the shared space of a man and woman. After all, our ancestors coined the phrase food and sex. However, Melinda's technique was exceedingly professional. Once something becomes professional, it often loses its allure. Thus, Suyu harbored no errant thoughts and fell into a drowsy slumber before Melinda had even finished. With conversation, time stretches. In silence, it contracts. When Suyu awoke, it was already midday the following day. His body bore no fatigue or soreness, perhaps a testament to Melinda's efforts the night before. Upon glancing at the system panel, I noted that the 115 dimensional points were sufficient for another summoning. Ding! The summoning is complete. Congratulations, host, for summoning the dimensional entity Claire from the world of Final Destination. The sharp, piercing scream startled Suyu, who had just closed the system panel. Following the sound, he beheld a golden-haired girl, seemingly gripped by a dreadful fright, cowering on the ground with her arms wrapped around her head. Please, cease your cries. The scream abruptly halted. Claire tentatively lowered her hands and raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar room before landing on the now-sitting Suyu. For a moment, she appeared bewildered, only to be swiftly overtaken by a renewed sense of fear and despair. Am I dead? Indeed, there is no escaping. No one can elude death. No one can deceive death, she murmured tremulously, lost in her own haunting thoughts. Final Destination is a quintessential horror series, chronicling the misadventures of a group who, having foreseen their untimely demise, attempt to evade fate, only to encounter a series of bizarre coincidences. Claire is the protagonist of the first installment, the one who survived the longest. She managed to evade death and found refuge in a mental asylum. Though she lived in constant trepidation and her sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, she at least persevered. Regrettably, when the leads of the second film sought her assistance, she left the asylum, ultimately succumbing to death's relentless grasp. Not a single soul has survived throughout the series. If you wish to live, it would be wise to compose yourself. That's futile. Death will not spare me. Am I in hell or heaven? It is impossible for me to still be alive. Claire's whispered words faltered mid-sentence as she suddenly lifted her gaze, eyes wide with excitement, fixating on Suyu. You just mentioned that if I don't want to die, I must calm down. So, does that mean I am not dead? You are not death? Suyu rolled over, approached the window, pulled back the curtains, and flung open the window, allowing the golden sunlight to bathe him. To Claire, he appeared as an angel radiant with light, not the kind seen upon entering heaven, but rather the kind that could save her. Have you heard of the theory of parallel worlds? In essence, I have summoned you from your original world to this alternate dimension, which is here. This is Dimensional Street, and I am its sole master, Suyu. You must not harbor any thoughts or actions that could betray or harm me, nor should you entertain the notion of returning to your original world, lest you face punishment. Do you understand? Claire nodded vigorously. The concepts of parallel worlds and summoning were not entirely comprehensible to her, but one truth resonated clearly. She was indeed still alive. You must remember a few essential points. Firstly, as long as you remain here, there is no need to fear the relentless pursuit of death or the unforeseen accidents that may arise. Secondly, you are prohibited from disclosing any information, aside from names, to anyone who has not been summoned like you. Lastly, you must contemplate what you can contribute in this place, your skills and value. After all, one cannot simply enjoy free lodging and sustenance without offering something in return. Chapter 45, Car Repairs? I can drive too. Feng Bao Bao is responsible for miscellaneous tasks. Xiaoda takes care of the catering, Melinda handles procurement, while Minerva and Annabeth manage the reception. This arrangement was made prior, but now with the addition of Claire. So you must reconsider the distribution of roles. It is manageable with a few people, but in the future, when the crowd swells, it is unreasonable for everyone to dine and lodge without reciprocation. If the establishment were to be filled to capacity, how would it remain profitable? It is imperative to harness their strengths and achieve self-sufficiency. As the sole proprietor of Dimension Street, it is untenable for Suyu to bear the financial burden alone, especially since he himself is devoid of funds. Can I repair cars? Claire inquired tentatively. Repair cars? I can drive too. Suyu furrowed his brow. However, I doubt there are any vehicles here for you to mend, nor will it yield substantial profit. Claire grew anxious. She was merely an ordinary high school student, having learned about car repairs from her father, and beyond that, she could think of no other skill she possessed for earning a living. As long as you don't send me away, I can do anything. Household chores, laundry, anything you require. Anything you require? The proposition sounded enticing. Suyu scrutinized Claire and nodded slightly. Let us first take a tour and familiarize you with the surroundings. I shall inform you of your responsibilities once I have devised a plan. Follow me. As Suyu led Claire from the room, the pure oriental decor of the inn astonished her. Despite her lingering uncertainty and trepidation about the future, she couldn't help but gaze around in awe. This is Feng Bao Bao, the first person I summoned. This is Xiaoda, whose handmade noodles are nothing short of artistic, making him the foremost chef in our establishment. That is Annabeth, a demigod, daughter of Athena, who just arrived yesterday. As for the one with blue skin, her name is Minerva. She was not summoned by me, but is a native of this world, a member of the Kree, a blue-skinned extraterrestrial race. Suyu introduced each individual to Claire, then clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Everyone, this is Claire, our new arrival. Hello, everyone, I'm Claire, she greeted nervously. Bao Bao, please show her around. Suyu entrusted the task of guiding the newcomer back to Feng Bao Bao, before approaching the reception desk and inquiring of Minerva, where's Melinda? She left around 8 and hasn't returned since, Minerva replied. Suyu nodded and abruptly asked, what did you discuss with Phil Coulson? Minerva was momentarily taken aback. I didn't say anything, she stammered. Wasn't it you who mentioned the saying a strong girl means a boy leans against the wall to Phil Coulson? Suyu inquired. Minerva shook her head, denying it. Suyu scrutinized Minerva intently. The situation at the inn is rather chaotic and is bound to become even more so. You should be aware of what is appropriate to say and what is not. You cannot return to Kree, and if you wish to avoid being subjected to dissection, this is your only sanctuary. Do your best, and if you perform well, I shall consider returning your heart to you. Minerva lowered her head slightly and nodded in agreement. Suyu then turned to wave at Annabeth. Once she approached, Suyu stated, I plan to have those people outside leave tomorrow. Consider what tasks need to be accomplished in advance and have them complete them promptly. Additionally, have them construct a simple dining pavilion and a cylindrical oven. The dining pavilion was straightforward, requiring no elaborate instructions, but the oven posed a challenge. Annabeth had never seen the traditional Eastern sweet potato oven, so Suyu had to provide a detailed explanation. After briefing Annabeth, Suyu went to the dining area and asked Shoda to prepare 2 bowls of ramen. When the ramen was ready, Feng Bao Bao returned with Claire, who had been sightseeing. Suyu pushed 1 bowl toward Claire, disregarding her exclamations of delight over the delicious ramen, and motioned for Shoda to sit beside her. As she ate, Suyu remarked, I arranged for those outside to help you build a dining pavilion. There are many tourists in the vicinity. As long as your ramen garners a good reputation, your business should thrive. I'll give you 1 week. After that, you'll be responsible for the costs, and I will take 30% of the profits. Don't find it excessive. You should understand how advantageous our location is. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every inch is valuable. The 30% I am asking for includes your rent and living expenses. Once your reputation is established and you have a steady stream of customers, I can assist you in opening a ramen shop in the Dimensional Street. We can discuss the specifics and costs later. Once the construction crew departed, the daily dimensional points would diminish significantly, necessitating a strategy to fill that void. Allowing Shoda to set up a stall was an excellent approach. Firstly, it would provide Shoda with an opportunity to earn income, ensuring he wasn't merely receiving free food and lodging, but also generating some profits. Secondly, it would attract foot traffic to Dimensional Street. As long as patrons linger for 2 hours, they could earn dimensional points. Given the daily influx of people here, if managed well, this could prove as fruitful as retaining the construction crew, if not more so. Despite there being a cap on the number of people, the ebb and flow of visitors proved far more beneficial than remaining stationary. After all, as long as one stayed for over 2 hours, they would acquire dimensional points. Whereas merely occupying space without contributing would be a waste. Chapter 46, Women? How could a captain's photograph be less significant? Shoda gladly accepted Suyu's arrangements. Regardless of the potential for profit, he now had a purpose, allowing the people of this world to savor the exquisite flavor of Ichiraku ramen and witness his culinary artistry. Naturally, if he could establish the Ichiraku ramen brand in this realm, that would be even more splendid. As a seasoned noodle master with over 30 years of experience, merely providing breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the few guests at the inn felt rather unsatisfactory. He feared that such a routine might lead to the neglect of his culinary skills. Thus, after making his decision, he sought out the opinions of outsiders to enhance his dining establishment. At an inopportune moment, Phil Coulson arrived. Had he come a tad earlier, he could have savored the masterful creations of the noodle artisan. However, the artisan was currently engrossed in laying the groundwork for his forthcoming venture. Suyu felt too embarrassed to summon him back specifically to prepare a bowl of noodles for Coulson, and even if he had the courage, he would not have done so. When Coulson entered, Suyu was preparing to ascend the stairs to continue his narrative of Naruto. Observing Coulson greet Minerva with a nod and then approach him, Suyu leaned against the staircase and called out, "Bower, Feng Bao," upon hearing her name. Swiftly emerged from an unknown corner. Suyu pointed at Coulson and commanded, "Make him lie down." "Oh, what for?" questioned Coulson, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet, Feng Bao decisively seized his wrist and executed a perfect shoulder throw. Thud. Coulson landed spectacularly on the ground, grimacing and writhing. Suyu nodded in satisfaction at Feng Bao, then turned to Coulson and inquired, "Do you know why?" Coulson looked bewildered. "Why?" "To support your back," Suyu replied with a smile. Coulson suddenly understood, his face flushing as he awkwardly attempted to explain. "Let me explain, actually. But explanations equate to concealment, and concealment implies guilt." Suyu had no intention of hearing Coulson's justification, nor did he require it. Such harmless banter was best taken lightly, especially when it came to Coulson. Coulson, rising with a sheepish demeanor, remarked, "Well, the matter from last time has concluded, including the Robert Gonzalez incident. When will you release these individuals?" "Once they depart, only Melinda May and I will be monitoring your situation, and your affairs will be classified as top secret, accessible only to a select few. By the way, where is Melinda May?" "Rest assured, I did not send her away. She left early this morning, and I have no idea where she went," Suyu replied, pursing his lips. Coulson's assertions may have held some truth, but they could hardly be deemed factual. If memory serves, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. should be Alexander Pierce, followed by Nick Fury. Alexander Pierce is the most significant infiltrator of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., overseeing the Winter Soldier and orchestrating the Insight program. Those individuals outside can leave by tomorrow morning. "Oh, and this is for you." Suyu suddenly conjured an object from thin air, promptly presenting a photograph from his room upstairs to Coulson. Coulson caught the photograph, his cheeks twitching as he abruptly looked up at Suyu, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this a signed photo of the captain?" As Suyu retracted his space, he nodded. "I know you are a fan of the captain, so I prepared this specially for you. It is undoubtedly the captain's autograph." "Thank you. Friends, after all." He patted his shoulder, and his gaze happened to catch sight of Audrey Nesson entering with a violin case, her expression somewhat dejected. "Hi, did you go for the audition?" Suyu greeted Audrey Nesson. She nodded, her expression strained as she replied, "Yes, but it didn't go well. Failure is the mother of success, but alas, success is often unrecognizable." Suyu's words deepened Audrey Nesson's already forced smile, rendering her countenance even more forlorn. "I'll head upstairs," she said to Suyu, offering a polite nod to Phil Coulson beside him before ascending the stairs with her violin case. Observing Audrey Nesson bump into Phil Coulson's shoulder, Suyu mischievously inquired, "What do you think?" "What do you mean?" "She's beautiful and graceful, and a cellist to boot." "Quite impressive, isn't she?" "She is." Audrey Nesson, the first guest who checked in yesterday, here to audition for the symphony orchestra. Suyu continued with a playful grin. Are you interested? Don't joke around. I hardly have the energy to contemplate romance at the moment, Phil Coulson responded, entirely disinterested in matters of the heart. Shrugging, Suyu provocatively remarked, when love is already attainable, what more is there to discuss? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Suit yourself. I have this. And that suffices. Phil Coulson reverently shook the photograph of the captain in his hand. Were it not for the knowledge of his future relationships with several girlfriends, Suyu would certainly maintain a respectful distance from someone who preferred photographs of men over real women. Chapter 47. Is there a novel yet? There must be. Suyu harbored a complex perception of family. On one hand, he held the utmost expectations, yearning for a family of his own, while on the other, he was filled with trepidation regarding the potential disintegration of that family due to various reasons, fearing that his future children might not have a complete home. He was a sentimental pessimist. He would take every relationship seriously and invest sincerely in his feelings. Yet he would never easily designate anyone as his one and only for life. Love is love, and family is family. He delineated these concepts with clarity. Thus, he would actively pursue new romantic entanglements or informal relationships, yet would never take the initiative to discuss marriage or the establishment of a family in a more casual manner. This mirrored the prevailing attitudes in the West, where impulsive encounters could occur or a need might arise to maintain a companionship for a period. However, when it came to formal relationships, individuals tended to approach them with caution, often delineating needs and emotions rationally, with a clear distinction between feelings and responsibility. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping at the door interrupted, and Audrey Nesson opened it to find Suyu standing there with several cans of beer, momentarily taken aback, her eyes questioning. Is there something you need? Do you want some? Suyu inquired, holding up the beer. Audrey Nesson smiled gently, saying, I am not so fragile. Although the interview did not yield success, this world is not solely inhabited by their band. She then invited, please, come in. Suyu closed the door, placing the bottle beside the television cabinet, and opened a can to hand to Audrey Nesson, while also opening one for himself. To your success, he toasted. Thank you. Audrey Nesson replied, slightly raising her can in acknowledgement before taking a small sip. I hardly ever drink, for alcohol affects my fingers and nerves, hindering my ability to concentrate on playing the cello. However, during moments of failure and despair, it indeed helps me forget the pain and start anew, she exclaimed, suddenly smiling at Suyu. Alas, success may indeed be indifferent to Ken. I thought you would be packing your things to leave, Suyu remarked, glancing at the unorganized backpack and the spare clothes hanging on the rack, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Audrey Nesson shook her head. There are still several symphony orchestras here. I wish to try my luck with them. If all else fails, I shall return. Suyu then said, have I ever mentioned to you that, besides being the proprietor of this inn and the master of this street, I am also an aficionado of storytelling? Audrey Nesson shook her head, intrigued. What stories have you written? The stories I penned in the past are likely unknown to anyone here, but the ones I am currently composing will surely reach many in the future. While writing this story, I envisioned a melody that would perfectly accompany certain passages. Regrettably, I lack knowledge of music theory and can only hum the tune vaguely, Suyu admitted with a shrug. Audrey Nesson smiled brightly. I did not expect you to possess such talent. May I hear it? Of course. Suyu took a sip of his drink to soothe his throat and began to hum softly, recalling the melancholy melody from the death of Neji and Naruto. Audrey Nesson sat on the edge of the bed, sipping her drink while listening to his hum, gradually emptying her glass as tears welled in her eyes. The sorrowful emotions, stirred by Suyu's decidedly unprofessional humming, enveloped her heart. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she turned to Suyu, who had finished humming, and asked, I am curious to know what kind of story could evoke such a sorrowful melody from you. The story has yet to be penned. Suyu gestured to his head and then to her cello. Can you play it? I can certainly try. Audrey Nesson set aside the empty can and retrieved her cello. Taking a deep breath, she recalled the melody Suyu had just hummed and looked up to ask, what is its name? Grief and Sorrow, Suyu replied. Nodding, Audrey Nesson gently drew the bow across the strings. The cello's rich tone, combined with the sorrowful melody, produced a profoundly tear-jerking effect, far surpassing the earlier humming. The lyrical, melancholic strains, imbued with deep and complex emotions, captivated even Suyu, the so-called originator, as vivid images of Neji's demise and Naruto spontaneously flooded his mind. The intention behind creating or appropriating Naruto is not solely for financial gain, but also to promote Ichiraku Ramen and Dimension Street. In contrast, Audrey Nesson's motivation for producing anime soundtracks is less than pure, although the soundtrack and the novel complement each other, significantly aiding in the promotion of Dimension Street. Suyu is primarily concerned with whether playing in Dimension Street can captivate a greater audience and resonate with Audrey Nesson. Audrey Nesson diligently records and refines the music sheets, asking Suyu to hum repeatedly whenever there is ambiguity. After more than 2 hours of effort, the cello rendition of Sorrow and Despair is finally completed. This will undoubtedly be a magnificent piece. Audrey Nesson, filled with excitement, stands up and exclaims to Suyu, to this, I hold unwavering belief. Suyu nods in agreement. In this story, there is a ramen chef in the inn who crafts noodles by hand and will soon set up a stall outside to share his noodle artistry. Perhaps you could perform this piece nearby to attract some customers, while also familiarizing yourself with the composition. When you go for your audition, I am confident that this piece will lead you to success. Chapter 48, Bumblebee. The somber, sorrowful strains of the cello resonate throughout the inn, relentlessly tugging at the heartstrings of all present. The innocent Feng Baobao weeps openly at the melancholic melody. The noodle chef, with his back turned, slightly trembles in silent grief. Claire's eyes glisten with tears as she dabs at them intermittently. Even the relatively composed Annabeth and Minerva feel a twinge of sorrow in their noses. Each individual carries their own sorrowful tales and experiences, and each finds a personal resonance within the melody. The mournful music eventually fades, and as Audrey Neeson's door swings open, Suyu, holding the unfinished beer, guides her into his room. She wishes to review the portions already pinned for Naruto, and once she glimpses the work, she is ensnared in its depths. Those nights of reckless sleeplessness ultimately demand an early morning of consequence. Suyu awakens with a languid stretch, tousling his messy hair and yawning, only to find that the enchanting presence beside him has vanished. He rises to a seated position, the distant yet near strains of the cello drifting through the window. Pulling aside the curtains, he opens the window to behold Audrey Neeson performing sorrow and despair on the vacant lot, surrounded by passers-by who are captivated by her artistry, prompting a knowing smile. The construction crew has departed, leaving the site tidy and clean, enhancing the environment of Dimension Street. The construction barriers around the spaceship have been removed, replaced by a large black cloth draped over it. The hand-pulled noodle stall has been established, and though the Ichiraku ramen sign has yet to be hung, the enticing aroma already draws numerous customers. Unfortunately, Feng Baobao's roasted sweet potato scheme has faltered, as Melinda May did not return yesterday, leaving no one to procure the necessary ingredients for the roasted sweet potatoes. The figures displayed on the system panel underwent a significant transformation. The contribution of dimensional points from the construction team before their departure elevated the total count to 120, while the dimensional creatures diminished from 104, 136, 100 post-activation. This implies that, aside from Feng Baobao, Xiaoda, Annabeth, Claire, Minerva, and the sole resident, Audrey Nelson, there are currently 30 tourists or passers-by lingering within the confines of Dimensional Street. This number appears to fluctuate due to the comings and goings of individuals. The journey ahead is indeed arduous. These individuals will not yield any dimensional points unless they remain for over 2 hours. Thus, the crux of acquiring these points lies in prolonging their stay. After all, even in amusement parks, few would linger in one spot for a full 2 hours. With the fixed income from the construction team now absent, summoning creatures is paramount, and the cap on summoned dimensional beings is just one short of being complete. Ding! Summoning complete. Congratulations, host, for summoning the dimensional creature from the world of Transformers, Bumblebee. Bang! A dilapidated and aging yellow Volkswagen Beetle abruptly parked near the staircase, occupying a significant portion of the space right beside the bed. While conjuring a living being from thin air may not consume much room, manifesting a car is rather excessive. ISNT it. Thankfully, the attic is spacious enough, and I haven't filled it with furniture yet. Otherwise, there would be no place for it. Suyu waved away the dust that settled as the Beetle landed and began to inspect it. The vehicle was riddled with rust, its front and rear bumpers in tatters, and even the doors were uneven and severely chipped. In the early scenes of the Transformers film, Bumblebee was represented as the old Chevrolet Camaro, later transforming into the new model. And now, a Volkswagen Beetle. Aside from the unchanged color, both the model and brand have shifted. However, this is indeed Bumblebee. The prequel to Transformers, the standalone film featuring Bumblebee, depicts him in the form of a Volkswagen Beetle. After the Autobots lost to the Decepticons in the Cybertron Civil War, Optimus Prime dispatched his members across the cosmos in search of safe havens to rebuild their forces. Bumblebee was sent to Earth, and after traversing light years, he plunged into the mountains of Northern California, only to encounter human soldiers and the relentless pursuit of the Decepticons. Though he ultimately triumphed over his foes, his energy core suffered damage, and his vocal system was compromised. Before his energy was fully depleted, he transformed into a Volkswagen Beetle to disguise himself, awaiting the restoration of his systems. Subsequently, Bumblebee was discarded as a junked vehicle and taken to a repair shop. The female protagonist, a high school student yearning for her own car, brought Bumblebee home to restore him, discovering his uniqueness. Yet, due to the damage to his core, Bumblebee lost his memories, transforming from a valiant Autobot warrior into a mere husky. It may be an exaggeration to speak of the husky, yet it undeniably possesses an adorable charm that leaves one breathless. The memory core restoration allowed Bumblebee to once again transform into a valiant Autobot warrior, vanquishing the Decepticons. In the tale's conclusion, he departed from the female protagonist, reverting to a Chevrolet Camaro and driving away. leading to many years later when he was brought home by Sam from a second-hand car market, thus commencing the iconic saga of Transformers. Chapter 49, Thriving Business at Yale Ramen. Observing the quietly poised Bumblebee, Suyu surmised that he must have been summoned prior to being taken home by the female lead, likely still in the phase of energy restoration. In other words, until his system energy is fully replenished, he is incapable of driving or transforming. Aside from providing dimensional points daily, he serves no other purpose. Moreover, even if he could drive, the Beetle model is not to his liking. Suyu felt a modicum of disappointment regarding the outcome of this summoning. After all, this is Bumblebee, his second favorite character in the Transformers universe after the female protagonist. Besides, once his energy is restored, he would possess a vehicle capable of altering its form, operating autonomously, and even transforming into a warrior Autobot for combat. The only pressing dilemma at present is to devise a way to remove him from his room. However, that is unfeasible at the moment due to the presence of too many people. He would have to wait until nightfall, when the area is deserted, to utilize the powers of the surgical fruit to replace him. Otherwise, considering his size, he would struggle to exit the room, let alone descend the attic stairs. After freshening up and exiting the inn, Audrey Nesson was still playing her music. After exchanging a nod of acknowledgement with her and casting a glance at the meager coins in her violin case, Suyu approached the handmade noodle stall and ordered a serving of ramen. The handmade food stall resembled a food truck, an entirely enclosed space with a counter at the front displaying a price list. About half a meter away from the stall were a few wooden tables and chairs crafted from scrap materials. Several patrons, while enjoying their ramen, offered enthusiastic praise and occasionally discussed the inn's unique style. The steaming bowl of ramen was personally delivered by the noodle master, which elicited some discontent from a customer who had just served himself, prompting a loud inquiry. Before Suyu could respond, the noodle master impatiently retorted, "That is from my boss." His business thrived, with several customers awaiting their turn. Once, the noodle master had a daughter and 2 apprentices to assist him. Now, he relied solely on himself. Despite the busyness, he felt no weariness. Sharing seating at street-side stalls was a common occurrence. And just as Suyu took a few bites of his ramen, someone sat down in the vacant space beside him. He cast a glance and then returned to his meal. Though he had not engaged in physical training the previous day, he had expended considerable energy. The phrase "a young bull is unafraid of tigers" aptly described Audrey Nesson. Oh, he nearly forgot. He needed to change the bed linens soon, perhaps wash them as well. On second thought, it would be better to let Claire handle the laundry, as she currently had no suitable tasks, and it would save him some expenses. As for any awkwardness, having completed the tasks at hand, one should not fear exposure. My employer has assigned me a new mission, seeking to ascertain the true capabilities of the doctor, whether they align with the prevailing rumors. John Garrett reported in a whisper, his voice as delicate as a thread. Suyu leisurely savored his noodles. There is no need for our meetings to resemble clandestine spy exchanges. As long as your identity remains undisclosed in my presence, we possess countless reasons to meet openly. Since you have learned to leverage your affiliation with SHIELD, why not also capitalize on your identity as a construction worker? I have numerous projects awaiting initiation. Only with your legitimate identity registered here can I ensure your protection should any issues arise. John Garrett's breath quickened, and his heart raced with excitement. He took a few subtle breaths, suppressing his eagerness as he replied, "Yes, I understand. Your employer wishes to verify the doctor's abilities, and fortuitously, the doctor is preparing to open his practice. Be ready with funds and patience when you return to see me." "Understood," John Garrett responded, preparing to take his leave. "Do not rush off. Order a bowl of noodles to show your support, and remain here for a full 2 hours before departing." After finishing his noodles, Suyu drained the broth, ignoring John Garrett's confusion and bewilderment, and rose to return to the inn. John Garrett comprehended the request for the noodles, yet the significance of staying for 2 hours eluded him. Nevertheless, he dutifully ordered a bowl of noodles and lingered for over 2 hours before finally taking his leave. Although Audrey Nelson did not play continuously, the appreciation of her audience was gratifying. Therefore, even during her rest, she had no intention of packing up to return to the inn. Suyu had initially hoped to engage her in conversation, but it seemed he would have to wait until evening, uncertain if an opportunity would present itself then. He summoned Claire to assist him with changing the bed linens. Claire was startled by the vehicle in the room. Suyu refrained from explaining the Bumblebee situation and instead entrusted her with the cleaning task. Although there was no pay involved, it was at least not entirely without compensation in terms of food and lodging. Once Claire finished changing the linens and departed, Suyu opened his laptop to resume his endeavor of copying Naruto. Chapter 50. The choice of the second building and a serendipitous encounter while running. As the sun set, the evening glow painted the sky. Feng Baobao and Annabeth assisted in packing up the stall, while Claire washed the dishes by the sink. The noodle vendor, armed with paper, pen, and calculator, computed the day's earnings while also calculating costs, jotting down the ingredients needed for the next day. When Suyu descended after concluding his frenzied writing, the vendor had just finished his tally. Suyu inquired, "How were the earnings?" The cost calculations were not entirely precise, but the net profit should be around $100. We sold just over 40 bowls of noodles today, mostly at lower prices. However, I am confident that within a week, we can maintain a daily net profit exceeding $300. The vendor appeared notably assured, lamenting that if only there were more seating, sales could improve. Many patrons abandoned their wait due to a lack of space and lengthy wait times. Despite it being merely the first day of operation, he was already daydreaming of opening a larger Ichiraku ramen shop than the original. Regrettably, Suyu currently finds himself in a state of financial constraint. Even if he possessed the means, the second building on Dimension Street would hardly be a ramen shop. After all, the existing stalls already suffice in attracting foot traffic. And even if a ramen establishment were to be constructed, the nature of such fast food would scarcely encourage patrons to linger for more than 2 hours. Throughout an entire day, aside from the singular dimensional point brought by the bumblebee, only 11 additional dimensional points were accrued, indicating that merely 11 individuals remained within the confines of Dimension Street for over 2 hours. What kind of establishment could compel visitors to stay for such a duration? Besides inns, so you could only conceive of libraries and cinemas. The adage holds that within books lie beauty and wealth. To finish reading a book, one would require, at the very least, a couple of hours, wouldn't he one? As for cinemas, the allure is even more straightforward. Watching a film typically consumes around 2 hours. Indeed, a children's amusement park could also serve as an admirable option. However, the vicinity boasts an abundance of amusement facilities, and while such a park could attract visitors, its cost-effectiveness remains questionable. Suyu has observed that the majority of the visitors here are young couples or parents entertaining their children. Thus, libraries and cinemas stand out as his most favorable considerations. In comparative terms, the cost-effectiveness of a library surpasses that of a cinema. Constructing a library is relatively straightforward and low cost. One merely needs to amass a collection of books to open its doors to the public. Conversely, a cinema requires significantly more space and entails substantial expenses for purchasing or renting film reels, making it prohibitively expensive. Furthermore, the dimensional stories he has transcribed could be promoted within a library, while a cinema would not serve as an effective platform for such advertising. Given that his works are not films, has Melinda may not yet returned? As Suyu glanced around and failed to spot her, he intended to procure the ingredients himself by consulting the list he had prepared. Just then, he caught sight of Melinda May entering, her face etched with fatigue. "You're back," Suyu exclaimed eagerly, thrusting the ingredient list into her hands. Melinda May replied, "I've only just returned. Can't you see how weary I am? You don't even ask where I've been. You simply expect me to go shopping upon my arrival?" With a huff and a glance of annoyance at the list, she turned and exited. Suyu did not intend to exploit Melinda May's efforts. Rather, he was simply constrained by his lack of funds. The inn currently accommodates only one guest, Audrey Nason, who enjoys a discounted rate. Although the ramen profits over the next week would belong to him, the earnings from today were merely sufficient for purchasing ingredients. Every penny saved is invaluable at this juncture. The financial demands are numerous: costs for the inn, living expenses, and the upkeep of the streets, including lighting. Each requires funding. Strolling leisurely as if on a casual walk, Suyu circumnavigated his territory, picking up a few pieces of litter along the way. Seizing a moment when no one was around, he expanded his spatial domain to encompass half of the inn, utilizing spatial replacement to swap a trash bottle for the bumblebee within his room, subsequently parking it beside the inn. Seeing Melinda's fatigued demeanor, it was evident that she would likely be unable to accompany him for an evening run. Moreover, the situation with Audrey Nelson remained uncertain. After much contemplation, Suyu resolved to seize the opportunity and complete a 10-kilometer run. As for push-ups and sit-ups, those could perhaps be accomplished with Audrey Nelson's assistance. The running venue remained Casina Park. At this hour, the sky had yet to darken, and many individuals were out jogging or cycling. Although they were strangers, there was a palpable sense of mutual encouragement amongst them. After several kilometers, fatigue began to envelop him, prompting Suyu to seek a pacer. His eyes settled on a woman clad in form-fitting athletic wear who had been running laps around the park. With a slight increase in pace, he fell in step behind her, adjusting his rhythm to match hers. Not long into the run, she seemed to sense his presence, glancing back to gauge his stamina. Noticing his apparent endurance, she offered a subtle nod in greeting before continuing her pace. With someone leading the way, Suyu found the 10-kilometer run to be less exhausting than his previous attempt. Observing that she appeared poised to continue, he waved a farewell and leisurely made his way home. Their essay saying, "The bond of a gentleman is as gentle as water." As he continued his walk, a sudden glimmer of golden light caught his eye, and as it descended, a rotund figure clad in dark mage robes obstructed his path. Chapter 51. The Supreme Sorcerer wishes to see me? Let her come. The figure was a stout Asian man, unmistakably a practitioner of the signature teleportation magic of Kamartaj. With these characteristics combined, the identity of this roadblock became glaringly apparent. Wang, one of the mages of Kamartaj, was a disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. He would later appear as a librarian when Stephen Strange sought to learn magic at Camartage, after being slain during the destruction of the sanctum by the traitor Caecilius. Wong was resurrected by Stephen Strange, also known as Doctor Strange, using the Time Stone. Following the resolution of the Dormammu crisis, he became Strange's assistant, contributing to the reconstruction of the sanctum and establishing himself as a prominent figure in the realm of magic within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With a serious expression and a grave tone, Wong addressed Suyu. The Supreme Sorcerer wishes to see you. Ancient One is a formidable presence in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, being the Earth's Supreme Sorcerer and a guardian of the multiverse. She leads the mages of the sanctum in their silent watch against incursions from other realms and dimensions. During Loki's invasion with the Chitauri army, she had quietly vanquished Chitauri soldiers out of sight of the Avengers and later entrusted the Time Stone to Hulk, who had traveled through time. Suyu had anticipated that the Ancient One might seek him out, as both his travels and the summoned beings originated from other spatial dimensions. Furthermore, the Dimension Street itself constituted an independent extra-dimensional realm, which, when activated, would overlap and bind with Earth space. It was impossible for the Ancient One to remain unaware of this. Her intervention was inevitable. Observing the grave expression on Wong's face, Suyu slowly and resolutely shook his head. While I hold great admiration for the endeavors of Master Gu Yi, her mere words do not compel me to obediently accompany you to meet her. If she wishes to see me, let her come in person. With a sudden jolt, Wong's arms trembled, and 2 rings of the Ragador materialized instantaneously. Though the name Ragador may sound flamboyant, the spell itself was remarkably simple. 2 small magical shields held in hand, each adorned in distinct colors. One was the foundational magic every Camartage mage mastered, a prevalent emblematic spell rendered in a vibrant yellow. The other was a more potent red ring, famously employed by Doctor Strange to withstand a blow from Thanos. The appearance of Wong's magical shields made his intentions unmistakably clear. He was determined to escort Suyu to meet the Supreme Sorcerer. A confrontation was inevitable, and further dialogue would prove to be nothing but futile chatter. With his palm facing downward, Suyu summoned a swirling vortex resembling a white typhoon, which, after several rotations, erupted into a transparent hemispherical space, enveloping both him and Wong within. Wong's brows arched in surprise. Magic? Suyu offered no reply, merely sneering as he wielded his control over the surrounding stones, branches, and discarded plastic bottles, launching them in a chaotic barrage towards Wong. The latter hastily employed his magical shields to parry the onslaught, the sound of collisions resonating through the air. In a fleeting glance, Wong suddenly realized that Suyu had vanished, replaced by a verdant branch. Swish! With a rush of air, Suyu teleported behind Wong and delivered a powerful blow to the back of his head. Thud! Wong emitted a muffled grunt, stumbling forward. Regaining his balance, he found his magical shield dissipated, replaced by a golden energy whip that lashed out with a resounding crack. The whip shattered the very branch from which Suyu had previously switched positions. Reacting swiftly, Wong turned, only to find Suyu's figure amplifying in his line of sight. A scalpel. Thud. Wong's heart was excised and fell to the ground with a thud, alongside his corpulent body. Am I dead? Have I truly perished just like this? Prostrate on the cold, unyielding ground, Wong felt as though the very essence of his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. The overwhelming sensation of powerlessness suggested that death was imminent, and alarmingly close at hand. Is there anything you wish to say? Suyu inquired as he picked up Wong's heart and turned to face the fallen figure. The Supreme Sorcerer wishes to see you, Wong struggled to articulate. Then let her come herself. As Suyu's words faded, the sound of his departing footsteps echoed, gradually receding into the distance. After what felt like an eternity, Wong, awaiting death, stood up with a bewildered expression, his hands bracing against the ground. He sensed his strength returning, and all bodily functions appeared normal, save for the inexplicably large scientific anomaly of a gaping hole in his chest and the absence of his heart. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. How is this possible? As the evening breeze swept through, Wong couldn't help but shudder. He was uncertain whether this tremor stemmed from the chill of the ground or the horror of being alive after losing his heart. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had failed to complete the Supreme Mage's task and knew he must return to Camartage at once to inform the Supreme Mage of the unfolding events. With a rustling sound, a golden magical portal opened, and Wong, with a countenance marked by a tragic dignity, returned to Camartage. Meanwhile, Suyu had also arrived back at the inn. What is this? Upon entering the inn, Suyu found Audrey Nelson engaged in conversation with Melinda May. Before he could greet them, Audrey noticed Suyu and the cube he held, which contained a pulsating heart. Chapter 52. If the future cannot be altered. How stifling it is to live. A trinket from a friend, quite lifelike. I senti it. Observe how the heart's rhythm accelerates with external pressure, Suyu remarked, placing the cube before Audrey with an air of nonchalance, deliberately applying pressure to it. Thump, 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 thump. The heart within the cube instantly quickened its pace. Initially startled, Audrey exhaled in relief upon hearing Su Yu's explanation. After regaining her composure, she pondered, how could a heart continue to beat once separated from its body? Clearly, it was a fabrication. With her fear dissipated, she scrutinized the heart, astonished by its remarkable realism. From the delicate membrane to the intricate veins, and the very manner in which it throbbed, it appeared indistinguishable from a genuine heart. Encouraged by Su Yu's gaze, Audrey reached out to touch it. It was difficult to articulate the sensation. All she could discern was that the heart's pulsations quickened in response to her touch. Nearby, Melinda May couldn't help but twitch her lips at the scene. She swore this was not merely an incredibly lifelike toy. It was, in fact, a real heart. Anyone who touched it would undoubtedly cause its rhythm to quicken. Contemplating the sensation of a heart being squeezed, Melinda felt a pang of sorrow for its owner. Realizing it must be an experience fraught with anguish and helplessness. This heart doesn't seem to belong to Minerva. Melinda glanced at Minerva at the front desk, who displayed no signs of distress, only curiosity, which took her by surprise. Whose heart is this? Melinda turned to Su Yu and inquired. With a smile, Su Yu replied, a newly acquainted friend. A newly acquainted friend gifted you such a precious item? It's merely being kept here temporarily, with the inn at my disposal. I have no intention of fleeing. He'll retrieve it once he has finished, Su Yu stated, tossing the heart to Minerva at the front desk, signaling her to keep it as a decorative piece for the time being. Then, addressing Audrey, he added, I just returned from a run. I'll go freshen up and find you later. All right, I'll be waiting, Audrey replied. Su Yu ascended the stairs to his room, and upon entering, he headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower. Bang! The door was abruptly flung open, startling Su Yu, who turned to see Melinda May standing at the threshold. Instinctively shielding her body, she retorted with irritation, let me tell you, even if your departure is due to some self-sacrificial mission, I shall not soften my heart for your sacrifice. I have severed ties and walked away without a second thought before. You dream too lavishly. Melinda May scoffed, self-sacrifice? I have yet to encounter a tiger that needs cradling. I am here to inquire about that heart of yours. And what of that Claire? Did she arrive after I left? Su Yu smirked. You wish to know if they will affect the future, don't you? Put your heart at ease. They will not interfere with the matter at hand. What matter? Melinda May shot back. Are you attempting to extract information from me with mere words? You think too highly of yourself. And what of Audrey Nelson? Melinda May, with a half-smile, remarked, she paid for a hotel room, only to be ensnared by your charms. Is this an establishment for lodging or a den of thieves? Mutual affection, a willing exchange, it's not as distasteful as you portray. Your personal affairs are your own concern. If you find it inconvenient, I can vacate to another room to give you some space. However, you have indeed altered her life as trajectory, haven't you? Must you question every individual I encounter to ascertain their impact on the future? I assure you, I am not like some who, despite knowing what lies ahead, choose to live in a confined circle, timid and reticent. If nothing can be done, and nothing can be changed, how stifling that existence would be. So you turn to Melinda May. Do I seem the type to suppress myself? Melinda May, blushing, spat in jest before turning to close the door behind her. A little over 10 minutes later, Su Yu observed Melinda May propped against the headboard, engrossed in a Naruto storyline on her notebook. Picking up the bag she had just tossed, he discovered it contained several sets of different styles of men's clothing and tights. For me, I happened to see the men's apparel on sale while shopping for groceries. Since it wasn't my own money, I bought a few sets for you and the NS guests. There were more intended for me, but with Claire's unexpected arrival, I gave them to her. Melinda May casually replied without looking up. Su Yu chuckled, can I get reimbursed? What is the maximum amount? Can you help me fund a library? Unable to suppress an eye roll, Melinda May retorted, get lost. The world is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable. That is not good at all. Su Yu shrugged dismissively, carrying the bag upstairs. As they spent more time together, their relationship naturally grew closer, and once familiarity set in, their conversations became more casual. Su Yu did not mind Melinda May's informal language, nor did he consider her a trustworthy friend merely because of their growing rapport. After all, her bond with Peggy was far stronger. A meticulously trained agent would not easily allow proximity to sway her mission. In the television series, her relationship with Phil Coulson is the most profound, making her the individual he trusts the most. Yet, she still reports to Nick Fury behind his back. Although there are reasons rooted in concern for Coulson's well-being, how many can truly dismiss betrayal, even if it arises from necessity? Chapter 53. Feng Baobao has set up her stall. New roasted sweet potatoes have graced Dimension Street. A close relationship and one of trust are altogether different matters. Su Yu's character is neither domineering nor violent. Thus, he can cultivate amicable relations with everyone, ensuring that all perceive a cordial bond with him. However, those with whom he shares a good rapport may not necessarily be the ones he trusts, and those he trusts may not share a deep connection. This largely depends on the nature of the individuals involved and the circumstances at hand. After changing his attire upstairs, Su Yu sought out Audrey Nelson and did not emerge until the following noon. The sun shone brightly, and the atmosphere was lively. The unwelcome new guests, a young couple in a standard room on the second floor, clearly out for a holiday. The handcrafted food business seemed to flourish even more than the previous day, with tables occupied as soon as diners finished their meals, leaving Claire, who was assisting, to carefully clear dishes to avoid any spills. Audrey Nelson continued to play the cello nearby. Beyond the somber piece of lamentation and sorrow, she also performed several familiar classics, embodying the spirit of street performance. The contributions in her instrument case appeared to have increased since yesterday. Given the current state of affairs, it may be challenging to earn a significant profit, but it should suffice for covering food and lodging expenses. Dimension Street, once merely a patch of grass, now exhibited a burgeoning vibrancy. Suyu believed that with continued effort, it would not be long before Dimension Street became one of the most renowned attractions in the area, rivaling only Queen's Botanical Garden and Kaisena Park. As before, Suyu first enjoyed a bowl of ramen at the handcrafted establishment, then ascended to his room to catch up on Naruto. At sunset, he jogged to Kaisena Park. There, he encountered the woman he had run with the previous day. She recognized him as well, and they exchanged nods before resuming their runs. As fatigue set in, Suyu fell in step behind her, allowing her to lead. She seamlessly adjusted her pace and rhythm. Completing a silent 10 kilometers together, Suyu waved goodbye. Once again, their interaction lacked verbal communication, and neither inquired about the other's name. Yet, for both Suyu and the woman, their shared experience over 2 days transformed their relationship from mere strangers to acquaintances. To Suyu, she had felt like someone he had known from the very beginning. Such is the advantage of a time traveler. On his way back, he did not encounter the golden magical teleportation circle, nor did he come across the king or the ancient one, which left Suyu with a sense of regret. As he arrived, he deliberately tossed a few stones in this direction. Those stones would hardly suffice against the formidable ancient one. The mere act of creating an opportunity could allow him to pry into the heart of even the supreme sorcerer. 33 dimensional points. This constituted the entirety of Suyu's gains for the day. Should he manage to acquire 2 more dimensional points tomorrow than today, he would reach a total of 100. At that juncture, he did not intend to continue summoning, but rather wished to experiment with the less cost-effective lottery. Suyu believed himself to be quite fortunate most of the time. After all, he had stumbled upon a system upon his transmigration. To claim otherwise would be woefully disingenuous. As the sun set and the moon rose, a new day dawned. Unlike the previous days, Suyu did not awaken to find the room empty. Audrey Nelson had been absent each morning, leaving him with the feeling of an unexpected parting at daybreak. He yearned to linger in bed, basking in the gentle sunlight and sharing light-hearted banter with Audrey, indulging in warmth and romance. After all, an inn is a place steeped in cultural charm, not merely a sterile stopover akin to a roadside motel. Alas, he had hoped to direct his heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon illuminated the drain instead. Audrey had a band audition shortly, which was why Suyu still found her in the room when he awoke, close to noon. If he could not win her heart, he would aim for her affections through other means. Suyu spent a considerable half-hour alleviating Audrey's anxiousness before she finally ushered him out. After returning to his own room for a refreshing shower, Suyu intended to have lunch at the noodle shop. Although the daily fare of hand-pulled noodles grew somewhat monotonous, the flavors were undeniably delightful, and he had yet to tire of them. Due to her audition, Audrey was unable to perform, yet her usual spot was occupied. A cylindrical oven now stood where she typically played, its lid ajar and waves of scorching air distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Several roasted sweet potatoes rested within, exuding warmth and fragrance. Though the skin was somewhat charred, it did little to diminish their appeal. Rather, it heightened the temptation to discover their flavor. Feng Baobao, clad in the 3/4 pants and short-sleeved shirt gifted by Melinda May, stood by the oven, glistening with sweat, yet showing no inclination to depart. Instead, she occasionally cast her dark, alluring eyes toward the passers-by. Chapter 54. The Ancient One enjoys roasted sweet potatoes. Roasted sweet potatoes, a delectable treat made from sweet yams, are particularly popular in the Northeast, especially during winter, where one might encounter several stalls selling them while strolling outdoors. Suyu picked up a roasted sweet potato from the display, effortlessly peeling away the charred skin. The golden, tender flesh released an enticing aroma, and upon tasting, he was enveloped in a sweet, nostalgic delight, momentarily forgetting that he had traversed into the Marvel universe. Have you sold many? Suyu inquired. Feng Baobao shook her head. Not a single one yet. How much for each? He asked again. $1. Suyu was uncertain about the appropriate price for this item, yet he perceived that $1 was rather inexpensive, especially when compared to the cost of a bowl of ramen. The apparent lack of buyers likely stemmed from the method of preparation and the sweltering summer heat. After all, few would be inclined to sample such an unfamiliar delicacy unless lured by some compelling reason. Wait, let me create a sign for you, he said. After finishing the sweet potato in a few bites, he turned and entered the inn, soon emerging with a wooden board inscribed with words. He placed the board in front of the oven, and Feng Baobao leaned in, reading aloud. Ancestral Feng's roasted sweet potatoes, an Eastern mystical recipe. The ancient Emperor Qianlong of the East once praised, What a marvelous sweet potato, superior to ginseng. Henceforth, sweet potatoes earned the esteemed title of earth ginseng, rich in various vitamins. Traditional Chinese medicine considers sweet potatoes as a beneficial food for diuresis and spleen health. They can reduce fat absorption, enhance satiety, and diminish appetite, thus aiding in weight loss. They also possess properties that nourish the blood, bolster immune function, combat cancer, delay aging, and prevent arteriosclerosis. Note: consumption should not be excessive to avoid nausea, abdominal bloating, or other discomforts. Individuals with gastric ulcers, excessive stomach acid, or diabetes should refrain from consuming. Additionally, avoid pairing with tomatoes, liquor, crabs, and bananas. Limit purchase to one per person. After reading, Feng Baobao turned to Su Yu, asking, "Will this help sell them? Let us give it a try." If someone asks if the roasted sweet potato aids in weight loss, you should say that you maintain your figure so well due to your frequent consumption of roasted sweet potatoes. And remember, each person can only buy one. Su Yu instructed before turning back to the inn to continue transcribing Naruto. However, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted someone at the eastern intersection. A bald individual, a bald figure clad in a golden sorcerer's robe. Su Yu turned back, picked up a roasted sweet potato, and approached her, stopping just a step away from the entrance to the dimensional street, smiling as he inquired, "Would you care to try?" "Sure, thank you." The Ancient One approached with a smile, taking the roasted sweet potato from Su Yu's hand, effortlessly peeling back the skin to savor the golden, tender flesh within. Her position was also a mere step away from the dimensional street, one unwilling to venture out, the other reluctant to step in. Upon finishing the roasted sweet potato, the Ancient One offered a straightforward assessment. "It's quite sweet and delicious." Su Yu shrugged. "To be honest, I expected you to arrive much earlier. I didn't anticipate your late arrival, nor did I expect you to send Wang ahead. This makes me feel as though you do not regard me with much importance." "On the contrary, it signifies my regard for you," the Ancient One explained casually. "From the moment you appeared, I sensed your presence. I wish to understand your origins, your purpose for entering Earth, and the potential impact you might have on the future of this planet. This is the duty of the Supreme Sorcerer, and presently, it is also my responsibility." "I understand. And what is the outcome?" The Ancient One shook her head, stating, "No, nothing at all. I cannot perceive your past, nor foresee your future. I am unaware of your identity or your intentions. Such a situation is exceedingly rare for me, especially when I have invoked the Eye of Agamotto. A few days prior, I sensed a dimensional space suddenly manifesting on Earth, the very same one that appeared during your previous visit. I attempted to intervene, but it was far too swift, merging with Earth's space in an astonishing manner almost instantaneously, surpassing my comprehension." The Ancient One gazed earnestly at Su Yu and inquired, "How did you accomplish this?" Reflecting on his method of opening the dimensional street, Su Yu replied with equal seriousness, "Imagination." "Imagination?" "Indeed, imagination." The Ancient One nodded in acceptance of what seemed to be a dismissive answer. "Although your dimensional space is currently modest in size, I can sense the immense power it harbors. It embodies an almost rule-like existence. While each dimensional space possesses its own regulations, yours is distinct. I am unique, destined to be a limited edition, thus inherently different from the rest," Su Yu stated. The Ancient One slightly inclined her head, acknowledging, "You and your dimensional space are indeed exceptional. I have a premonition that should I step into your realm, I would stand no chance. Perhaps you should try. Your intuition might be mistaken." Su Yu smiled, extending an invitation. The Ancient One regrettably shook her head, saying, "That is not possible. Although I am tempted to enter, the time is not yet right. However, I cannot allow your presence to remain unchallenged. Therefore, may I request that you leave Earth?" Chapter 55. The Ancient One's Magical Display. The Ancient One's demeanor was earnest, her tone sincere. She genuinely hoped for Su Yu's departure from Earth. Although her observations during this time led her to believe that Su Yu was unlike the malevolent extraterrestrial beings. Having integrated into Earth's life and developed the dimensional street without posing any apparent threat, she remained, as she previously stated, the Sorcerer Supreme. It was her duty to protect Earth from the influences of other dimensions, and thus she would not gamble with its safety. Children discern between right and wrong. Adults consider the advantages and disadvantages. To the Ancient One, any potential threat to Earth must be eradicated, for that is her role, unrelated to notions of good or evil. Had she been able to glimpse Su Yu's future and ascertain that he posed no danger to Earth, perhaps he could remain, but for now, she could only implore him to depart. To those aligned with the Ancient One's perspective, her actions were justified. However, to Su Yu, they were profoundly distasteful. Looking at the sincerely earnest Ancient One, Su Yu chuckled, "Ancient One, before encountering you, I possessed two hearts, one good, one evil. Now, I am left with but a single good heart. Why is that?" Su Yu scoffed, "Because the other one has been utterly disgusted." Master Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "You possess a delightful sense of humor. I can sense the essence of humanity within you. Should you be willing to close your dimensional space and accompany me to Kamartaj, perhaps I might permit you to remain." Very well, if you have the ability, he replied. With a heavy sigh, Master Gu Yi abruptly thrust her hands forward. Instantly, a crystalline and translucent wall surged from her position towards Su Yu and his dimensional street. The mirror dimension. Su Yu remained unperturbed, calmly observing as Master Gu Yi directed the mirror dimension towards him. Whoosh! The mirror dimension enveloped the dimensional street in an instant. Su Yu maintained his composure, yet Master Gu Yi's expression turned grave upon successfully casting her spell. The success took her by surprise. She could feel the formidable rules contained within the dimensional street. Prior to casting, she had prepared herself for an inability to breach the dimensional street. Yet now there were no obstacles, and she had succeeded. With an arrow knocked, it must be released. Despite her confusion, Master Gu Yi did not falter. Her hands formed intricate seals, and she began to swing her arms. As she did so, multiple arms emerged behind her, resembling the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of whooshing as countless manifestations of Master Gu Yi appeared behind her, swiftly filling the eastern entrance to capacity. Even floating in the air above, the Ekern form, an extraordinarily powerful doppelganger spell, each being a tangible manifestation capable of casting spells independently. Dr. Strange had employed this tactic against Thanos, the multiple shadow clone technique. So you couldn't help but think of Naruto's signature jutsu upon witnessing the multitude of Master Gu Yis. As he observed the synchronized release of energy whips by the Gu Yis, Suyu slowly retreated, creating space. He understood well that given Master Gu Yi's apprehension towards the dimensional street, should he become ensnared by those energy whips, it was highly likely he would be pulled out of the dimensional street. Though Dr. Strange's use of the Ekern form in conjunction with energy whips had proven ineffective against Thanos, it was due to Thanos wielding the Infinity Stones. And Dr. Strange's powers did not rival those of Master Gu Yi. The spatial range was immense, with a hemispherical transparent space continuously expanding, swiftly enveloping not only the entire dimensional street, but also extending several hundred meters beyond it. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated as an energy sword shot forth from the direction of the inn, landing directly in Su Yu's grasp. Its brilliance flickering as he beckoned the Gu Yis with his finger. Whoosh! An energy whip was the first to strike towards Su Yu, soon followed by a deluge of energy whips, cascading like a torrential downpour. The butchery. The energy sword sliced through the air with swift precision, its ability to sever all within the space coming to life under its wielding. In the blink of an eye, the surging energy whips were shattered into countless fragments, none reaching Su Yu. With a swift motion, the Ancient One mages brandished their golden flaming swords, a divine weapon bestowed by the Emperor of Veshin. A thunderous crash resounded as a crimson golden energy struck the ground, rapidly advancing towards Su Yu like a bolt of lightning. Glancing at the attack, presumably known as the Thunder of Bastard, Su Yu observed the Ancient One mages wielding the Emperor's sacred sword charging towards him. With a flurry of motion, the Ancient One mages surged into the realm of Dimensional Street, and Su Yu smiled. The Great Convulsion spell was activated, and the divine laws of Dimensional Street unleashed their punishment the moment the mages entered. A violent convulsion erupted among the Ancient One mages, causing them to plummet from the air, one after another. In an instant, the ground was littered with the fallen mages, each undergoing the same convulsive fate. Chapter 56. Within Dimensional Street, your life is mine, not heaven's. Observing the multitude of Ancient One mages cascading from the sky, their synchronized convulsions before him was a truly spectacular sight. Had there been a camera present, Suyu would undoubtedly have captured this rare moment as a keepsake. With resounding explosions, the convulsing mages' bodies disintegrated, vanishing into nothingness. The thunder of Bastard, now drawing near, caught Suyu's attention as he regarded the Ancient One mage, who had reverted from her Ekern form. With a sneer, he thrust his energy sword towards the oncoming thunder and activated spatial replacement. In a flash, the energy sword vanished, and the Ancient One mage outside the dimension was instantaneously swapped to the sword's location. Momentarily stunned, the mage manipulated the mirrored dimension, redirecting the once impending thunder of Bastard towards another destination. Cardiac shock. With his thumbs extended outward and the rest of his fingers folded, Suyu performed a gesture reminiscent of a thumbs up and unleashed a high-frequency electric shock towards the Ancient One mage before him. This technique, possessing a stunning effect, could sear the opponent's body, inflicting damage to their organs or rendering them unconscious, potentially cleaving weaker foes in two with a single strike. Suyu's movements were swift, yet the Ancient One mage responded with equal alacrity, formulating her countermeasure almost instantaneously. Seraphim Shield. This maneuver, unlike the smaller magical barrier of the Ring of Ragador, offered comprehensive defense with an extraordinarily high threshold. The golden Seraphim Shield materialized in an instant, only to dissipate in the blink of an eye. The Ancient One mage's expression twisted in agony as she staggered to the ground, her body convulsing violently. It was a sensation beyond description, a torment so profound that it rendered her incapable of any physical response. The current Dimensional Street. while lacking in defensive capabilities and unable to obstruct the invasion of mirrored spaces or prevent anyone within its bounds from utilizing their abilities. Enforces swift retribution the moment any thought or action detrimental to its host, Suyu, arises. The Ancient One, should she choose to attack another within Dimensional Street, remains unaffected. Even if she were to strike Suyu outside its confines, she would remain unscathed. However, once she steps within the Dimensional Street, her fate becomes entwined with that of Suyu, relinquishing control to the very laws governing this realm. A harrowing cry of anguish escapes the lips of the Supreme Sorceress. The Ancient One, as she finds herself knelt upon the ground, her head tilted back in a futile struggle against the overwhelming pain. Electric shocks of cardiac arrest surge from Suyu's fingertips to the shoulder of the Ancient One, vibrant blue currents flickering around her, accompanied by the acrid scent of singeing flesh. With a resounding thud, the Ancient One collapses, yet a spectral figure escapes her corporeal form just before she hits the ground. Her soul has departed. The excruciating convulsions, compounded by the electric shocks, compel the Ancient One to transcend her physical form in a desperate bid to escape the torment and regain control. Her ethereal essence hovers in the air, gazing down at Suyu. She comprehends the formidable power of the rules inherent in Dimensional Street, yet never anticipated their potency to be so overwhelming. Even the slightest convulsion proves sufficient to render her helpless, ensnared in a state of suspended animation. Moreover, this transparent hemispherical space, she recalls a time when Wang spoke of his heart being excised within such an environment. Their confrontation took place outside Dimensional Street, indicating that this was not the influence of its rules, but rather the manifestation of Suyu's own abilities. Here, within the confines of Dimensional Street, his bizarre powers, augmented by the rules of this realm, render him an invincible lord of dimensions. It appears that the most effective means of overcoming him lies in utilizing her soul to cast spells that could extricate him from Dimensional Street. Without the governing forces of this space, there exists at least a chance to contend with his enigmatic abilities. Scarlet Chains. This formidable binding spell was on the verge of being cast, as the Ancient One prepared to pull Suyu from Dimensional Street when the convulsions returned with a vengeance. Even in her spiritual form, she could not evade the onslaught. The agonizing spasms, the uncontrollable tremors coursing through her essence, persisted even in her disembodied state, inflicting relentless punishment upon the Ancient One. No, this is impossible. Even in her ethereal state, she remains trapped by the rules of Dimensional Street, plunging her into despair. The Ancient One has encountered many formidable dimensional beings before, and she has always found a way to confront even the most powerful adversaries. Yet, at this moment, she fears that escape from Dimensional Street may be beyond her grasp. What? The sense of despair that enveloped the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, was fleeting. As the Supreme Sorcerer, it was her duty to thwart the incursion of dimensional beings into Earth, and from the moment she ascended to this revered status, she had steeled herself for sacrifice. Thus, her feelings of despair did not linger for long. However, in the brief interlude between the emergence and dissolution of that despair, she distinctly sensed a momentary pause, or perhaps even the cessation, of the convulsions. The convulsions gradually subsided, and the trembling essence of the Ancient One began to attain tranquility. So it is, she observed serenely as she gazed at Suyu, the rules governing the Dimensional Street prohibit any thoughts of aggression towards you. As long as such thoughts are absent, that harrowing sensation of existential dread will not arise. Indeed, it is a commendable rule, is it not? Suyu was untroubled by the Ancient One's recognition of the Dimensional Street's regulations, for he had never intended to conceal this aspect. Moreover, this was a rule without resolution. If one wishes to avoid convulsions, one must refrain from harboring detrimental thoughts. Thus, if you are a dragon, you must coil, and if you are a tiger, you must lie low. Only I am permitted to strike. You are barred from retaliation. Should you dare to retaliate, the divine law will activate, and you shall convulse. Even if one encounters an entity capable of separating thought from action, there is no cause for trepidation. For the activation conditions of the divine law encompass actions as well as thoughts. In summary, once one enters the Dimensional Street, one must obediently acquiesce. Dare to provoke? You shall not escape the convulsions. Suyu perceived that the sole deficiency of the Dimensional Street lay in its lack of defensive capabilities. Should an enemy launch a remote attack from outside the Dimensional Street, it would afford no protection, as the rules pertain solely to the beings within the Dimensional Street, not to the modes of attack. If someone were to aim a sniper rifle at Suyu from beyond the Dimensional Street, he could be struck down without his awareness. At least, that would typically be the case. However, within the confines of the Dimensional Street, Suyu possessed attributes of eternal youth and indestructibility, making it impossible to extinguish his life. Initially, he pondered why the property of immortality was necessary when any creature posing a threat within the Dimensional Street would convulse to the point of immobility. After all, eternal youth alone seemed sufficient. Now, He comprehended that the attribute of indestructibility was designed to counter dangers emanating from outside the dimensional street. He also grasped some of the underlying intentions behind the system's design. When the dimensional street is activated, it must confront potential external threats, necessitating the summoning of numerous dimensional beings to bolster its defenses. The more dimensional beings summoned, the faster the dimensional street would evolve, unlocking more powerful capabilities as it ascends in level. According to Su Yu's conjecture, upon upgrading, the dimensional street would likely introduce at least 3 new functionalities, in addition to an increase in the limit of dimensional beings. Foremost among these would likely be a defensive mechanism. It would be quite unreasonable for a dimensional space as formidable as the dimensional street to lack the ability to defend against external assaults. Furthermore, there exists a logical progression in the expansion of range and the elevation of levels. Otherwise, the immortal and ageless Su Yu would possess an infinite amount of time to summon countless dimensional beings. If the range remains static, would it not lead to an overwhelming congestion? The final capability likely entails the activation of a temporal passageway leading to the worlds from which these summoned beings originate. Given that these entities are conjured from parallel realms, it stands to reason that the system possesses transdimensional capabilities. If we were to liken the dimensional street system to a game, it would be illogical to allow players to reach a maximum level. Otherwise, how would one entice them to continue playing? Thus, upon completing the Marvel Cinematic Universe instance, the system would undoubtedly prepare new scenarios and gameplay mechanics, with the opening of temporal passages to generate new instances and experiences being the most rational progression. With the initial territory established, survival hinges upon endurance. If Dimensional Street remains unopened, one must bide their time, gradually summoning. However, should Dimensional Street be activated, one must confront external threats and hasten the summoning process. After enduring to attain strength, one could relish the exhilarating experience of dominion and supremacy, and the conditions for initiating new instances would likely soon manifest. Once one finds their current existence mundane, it is highly probable they would opt to explore new instances for a fresh life experience. It must be said, the Dimensional Street system embodies a remarkably intricate gaming logic. Suddenly, a sound akin to a collision jolted Su Yu from his contemplations. He beheld the Ancient One, whose spirit had returned to her body, her complexion somewhat pallid, offering a faint smile. It seems your intentions to confine me to Kamartaj or expel me from Earth are rather far-fetched. So what is your new proposition? I am watching you. The Ancient One candidly expressed her thoughts. I trust you comprehend that this is not a matter of personal vendetta. Rather, it is to ensure the safety of Earth. If your intentions toward Earth are indeed benign, and you merely wish to reside here, you should understand my actions. Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement. I can comprehend, but I cannot acquiesce. Such double standards are entirely commonplace. Had their roles been reversed, he would perceive no fault in his own actions. Alas, he is not the Ancient One, and while he may understand, he cannot endorse her methods. Is it unjust? When has he ever been wronged? In essence, the Ancient One's actions are akin to those of S-H-I-E-L-D, perhaps even causing fewer complications than them. However, S-H-I-E-L-D was the result of Su Yu's own scheming, allowing him to derive benefits to fortify Dimensional Street. Yet what advantages could he glean from the Ancient One or Kamartaj? Su Yu felt that he could extract little benefit from either, especially considering one was a proactive scheme while the other was a passive acceptance. The significance and emotional resonance were inherently different. Chapter 58, The Ancient One's Somber Departure. I can empathize with your current emotions and am prepared to accept any ensuing outcomes. I regret to inform you that my duty is to safeguard Earth. Once I have departed this life, I would be more than willing to explore the mysteries of the dimensions with you in Dimensional Street. May I take them with me? Them? As Su Yu pondered who they referred to, he witnessed Master Gu Yi waving her hand to dissipate the mirror dimension. The cacophony of sounds erupted instantaneously after the mirror dimension vanished, as the once desolate Dimensional Street, occupied solely by Su Yu and Master Gu Yi, suddenly teemed with countless figures. The hand-pulled noodle stall remained bustling, while the roasted sweet potatoes, which had previously attracted little attention, were now surprisingly besieged by eager patrons, each seemingly unfazed by the heat as they crowded around the roasting pit, exchanging money with Feng Bao for the delectable treats. Not far from Feng Bao and the roasting furnace, 2 figures clad in wizard robes were half buried in the ground, their heads protruding as they convulsed incessantly. Onlookers observed them with curiosity. Some pointed and chuckled with schadenfreude, while others contemplated the necessity of calling the authorities, concerned that the 2 living individuals, writhing so violently while entombed, could potentially meet a grim fate. Wang and Kaiselius? Su Yu recognized their identities at a glance. One was Wang, whose heart he had recently extracted, and the other was Kaiselius, who had later allied with Dormammu, vanquishing Gu Yi and destroying the Sanctum Sanctorum. Observing their contorted forms buried in the earth, Su Yu couldn't suppress a chuckle. Clearly, when Master Gu Yi unleashed the mirror dimension and he took action. Both Wang and Kaiselius had also entered the dimensional street, albeit outside the mirror dimension. Though the dimensional street could be invaded by the mirror dimension, its fundamental rules remained unchanged. Suyu was uncertain of their intentions for entering the dimensional street. Perhaps they aimed to confront Feng Baobao and those he had summoned. Or perhaps they sought to reclaim Wang's heart. Yet, it was evident that they harbored malevolent thoughts toward him. Given the surrounding environment and the current circumstances, it was likely they had not yet committed any egregious acts before succumbing to their convulsions. Feng Baobao might not recognize them or their motives, but their sudden fit within the dimensional street clearly marked them as villains. It was fortunate they had not been struck down by a shovel already. No one could offend me without facing consequences. While I may not be able to eliminate you just yet, you certainly shall not take them away. Suyu gently shook his head and turned, speaking as he walked away. You may attempt to carry them off, but I assure you, if they leave the dimensional street without my consent, I will pursue them to the Sanctum Sanctorum. If one location proves elusive, I shall seek two. If two are still undiscovered, I will venture to Kamartaj. After all, their whereabouts are not concealed from me, and I possess the capability to find them. Oh, by the way, as he walked further away, Suyu suddenly turned back to glance at Master Gu Yi, pointing at the eye of Agamotto adorning her. I know that is the time stone, but as I possess the space stone, which is also an infinity stone, it is highly probable that your time stone will not affect me. However, I am aware of Stephen Strange's location. The calm demeanor on Master Gu Yi's face faltered at last. She gazed at Wang and Kaiselius, who seemed to sense her regret. And with a slight shake of her head, she silently turned away. This time, she had lost. Thoroughly and irrevocably. She was unable to reclaim the heart of the king, nor could she persuade Suyu to depart from Earth. In fact, she found herself at a loss for methods to confront or contain Suyu, and she bore substantial wounds herself. Physically, she endured convulsions and the electric shock of cardiac arrest. Spiritually, the torment of those spasms lingered, and it would likely take a considerable duration to entirely forget. Although she was a formidable supreme sorceress, her physical prowess was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary individual. At this juncture, forcibly rescuing the king and Kaiselius bore no advantages and little assurance of success. While she was not particularly concerned about Suyu's threats to the Sanctum Sanctorum and Kamartaj, her thoughts were preoccupied with Stephen Strange. He was to be her future apprentice and the most gifted sorcerer among them. This individual played a pivotal role in the future, striking at the Serpent's vital point. Stephen Strange was the Achilles heel of the Ancient One. What had transpired moments earlier? Instead of inquiring about the incident with Feng Baobao, Suyu approached the inn, addressing Melinda May, Annabelle, and Minerva, who stood at the entrance. Annabelle's sword shield and an energy gun that clearly lacked earthly design were positioned behind the inn's entrance, indicating that Annabelle and Minerva had been prepared for the situation, though it had ultimately been resolved without action. After leaving Feng Baobao's stall, her business had significantly improved, likely due to the sign Suyu had crafted. Subsequently, the two individuals appeared, seemingly intent on capturing Feng Baobao. When they attempted to assist, the intruders began to convulse and were then buried by Feng Baobao's clever trap. Following that, her business flourished even more. Chapter 59, I am not innately strong. I am simply innately determined. The sign crafted by Suyu was not deceitful. It merely adorned the roasted sweet potatoes with an air of grandeur, which might appeal slightly to Westerners. However, authentic Chinese individuals would not be swayed by claims of weight loss, disease prevention, or enhanced immunity, as they sought roasted sweet potatoes solely for their taste. Thus, the sign was merely one of the catalysts for the improved business. The true allure lay in Feng Baobao herself, a 17 or 18-year-old girl, toiling under the scorching sun, undeterred by the disruption caused by two oddly dressed brutes, and displaying an expressionless demeanor while burying them in a pit, was the primary reason for the surge in sales. It could be said that most patrons were not purchasing roasted sweet potatoes for the sake of the food itself, but rather because of Feng Baobao's presence. Make sure to greet them and prevent any unrelated individuals from causing a disturbance, Suyu instructed Melinda May. Melinda nodded in acknowledgement. I've already notified the authorities, otherwise the patrolling police would have arrived long ago. Who are they? They seem to be approaching you. Suyu shook her head. I cannot disclose that. Revealing it may affect the future. Melinda could not help but roll her eyes, clearly exasperated by Suyu's apparent intention to target her. What do you plan to do with them? For now, let them remain buried. Wang and Casillas are not easily vanquished. The crux of this matter, or rather the protagonists, are Suyu and Gu Yi. Should Suyu eliminate Wang and Casillas, it is inevitable that Gu Yi would turn her attention to Feng Baobao and her companions. For to Gu Yi, they too are beings from another dimension, creatures that typically require handling. In this confrontation, though Gu Yi emerged as the loser, Suyu's victory was far from fulfilling. Despite having the advantage of the dimensional street, which allowed him to suppress Gu Yi, truly detaining her proved to be a formidable challenge, and her demise seemed even more elusive. With her ability to project her soul and wield the time stone, She possesses the means to escape the confines of the dimensional street without incurring any detrimental thoughts, unless he were to shut down the dimensional street altogether. Suyu would never engage in a strategy that risks significant self-harm to defeat an opponent. Sacrificing over 20 days to eliminate Gu-E is simply not worth the cost. After all, she would not dare to enter the dimensional street lightly. She could only observe from the shadows, using the opportunity to prepare herself. As the free period for the dimensional street approaches its conclusion, she might then attempt to ensnare Gu-E. Suyu embodies a person of profound inner strength. What does it mean to possess such strength? It entails caring for oneself, acknowledging one's own ordinariness while striving for improvement. It means facing life with serenity, listening to one's inner feelings, and remaining unaffected by external influences. I am not inherently strong. I merely possess an innate desire to be strong. Suyu believes this phrase aptly encapsulates her essence. Picking up the energy gun from the ground, Suyu cast a light-hearted glance at the apprehensive Minerva and quipped, "Did you retrieve this from upstairs?" "Yes, I relinquished my bed to Claire, and now I'm staying upstairs." Originally, Minerva resided downstairs with Feng Baobao. But upon Annabeth's arrival, the two single beds were combined. With the addition of Claire, there was simply no room left, prompting her relocation to the attic. The bodies and equipment of the Kree had been hastily concealed by Minerva in the attic. "Since you've acquired it, keep it safe and stay vigilant regarding the situation outside," Suyu instructed as he handed the energy gun to a startled yet delighted Minerva and made his way towards the staircase. "Keep a close watch. Do not let those two escape." "Understood." Minerva nodded in agreement, gripping the gun tightly. Upon returning to his room, Suyu opened his computer but did not immediately begin transcribing Naruto. Instead, he took a moment to rest. During the battle, Gu-Yi's spatial release far exceeded her previous capabilities. Though she had not utilized many techniques, her stamina had been considerably drained. Under normal circumstances, Suyu would not indulge in such a luxury, but within the dimensional street, it mattered little, as he possessed the attribute of immortality. The side effects of the surgical fruit, which would typically consume his lifespan, were rendered inconsequential, even if his energy were to be entirely depleted. No one within the dimensional street could inflict harm upon him. After resting for approximately 20 minutes, Suyu rose and settled himself before his computer. The rhythmic clattering of keys harmonized with the sunlight that transitioned from golden to crimson. Only when the evening glow enveloped him did he close the computer and stand by the window, gazing out at the now desolate dimensional street as he opened the system panel. Dimensional street system panel. Host, Suyu. Dimensional point, 114. Dimensional street level, 1. Dimensional ability, surgical fruit. Dimensional items, none. Dimensional creatures, 55, before activation, 13, 100, after activation. Dimensional street status, 2, 630 unactivated. Summon, lottery, activate dimensional street. Unless someone arrives before 10 o'clock at night and remains until midnight, the 49 dimensional points represent the entirety of today's harvest. The daily acquisition of dimensional points is steadily increasing, which is indeed a cause for celebration. However, what intrigues Suyu even more is the identity of the 13 beings currently inhabiting the dimensional street. Feng Baobao, Xiaoda, Annabeth, Claire, Bumblebee. These 5 summoned creatures are undoubtedly fixed. Along with Minerva, Melinda May, and Audrey Nesson, as well as the 2 new residents, making a total of 10. Including the entombed Wang and Cassius brings the count to 12, yet the host, himself, is not accounted for within the dimensional street system. Thus, who could be the remaining dimensional creature? Chapter 60, Memory Eraser and Pepper Pots. Meow. Accompanied by a somewhat languid feline sound, the devourer agilely leaped through the window. Upon landing, it shook its fluffy orange fur, glanced at Suyu, and, with an air of indifference, sauntered down the stairs with its short legs. So, it was the last one. Suyu chuckled softly. Whether it be the devourer or a cat, both fall within the realm of dimensional creatures. He had been preoccupied with Audrey Nesson these past few days and had momentarily forgotten about it. Having clarified the identity of the final dimensional creature, Suyu ceased to dwell on the matter and turned his attention to the lottery option on the system panel. Ding. Lottery concluded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the dimensional item, Memory Eraser from the dimensional world of Men in Black. The system's efficiency remains as swift as ever. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the lottery had already concluded. Accompanying the system's notification, a silver cylindrical object approximately the length of a palm materialized in Suyu's hand. The Memory Eraser, an iconic artifact from the Men in Black film, is utilized to erase the memories of onlookers at the conclusion of each mission, preventing the ordinary populace from discovering the existence of extraterrestrials. The ease with which the Men in Black execute their tasks is largely due to the Memory Eraser. Without it, their identities and the reality of aliens would have long been common knowledge. Fortune indeed favors me. With this item, I can confidently utilize the abilities of my surgical fruit to generate wealth. Although Suyu does not mind the exposure of his powers, making them public would not be beneficial for the dimensional street. This is a time for fortifying defenses and amassing resources. Once the Battle of New York occurs, and people become more accepting of special abilities, it will no longer matter. At that point, those with unique powers will attract even more individuals to linger within the dimensional street. Securing the memory eraser on his person, Suyu turned and exited the inn. In Kaisena Park, Suyu encountered several familiar faces, individuals who frequented the area for jogging or exercising in the evenings. Among them was the woman he had run alongside for 2 consecutive days. "Hello," she called out, slowing her pace as she approached. Her long hair tied in a ponytail, swaying gently. With a bright smile, she raised her hand in greeting. Suyu responded with a smile of his own, his gaze naturally appraising her figure. She was tall, at least 1.75 meters, with long legs, a slender waist, and a flat abdomen. Though her beauty was not strikingly enchanting, her azure eyes were expressive, and her lustrous golden hair accentuated her youthful vitality. Notably, the faint freckles on her face did not detract from her attractiveness. Rather, they added a charming liveliness. "Hi, are you continuing?" Suyu inquired with a smile. The woman nodded, of course. With that, they began to run side by side. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together is less tiring. Before he realized it, Suyu had completed 10 kilometers without needing her to lead the way. When he paused to rest and prepare to leave, she also came to a stop. "Do you live nearby?" she asked, adjusting her breathing rhythm. Suyu pointed in the direction of Dimension Street. "There's a newly opened inn, the Dimension Inn. I reside there. I've heard about it. The inn has a unique style. And there's a ramen stall out front that does a booming business. Many people rave about their ramen. It's a pity I don't have time to go during the day, as they close up after work," she said with a hint of regret. "If you ever want to try it, come find me there. I assure you'll always have fresh ramen," Suyu replied with a smile. "What about you? Do you live around here?" She nodded. "I work in Manhattan and am considering moving there for convenience." "What do you do?" "I'm the executive secretary at Stark Industries." "Tony Stark? What do you think of him?" "Discussing one's boss is often unwise." Suyu chuckled and nodded. "That's a fair point. My name is Suyu. And you are?" "Pepper Potts." "Well then, shall we meet tomorrow?" "See you tomorrow." They exchanged nods, and Pepper resumed her run while Suyu turned back towards Dimension Street. Inside the inn's reception, Annabeth was busy writing. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up and said, "Boss, Miss Audrey Nelson came by earlier. She seemed very cheerful, likely having passed her interview." Suyu nodded. "I will go find her shortly. When you have a moment, think about the paving and streetlight arrangements. There are workers outside who should be willing to do some labor. At least they'll have a meal." "All right, I'll arrange it as soon as possible." Annabeth nodded, then hesitated before asking, "Do you need me to draft a budget?" "Although I've looked into it these past few days, it may not be very detailed." "There is no need. You simply need to make the arrangements. Let them commence with their preliminary tasks, and once the funds are secured, I shall instruct Melinda to procure the materials." Chapter 61. The desire for more is an innate aspiration of every man. Human emotions necessitate expression, whether they be joyous or sorrowful, exhilarating or disheartening. In moments of release, individuals often exude fervor more intense than ever before. Take, for instance, the exuberance of Audrey Nelson this very night. Upon finishing his shower and entering Audrey's room, Suyu could only manage to utter a congratulatory remark about her successful interview before she swept him into her whirlwind of elation, leaving him little opportunity for further dialogue. The youthful and audacious Audrey was eager to impart the depth of her joy at that moment. The crescent moon hung like a blade, and the stars twinkled like jewels. Audrey propped her head on her hand, reclining as she gazed at Suyu. "Today, I auditioned for a newly formed women's symphony orchestra. I initially held little hope. Yet I managed to seize the opportunity to perform Sorrow and Grief, which received an overwhelmingly positive response. Thank you. Without your encouragement, I doubt I would have succeeded in the audition or had the chance to pursue my dreams and career in New York." Suyu smiled. "So? You will be rehearsing and performing with the orchestra from now on?" Audrey nodded, her mood slightly dimming. "My agent mentioned that the most crucial aspect now is to cultivate synergy. So I will be moving into the collective dormitory with the other members of the orchestra for a period of time, likely 1 to 2 months, during which I may have little time or energy to consider other matters." "Such as?" "You." Audrey responded with a radiant smile. "To be honest, I never imagined I would find myself entangled with a man from another country. You are remarkable and truly exceptional. Although I am aware that a genuine relationship between us is improbable, I genuinely contemplated moving closer to you before your return. I began learning the cello at a young age. While other girls discussed which boys were popular, I practiced. While they attended parties and pursued romance, I practiced. I do not wish to relinquish the dedication and dreams I have held for so many years. Will you support me?" Audrey gazed at Suyu, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Suyu gently caressed her back and replied with a smile, "This is your dream. To stifle someone's perseverance and aspirations is an unkind act. I will cheer for you when you take the stage. I should be able to come out once a week. If you wish, I can visit you. It would be my honor." The bond between Suyu and Audrey blossomed not only from fleeting emotions and mutual attraction, but also from the profound solitude and yearning shared by two strangers in a foreign land. This connection may either fade into a distant memory over time, becoming an unforgettable chapter of their lives, or, with the passage of time, deepen into something more enduring. Audrey's departure mirrored that of Carol Danvers, both having made choices in pursuit of their aspirations. The only distinction lies in the fact that it may be many years before Soo-Yoo encounters Carol again, while he will have the opportunity to see Audrey weekly. To put it plainly, Audrey Neeson merely relocated from the inn to pursue her work, without any intention of severing her relationship with Soo-Yoo. There was no need for extensive explanations, as their connection was mutually consensual, devoid of any obligations tied to status. Much like the majority of individuals in the workforce, she focused on her duties during the day and reserved her leisure time or holidays for their companionship. Soo-Yoo grasped the underlying message. At least for the next month or two, she might not have the time or energy to contemplate other matters, indicating her desire to maintain their current relationship, neither concluding it nor advancing it. Frankly, Soo-Yoo felt a sense of delight. The aspiration of every man to have it all is a universal sentiment. Setting a relationship in stone too early is rarely a wise decision. After all, most men would not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. People come and go, and that is the natural order of an inn. Audrey Neeson had merely departed from the inn, not from her life. Thus, Soo-Yoo was not significantly affected. The following morning, after assisting her with checkout, he voluntarily drove her to the collective dormitory arranged by her band, even treating her teammates and manager to a meal, requesting that they look after Audrey Neeson in the days to come. Before parting, when Audrey Neeson suggested splitting the cost of the meal, he declined. He was aware of the economic independence and preferences common in the Western world, and he could accept certain scenarios, such as when Audrey Neeson covered her room expenses at the inn. However, this particular meal was offered as a gesture from her as a man, intended to win over a few of her associates, so it was inconceivable for Soo-Yoo to share the expense. Upon returning to the inn, Soo-Yoo encountered John Garrett waiting in the lounge area. "Are you ready?" he inquired. John Garrett nodded. "Ready. Do you plan to conduct the transaction here or at my boss's designated location?" "Just bring the money and the patient," he replied. "All right, I will make the arrangements." Chapter 62. A price of $500,000 for an arm. John Garrett operated with remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, a one-armed man, dragging a suitcase, arrived at the inn and booked the most expensive room. Moments later, Soo-Yoo, equipped with an energy sword, entered the man's room alongside John Garrett. The one-armed man opened his suitcase, revealing two black leather briefcases, one of standard size which, when opened, contained stacks of cash, and the other, a specially designed elongated case, which held a frozen arm. It was evident that his objective was to have this arm reattached. "Is that your hand?" Soo-Yoo inquired of the one-armed man. The man responded, "Do you have any requirements?" Soo-Yoo shook his head. The one-armed man attempted to introduce himself and explain the circumstances surrounding his amputation and the origin of the arm, but was swiftly interrupted by Soo-Yoo's gesture. "I do not need to know how your injury occurred, nor do I require information on where this arm came from. I only need you to have the money and the organ ready for replacement. What you must do is abide by my rules and refrain from causing me displeasure." Soo-Yoo observed the one-armed man silently nodding, then turned to John Garrett and inquired, "How much?" $500,000. $50,000 for an arm, which is a bit on the low side, but considering you are my first patient, I shall grant you a 50% discount, for the first is always special," Soo-Yoo remarked, directing his gaze at John Garrett. "In the future, do not bring anyone with missing limbs unless the fee exceeds $1 million. You may leave now. And while you're at it, please arrange for some road workers. I intend to thoroughly repair the road outside." "Understood." John Garrett nodded and took his leave. "Do you have any monitoring or surveillance devices on you?" Soo-Yoo asked the one-armed man. The man shook his head. "I do not believe you." Soo-Yoo replied with a smile. This individual had been dispatched by Hydra to ascertain whether he could genuinely assist in limb transplants. Although the outcome would provide the answer, Soo-Yoo was skeptical that Hydra would be so forthright as to refrain from foul play, especially under the orchestration of Daniel Whitehall, who would undoubtedly wish to uncover the secrets behind his abilities. Thus, while Soo-Yoo had no qualms about accepting payment for his services, he would not allow himself to be used as a subject for experimentation. As his small semicircular space expanded, Soo-Yoo brandished his energy sword, scanning the surroundings and swiftly confirming that no suspicious devices lurked within the room. "Slaughterhouse." He released his power, and the arm from the suitcase soared toward the one-armed man's stump. Click. The arm seamlessly fused with the severed limb, erasing the old scar that once marred the area, leaving no trace of the junction. Although the colors varied slightly, it appeared as if the arm had merely been sun-kissed, making it impossible to discern that it was an attachment. "The arm you provided is well preserved. At least its vitality remains intact, and it has not undergone necrosis. If it had been dead, even if reattached, it would have lost its original functionality, merely appearing aesthetically pleasing," Soo-Yoo remarked, withdrawing his energy sword in space. He watched as the man, astonished, flexed his arm, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fist. From his pocket, he produced a memory eraser. "Look here," Suyu called out, and the man instinctively lifted his gaze. Click! A blinding white light erupted, and Suyu, having long since closed his eyes, heard the sound and opened them. Addressing the man, who wore a somewhat dazed expression, he stated, "I have just induced a state of slumber to assist in reattaching your arm. I am now awakening you to inform you that you must remain here for an additional 2 hours. During this time, it is advisable not to use the newly attached arm. After 2 hours, you may leave. Do you understand?" "Ah, yes, I understand," the man replied. Now aware of the time constraint, Suyu pointed to the clock on the wall, turned, and picked up the box containing the payment, then exited the room. On his way back to his own quarters, John Garrett caught up with him. "I have arranged everything. Whenever you require assistance, workers will be here to commence the task. Sir, upon his return, he will undoubtedly report the detailed circumstances. Should I orchestrate an accident on my way back? After all, his arm has been reattached, and his demise would be inconsequential. I have erased the memory of my assistance in reattaching his arm. His current recollections will likely be muddled, leaving him bewildered about the events that transpired. As for whether anyone will discern my interference, it matters little. My abilities cannot be unraveled merely through observation. My intent is simply to convey that survival is straightforward. One need only prepare the necessary funds and replacement items to seek my help. Desire to study my capabilities? Huh, understood. Are the workers you recruited reliable? If they are, once the road repairs are completed, I intend to construct a library as well, so let us attend to that concurrently." Suyu casually glanced at John Garrett. "If you have family or friends in need, I can assist, of course, at the usual price. But I shall extend a 20% discount. As for your motivations to assist me, I am aware. I still require your services, so I shall not assist you in return. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 63. The Value of Daniel Whitehall and Suyu. $1 million is a trifling sum for John Garrett. As long as he can preserve his life and regain his health, he would willingly part with even 100 million or a billion. Suyu's refusal to accept money for his medical treatment left John Garrett somewhat disheartened. Yet he quickly reconciled himself to the situation. "I can accept that. Please leave your contact information. I shall reach out when I require assistance." Suyu did not elaborate to John Garrett, recognizing the inherent unfairness of monopolistic industries. "You may decline, but I alone can aid you." After John Garrett provided his personal phone number, he departed the inn. 2 hours later, the man who had once been one-armed checked out with an empty suitcase. Witnessing his transformation from one arm to two, Minerva, who understood Suyu's abilities, remained composed. However, Annabeth and Claire, who had not witnessed such a phenomenon before, were far less tranquil. Upon check-in, he had possessed only one arm. Now, he had two. Was that not rather extraordinary? If my memory serves me correctly, he did arrive with but one arm, did he not? "You are not mistaken. I observed clearly. His sleeve was empty, and it did not appear as though he had concealed his arm within his clothing. Besides, who would deliberately feign a disability?" Annabeth and Claire exchanged glances, preparing to inquire of Minerva when Suyu descended the stairs. "Is the road plan finalized?" Suyu inquired of Annabeth. Annabeth nodded eagerly. "It is complete. Would you like me to bring it over?" Suyu shook his head. "I have already prepared the funds. Please exert yourself to create a design for the library, as I intend to commence construction simultaneously. Do you have any specific requests?" "I have no particular demands. You may make the decisions." Annabeth assured him. "Very well. I shall present the design to you by tomorrow morning." Suyu nodded and turned, stepping out of the inn. Outside, the hand-pulled noodle stall and the Fong family's roasted sweet potato stand were thriving, particularly the noodle stall, which had garnered a loyal clientele in just a few days due to its burgeoning reputation. Wang and Casillas were engaged in preliminary preparations for a road construction project, such as marking lines and leveling the ground. These unfortunate fellows had not eaten for nearly a day and night, and had spent the night buried in the earth without a chance to rest. Although their task did not involve physical labor in the conventional sense, it was quite beneath the dignity of two sorcerers from Kamartaj. Wang likely refrained from fleeing due to concerns regarding his heart, while Casillas' decision to stay surprised Suyu. Observing their reluctant yet diligent work, it was evident that either Ancient One or a Kamartaj sorcerer must have informed them of their obligations. The affairs on Dimension Street were orderly, and after finishing his noodles, Suyu ascended to continue transcribing Naruto. He aimed to complete the transcription before the library's establishment. Although the original manga and anime comprised numerous episodes, transcribing it into text proceeded rapidly. Despite having forgotten some plot lines, this posed no significant challenge for a fanfiction writer. If he dedicated himself to the task, he could finish within a week. While Suyu was engrossed in his transcription, a one-armed man, fitted with a prosthetic arm, was reporting on the surgical situation to another man. The report was succinct, as he recalled nothing. His memory had been tampered with, and he was first taken out to assess his arm. If all was well, they would explore the possibility of restoring his memories. After listening to the report, the man pondered for a moment before gesturing for the one-armed man to be taken away. Though there were no further revelations, Daniel Whitehall had already determined that Suyu possessed the ability to assist others in organ replacement and limb grafting. a capability far superior to that of the woman he had dissected years ago, with even greater implications. Years prior, he had dissected that woman and transplanted her organs into himself, achieving a youthful resurgence. However, this did not grant him immortality, nor was there a second organ with similar effects available for transplantation. Su Yu's abilities, however, were distinct. He seemed capable of facilitating organ transplants and limb grafts for anyone without risk. While ordinary organs might not grant eternal youth, they could ensure a healthy existence. Akin to mechanical parts, when one failed, it could be replaced. As long as new components were continuously substituted, the machinery could function indefinitely. Most importantly, Su Yu's abilities did not possess the uniqueness of the woman's organs, implying that if one could harness Su Yu or his powers, they could cultivate an army of immortals, an army belonging to Hydra, under his command. There was even the possibility that he might become the sole leader of Hydra. For Daniel Whitehall, Su Yu's value and significance had far surpassed his unyielding ambitions for the Obelisk project and the ongoing research into the particle infusion generator, especially the latter. This has been his most significant research in recent years. To this end, he even specifically selected the most outstanding graduate from Hydra Academy to produce the finest next generation, preparing to cultivate them into a super soldier even more formidable than Steve Rogers, a super soldier of Hydra. Chapter 64, Leveling Up in Dimensional Street. A week equates to 7 days, 168 hours, 10,080 minutes, or 604,800 seconds. The passage of time does not pause for anyone. When you disregard time, it too will disregard you. Although he did not seclude himself to transcribe texts. When Su Yu finished copying Naruto, he found that a week had slipped by, leaving him with a sense of nostalgia, as if it were merely yesterday. Time indeed flies. Reflecting on the week that had passed, Su Yu could not help but sigh in melancholy. In truth, his lamentation seemed rather unwarranted, for throughout the week, aside from his unwavering daily transcription and running in the park with Pepper Potts, he had scarcely engaged in any other activities. The inn's business was essentially a matter of everyone performing their respective roles, and his influence, as the owner, was minimal. The operations of Handcrafted and Fengbao's business had stabilized to the point where his intervention was unnecessary. Even the road construction and library establishment were managed by Annabeth. Su Yu merely glanced at the designs when they were presented and subsequently entrusted Annabeth with $500,000 to oversee the project, also delegating the library's collection matters to Melinda May. After saving the document and shutting down his computer, Su Yu stretched lazily and stood by the window, nodding slightly at the construction team outside, whose work on the library was beginning to take shape. He then opened the system panel. Dimensional Street System Panel. Host, Su Yu. Dimensional Points, 524. Dimensional Street Level, 1. Dimensional Ability, Surgical Fruit. Dimensional Items, Memory Eraser. Dimensional Creatures, 55. Pre-activation, 78. 100. Post-activation. Dimensional Street Status, 1830 inactive. Summon, Lottery. Activate Dimensional Street. Throughout the week, Su Yu had not paid attention to the system panel, and to his surprise, he had accumulated 524 dimensional points, averaging over 70 points daily. Though not as plentiful as during the initial establishment of the inn, it was still a considerable amount. Had it not been for the workers involved in the road construction and library building, the number of dimensional points would have been even lower. Summoning failed. The number of dimensional creatures has reached its limit. As soon as the thought of summoning crossed Su Yu's mind, the cold, mechanical notification from the system followed closely behind. It appeared that even in the activated state of Dimensional Street, the number of summoned dimensional creatures could not exceed the limit. After the failed summoning, Su Yu did not shift his gaze towards the lottery, but instead analyzed the current situation. The lottery was a matter of little significance. Despite the last draw yielding fortunate results, there was no pressing need at present. Once the library is established, it will undoubtedly require management. Currently, the staff at the inn perform their respective duties, although the absence of Feng Baobao, who has gone to sell roasted sweet potatoes, has resulted in a shortage of personnel. Thus, summoning remains the focal point for the future. Moreover, only 18 days remain until the opening of Dimension Street, making summoning the primary option, whether for staffing or dimension points considerations. To continue summoning, the level of Dimension Street must be elevated, thereby increasing the cap on dimensional creatures. However, the means to enhance the level of Dimension Street remains unclear to him. He suspects it is indeed related to dimension points, yet in the past, when he looked at the level of Dimension Street as he would for summoning or lottery purposes, no reaction occurred. When Su Yu instinctively glanced at the Dimension Street level, the previously unresponsive system panel suddenly displayed a virtual dialog box. Would you like to elevate the level of Dimension Street? Yes. It was perplexing. It had shown no response before, so why the sudden appearance of a dialog box? This was inconsistent with the system's usual tendency to act more swiftly than it speaks. Could it be that the prerequisite for upgrading the level of Dimension Street is for the dimensional creatures to reach their limit? The reason can be explored later. For now, he decided to proceed with the upgrade. Ding. Successfully upgraded the level of Dimension Street, consuming dimension points, 500. Current level of Dimension Street. 2. Create joy with sincerity. Without funds, I cannot play. The dimension points he had painstakingly accumulated over the week vanished in an instant. Although he understood that from the perspective of upgrading Dimension Street, it was not exorbitant, Suyu still felt a wave of frustration. The number of dimension points on the system panel decreased from 524 to 24. The level of Dimension Street rose from 1 to 2, and the dimensional creatures changed from 55 before activation to 78,100 after activation. Now reflected as 510 before activation to 78,200 after activation. With the upgrade, the area of Dimension Street expanded beyond the actual land area, and the daily cap on dimension points doubled. However, no other changes appeared to be evident. Suyu smacked his lips. Feeling neither elated nor disheartened by the results of the upgrade, they were essentially in line with his expectations. The initial level of Dimension Street was too low, and even with an upgrade, new functionalities would not emerge swiftly. Closing the system panel, Suyu glanced at the time, turned, and picked up his notebook before heading downstairs. Chapter 65, The Legend of the Night, Selena. Although Melinda May is also considered a staff member of the inn, her schedule is relatively free aside from her punctual procurement of necessary items in the evenings. Consequently, she sometimes undertakes tasks or returns to the bureau for training. Suyu had initially intended for her to publish the Naruto notebook, but upon descending, he discovered she was not at the inn. So he entrusted the notebook to Minerva at the front desk, instructing her to pass it to Melinda May later. After driving out, Suyu arrived at the collective apartment building where Audrey Nelson resides half an hour later, finding her specially dressed for the occasion. With a soft thud, the car door closed, and Audrey turned to plant a kiss on his cheek, smiling as she inquired, "I'm not late, am I?" Suyu smiled as he started the car. "It seems I am late, causing you to waste your precious daytime rest." Audrey Nelson shook her head with a smile. "Not at all. I went out shopping with others during the day. Besides, you always tend to rise just before noon, and after waking, you need to write. I honestly thought you wouldn't arrive so soon. By the way, have you finished your book? I just completed it. Once it is printed and published, I will ensure you receive a copy at the earliest opportunity." "That sounds great." Audrey Nelson, however, did not harbor a fondness for Naruto. The constant fighting and foreign ninjutsu left her perplexed. Yet, the themes of sorrow and grief within the narrative compelled her to read the book earnestly, as she wished to grasp the essence of those emotions more profoundly. Suyu did not inquire about Audrey's whereabouts, nor did she divulge them. The two simply drove aimlessly, allowing the wind to envelop them as they engaged in conversation. Audrey spoke of her band, the rigors of training, and occasionally asked Suyu about the inn's business and the number of visitors on Dimensional Street. Upon learning that the road had been repaired and a library constructed, she expressed her surprise, leading to a lively exchange between them. At first glance, their chatter seemed trivial, yet it appeared endless, as if they could converse for eternity. The city of New York was devoid of night. Despite persistent concerns about safety, the clamor of vehicles and the brilliance of streetlights allowed people to forget the lurking dangers. Raising her gaze, Suyu noticed the moon was but half full, its dim glow echoing the neon reflections below, as if sharing tales of celestial solitude and earthly splendor. Upon exiting the restaurant, Suyu turned to Audrey, who had linked her arm with his. Her eyes sparkled with an understanding akin to the moon's faint light. "Where to?" This marked Suyu's first proactive inquiry of the day. Audrey playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, responding with a hint of misdirection. "I have band practice at 9 tomorrow morning. Don't worry, you won't be late." "All right." They got into the car, driving away and gradually vanishing into the vibrant glow of neon lights. A new day dawned, with the sun rising as usual. Before 9, Suyu returned Audrey to her apartment and then drove back to Dimensional Street. He parked in the designated area Annabeth had outlined and glanced toward the library construction site, waving to the vendor and Feng Baobao as he entered the inn. Business at the inn was fairly good. While it was not at full capacity, there were guests checking in daily. Ascending the staircase, Suyu returned to his room. Noticing Melinda was absent, he proceeded straight to the attic and opened the system panel. The dimensional points had once again exceeded 100, prompting Suyu to opt for a summoning. Ding! The summoning was complete. Congratulations to the host for summoning the dimensional being, Selena, from the world of Underworld. Draped in a long black trench coat, clad in form-fitting black leather, and adorned with black combat boots, Selena emerged in stark contrast against the backdrop of the attic, captivating Suyu despite his prior mental preparation. She exuded an aura of chilling elegance. This was the immediate impression Selena left on Suyu, her eyes, steely and resolute, bore a hint of panic yet lacked the slightest trace of fear. As a vampire, and the most distinguished female warrior among the Reapers of Death, she was utterly fearless. The Knight's Legend is a series of fantastical action films portraying the tumultuous rivalry between vampires and werewolves in an underground world. This series happened to be Suyu's favorite among vampire-themed movies, not primarily for its plot, but rather for its leading lady, Selena. Outside, the sun shone brightly, its golden rays cascading across a significant portion of the attic. Selena stood precisely on the cusp of sunlight's embrace, her hands instinctively reaching for the gun at her waist. However, an unexpected and intense convulsion of pain surged through her body, a sensation she had never encountered before. With a sudden thud, Selena's knees buckled, collapsing onto the ground as she desperately tried to steady herself, her hands gripping the floor in a futile attempt to regain control. Nevertheless, her body continued to writhe uncontrollably. Who are you?" Selena stammered, her voice trembling as her gaze flickered toward the unsteady Suyu, her vision equally unsteady. "First, dismiss any thoughts of leaving or harboring intentions against me," Suyu replied, shaking his head at the disheveled and distressed Selena. "I have no desire to summon you only to witness your demise." He suddenly found himself questioning the punitive measures of divine law. While the convulsions imposed were indeed formidable and seemingly insurmountable, every summoned individual was destined to endure this harrowing ordeal. The pain itself was inconsequential. It was only through experiencing such torment that one would relinquish forbidden thoughts and obediently comply. Yet, no matter how exquisite a person might be, such epileptic-like convulsions rendered them utterly ungraceful, tarnishing the image they held of themselves. Selena's unwavering gaze remained fixated on Suyu, the frequency of her tremors gradually diminishing, the convulsive sensations fading until she finally regained her composure. In an abrupt motion, she flipped herself upright and lunged toward Suyu. With a resounding thud, it was as if an invisible hand forcefully pinned her to the ground, the convulsions returning with an intensity even greater than before. Suyu sighed and shook his head. "I anticipated you would not yield easily. Since you wish to convulse, let it be under the sun to avoid catching a chill. Though I remain uncertain if vampires are susceptible to such ailments." Bending down, he grasped Selena's arm, attempting to drag her toward the sunlit area. Instantly, panic washed over Selena. The sun is the greatest nemesis of vampires, and she wished to avoid disintegration in its light. Thus, she struggled vigorously to break free from Suyu's grasp. Alas, the convulsive sensation rendered her entirely devoid of control over her body, and she could only watch helplessly as she was drawn ever closer to the sunlight. When Suyu's grip brought her mere inches from the radiant rays, Selena shut her eyes, though she was unaware of how she had arrived in this place. Who this enigmatic man was, or the origin of this unsettling convulsion, she remained undaunted by the prospect of death. As her body continued to move, a warm and soothing sensation emanated from her hand, devoid of burning or pain, momentarily disorienting Selena. When she opened her eyes, she was astonished to find herself bathed in sunlight, her body not only intact but the terrifying convulsions had vanished. Suyu released her hand. Selena raised her hand, watching as the golden warmth of the sun filtered through her fingers and kissed her face. Instinctively, she caressed her cheeks, murmuring, "No, it cannot be. No vampire can be unafraid of sunlight." Why? It seemed she had forgotten to rise from the ground, straining her neck to gaze at Suyu by the window. For they were in Dimensional Street. Within this realm, there was neither sun nor moon, yet a distinction between day and night existed. When Dimensional Street opened, it overlapped with the external world, allowing sunlight to be seen and felt, but within its confines, the sunlight was no longer pure and thus posed no threat. Suyu gestured for Selena to approach the window, indicating she should observe the bustling scene outside. "Do you see that circle of barriers? As long as you remain within their confines, you may bask in the sun and revel in its warmth. Step outside, and the sunlight will unhesitatingly reduce you to ashes." Selena gazed outside in a daze. This was her first experience standing in sunlight, witnessing the vibrancy of day. "I am Suyu, the master of Dimensional Street, and now, your master as well. I understand you must have many questions, but repeating the same things bores me. As your master, it is not my role to personally explain the rules. Thus, I shall have your predecessor, someone who arrived before you, assist you in understanding." Suyu turned and called out Claire's name, preparing to have her elucidate the situation for Selena. In an instant, Claire appeared mysteriously before Suyu, leaving them all momentarily stunned. Claire looked around in confusion, exclaiming, "How did I get here? I was just in the kitchen." "Claire, this is the newly arrived Selena. Kindly explain the rules of Dimensional Street and help her acclimate," Suyu stated, concealing his own surprise while introducing Selena to Claire. Assuming Suyu's calm demeanor indicated his control over the situation, Claire nodded and led Selena away. As Suyu turned once more to gaze out the window, a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Claire possessed no extraordinary abilities, nor did he wield the power of the surgical fruit. Thus, her sudden appearance following his call was most likely a new feature unlocked after the elevation of Dimension Street's level. In Chapter 67, the enhancements resulting from the elevation of Dimension Street were evident not only in the apparent data changes, but also in the expanded scope. There were no indications of newly unlocked functions, leading Suyu to believe that at lower levels, no new features or effects would manifest. However, it seemed that such functionalities did exist. They merely required exploration on his part. He called out Minerva's name, attempting to summon her to his presence. Yet after waiting for several seconds without seeing her, he decided to experiment with another individual, Annabeth. As he uttered her name, Annabeth similarly failed to appear. Furrowing his brow, Suyu concluded that Claire's appearance was certainly not a mere coincidence. It could only be attributed to the system's new functionality. His unsuccessful attempts indicated that there was something he had yet to comprehend. Recalling the circumstances of Claire's arrival, a spark ignited in his eyes as the thought of summoning Annabeth crossed his mind, and he called her name once more. In a flash, Annabeth appeared before him. Success. Indeed, it was as he suspected. A smirk played on Suyu's lips as he addressed the momentarily astonished yet quickly recomposed Annabeth. I summoned another newcomer just now. Claire is helping her acclimate. Please inform her to let Selena come see me once they're finished. Understood, I shall do so. Annabeth, wise enough not to inquire further, nodded and departed in search of Claire. Suyu then repeated the process to summon Minerva, yet she still did not appear, indicating that this instantaneous summoning capability was currently restricted to the beings he had called forth. This was quite reasonable, as summoned dimensional beings traversed through the system and were thus bound by certain rules bestowed upon them. As the host of the system, Suyu could summon them at will. In contrast, while the native beings of the Marvel world also resided within Dimension Street and were subject to its divine laws, they did not possess the same procedural endowment granted by a summoning system. Perhaps, when Dimension Street's level reached a certain threshold, this summoning ability would extend to encompass all beings within the realm. A sudden idea struck Suyu, and he began to ponder the potential applications of this newfound ability. Minutes later, Selena stood before Suyu, her expression blank, as though she had been considerably shaken. Do you have any further inquiries? Selena shook her head. All her pressing questions had been resolved by the girl named Claire. Her thoughts were in disarray, leaving her unable to conceive of anything else to ask. From now on, the safety of Dimension Street at night will rest in your hands. Suyu nodded with a smile, reaching out to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her cheek. Selena instinctively wanted to flinch, yet ultimately did not resist. As long as you diligently carry out my tasks, I shall one day reveal to you a secret. A secret concerning your lineage. Suyu lifted her chin, their gazes locking. In Selena's unique pupils flickered a defiant and indignant light. Are you unwilling to accept this? Selena, silent and resolute, offered no reply. Suyu chuckled. I know of your discontent. No one wishes to suddenly bear a master, for every soul yearns for liberty. You may attempt to resist me, for only through your struggle will you grasp the essence of despair. Selena's expression shifted, her gaze gradually lowering. Suyu remarked, now you are beginning to understand. There is no need for you to resist. I am not an unreasonable individual. I trust that you have formed a preliminary judgment of me through Claire. Previously, you served vampires and elders. Now, you serve me. There is little distinction. Releasing Selena, Suyu turned away and stated, beyond the tasks I require of you, you may organize the remainder of your time as you wish. Selena lowered her head and replied, understood. Come find me after dark. Selena's expression stiffened, and she remained silent. Suyu did not press further, instead patiently awaiting her response in the stillness. After a long pause, Selena's voice emerged, strained yet resolute. Very well. Suyu waved her hand without looking back. The sound of her marten boots echoing on the floor and staircase, gradually receding until it vanished. Selena was distinct from the other summoned individuals. In terms of strength, Feng Baobao was the strongest, followed by Selena. Annabeth, though of demigod lineage, lacked divine power, placing her next in line, while Claire and Shouta could be disregarded. Bumblebee's abilities would be assessed once its memory core was restored. Until then, it was akin to a husky. Regarding intellect, Feng Baobao was simple-minded, Annabeth astute and clever. While Selena was fearless and cold-blooded, the rest could be disregarded. If Selena could not be completely subdued, Suyu believed her potential for destruction would surpass that of all summoned beings. What is the purpose of the Deathwalkers? They are an elite force of vampires specifically designed to eradicate werewolves. As the most distinguished among the Deathwalkers, even if Selena could not directly harm herself, she would undoubtedly find ways to inflict damage and create chaos. The threat of death held little sway over Selena. While convulsions might instill caution and fear, they would never lead her to submission. Chapter 68. The Twisted Love Line of Melinda May and Ant-Man. Is Ghost the father? Suyu was not one to suffer losses lightly. Thus, he would perceive others' potential actions and their possible repercussions with utmost malice, enabling him to make preemptive arrangements to avert calamity. Even if he could not prevent an incident, he would not be caught unawares, scrambling for a hasty solution. If Selena were to possess a personality akin to either Feng Baobao or Claire, the astute Suyu would refrain from making any assumptions, as their temperaments would not engender significant crises or losses. However, Selena is a different matter altogether. Despite being familiar with her character and background, this knowledge is solely derived from her interactions with the characters portrayed in the films. The narrative does not elucidate how she might behave in novel surroundings or among unfamiliar individuals. For Selena, the Deathwalker, I am the architect of her summoning from her original realm to this foreign world, having exerted control over her and enslaved her, thereby assuming the role of her master. Who can say what actions the seemingly undaunted Selena might undertake in such a predicament? The gravest of suspicions does not imply that Suyu harbors a dark psyche. Rather, it reflects his inclination to be prepared for any eventuality, refraining from placing blind trust in anyone, be it Selena or Melinda May. Imagine my surprise upon ascending the stairs to behold someone clad in a snug leather jacket and a windbreaker, both in black, despite the inclement weather. Goodness! I would rather perish than don such attire. Melinda May, descending the stairs, exaggeratedly exclaimed while shedding her outer garment to reveal a tank top beneath. Are you liberating your true self? Suyu jested, noticing the obvious marks on her tank top. Melinda May dismissed his remarks, retorting, if I had my way, I would forego wearing even this. Do you have any idea how stifling it is after an intense training session? Then why not take a shower? Suyu inquired. Melinda May shook her head. I have already arranged for your book to be produced by a publishing company. The royalties will be calculated based on the contracts of their most successful authors, and it is expected to hit the market in about 2 weeks. I have brought the contract downstairs for you to sign. Let us be clear, though. While the publishing company acknowledges the commercial viability of your book, the smooth progression and generous royalties have less to do with your reputation and more with that of my esteemed teacher. Your reputation? Suyu questioned. No, my teacher's reputation, Melinda May clarified, then added, yet, I have facilitated all these arrangements for you. Don't you think you owe me a personal favor? Just get to the point, he urged. Melinda May shrugged nonchalantly. Have you ever heard the name Eli Haystar? Eli Haystar? Suyu found the name unfamiliar. Reflecting for a moment, but failing to associate it with anyone. My favor is rare. Are you certain you do not wish to pose another question? Perhaps the name of your future husband? Suyu teased, refraining from admitting his ignorance of the name. Melinda May huffed. Some things are better left shrouded in anticipation. If you divulge his name, I will investigate his background, leading to one of two outcomes. Either my prior inquiries will reveal issues that dissuade me from pursuing him, or I will find him satisfactory and may approach him, which begs the question, does my love stem from my own volition or is it fate? Thus, I prefer to remain in ignorance and allow events to unfold naturally. Indeed, you are inherently proactive. If you were to know in advance, it would undoubtedly be difficult for you to remain indifferent. Suyu chuckled as he gently patted Melinda May's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I truly owe you my gratitude. Here's the deal. I won't reveal his name. I can only tell you that he is your ex-husband. Am I divorced? Melinda May initially paused, then glared at Suyu. Are you doing this on purpose? Not telling me the name, yet revealing the outcome. How am I to believe in love after this? Whenever there's a possibility of being together, I can't help but wonder if he ultimately divorced me. Do you wish for me to remain single for life? Even if I don't disclose the outcome, it wouldn't change anything. So, am I truly destined to be single forever? Melinda May asked, her skepticism palpable. Suyu pondered for a moment and nodded. Trust me, your romantic journey is quite convoluted. Should you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out. I would be more than willing to help. Bah. Melinda May shot him a dismissive glance, choosing to end this painful topic that left her feeling distressed. Let us continue discussing Eli Haystar. He initially worked with Hank Pym at SHIELD on a certain project, but was subsequently dismissed by Hank Pym on grounds of technology theft. Then, Hank Pym, dismissed for stealing technology? I recall now. Eli Haystar is the father of Ghost from Ant-Man and the Wasp, isn't he? Chapter 69, Ghost and the Recall Function. Ava Starr, known as Ghost, is the antagonist featured in Ant-Man and the Wasp. Her father, Eli Haystar, was a former colleague of Hank Pym, dismissed for stealing technical blueprints related to the quantum realm. Following his dismissal, he clandestinely conducted research on the quantum realm, but during an experiment, a technical malfunction led to a catastrophic quantum explosion that claimed both his and his wife's lives. This incident caused their daughter, Ava Starr, to undergo a transformation, with her molecular structure being constantly torn and reassembled, oscillating between the tangible and the ethereal. After the accident, Ava was adopted by Bill Foster, and SHIELD later equipped her with a suit that enabled her to control her molecular structure, training her as a covert agent. Over time, her body became increasingly unstable, potentially leading to her complete disappearance. In a desperate bid for survival, Ava Starr, alongside Bill Foster, devised a plan to steal from Hank Pym's laboratory in hopes of siphoning quantum energy from Janet Van Dyne, the original Wasp, who had resided in the quantum realm for over 30 years. Ultimately, Janet Van Dyne was retrieved from the quantum realm and assisted Ava in stabilizing her condition. Subsequently, the Ant-Man family prepared to enter the quantum realm to gather quantum energy for her. However, during the process, when Scott Lang, the second Ant-Man, entered the quantum realm, Thanos' snap turned the others to ashes, leaving Scott trapped within. As for Ava Starr, the film does not clarify whether she too succumbed to the ashes of Thanos' snap. Is Eli Haystar indeed deceased? Suyu's words interrupted Melinda May's explanation. She paused for a moment, then nodded and said, Indeed, not long ago. His quantum experiment met with an accident, resulting in the tragic loss of both him and his wife. Their daughter, named Ava Star, was also present at the scene. Although she survived, she underwent a transformation, experiencing irregular shifts between the tangible and the ethereal. Do you have any suggestions? I can go see her. All right. I will make arrangements, Melinda May replied as she prepared to organize the visit. I am available tomorrow. Do you have any commitments later? Melinda May inquired. Suyu nodded. I have something of great importance to attend to tonight. Melinda May asked, is there anything you need me to do? Suyu smiled and politely declined. Selena will assist me. She is the woman you mentioned, clad in a trench coat and tight leather. Melinda May pouted slightly, muttering that it was obviously related to him. Before turning to descend the stairs, as Suyu reflected on the spectral woman and Hank Pym, he did not make his way downstairs until the sun had fully set. He then found the contract Melinda May had mentioned and signed it, before heading out to Casino Park to meet Pepper Potts for a run. Their relationship had grown increasingly familiar. After each run, they would engage in light conversation about their lives and work. If Pepper was unable to join the next day, she would inform Suyu. Today was no exception. As darkness enveloped the sky, Pepper Potts informed Suyu that she would be working late tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye. After waving farewell, Suyu watched as Pepper Potts gradually disappeared from view, softly calling out Selena's name. In a blink, Selena, clad in black, appeared before Suyu. It worked. It seems that the summoning function is not limited to the dimensional street, but operates based on my location, Suyu mused, pointing at the vanishing figure of Pepper Potts. Follow her. I wish to know where she resides. Selena's gaze fixed on Pepper Potts, and she silently nodded before trailing after her. With her agility and experience, tracking an unsuspecting ordinary person was exceedingly simple. Suyu had no doubt that Selena would succeed in her task, so he leisurely turned and made his way back to the dimensional street. The street was ablaze with light. The construction of the library did not cease with the arrival of night, but instead became more efficient than during the day. Annabeth was energetically overseeing the work, occasionally giving instructions. Wong and Caecilius were also among the construction crew, engaged in ordinary manual labor. After observing for a while, Suyu decided it was time and waved to Caecilius. Caecilius hesitated, glancing at Wong before removing his hard hat and cautiously approaching. Suyu looked at Caecilius and said, Mirror dimension. Caecilius initially stared in confusion, then, with a sense of wariness, asked, What do you intend to do? Do you wish to experience what it feels like to be heartless, like Wong? Iker Caecilius gritted his teeth and released the mirror dimension. As the mirror dimension unfolded, Suyu softly called out Selena's name. Whoosh. The sound of air slicing through the atmosphere resonated, and the windbreaker fluttered slightly as Selena, momentarily dazed, fixed her gaze upon Suyu. Meanwhile, Caecilius stared at Selena in astonishment, his expression akin to that of a ghost. It was not the dark aura surrounding Selena that surprised him. Rather, it was the realization that she had entered the mirror dimension, without the aid of teleportation magic. This was utterly confounding. Have you found it? Suyu inquired of Selena. She nodded in response. Wait here. Suyu smiled, and then turned to Caecilius, commanding, Open a door. A portal of golden light materialized, leading directly outside the mirror dimension. After stepping through, Suyu gestured for Caecilius to close the door, then proceeded straight toward the inn. Within the mirror dimension, Caecilius and Selena locked eyes, each maintaining a vigilant stance, their expressions rife with caution. Neither of them understood Suyu's intentions and could only wait, wary of one another. Whoosh. Suddenly, Selena vanished before Caecilius, and in the next instant, she found herself in Suyu's room. A faint smile graced Suyu's lips as he observed Selena. This summoning function indeed operated as he had envisioned. Not only could it summon dimensional beings from outside to the street, but it could also call them back from within the mirror dimension. No barrier could impede such a recall. This allowed him to confidently dispatch dimensional beings to undertake tasks, such as creating troubles for Ancient One. Even if they failed and became trapped in the mirror dimension, he could summon them back in an instant. Chapter 70. The Future Ghost Girl and the Goliath Project. Pepper Potts' apartment was merely 2 blocks away from Casino Park. The apartment was not particularly spacious, and based on Selena's observations, it seemed that she lived there alone. This did not come as a surprise to Suyu. After all, Pepper Potts was a career-oriented woman. Even after becoming Tony Stark's secretary, her feelings for him developed gradually over time. It could be said that Tony Stark was the only person in her life with whom she could cultivate emotions over time, given that the company she kept was predominantly male, especially around a notorious playboy. Amidst a starry night, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air, Caecilius, now bewildered, had emerged from the mirror dimension and returned to the construction team. Inside the inn, aside from the on-duty Minerva, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. Selena perched atop the inn's roof, resembling a statue as she quietly surveyed her surroundings. She remained motionless until dawn broke, and only then did she gracefully leap down. With a spectacular landing, Selena ascended the stairs to the staff quarters. After shedding her windbreaker and form-fitting attire, she lay upon her designated bed, ready to rest. A few days ago, while Suyu was engrossed in copying Naruto, Annabeth entrusted Melinda May with the task of acquiring several bunk beds to resolve their accommodation issues. It turned out that her foresight was commendable. At the very least, Selena and others summoned by Suyu in the future would have a place to stay. Awakening from his slumber, Suyu vaguely heard Melinda May's voice. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see Melinda bending over at the edge of his bed, nudging him awake. Are you out of your mind? Suyu grumbled. You are the one who's lost it. Hurry up, I've made arrangements. We are meeting Avastar in half an hour. Melinda replied. Sitting up and stretching his back, Suyu cast a glance at her. Waking me up at this early hour dressed like that. And you claim you're not crazy? Do you believe that if I get too excited, our meeting with Avastar might be delayed by 2 hours? I don't believe it, she retorted. Suyu sighed dramatically, raising an eyebrow. Do you not believe I would get excited? Or do you doubt the 2-hour delay? Melinda rolled her eyes. If you're still half asleep, wake up quickly. I'm going to change. You'd better get up soon. I've noticed you're becoming increasingly casual with me. Suyu muttered in discontent, but Melinda ignored him and went downstairs. 10 minutes later, freshly groomed, Suyu joined Melinda as they left the house and drove away from Dimensional Street. Melinda was an excellent driver and sped along the road, but alas, even the most skilled drivers must obey traffic lights. Consequently, when they finally arrived to meet Avastar, it was already over 40 minutes later. Avastar appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, devoid of the vivaciousness typical of a girl her age. Her petite, charming face bore an inexplicable gloom, evoking a sense of compassion. Melinda crouched down, addressing Avastar in a tone meant for both adults and children, introducing herself and Suyu. Suyu attempted to pat Avastar on the head, but his hand effortlessly passed through her form. Avastar recoiled slightly, gazing at him in silence. Melinda looked up at Suyu and asked softly, Is there a way? There is. What is it? Melinda inquired urgently. Avastar seemed to comprehend their conversation, her small face finally lighting up with anticipation as she looked at Suyu. Let her follow me from now on. Impossible. Just as Suyu finished his statement, a black man entered the room, firmly rejecting the notion. Melinda furrowed her brow at him. Bill Foster, what brings you here? Because you cannot help her. Bill Foster replied emphatically, squatting down to offer a plush toy to Avastar. Avastar hesitated before reaching out, but her small hand passed right through the toy. Bill Foster blinked in surprise before encouragingly nodding at Avastar. Avastar reached out once more. This time her hand remained tangible as she grasped the plush toy and held it close to her heart. It was due to quantum energy that she had transformed in such a manner. Apart from her father, Eli Star, and that individual, I am the one most knowledgeable about the quantum realm. Allow me to take her under my wing. I shall do everything in my power to heal her. Bill Foster stated solemnly. Melinda May glanced at Suyu, remaining silent. Bill Foster extended his hand towards Suyu, introducing himself. I am Bill Foster. Having once collaborated with her father, Eli Star, at S.H.I.E.L.D., I firmly believe I am the most capable individual to restore her health. Suyu cast a sidelong glance, refusing to reciprocate the gesture. I am not particularly fond of your previous demeanor, nor do I believe you are the most qualified to cure her. Although the Goliath project pertains to the quantum domain, it is evident that you are not the foremost expert. Hank Pym is an arrogant fellow. Were he to discover that Ava is Elias Starr's daughter, he would undoubtedly refuse assistance, especially since he has since departed from S.H.I.E.L.D. Bill Foster spoke of Hank Pym with evident disdain and ire. The Goliath project is one of the 3 major initiatives overseen by S.H.I.E.L.D., alongside the Pegasus project and another initiative, the specifics of which remain unknown, but the Pegasus project involves the research of a lightspeed engine using the cosmic cube. The name Goliath is derived from the legendary giant. Bill Foster once served as Hank Pym's assistant in the Goliath project and was the original Goliath, possessing the ability to enlarge himself. Eventually, Hank Pym became incensed, believing Howard Stark had stolen his Pym particles for private research, leading to his abrupt resignation from S.H.I.E.L.D., thus leaving the Goliath project in limbo. Without the Pym particles, Bill Foster was also stripped of his Goliath identity. In the film Ant-Man and the Wasp, he revealed that during his tenure as Goliath, he could enlarge to 20 feet, approximately 6 meters, while the second Ant-Man, Scott Lang, had successfully achieved a giant form during the Civil War, reaching 65 feet, nearly 20 meters. Chapter 71. Should I call you father? In the film, while Bill Foster could assist Ghost in stabilizing her molecular structure, he was unable to completely heal her. After over 20 years of research, his ultimate solution was to steal Hank Pym's quantum laboratory and retrieve the original Wasp, Janet, who had been trapped in the quantum realm, extracting her quantum energy to stabilize Ghost's increasingly deteriorating body. Thus, neither his identity as Goliath nor his title as a professor of quantum physics could enable him to fully heal Ghost. If that were the case, why not seek Hank Pym directly? After all, whatever Foster could accomplish, Pym could do as well. The things Foster could not achieve, Pym could. As for whether Hank Pym would offer assistance, Suyu was not the least bit concerned about that. You wouldn't truly consider reaching out to Hank Pym, would you? As far as I know, he has a significant grievance against S.H.I.E.L.D. If they were to intervene, he would likely refuse. Melinda May hesitantly remarked to Suyu. Suyu confidently shook his head, asserting that he would refuse anyone else, but not him. It's impossible. That arrogant fellow shows no regard for anyone. No one can tolerate his temper long enough to collaborate with him. The only one who managed to do so is no longer here, Bill Foster declared firmly. If no one can work with him, let him work with me, came the resolute and echoing response. Bill Foster, taken aback, opened his mouth in surprise, hesitating for a considerable time before finally turning to Melinda May and saying, though I cannot fathom the source of his confidence, I do not believe he will succeed. I shall return once the outcome is revealed. Clearly, Bill Foster was convinced that Suyu would undoubtedly fail. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned returning later. With Bill Foster gone, Melinda May regarded Suyu thoughtfully and asked, what do you need me to do? The phone number of Hank Pym, Suyu replied casually while sitting on the edge of the bed, turning to attempt to stroke Ava Starr's head. Though he often passed through her form, he occasionally managed to make contact. The success rate of this affectionate gesture was low, yet its impact was profound. Ava Starr, who had once felt distant and unfamiliar, soon became more at ease. What a delightful little girl, albeit cursed by misfortune. Losing her parents and becoming an orphan was tragic enough, but being transformed into a being neither fully human nor ghostly was even more lamentable. Although Bill Foster adopted her, he couldn't remedy her condition. The S.H.I.E.L.D. provided her with equipment, yet it relegated her to a role as a ghostly assassin, performing the dirtiest tasks. Tragically, she had misdirected her hatred. The tasks she undertook for S.H.I.E.L.D. were, in fact, in service of Hydra. She believed Hank Pym had dismissed her father out of jealousy, which led her father to undertake perilous experiments to restore his reputation. In truth, while Hank Pym might have had a foul temper, he was not wronged in this instance. He had indeed been dismissed for stealing someone else's technology. The ghost possesses the ability to become invisible, phase through solid matter, and switch between corporeal and incorporeal states, though it may appear as a less sophisticated version of vision. The applications of this ability are extensive. Apart from Steve Rogers, most heroes in the Avengers may not necessarily be her equals. Ava, I can arrange for someone to design a suit for you, one that will allow you to freely control your physical state, if you wish to be fully healed. It may take me some time to consider, perhaps as long as 23 years at most. However, if fortune smiles upon you, you may not need to wait that long. Suyu said, smiling as he looked at Ava Starr. Would you like to live with me? Ava nodded, asking, should I call you Dad? Do you want to? Ava shook her head. Then you shall not. Suyu had no inclination to be called Dad and was not prepared to assume the role of a father to Ava Starr. His decision to adopt her stemmed from a blend of compassion for a fellow orphan and a sense of investment. Although the expenses of raising a child are certainly not insignificant, for Suyu, it does not pose a considerable burden. Moreover, her stay within the Dimension Street allows her to accumulate dimension points daily. By the time she matures, she will coincide with the arrival of various heroes from the Avengers, and her abilities will enable her to accomplish much for herself. Without delving into distant matters, she is already capable of making a substantial impact regarding Hank Pym. Melinda May informed Suyu of Hank Pym's number, and as she dialed, she gestured for Melinda to assist Ava Starr in packing. Moments later, the call connected. Good morning, Mr. Hank Pym, or should I say Ant-Man? Who are you? I am Suyu, a name you have never heard before, but will undoubtedly remember. I hope to meet you in 1 hour at the Dimension Inn located near the Queen's Botanical Garden. Of course, you may choose not to come, after all. The only loss from your absence would be news about your wife. The quantum realm is not a pleasant place, I assure you. What? What did you say? Hello? As Hank Pym's astonished and urgent inquiries echoed, Suyu hung up the phone and rose to assist Melinda May with Ava Starr's luggage. Just over an hour later, they returned to the inn without incident. Upon entering the inn, accompanied by a curious Ava Starr, Hank Pym abruptly approached them from the seating area. It was you who called earlier, isn't it? You are Suyu. What do you know? Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, her words calming him. I know that your wife is alive in the quantum realm, and if you wish to learn how to rescue her, it would be wise to temper your emotions and assist me in assessing this child's condition. Hank Pym's gaze fixed upon Suyu like a predator eyeing its prey, scrutinizing her for several seconds before shifting his attention to Ava Starr. His expression revealed surprise as he observed the child. Her situation is indeed extraordinary, as if each cell within her body is engaged in an ongoing cycle of division and reassembly. The molecular structure has been altered in an astonishing manner, and if it cannot stabilize soon, there may come a moment of division without reassembly. Chapter 72. So, this is Maya Hansen. Her name is Ava Starr, the daughter of Elias Starr. Not long ago, during an experiment in the quantum realm, an accident occurred, resulting in Elias's demise, and Ava was struck by the energy of the quantum explosion, which altered her molecular structure. Suyu succinctly explained Ava's condition to Hank Pym, then candidly stated, Only quantum energy can stabilize her condition and fully heal her. Obtaining quantum energy is no simple task, and she cannot afford to wait that long. Therefore, I require your assistance in crafting a suit that allows for the free manipulation of her molecular structure. Hank Pym's expression soured at the mention of Elias Starr. Yet he restrained himself upon witnessing the timid Ava. After Suyu finished speaking, he nodded in agreement with her assessment, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Suyu chuckled softly, then turned to introduce the woman beside him, Melinda May. This is Melinda May, a SHIELD agent trained by Peggy, and undoubtedly the most exceptional young operative. Her primary purpose for being here is to monitor my every move, ensuring I do not undertake any actions that might disrupt the future course of events. Disrupt the future course of events? To put it simply, I possess the ability to foresee the future, a talent that has been personally validated by Peggy. However, I am not at liberty to disclose the specifics of this validation. Suyu paused, gazing at the skeptical Hank Pym, and remarked, "How do you think I knew your wife, Janet, was still alive?" Hank Pym inhaled deeply. "Is it true?" "Indeed," Melinda May responded. Suyu shrugged. "I do not comprehend the quantum realm, not in the slightest, but often, when one is aware of the outcome, understanding the principles becomes inconsequential. I have prepared the suit. Now, tell me how to save my wife." "Agreed. I need to take her to my lab for a comprehensive examination and to test the suit's efficacy. Melinda, is it all right for you to take Ava?" Suyu naturally would not refuse such a reasonable request from Hank Pym. He turned to Melinda May, and upon her nod, he explained the situation to Ava. Melinda May then led Ava away with Hank Pym. Suyu turned to ascend the stairs, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed a girl clad in a bold red dress and white denim shorts, adorned with a large sun hat, and carrying a travel bag, entering the inn. Her attire was daring and refreshingly cool. Spotting Suyu lingering at the staircase, the girl cheerfully nodded and inquired, "Hi, where's the front desk?" Suyu gestured toward the direction of the front desk. The girl took a few steps forward, glanced at the front desk, and upon seeing Minerva, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it really is blue. Hello, my name is Maya Hansen. Are there any rooms available?" "Yes. Which is the cheapest room? Is it this one?" "Great, I'll take it." After looking at the sample image of the standard room and nodding in satisfaction, she was ready to register. "How many days will you be staying?" 3 days. "Here is your key. Your room is on the second floor, to the right." "Thank you." Maya Hansen took the key and turned to head toward the staircase. Noticing Suyu still standing there, she looked down at her attire and curiously asked, "Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing?" Suyu shook his head. "You are very beautiful." "Thank you," Maya Hansen replied with a smile. "I'm Maya Hansen. You must be the owner of this inn, right?" "I am Suyu." Seeing that she seemed inclined to continue the conversation, Suyu politely extended his hand, but Maya Hansen surprised him even more with her warmth. She actually embraced him. Embracing has become a popular greeting in the West, much like how African Americans engage in fist bumps or how people from Japan bow. However, this was the first time Suyu had been greeted in such a manner, especially by a woman. The warmth of the gesture left him momentarily speechless, hesitating for a moment before he opened his arms and gently patted her back. "You are quite shy, aren't you? Shy boss. If I were to give you another hug, would you grant me a discount?" Maya Hansen remarked with a playful smile. "Am I being flirted with?" Suyu chuckled, taken aback by the unexpected side of Maya Hansen. "I never imagined you would be so bold. Do botanists often exhibit such openness?" Upon observing her attire, it seemed evident that she indeed had a free-spirited nature. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Maya Hansen's role was slightly more prominent than that of Aldrich Killian. In the future, for years hence, she would encounter Tony Stark in a fleeting moment that ended at dawn, during which she revealed the prototype of the extremist virus to him. Alas, he did not take her seriously. For Tony Stark, such encounters were commonplace, often forgetting even the names of the individuals involved. Consequently, a heartbroken Maya Hansen later collaborated with Aldrich Killian to enhance the extremist virus, aiming to create the extremist soldiers as a means of revenge against Stark. Unfortunately, her descent into darkness was not as absolute as Killian's. Over a decade later, when she faced Stark again, Maya reconsidered her stance, attempting to withdraw from Killian's scheme. She sought to leverage the instability of the virus as a threat against Killian, only to be ruthlessly gunned down by him. Thus, it seems that those who oscillate between villainy and redemption often meet unfortunate fates, whether through diminished strength and prestige or outright demise. The last woman who enjoyed a discount had applauded me for several days. "Are you certain you wish for me to grant you a discount?" Suyu provocatively glanced at Maya Hansen, embodying a person who never allows himself to be outdone, especially when approached by a woman. Maya Hansen paused in confusion. What does applauding mean? With a mischievous grin, Suyu clapped his hands 3 times, producing a crisp, resonant sound filled with rhythm. "Oh, so that's what it means. Huh. I apologize. I mistakenly thought you were a shy person, but it turns out you're quite amusing." The description of applauding is indeed vivid and fitting. Once she grasped the meaning, Maya laughed heartily, her laughter infectious and animated, even mimicking Suyu's clapping, which only elicited more laughter. Chapter 73. Maya Hansen's Curiosity and Suyu's Possessiveness. Maya Hansen gazed at Suyu with a beaming smile. His jet black hair fell straight, complemented by his sharp, angled brows and slender, piercing black eyes. His well-defined features and tall, lean physique exuded a sense of mature stability that belied their similar ages. The slight upward curve of his lips radiated a charmingly mischievous grin, causing her heart to race with excitement and anticipation. May I inquire how many individuals have received discounts thus far? Maya Hansen inquired with a cheerful smile. How long have you been here? A few days, she replied. I came for a job interview, and after securing the position, I moved into the company dormitory. Suyu responded with a smile. So far, we have maintained a very amicable friendship. A cordial relationship? Indeed. Maya giggled. So, you must be quite impressive then? Suyu shrugged. Ask any man. And the answer will certainly be affirmative. Maya nodded with a playful smile. You can only determine someone's prowess through experience. I'm going to my room to rest for a bit. See you later. All right. Suyu stepped aside, allowing her to ascend the stairs before following her. At the staircase, they parted ways, each entering their respective rooms. Maya did not press for any discounts, and naturally, Suyu did not insist. To be honest, Suyu felt quite pleased with Maya's arrival. His happiness did not stem from any desire to engage with her or from her notorious virus, but rather from the increasing attention surrounding Dimension Street. While Audrey Nelson's visit had yet to indicate a trend, Maya's presence was undoubtedly a testament to the growing reputation of the place. Moreover, Hank Pym's ability to locate this spot suggested a significant rise in the awareness and recognition of Dimension Street and the Dimension in among the locals. If this momentum continued, Dimension Street might very well become a well-known destination throughout America by the time of the Avengers. Inside her room, Maya set down her backpack and began to explore with curiosity. The elegant and natural style of the room, with its fresh wooden structures, was captivating. Although modern amenities were present, they did not detract from the room's overall aesthetic. The large LCD television astonished Maya, as far as she knew. While LCDs were being heavily promoted, they had not yet achieved full proliferation. Their high cost and the inconvenience of purchase were still significant barriers. Yet, the inn's most economical standard rooms were all equipped with LCD televisions, further piquing her interest in Suyu. What kind of person could a foreigner of similar age to her be? Who could acquire an entire street's worth of land in such a prime location and construct an inn of such unique style? Maya captured numerous photographs with her camera, then took out her laptop and began typing intently. She had conceived an idea that, if successful, would undoubtedly mark a milestone in human history. This trip was meant to refresh her spirit and organize her thoughts, while also hoping for a serendipitous encounter of romance or wild passion to alleviate her lack of experience. This way, she could focus on her concept with no regrets, in the best possible state of mind. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Maya finally closed her laptop, the sunlight in the room had dimmed. She stretched her neck and stood up, her stomach growling audibly. Grabbing her keys, she rose and stepped out of her room. Locking the door, Maya Hansen turned to venture downstairs to sample the renowned Ichiraku ramen. However, as she pivoted, she unexpectedly encountered a rather large girl, one who compelled her to glance down at herself, feeling a pang of inadequacy as the girl strode into Suyu's room. It seemed she was also an employee of the inn. Maya descended the staircase, intent on seizing the opportunity to converse with the inn staff to glean insights into the true nature of Suyu. Boss, did you call for me? Annabeth inquired as she approached the loft, addressing Suyu, who stood by the window. She had noticed that the boss had a penchant for lingering at the window. Suyu turned slightly, nodding. How is the progress on the library? At this rate, we will soon complete the main structure by the day after tomorrow. What remains are the interior and exterior decorations. With our current manpower, it could be finalized in a day or two, and at most, within a week, Annabeth replied. Suyu acknowledged with a hum. Once the library is completed, let us also unveil the spaceship. That should draw a considerable crowd to linger in the streets. Additionally, what do you think of the location near the football field? Is it feasible to erect several high-rise buildings there? That land doesn't seem to belong to us, does it? Moreover, based on your vision for Dimension Street, it appears unnecessary to construct residential areas. The influx of tourists is already substantial, and even if we develop commercial spaces, it should sufficiently meet demand, Annabeth articulated. Suyu nodded thoughtfully. Then when we build the shops in the originally planned locations, let us adjust the designs accordingly. Unless it's a specially designated independent structure, we should aim for designs where the first floor accommodates shops, while the second or third floors are residential. By the way, do you have any plans or thoughts for the future? If not, take some time to consider. I can accommodate any reasonable requests. Boss, could you lift my house arrest? I yearn to visit Casino Park, to wander and see how this world differs from mine, Annabeth tentatively ventured. Suyu smiled. I can permit you to explore nearby once the library is completed, under the condition that you adhere to two stipulations. First, you must not reveal your identity, as this world is not yet fully accepting of those with special abilities. Second, no romantic entanglements, no seeking of men. I may not claim you, but I will not tolerate anyone else laying claim to you. You might relay this to others. I hope you remember, I am your master. And you belong solely to me. Chapter 74, Women and Flowers, a familiar sensation. Possessiveness is a psychological phenomenon that everyone experiences to varying degrees. And Suyu is no exception. From the moment they were summoned to this world, their allegiance was unmistakably established. Suyu could tolerate their normal interactions or friendships. Yet she would never accept outsiders laying claim to the fruits of her labor, even if they did not partake, even if the precious harvest withered away. It was simply unacceptable. Annabeth, naturally, harbored no thoughts of romance or seeking a companion. Her sole curiosity lay in discovering the nuances of this new world. Thus, she felt no resistance or dissatisfaction towards the two rules proposed by Suyu. On the contrary, she found herself quite capable of understanding and accepting these stipulations, for, as far as she knew, deities were inherently selfish, herself included. This selfishness, or possessiveness, manifested in various facets of her life. For instance, she would never relinquish her sword and shield to another, even when they were of no immediate use, nor did she appreciate others meddling in her endeavors, regardless of whether their involvement could enhance efficiency. This was a manifestation of territorial instinct. Suyu's interest in Audrey Neeson and Maya Hansen stemmed from the fact that they were outsiders. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly seize it. However, with individuals like Annabeth and Claire, who were effortlessly attainable, he exhibited no urgency or inclination to act, as they were already his. In other words, they were within his grasp, and thus he felt no haste, nor would he permit anyone to encroach upon his domain. After departing from the attic, Annabeth conveyed Suyu's intentions to every summoned individual in the inn, including the stout uncle who was unlikely to seek a partner. Regardless of their inclinations, they were bound to accept Suyu's will, and fortunately, no one felt discontent. Feng Bao Bao was entirely oblivious to matters of romance. Claire had no desire to leave Dimension Street, and if she were to seek a partner, her target would undoubtedly be Suyu, evidenced by her diligent attentiveness. She frequently changed the linens in Suyu's room and ensured his clothes were impeccably clean. As for Selena, Annabeth harbored a certain aversion towards her, not solely due to her vampiric nature, but also because of her cold demeanor, which rendered it challenging for Annabeth to ascertain her true intentions. A series of knocks echoed through the air, prompting Suyu to respond and open the door. Hello. Hi. After exchanging pleasantries, Maya Hansen articulated her purpose. Shall we take a stroll through the botanical garden? Is this an invitation for a date? Certainly. Maya Hansen beamed, believing that since Suyu met her criteria, there was no need for hesitation. The longer she delayed, the shorter her time to savor would be. If you do not take action to alter my decision before we return, I suppose I shall belong to you this evening. Such directness? Why not? The concept of subtlety was entirely lost on Maya Hansen, as it is for most Western girls. The setting sun bathed the plants in the botanical garden in a crimson glow. Maya Hansen linked her arm with Suyu's, enthusiastically recounting the characteristics of the plants they encountered, along with intriguing, lesser-known facts. Occasionally, she would mention superior varieties of similar plants, lamenting the underwhelming reputation of the Queen's Botanical Garden, where truly precious specimens were few and far between. Do you find my musings tedious? Maya Hansen inquired. Suyu shook his head. Not at all. She chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling as she said, Now I understand why the previous one maintained a relationship with you after leaving. It is because you possess remarkable patience. A woman is akin to a flower nurtured in a pot. Although one knows that it will eventually bloom for you, there is no need to hasten its growth. Instead, you tend to it with great care and patience, ensuring that when the flower does blossom, it radiates with vibrant beauty. More importantly, the duration of its blooming will be extended due to your diligent nurturing. Suyu smiled and replied, That is a most apt description. Maya Hansen, with a mischievous glint in her eye, inquired, upon hearing such a fitting portrayal, Do you not feel compelled to do something? For instance, applaud. The sound of thunderous applause and cheers filled the air. Upon their return from the Queen's Botanical Garden to the inn, Suyu and Maya Hansen performed a splendid show in her room, an intimate display meant only for each other. Despite being a novice, Maya Hansen possessed an innate talent that shone through, and after a brief period of rehearsal, she confidently demonstrated that even a newcomer could deliver an exhilarating performance worthy of admiration. I was mistaken. I now realize that the reason you maintain relationships is not merely patience, but rather endurance. You should not be in a position to judge such matters, as you lack experience. Are you unaware that conducting an experiment requires substantial reference material? Even without prior experience, one can easily grasp what the typical condition should be through such resources. Maya Hansen flicked her hair back and earnestly asked Suyu, What do you think of me? Remarkable. Would you consider officially dating me? Is this a form of coercion? It seems I am indeed quite exceptional. Suyu shook his head, smiling nonchalantly. I have my career and aspirations. For now, I shall not entertain matters of the heart. Maya Hansen appeared slightly disheartened. As I suspected, I am the flower and you are the wind. The wind may sway the flower's branches, yet it does not stay to nurture it. My previous question did not cause you any discomfort, did it? I would hate to look back and find that this was the only memorable moment. Of course not. That is a relief. In fact, my purpose for this outing was to resolve my regrets and fill the void. Upon my return, I shall embark on a significant research project, which, even if it proceeds smoothly, may take a decade or more to yield success. Therefore, Suyu interrupted Maya Hansen, snapping his fingers as he exclaimed, I suddenly have a sense of déjà vu. If I am not mistaken, what you are implying is that for the sake of your career and dreams, you need to dedicate yourself fully, leaving no time or energy for romance. Thus, if you find yourself free from time to time, you may seek me out. Chapter 75. Men are such simple creatures. Maya Hansen paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, her laughter causing her to tremble with joy as she thumped her chest in agreement, nodding continuously. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. I believe it would be delightful for us to meet. Suyu shook his head, a mixture of amusement and self-reflection washing over him. He realized he was being somewhat pretentious. After all, what he sought was precisely this kind of relationship devoid of emotional entanglement. It neither hindered his panoramic view of possibilities nor did it impose hardships on his younger brother, allowing him to relish the situation. Thus, it seemed fitting that he should embrace this outcome. It is indeed true that men often exhibit a paradoxical nature, desiring their partners to engage in a purely physical connection while feeling discontented when such a dynamic manifests. Upon closer examination of the personalities of Carol Danvers, Audrey Neeson, and Maya Hansen, it becomes clear that this outcome was almost inevitable. None of them fit the mold of the traditional homemaker. Prior to becoming Captain Marvel, Carol was a soldier, while Audrey, though gentle and home-oriented, possessed unwavering dedication to her dreams and artistry. As for Maya, she was the principal researcher behind the extinction virus. Each of these women, without exception, had their own aspirations and targets. Hence, even if a romantic relationship were to blossom with any one of them, it would not significantly alter their paths. Those destined to leave Earth would do so, those committed to their bands would continue performing, and those engaged in researching the virus would persist in their studies. They were well aware of this reality, which is why they adopted a similar approach when Suyu hesitated to define their relationship. Although Maya jested about wanting to meet Audrey, claiming they would get along splendidly, her failure to inquire about Audrey's name revealed that her intentions were merely playful. Once her laughter subsided, she effortlessly cast aside her humorous musings and swiftly embarked on a new performance. Anything intriguing could captivate one's attention, and for someone eager to forge delightful memories, every untried method of expression beckoned for exploration. Consequently, aside from organizing her experimental ideas, Maya spent the majority of her time closely intertwined with Suyu. Their shared glances and gestures sparked instantaneous expressions, transforming her from a novice actress into a seasoned, multifaceted performer in a mere 3 days. I have already informed the front desk, Suyu remarked as he finished packing. When you check out, they will refund you the discounted amount along with your deposit. Turning to the slightly dazed Maya, he continued, I've saved your number. When you find some free time, you can visit, or I can come see you. Someone will be arriving shortly, and I must attend to them. If you're not in a hurry, feel free to wait for me. I can escort you wherever you wish to go. Who? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. No, it's a man, Suyu replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Have you heard of Pym Technologies? Dr. Hank Pym? Maya's eyes widened as she sat bolt upright. Are you saying the person coming is Dr. Hank Pym? Do you know him? Suyu nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Maya leaped to her feet and enveloped Suyu in an enthusiastic embrace, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can I meet him with you? His achievements in the field of science are extraordinary, and Pym Technologies is a company that many, including myself, aspire to join. Perhaps he could assist me in realizing my experimental ideas. Suyu nonchalantly remarked, I can allow him to hear your thoughts, but I cannot guarantee his support for your project. That's sufficient, my dear. Thank you. Maya Hansen exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on Suyu before promptly preparing herself. Before long, she donned a rather formal professional outfit and accompanied Suyu to the adjacent small conference room. Shortly thereafter, Hank Pym entered under the guidance of Melinda May. Upon noticing the unfamiliar woman beside Suyu, Hank Pym momentarily paused and turned to Melinda May with a questioning expression. Melinda May, observing Maya Hansen, furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. She had never encountered this woman before, but judging by the woman's demeanor and subtle expressions towards Suyu, their relationship seemed quite intimate. Hello, Dr. Hank Pym. I am Maya Hansen, a botanist, she introduced herself, rising slightly and nodding to him. Hank Pym nodded perfunctorily and turned his attention to Suyu, asking, Is this relevant to our discussion? If it concerns me, it naturally pertains to our conversation. If you upset her, she will in turn upset me, and if she makes me unhappy, I can only reciprocate that with you. Suyu replied, noticing the discomfort on Hank Pym's face, and gently patted the surprised and grateful Maya Hansen. Please take a seat. There will be ample time to discuss your experiments shortly. Maya Hansen nodded and sat down. Hank Pym, frowning, took a seat across the conference table and stated bluntly, I have prepared what you requested, and she has verified it. If you doubt her assessment, Feel free to inspect it yourself. The child is waiting outside. That old man, Hank Pym, certainly had a stubborn temperament and was not one to concede easily. Suyu defended Maya Hansen, retorting against him. As Melinda May toiled over Suyu's matters, he was here flirting with another woman. Regardless of whether there was any special bond between them, it would undoubtedly irk her. Although Melinda May did not show it, Suyu could clearly sense her diminishing energy. Feigning indifference to Hank Pym's words, Suyu chuckled lightly and remarked, "If I recall correctly, you have been researching the quantum field since 1987, hoping for miracles. And the truth has shown that miracles do indeed exist at times. Your research direction is correct, albeit incomplete. The quantum traverser can indeed successfully unlock the quantum realm, and she is waiting for you there." Tears streamed down the corners of Hank Pym's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, his arms trembling slightly. "What am I to do? You require a quantum laboratory, a perfected quantum traverser, and the land adjacent to the football field, which you shall then gift to me." Chapter 76. Spoilers are momentarily delightful, but perpetual spoilers bring eternal joy. "Are you extorting me?" Hank Pym glared at Suyu, suppressing his rising anger. Suyu shook his head. "The agreed terms were to inform you how to save your wife, not to assist you in saving her. The quantum laboratory, quantum traverser, and that piece of land combined constitute the means to rescue your wife. I refuse to believe that this is the sole approach," Hank Pym remarked, a hint of disdain in his voice. "I am acutely aware of your speculative nature. You are exploiting events that are destined to unfold for your own gain. Therefore, even if I refuse to succumb to your extortion, my wife will still find her way out of the quantum realm." Suyu dismissively curled his lips. "The greatest advantage of foresight is that no one can predict the consequences of your actions. I am not here to threaten you, but merely to urge you to reconsider your demeanor. I am neither your enemy nor your adversary. On the contrary, I am your benefactor. Not only have I imparted the news that Janet is still alive, but I have also assisted you in averting a significant predicament that you would encounter when attempting to rescue her in the future." "What have you done?" Hank inquired, bewildered. "Had I not adopted Ava, Bill Foster would have taken her in as his own, with S.H.I.E.L.D., crafting her a similar uniform and grooming her to become a covert agent. Years later, Ava and Bill, who had long believed you dismissed Elias Starr out of jealousy, would approach you when Ava's body was on the brink of collapse, seeking to extract quantum energy from Janet to heal her. Ultimately, they would succeed. For this reason alone, I demand a share of that land. Is it excessive? Is it extortion?" Suyu pressed, leaving Hank Pym momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he conceded, "If this is true, I retract my accusation of extortion. Janet, she did not perish in the end," Suyu continued. "You and your family actively assisted Ava in harvesting quantum energy from the quantum realm." Suyu scoffed, "If I do nothing and change nothing, you will have to wait at least 23 years to reunite with your wife. If you can bear to let her linger in that wretched place for another 23 years, then consider my words unspoken." "No," Hank Pym exclaimed, visibly agitated as he turned to Melinda May. "I will take that land, regardless of the cost. I shall return immediately to prepare the quantum laboratory and the quantum transporter. Once the land is mine, I will promptly transfer it to you." Without another word, Hank hurried off to make preparations. "Don't be hasty. The matter is not yet resolved," Suyu called out, halting Hank Pym in his tracks. He then turned to Maya Hansen. "Now, tell us about your experiment." Maya hesitated, glancing between Hank and Suyu before shaking her head slightly. "No, it's not necessary." "Are you certain?" Suyu probed. "Yes." With that, Hank Pym, driven by urgency, turned and left, eager to gather everything needed to rescue his wife from the quantum realm without delay. "You'd better find a solution," Melinda May remarked, casting a pointed look at Maya Hansen as she exited. Suyu leaned back in his chair, directing his attention to Maya Hansen. She was an exceptionally astute woman, capable of devising the formidable extinction virus. It was evident that their earlier conversation had made her acutely aware of the implications of what she had overheard, prompting her to withdraw from introducing her experimental concepts to Hank Pym. The tranquil atmosphere rendered the conference room somewhat oppressive. Maya Hansen inhaled deeply, raising her head to regard Suyu, managing a strained smile as she said, "I somewhat regret coming to meet Dr. Hank Pym with you. This revelation is profoundly impactful, astonishingly unconventional. Have I succeeded?" "I have." "Splendid. This indicates that my research concepts and direction are indeed correct." Maya exhaled, relaxing slightly, and cheerfully grasped Suyu's hand. "So, what does my future hold? Will I become renowned or wealthy? Are we together? Have you made any alterations to my future that I am unaware of?" "There are so many questions. You can answer them one by one at your leisure. I was initially reluctant to part with you, but now it seems there's no rush to leave." Suyu regarded the curious and hopeful Maya Hansen, shaking his head gently. "In your future, you possess neither fame nor fortune, and we are not together." Maya stared in astonishment. "Why? Hasn't my experiment succeeded? You have a partner named Killian, who has utilized the dire virus you developed for some nefarious purposes. You wish to withdraw, but he ultimately shoots you. Am I dead?" Suyu nodded. 18 years hence. "Oh God, This is too difficult to accept. And what of you? Have you altered my future in any way? Maya clutched Su Yu's hand tightly, her excitement palpable. Yes. And no. What does that mean? Every individual's destiny possesses pivotal turning points. It is too early to determine. If I can keep you by my side, the future will naturally shift. However, should you depart at a crucial moment, you would no longer be able to save me? Maya interjected. Su Yu shook his head. Indeed, I would not be able to save you. Why? Because that would imply, from a certain perspective, that you have betrayed me. Betrayed? What have I done? That is of little consequence. What matters is that if you remain with me, the future will inevitably change. Perhaps your success may arrive tardily, but at least your life will not be absent. Maya regarded him with suspicion. It seems that my life is inextricably tied to yours. It appears I must follow you for my entire life, or at least this lifetime. My dear, you're not deceiving me merely to retain my presence, are you? Indeed. I have intentionally deceived you, Su Yu admitted with a knowing smile. Even if he refrained from divulging the events that awaited Maya, her future had already been altered. As her destiny shifted on the night she encountered Tony Stark for years later, she met Killian, who had also been toyed with by Stark. But now with their relationship established, even if Maya pursued the dire virus research post-departure, she would not seek out Tony Stark for years hence. Chapter 77, Miss Polaris. I don't believe it. Observing Su Yu's admission of deceit, Maya Hansen shook her head with a playful smile. Had it not been for the applause, I might have believed you, but now, I do not. Dr. Hank Pym is utterly convinced by your words. The gaze of that woman just now seemed to promise my demise. Thus, I trust your ability to foresee the future. She gradually rose, perching herself beside Su Yu. Moreover, even if you were to deceive me, what would it matter? Had it not been for Dr. Hank Pym's timely intervention, I would have already departed. Intent on dedicating myself to my experimental research, perhaps I would visit you once every fortnight or month. I believe such a relationship could endure for several years. When that time comes, you may no longer wish to possess me, but rather to conclude our association. Hence there is no need for you to ensnare me with falsehoods. Aside from a non-committal shrug, what else could Su Yu say? I shall remain here to commence my experimental research. If my future self succeeds, dear, would you be inclined to invest in my present endeavors? As long as you support my entire experimental needs, I am willing to relinquish all rights to the research outcomes. Save for the attribution of authorship, and I shall be at your beck and call. Maya Hansen wrapped her arms around Su Yu's neck, reclining in his embrace, playfully inquiring. You may begin to contemplate what your laboratory requires. At this moment, I need you more than anything. Maya Hansen took Su Yu's hand, rising to leave the conference room and heading straight to her quarters. A thunderous roar split the tranquility of the sky as a flash of lightning illuminated the heavens, awakening the creatures of the earth. Rain fell like a torrent of silver swords, wildly drenching every corner. Gently shifting her hand aside, Su Yu approached the window, gazing through the glass. The raindrops pounded against the window with a cacophony, and under the cloak of darkness, the downpour intensified, draping the world in an expansive curtain of beads, rendering everything hazy. The tempestuous weather dispelled Su Yu's drowsiness. He quietly drew the curtains, glanced at the slumbering Maya Hansen, donned his attire, and tiptoed out. Today marked the 4th day since Melinda, May, and Ava's return, as well as the 4th day Maya Hansen had officially stayed. The dynamic between Su Yu and Maya Hansen mirrored that he once shared with Audrey Nathan, each occupied during the day, yet residing together at night. Her laboratory inventory had already filled 2 entire pages, and while organizing her experimental concepts, she was so engrossed that she hardly acknowledged him. Yet come nightfall, her enthusiasm radiated like a furnace, so fervent that not only sweet potatoes, but even humans could be roasted. The library opened to the public yesterday, primarily stocked with books acquired through Melinda May's connections with S.H.I.E.L.D., many of which were otherwise unavailable on the market. Concurrently, the spacecraft, long hidden beneath a shroud, finally revealed its true form, as Minerva completely severed the ship's energy supply, temporarily closing off access to its internal environment. The excitement surrounding the library and the spacecraft was considerable. The impact was remarkably positive. Even though the construction crew departed the previous evening, Su Yu's acquisition of dimensional points that day exceeded his usual intake by 20%. After gathering dimension points for 7 or 8 days, the numbers displayed on the system panel were quite gratifying. Dimension Street System Panel. Host, Su Yu. Dimension Points, 891. Dimension Street Level, 2. Dimension Ability, Surgical Fruit. Dimension Item, Memory Eraser. Dimension Creatures, 610, pre-activation, 19,200, post-activation. Dimension Street Status, 930. Summon, Lottery, activate Dimension Street. Although uncertain about the dimension points required to activate the Dimension Street, there were still 9 days remaining. Judging by the current pace of acquiring dimension points, it should be sufficient. Su Yu thought to himself, directing his gaze towards the summon option. Ding. The summoning concluded. Congratulations to the host for summoning the dimension creature Lorna Dan from the dimension world gifted. Polaris? Thunder rumbled. and a fleeting flash of lightning illuminated the night as bright as day. Suyu stood by the railing on the second floor, catching a glimpse of a tall, slender figure standing in the hall below just as the lightning faded. The inn's hall was open to the skies, and raindrops the size of beans poured down, instantly soaking Lorna Dan's hair and hoodie. Damn it, what is happening? Lorna Dan cursed as the rain cascaded over her, quickly glancing around before dashing toward the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. With her hands atop her head, her long legs swiftly carried her up the stairs to the second floor. Brushing back her damp hair, she gazed at her hands, now stained with dark water, and muttered a few frustrated curses under her breath. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and abruptly looked up towards the corner. The red lanterns hanging in the corridor swayed in the wind, and a man stepped into her view beneath the flickering shadows. Who are you? Where's this place? Lorna Dan demanded, her tone sharp as she addressed Suyu. Suyu observed the dark water trickling down her face and the gradually revealing green hair, softly responding, Tell her where this is, and who I am. Whoosh. A sudden sound of air being sliced through echoed as a dark figure deftly leaped down from the eaves above, slowly rising to their feet. This is Dimension Street. He is its master and your master, Suyu. The black trench coat fluttered slightly as rainwater dripped from her wet hair down her cheeks. Her expression betraying no sign of emotion, her gaze as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Lorna Dan tilted her chin, casting a casual glance at Suyu and Selena. Scoffing, playing tricks? I've never heard of this Dimension Street. Listen, I don't care who you are or what your intentions are. I have no interest. With her hood pulled over her head, Lorna Dan turned to descend the stairs, preparing to leave. With a swift leap, Selena gracefully landed first at the bottom of the stairs, blocking Lorna Dan's path. You cannot leave. Care to test that? Lorna Dan's cold snort echoed as she raised her hands, the vibrant green glow of magnetic energy illuminating her palms in an instant. Chapter 78. Without my permission. You shall not exit this door. The fierce wind lashed against the earth with raindrops as large as beans, striking like countless whips, producing a cacophony of sounds as water cascaded from the roof, splattering into myriad droplets upon impact. Lorna Dan's attire was already drenched, dark water trickling down her neck, staining her gray hoodie black, while her green hair clung to her head in damp strands. The torrential rain nearly obscured her vision, yet she remained utterly indifferent. Suddenly, Selena made her move. With a flick of her trench coat, she drew her gun from her waist, aiming it squarely at Lorna Dan as she splashed through the rain, firing rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets sliced through the curtain of rain, hurtling towards Lorna Dan. With a twist of her hands, Lorna manipulated the magnetic field, halting the projectiles in midair before a smirk graced her lips as she forcefully waved her hand forward. Whoosh. The bullets were instantaneously reflected back. Selena, taken aback, quickly ducked, sliding on her knees to evade the oncoming bullets, then sprang back up with a powerful thrust, delivering a kick towards Lorna Dan. Lorna, seemingly astonished that Selena could dodge at such close range, momentarily hesitated, preparing to control the metal in Selena's boots. However, Selena's reflexes were swifter than she anticipated. Before Lorna could concentrate and unleash her ability, the boot had already struck her. Thud! Lorna Dan fell backward onto the staircase landing. Gritting her teeth, she raised one hand, and Selena suddenly felt an immense force beneath her feet, propelling her body uncontrollably towards the sofa in the resting area. Crash! She landed, quickly sitting up like a carp leaping from water, glancing at her boots and bending down to remove them when, unexpectedly, a barrage of bullets hovered before her. Her movements halted as she straightened up, gazing at Lorna Dan, whose hands shimmered with a green glow. You had best not move. Bullets do not discriminate, Lorna warned, slowly advancing towards the entrance of the inn. Whoosh! A beam of energy shot past her, darting outside the inn. Startled, Lorna turned to see a blue-skinned woman, armed with an energy gun, emerging from the left side. You had best not move. Bullets do not discriminate, Minerva warned. Lorna Dan, eyeing both Selena and Minerva, clenched her teeth in determination, suddenly waving her hands to send the bullets hurtling towards the figure at the top of the stairs. Suyu. This individual was the true leader here. Only by threatening him could she hope to escape. A piercing cry of agony erupted as the bullets seemed to lose control, tumbling chaotically through the air. Lorna Dan's expression twisted into one of rage as she collapsed onto the ground, her body convulsing violently. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Lorna Danes writhed and convulsed in the puddles on the ground, her once pristine attire quickly becoming drenched and muddy, rendering its original hue nearly indistinguishable. Minerva stood poised with her weapon aimed at Lorna, while Selena's cheek trembled slightly, her empathy stirred by Lorna's spasms. Suyu descended the stairs, yet the rain seemed to part around him. Behind him, Melinda May had joined, clad in a black nightgown and holding an umbrella as she accompanied Suyu down. You will not step outside without my permission. Once you have calmed down, listen to her words carefully. They pertain to your future. Suyu cast a glance at Lorna, shook his head slightly, and proceeded toward the dining area. The commotion caused by Lorna's appearance was rather loud, but fortunately, The heavy rain and the rumble of thunder masked much of it. Otherwise, the patrons of the inn would have surely been disturbed. On the dining table, a steaming cup of coffee was placed before Suyu, while Melinda May sat beside him with another cup, her nightgown strapped slightly askew, though she seemed oblivious to it as she sipped her coffee and gazed at Suyu. I think. No, you do not. Suyu interrupted before she could finish. Are we friends? Of course, Melinda May nodded. I believe friends should not conceal things from each other. Why can she control bullets? Why does Selena possess extraordinary skills? Why do strangers appear at the inn periodically? All without any traces of a past life. Suyu shook his head. On the contrary, I believe the essence of friendship lies in not placing one another in difficult positions. Is this question burdensome for you? Suyu took a sip of coffee and shook his head slightly. It will indeed cause you distress, Melinda. You know my responsibilities. Melinda May furrowed her brow. Suyu nodded. That is why I asked if we are friends, rather than treating you as one outright. I shall ask you once more. Do you truly wish to know? Melinda May bit her lip. Yes, but I assure you, if it concerns matters unrelated to the future, I will not report it. Very well, Suyu replied, exasperation evident in his nod. He suddenly raised his hand, creating space. Melinda May remained unperturbed. Although Suyu might resort to lethal measures, he would not need his abilities to eliminate her. Whoosh. A fork vanished from the table, replaced by a circular metallic rod. What is this? Melinda May inquired curiously. Suyu glanced at the absent individuals nearby and then closed his eyes, directing his attention toward Melinda May. Click. The flash illuminated the room, leaving Melinda May momentarily dazed. Suyu returned the memory eraser to its former state, deactivating his ability as he sipped his coffee and spoke slowly. Just now, someone braved the rain to check in, and a minor dispute ensued. You came down upon hearing the commotion, but the matter has since been resolved. Oh. Melinda May responded with an acknowledgement, her expression gradually returning to normal. She turned to glance at the now composed Lorna Dane, who had ceased her spasms and was slowly rising. Addressing Suyu, she remarked, the rain is pouring heavily outside, and the sky is shrouded in darkness. It is too perilous for a young girl like her to be out there alone. Would you kindly allow her to stay here for the time being? Suyu nodded. All right, I shall heed your words. Chapter 79, The Legend of Mount Shu, The Celestial Dragon Slash. After finishing her coffee, Melinda May stood up and informed Suyu that she was going upstairs to rest, opening her umbrella as she ascended. Suyu gestured to Selena, urging her to go upstairs for a shower and to change her clothes, before beckoning Lorna Dane closer. Lorna Dane approached cautiously, her anger palpable. Her gaze fell upon the fork beside Suyu, her eyes glimmering momentarily, and with her hands clasped behind her back. She instantaneously activated her ability. The fork trembled slightly before regaining its calm, causing Lorna Dane to once again collapse to the ground, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Suyu shifted his chair, turning to face Lorna Dane with his coffee in hand, seemingly indifferent to her distress, as he leisurely enjoyed the comforting warmth of the steaming beverage amidst the torrential rain. After a prolonged moment, Lorna Dane, bracing herself against the ground, gasped for breath. Her head tilted back as she glared at Suyu with a countenance full of sorrow and anger, droplets cascading from her form onto the floor, indistinguishable as rain or sweat. Suyu placed the coffee cup in the cup holder and extended it towards Lorna Dane. Here, take it. Lorna Dane glared at Suyu in indignation, struggling against the impulse to hurl the coffee at him, her fingers gripping the cup holder tightly. As if oblivious to her murderous intent, Suyu spoke slowly. In this world, there are no mutants. Humanity will not discriminate against or persecute you. In a few years, superheroes with various extraordinary abilities will emerge, some donning iron suits, others wielding shields, some transforming into green monsters, and there are those who claim divinity, brandishing hammers to unleash thunder. Those with special abilities will not incite fear among humanity. Rather, they will become our heroes. This is a world that is exceptionally welcoming to you. You need not worry about the troubles that come with being a mutant, nor should you fret about a mundane life being too tedious. This place is certainly preferable to the asylum where you resided. Or do you believe no one is aware of your involvement in the Purifiers' protests, where you used your powers to slay several anti-mutant demonstrators? Lorna Dane's expression stiffened, her eyes flickering with panic and dread. How do you know about this? Don't fidget. I haven't finished my drink yet. Suyu glanced at Lorna Dane's trembling hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Have you forgotten? It was I who summoned you here. I cannot help but know your past, and I am equally aware of your future, both the original and the current one. You are the first mutant to arrive here, but you certainly will not be the last. Behave yourself and remain here. Your new life shall be far more splendid than you can imagine. With that, Suyu downed the coffee in one gulp and rose, saying, Come with me. I shall take you to an available guest room for a shower. Suyu and Lorna Dane walked in succession down the corridor to the vacant guest room at the corner. Upon opening the door and turning on the light, Lorna instinctively surveyed her surroundings. After a moment, she turned to Suyu and asked, So, am I your slave now? I am the master of this street, as well as the master of all those I summon. Lorna scoffed, turning towards the bathroom, shedding her clingy garments as she walked. When the bathroom door closed, Suyu shrugged, suddenly reminded of a rather risque American television series, Spartacus. It depicted a life of indulgence and debauchery, embodying the very essence of a slave owner's existence. A life that many men might yearn for. Despite the ancient Eastern emperors boasting of their harems, their experiences might not rival those of Roman slave masters, who, though lacking in decorum, revered nature and primal instincts. Regardless of the moral implications, Suyu had envied this series when he first watched it. Suyu harbored a fondness for the gifted spin-off series, War Cop, particularly for the character Lorna Dane, who exuded coolness and striking beauty. Her abilities mirrored those of her father, Magneto, allowing her to manipulate magnetic fields. While she may not possess her father's formidable strength, controlling bullets and small metallic objects was a trivial feat for her. With Lorna Dane by his side, he felt secure from any potential threats posed by hidden firearms or metallic weaponry, rendering her an exceptional bodyguard and enforcer. Seated on a wooden bench, Suyu crossed his legs and reopened the system panel. He pondered that a single Lorna Dane would likely not cause substantial damage to the sanctum. He recalled the incident when Ancient One had sought him out, and he resolved to try his luck at the lottery, hoping to acquire a more powerful item or ability. Ding! The lottery concluded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a dimensional item from the world of the legend of Mount Shu, the Heavenly Dragon Slash. Suyu was familiar with the legend of Mount Shu, which narrated the battle between the righteous sects, led by the Amei and Kunlun schools, and the malevolent forces, represented by the blood demon of the Yingquan. The story featured notable characters such as Bai Mei, Guyu, Xintian sect, and Danshinzi, among others. Many formidable weapons were depicted, including the Tai splitting sword, the Sun and Moon golden wheel, the Haotian mirror, the twin swords of thunder, and the southern Ming fire sword. The Heavenly Dragon Slash was the weapon of Danshinzi, the eldest disciple of the Amei sect. This pair of steel wings appeared almost sentient, capable of retracting, rotating, and splitting into countless flying daggers, sharp as can be, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, and even allowing flight. When Suyu first watched The Legend of Mount Shu, he was genuinely mesmerized by Danshinzi's wings. Whoosh! The Heavenly Dragon Slash materialized and settled upon Suyu's back. With a mere thought, the wings, glimmering with an icy light, unfurled, moving with the grace of steel. Cool! Suyu exclaimed, having risen to his feet. He felt the wings stir gently, lifting him off the ground as he floated effortlessly over the coffee table and then landed softly. Swish! As he retracted the wings, Suyu realized he scarcely felt their presence, capable of both offense and defense, as well as soaring through the skies. Although its strength may not possess the power to wreak catastrophic havoc, when coupled with the abilities of the surgery fruit, both slashing and spatial replacement techniques can significantly enhance my combat prowess. It seems I can confidently declare myself a fortunate one in this lottery. Suyu increasingly found joy in this realization, his satisfaction deepening with each passing thought. Chapter 80. Little Hop, seizing the moment. Initially, Suyu intended to discuss future plans with Lorna Dane after her emergence, but upon acquiring the Heavenly Dragon Slash, his interest waned. He turned and pushed the door open, and although the rain continued to fall outside, it could not quell his yearning for unrestrained flight. With the Heavenly Dragon Slash, Carol Danvers would finally have no opportunity to showcase his prowess or take him soaring. Swish! Raindrops pattered against him, and the cold wind tousled his hair, standing it on end. Despite the icy gusts that felt like daggers, Suyu's spirits were remarkably high. He began to understand why Tony Stark was so exhilarated during his inaugural flight in the Iron Man suit, and why he had been so impatient. Under the eaves of the inn's second floor, Selena gazed in astonishment at the small black in the night sky. Her vision, sharper than that of an average person, allowed her to discern that the dot was none other than Suyu. He was utilizing a pair of iron wings to boldly pierce through the stormy skies. Half an hour later, Suyu's figure grew larger, ultimately landing with a resounding thud on one knee in the hall. Standing tall, his wings arched upward, forming an impenetrable canopy against the rain. As he approached the front desk, the wings retracted automatically behind him. Is this a flying device? Minerva inquired with curiosity. Suyu shook his head. It should be referred to as a magical artifact. A magical artifact? Minerva struggled to comprehend this term. To her, it seemed merely an antiquated flying apparatus. And by its design, its speed and power did not appear particularly impressive. I recall there was a protective helmet among the equipment upstairs. When you have a moment, choose one and modify it, removing any features that would allow the Kree to track you, Suyu remarked, wiping his slightly numbed face before turning to ascend back to Maya Hansen's room. After shedding his damp attire and taking a quick hot shower, Suyu lay beside Maya Hansen, embracing her to soothe his racing heart, gradually succumbing to sleep. The heavy rain ceased shortly after dawn, leaving droplets clinging to the grass, and the air was infused with the refreshing scent of rain. As the local vendors, Uncle Hand and Phone Baby, began their stalls, the once quiet Dimension Street buzzed with life. Many nearby residents had grown accustomed to early morning exercise or breakfast before work, with most opting for ramen, while a smaller number, particularly women, favored steaming sweet potatoes. Enjoying a warm roasted sweet potato on a refreshingly cool morning after the rain brought an indescribable comfort. Knock, knock, knock. In his slumber, Suyu vaguely heard the sound of knocking and sleepily inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me," came Melinda May's voice from outside. "Come in." Suyu, weary and squinting, propped himself up and cast a glance at Maya Hansen, who had turned away after being roused from slumber. He then turned to Melinda May, who had just entered through the door, and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Hank Pym and his daughter Hope have arrived to deliver the item you requested," Melinda May replied, seemingly indifferent. "Understood. Have them wait," Suyu said, ruffling his tousled hair and waving his hand with a hint of impatience. Melinda May turned and exited, closing the door behind her. Maya Hansen rolled over and draped her arm around Suyu's neck, sleepily asking, "What's going on?" "The delivery has arrived," Suyu replied. He then got out of bed, dressed, and picked up Maya's laboratory checklist from the table before stepping out. As he emerged, he spotted a girl of around 16 or 17 standing in the nearby corridor. Despite her altered attire and hairstyle, he instantly recognized her as Hope, Hank Pym's daughter. Hope, the offspring of Hank Pym and Janet, inherited her father's brilliance and courage. Following Janet's entrance into the quantum realm, her relationship with her father deteriorated, leading her to spend most of her time at a boarding school, where she also trained in combat and martial arts. As she matured, she became the head of the board at Pym Technologies, aiding her father's protege, Darren Cross, in establishing his own company. However, upon discovering Darren's intention to exploit Pym particles to create a yellow jacket suit, she discreetly informed her father to prepare for intervention. Hope aspired to don the Ant-Man suit to fulfill her mission, but Hank Pym refused. Ultimately, she sought out Scott Lang, becoming the second Ant-Man and defeating Darren Cross, who had taken on the Yellow Jacket mantle. After vanquishing the Yellow Jacket, Hope finally learned the truth about her mother's demise from her father. Later, upon discovering that her mother was alive but trapped in the quantum realm, she crafted the second Wasp suit, joining forces with Scott, the second Ant-Man, to rescue her mother. Unfortunately, while assisting Ghost in gathering quantum energy, she was turned to ash by Thanos' snap, only to be resurrected 5 years later when Hulk snapped his fingers once more. "Are you the one who almost brought my father to ruin?" Hope's expression and tone conveyed hostility, suggesting significant grievances against Suyu. Suyu furrowed his brow, glanced at her, and continued towards the conference room, ignoring her. "Stop. I command you to halt." "Ah." Hope, infuriated by Suyu's disregard, reached out to obstruct him. However, the moment her hand extended, a violent convulsion coursed through her body, causing her to collapse and tremble on the floor. Hope, Hank Pym, hearing the commotion from the conference room, rushed out, quickly moving to support his convulsing daughter. He looked up at Suyu and demanded, "What have you done to her?" "Here, only those who wish to harm me shall face such consequences," Suyu replied, entering the conference room without glancing back. Having been awakened abruptly, he had little patience for Hope's unfriendly demeanor. "Do not fret. As long as she harbors no ill will towards Suyu, she will not convulse." Under Melinda May's gentle reminder, the trembling Hope gradually regained her composure. She rose, shaking her head in response to Hank Pym's inquiry. Her eyes filled with trepidation as they remained fixed on the direction of the conference room. "What on earth has this individual done to me?" Chapter 81, New Territories and the North Star. "My father has nearly exhausted the company's entire cash reserves for that piece of land. Even years of savings are almost depleted. This fellow appears to be merely a few years my senior. Why would my father jeopardize everything to purchase land for him? And that dreadful convulsion I just experienced, there was no warning, and I saw him do nothing to provoke it. Why did I suddenly convulse?" Hope found herself overwhelmingly curious about Suyu. Following her father into the conference room, she seated herself nearby, observing discreetly with lingering anxiety. Hank Pym had prepared the land transfer agreement. Once Suyu affixed her signature, the approximately 1 hectare plot between the inn and the football field would be his. Hank Pym would even shoulder the costs associated with the transfer. Suyu harbored no concerns regarding the agreement. After a cursory glance, she signed her name and then handed the laboratory inventory list for Maya Hansen to Hank Pym. Upon opening it, Hank Pym's expression subtly shifted, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded at Suyu. "When would you need it?" "After the laboratory is constructed, I will notify you at that time." "Hope, please go downstairs and have someone prepare a few cups of coffee to bring up," Hank Pym instructed Hope, who frowned slightly, reluctantly rising to exit. Once Hope had departed, Hank Pym sighed and slowly explained. "I informed her that her mother had been in an aviation accident, but she refused to believe it. For years, she has blamed me for not revealing the truth, and our relationship has deteriorated. Previously, I withheld the information to protect her. Now, I refrained from telling her out of fear of disappointing her. Suyu, I am willing to concede to any of your demands, as long as you can provide me with a means to save Janet." "Indeed, you can," Suyu affirmed with a nod. "In fact, in the original timeline, It was you who personally extracted Janet from the quantum realm, so there is no need for doubt. Instead, you should devote your efforts to perfecting the quantum shuttle and the device that can cause objects to enlarge and shrink. I am uncertain of its name, but it is the key to salvation. Pausing, Suyu regarded Hank Pym, who listened intently with a serious expression, and continued, the only way to exit the quantum realm is by utilizing this device to amplify one's physical form. Once you have perfected these components, I will allow Ava to enter the quantum realm. She will require quantum energy to restore her body, and simultaneously, Janet will need a means of communication. Thus, once the quantum realm is activated, she can connect with us through Ava, relaying her coordinates so we can effect her rescue. Hank Pym took a deep breath and solemnly stood to express his gratitude to Suyu. Thank you. Suyu shook his head, saying, there is one more thing you must do, or you may find yourself in serious trouble. What is it? This matter will unfold 20 years hence, at which point I shall enlighten you. Very well. Hank Pym departed with Maya Hansen's list of experiments, followed closely by Hope, whose contemplative expression upon leaving clearly indicated that she had surmised the coffee errand was merely a ruse to divert her attention. It was evident that there were matters between them that she should not overhear, further piquing Hope's curiosity to uncover the truth. The area encompassing Dimension Street was vast, spanning at least 7 or 8 hectares, with Dimension Street itself situated towards the southern end of this expanse. The street's signage and pathways extended to the eastern and western extremes, effectively exceeding 2 hectares in area. The plot of land gifted by Hank Pym lay to the northeast, adjacent to a football field, perfectly bordering Suyu's territory. Suyu summoned Annabeth and Lona Dane to survey the newly acquired land, then led them out of Dimension Street. The football field was alive with noise and excitement, as 2 hastily assembled teams competed fervently, striving to breach each other's goal. In Casina Park, fitness enthusiasts were abundant as usual, jogging and cycling. Annabeth, while eagerly scanning her surroundings, animatedly shared the differences she perceived between Casina Park and her own world, even prompting the initially indifferent Lona Dane to unwittingly seek out distinctions. Before the inn was constructed, I spent nearly a week circling south from the Queen's Botanical Garden. So I shall grant you 7 days in return. Here is $2,000. If spent judiciously, it should suffice. Suyu extracted $2,000 from his pocket and handed it to Annabeth, contemplating as he spoke. Wong and Cassius's mentor is the foremost mage in this world, and I intend to confront her. Understood, I will exercise caution. Annabeth instantly grasped his meaning. If necessary, I can delay my departure. Suyu shook his head. It is sufficient for me to take Polaris. Should you encounter trouble and be captured, fret not. I shall summon you back in 7 days. All right, go on. Gather your belongings. Suyu waved his hand, and Annabeth turned to leave. Who is Polaris? Lona Dane inquired curiously. You, me? Lona Dane exclaimed, pointing at herself. Her head tilted as she defiantly replied. Polaris sounds rather appealing. So, is this the new name you, my master, have bestowed upon me, your slave? Must I henceforth be called Polaris? Suyu chuckled dismissively. It is merely a code name. I once heard of a fellow who would brand his name onto those around him. Lona Dane huffed in feigned disdain before dropping the subject. After a leisurely stroll in Casina Park, Suyu and Lona Dane turned back towards Dimension Street. However, upon their return, they did not enter the inn but instead headed towards the parking lot. As the door swung open, Suyu and Lorna Dane embarked from Dimension Street, steering their vehicle toward the illustrious Manhattan district. New York City is divided into 5 principal boroughs: the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and the least populated Staten Island. Although Manhattan is the smallest of the 5, it serves as the very heart of New York. The Stark Tower resides within this vibrant borough, alongside the New York Sanctum, one of the 3 sacred sanctuaries of Kamartaj. Chapter 82, Shattering the New York Sanctum? Merely a triviality. Greenwich Village, nestled in Manhattan, is a locale characterized by its eclectic inhabitants, writers and artists who often defy societal norms. Here lies 177, Bleecker Street. Upon disembarking, Suyu gazed at the familiar edifice, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before turning to Lorna Dane and asking, "Shall I enlighten you on the significance of this place?" Lorna shook her head. The specifics mattered little, for their purpose was to create chaos. With resolute intent, Suyu approached the sanctum and forcefully kicked open the grand door. The resounding crash echoed as the door swung wide, revealing a hall where several robed mages stood poised at the staircase. The moment Suyu and Lorna stepped inside, they unleashed energy whips and the ring of Ragdur in unison. The gravest disadvantage of confronting mages is their uncanny ability to anticipate trouble, especially when one among them possesses the gift of timesight. As Suyu's words fell, a swirling vortex of transparent energy manifested beneath his palm. With a thunderous roar, the space enveloped the entire sanctum. Dragon Slash, he called softly, and steel wings unfurled from his back, each feather transforming into a blade. With a mighty flutter, a barrage of flying knives surged toward the mages. The mages either attempted to counter with the ring of Ragdur or swiftly evaded, dispersing with remarkable agility. One mage, narrowly avoiding a knife, gripped his energy whip, preparing for an attack. Yet, to his bewilderment, Suyu had vanished from sight. Watch out, he warned his companions. Oblivious to the fact that Suyu had seamlessly exchanged places with the very knife that had just passed him, the slaughter commenced. The previously scattered knives now homed in on the surrounding mages as if possessing a sentient will, ensuring that evasion was a futile endeavor. Even if one managed to dodge a blade, another would inevitably follow. Some attempted to shield themselves with the ring of Ragdur, but the knives sliced through with surgical precision, severing both the ring and the unfortunate wielder. The hall was soon alive with the sound of whirling knives, akin to a ballet of butterflies, before they returned to Suyu, reforming as his metallic wings. In stark contrast, the mages lay in disarray, their bodies shattered and none left unscathed. Lona Danon instinctively gasped, her eyes widening in horror as she beheld an arm crawling across the ground, accompanied by a severed head that audibly cried out. The scene was utterly brutal and terrifying. She had heard of numerous formidable mutant abilities, yet none could compare to Suyu's in terms of sheer horror. Suyu casually traversed the bodies of the mages and halted before the astonished Lona Danon. She instinctively took a small step back, only to awkwardly raise her lips into a rather unpleasant smile under Suyu's enigmatic gaze. Although she was now allied with him, the feeling of dread she experienced was starkly different from the life-and-death convulsions of the previous night. It was far more intense and profound. The agony of convulsions was terrifying, yet the paralyzing grip of fear was less tangible, lacking the immediate visual impact. If Lona Danon had previously submitted to Suyu's dominion out of helplessness, now it was out of genuine fear and reverence. Destroy this place. Yes, Suyu's tone remained unchanged, yet to Lona Danon's ears, it resonated differently. She nodded in response, her hands emanating a green magnetic glow as she began to manipulate the metallic field within the sanctum. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed intermittently as cracks appeared successively on the walls, ceiling, and floor. The metal handrail of the staircase suddenly soared into the air, careening wildly around the entire sanctum. Glass and shelves shattered and collapsed, while items that resembled antiques spun and collided under Lona Danon's strained control, culminating in a thunderous explosion of fragments. Whoosh! Various metallic objects converged from all directions, joining together above the hall like a rolling snowball, swiftly coalescing into an irregular metal sphere. Gritting her teeth, Lona Danon raised her hands, her eyes fixated on the orb as her arms began to tremble, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks. A cacophony of desperate screams erupted as Lona Danon suddenly swept her arms to the sides, causing the colossal metal sphere to split in two and hurtle towards the walls. Thud, thud. The piercing sounds of penetration filled the air as Lona Danon lowered her hands. Gasping for breath, two resounding crashes reverberated from either side as the sturdy walls finally succumbed to the tremendous impact, collapsing in a thunderous roar. A brilliant golden light abruptly illuminated the hall, resembling a vast circle that cleaved through space. Behind the ancient mage, clad in golden robes, a flick of his left hand betrayed no signs of joy or sorrow as he cast a sidelong glance at Lona Danon before turning his attention to Suyu. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. A thought involuntarily crossed Lona Danon's mind. An unwelcome guest has come to ruin my sanctum. Are we on the brink of war? The ancient mage inquired in a solemn tone. Suyu smiled slightly. If memory serves me right, it was you who first ventured into my territory to provoke me. Wasn't it? So what? You grant yourself permission to come here and demand that I vacate Earth, yet I am not allowed to reclaim my dignity? I was thriving well in Dimension Street, and upon your arrival, I offered you roasted sweet potatoes, only for you to attempt to drive me away from my home. Gu-E, since you initiated this discomfort, I shall ensure you do not have it easy either. The Sanctum Sanctorum is merely interest. On the evening of the 8th day hence, at Dimension Street, we shall settle this once and for all. Suyu narrowed his eyes at Gu-E. The free access period to Dimension Street was about to conclude, and if she dared to come, he was genuinely curious to see if her magical teleportation could traverse the closed Dimension Street. Chapter 83. Naruto has become a sensation, Ichiraku Ramen is thriving, and Suyu has found wealth. Bang! Suyu opened the car door and got in, glancing at the remnants of the Sanctum Sanctorum with a slight smirk. Gu-E had accepted the challenge for the 8th day. He was now quite eager to witness her reaction when Dimension Street was sealed. She let us go just like that? Lorna Dane inquired, puzzled. Suyu chuckled. What else could she have done? Gu-E and the sorcerers of Kamartaj are tasked with safeguarding this realm from incursions by the multiverse or other dimensions. Such matters are not something they would announce publicly. For now, they remain within the sanctum. If Gu-E were to intervene, well, that would change the dynamics entirely. Moreover, we have already agreed to a duel in 8 days. The outcome will be revealed then, so there is no need for further conflict at this moment. Suyu started the vehicle and leisurely made his way towards Queens. What about them, those people? What will happen to them? Lorna Dane asked curiously. Suyu pondered for a moment before responding. For now, they will continue to exist in a fragmented state. Once I settle the score with Gu-E, I will assist in restoring them. Though these individuals can be quite bothersome when they target me, they are akin to the police, merely fulfilling their duties. Without their resistance against dimensional incursions, Earth would undoubtedly be engulfed in chaos. Such magical invasions are beyond the capacity of most heroes on this planet. And I am not interested in firefighting daily with you all. Su Yu's attitude towards Gu-E, or rather the sorcerers of Kamar Taj, was straightforward. If you cause me trouble, I shall reciprocate. Whether it leads to lethal consequences would depend on the circumstances. As long as you do not provoke me, I will not resort to dealing with you in the same manner as those dimensional beings. To this world, Su Yu was an outsider. However, he was well acquainted with Earth's living environment. Frankly, squabbling amongst ourselves is acceptable, but attempting to invade Earth? Apologies, but that opportunity does not belong to you. The living environment dictates the quality of life, and Su Yu had no desire to step outside only to find the world teeming with bizarre dimensional creatures. Driving with the wind in his hair, he strolled back to Dimension Street. Maya Hansen had learned from Melinda May that Su Yu had already submitted the laboratory list to Hank Pym, so when Su Yu returned, she eagerly greeted him with enthusiasm, then promptly dragged him to select a location for her laboratory. The laboratory does not need to be extensive in scale or occupy a vast area. The only requirements are tranquility and security. After wandering the territory for an entire day, the two ultimately decided to construct the laboratory to the north of the inn, adjacent to the new territory. This location conveniently falls within the dimensional street system's purview, should anyone attempt to infiltrate the laboratory to steal the doomsday virus. Even with the doors wide open, they would be met with immediate consequences. After all, everything within the dimensional festival belongs to Su Yu, and theft of his possessions would naturally incur punishment. Regarding the laboratory's design, Su Yu intends to establish a research center, ensuring that if anyone requires a laboratory in the future, there will be no need for additional construction. This would also enhance the living conditions, allowing researchers like Maya Hansen to reside directly within the research center. Of course, regardless of whether it is a laboratory or a research center. The most crucial factor is funding. Recently, there has been little activity from John Garrett, leading Su Yu to believe it necessary to explore additional sources of income. Relying solely on the inn and the modest dividends from his endeavors would not suffice for constructing the research center. This matter could be discussed with Phil Coulson. There is no need to offer favors to others for something that could yield advantages. Su Yu contacted Phil Coulson, who had not been around for quite some time, to discuss the surgical matters. Coulson was surprised that Su Yu would take the initiative to bring this up, feeling both excited and grateful. After hanging up, he prepared to select suitable candidates since there are many excellent agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. Although $1 million is substantial, it is undoubtedly worth it. The following day, Coulson arrived at the Dimensional Street with a man who had undergone a leg amputation. It had been a while since his last visit, and the changes were significant. Crowds gathered around the ramen and sweet potato stands, while the spaceship stood prominently as a spectacle, with many people taking pictures. A massive banner hung on the library wall, seemingly promoting a new book titled Naruto. Coulson vaguely recalled that this book was authored by Su Yu and revolved around the tale of a young ninja. As he passed by, he noticed several teenagers holding copies of Naruto, indicating that sales appeared to be quite promising. Congratulations. It seems the book is selling well. Coulson smiled at Su Yu in the inn's lounge. You should congratulate the ramen master instead. The better the book sells, the more popular his Ichiraku ramen will become. Just last night, when the books arrived, he mentioned wanting to borrow money to open a ramen shop, and I agreed. Su Yu feigned a look of discontent in response. Indeed, Naruto was performing remarkably well. Although it had only just been released, the specific sales figures were yet to be disclosed. However, based on the current feedback from the library and publishing company, it was unlikely to be disappointing. As the book gains popularity, so too will Ichiraku ramen. Many patrons, after purchasing the book, rushed directly to the ramen master to sample the taste of Ichiraku ramen. Given this trend, should it develop into a phenomenon, a considerable influx of visitors would surely follow, which is why Su Yu acquiesced to the ramen master's request for a loan to build his ramen shop. It appears I have arrived at just the right moment. This is my colleague and his leg. The fresh funds have already been deposited into your account. Phil Coulson did not elaborate on the significance of this colleague, and after following Su Yu's instructions over the phone, he stood aside with the leg. The capability of the surgical fruit was unleashed, and moments later, the operation concluded successfully without any suspense. It was evident that Phil Coulson had briefed that agent beforehand, as he made a concerted effort to suppress his excitement and astonishment, merely expressing gratitude without any uncontrolled outbursts. Shall we indulge in one of the signature dishes from Dimensional Street, the future internet sensation, Uncle's handmade Ichiraku ramen? Su Yu inquired after the surgery concluded. Regretfully shaking his head, Coulson replied, though I would love to try, I must escort him back to the bureau to report, so perhaps next time. With that, Phil Coulson departed with the agent, and Su Yu rose to leave the conference room. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an unexpected individual entered. Chapter 84, The Future Wasp on the Streets. As Hope strode confidently into the conference room, Suyu furrowed his brow slightly, questioning with an irritated tone. Has no one taught you to knock before entering? No. Hope approached Suyu, her demeanor accusatory, ensuring she exhibited no signs of distress, unlike their previous encounter. What exactly did you say to him? Not only did he nearly bankrupt himself to give you land, but he also assisted you in acquiring a plethora of experimental equipment. If you refuse to explain, I will report you for fraud. Suyu raised an eyebrow in mockery. Fraud is certainly preferable to colluding with outsiders to oust your own father from the company, wouldn't you agree? Hope was taken aback, frowning. What nonsensical accusations are you making? Are you insinuating that I conspired with outsiders to remove my father from the company? Ignorance breeds audacity. Do you truly believe that if your father knew you had angered me, wouldn't he be furious? Would you like to know what I told your father? Very well. I can share that with you, but only if you are willing to agree with me after hearing it. What do you say? Suyu retorted with a cold smirk. Impossible. I cannot fathom a reason that would lead me to agree that my father's financial ruin is warranted. If I did, I would owe you an apology. Apology? Huh. If I were to sleep with you and then apologize, would you forgive me? Would you act as though nothing ever transpired? Suyu continued with his sardonic laughter. If you dare claim you would, I would dare to act. You. What do you mean? Hope stammered. An apology is unnecessary. Dimensional Street is currently lacking someone to clean the streets. Very well, I accept that. Observing Hope's defiant stance, Suyu shrugged casually and stated, You are aware that your mother did not perish in a plane crash, correct? Her true identity is the shrinking superhero Wasp. In 1987, she and your father, Ant-Man, undertook a mission, attempting to prevent a missile by shrinking to subatomic size. Though the missile crisis was averted, she became trapped in the quantum realm. Hope's expression shifted dramatically, murmuring, Is it really true? Since then, your father has devoted himself to researching the quantum realm in an attempt to prove your mother is still alive. But alas, he has not succeeded. Just as he was on the brink of despair, I bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope, much like the essence of your name. I informed him that his mother was still alive and guided him on how to rescue her from the quantum realm. This revelation compelled him to exhaust his resources, purchasing land for me and assisting in acquiring laboratory equipment. Suyu observed the dazed expression on Hop's face, tears welling in her eyes, and gently inquired, Do you now see the truth? I do. Indeed, my method is unequivocally genuine and effective. Even your father is aware of this. And there are others willing to vouch for me. Thus, there is no reason to suspect that I am deceiving him. Although the notion of nearly bankrupting your father for a single piece of news may seem unwise, if you could reunite with your mother 23 years earlier, would you be willing to pay such a price? I would. I shall arrange for cleaning supplies, and the timeline will extend until your mother is rescued. Rising from the meeting room, Suyu contemplated that it would be more fruitful to engage with Maya Hansen and Audrey Nelson rather than waste time with this irritable girl. Knowing that Audrey had taken a leave of absence to witness the release of Naruto, Suyu initially intended to accompany her to the library to explore new books before venturing out for a meal and perhaps finding a decent hotel to alleviate his longing. However, Maya Hansen fortuitously sought Suyu's counsel regarding laboratory assistance, and upon their meeting, they seemed to intuitively understand each other's identities, quickly forging a bond akin to sisterhood and leaving Suyu momentarily abandoned. When Suyu approached, he found the two engrossed in a discussion about cosmetics, completely ignoring him, forcing him to retreat. He then dialed John Garrett to discuss the construction team, one project for a research center and another for a ramen shop, both progressing concurrently. Additionally, Suyu instructed John to reach out to the future Mockingbird, Barbara Morse, under the auspices of S.H.I.E.L.D., enticing her to join the agency for subsequent research center missions. Mockingbird possesses remarkable biological aptitude and can assist Maya Hansen in the development of the desperate virus while also utilizing her undercover talents. In the television series, she served as an undercover agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. and infiltrated Hydra for a time. Her exceptional skills make her an ideal candidate for Suyu's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the surface, Suyu maintains a cordial transactional relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. while secretly coordinating with John Garrett and Mockingbird. Over the course of a decade, regardless of Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fate, he would be poised to carve out a significant advantage. Hop's fiery temperament may be attributed to her training in martial arts. Nonetheless, she remains true to her word. Within an hour of leaving the inn, she returned, backpack in tow, informing Suyu that she could only manage cleaning duties in the mornings and evenings, as she must attend classes during the day. With her cleaning tools in hand, she set out to tidy the streets. The future second-generation Wasp sweeping the streets. This may indeed become a humorous anecdote in her history. After all, beyond her commendable combat skills, Hop possesses a keen acumen for business and a solid understanding of quantum realm suit fabrication, rendering her quite the versatile individual. As for her looks, she has portrayed an elven character in The Hobbit. Although her muscular physique is a result of her martial training, she remains quite impressive overall. As the sun began to set, casting its first blush upon the evening sky, Suyu emerged from the bookstore with a volume of Naruto, making his way to Casino Park to meet with Pepper Potts. While others might be left high and dry, he found himself in the company of both Audrey Nelson and Maya Hansen, which left him feeling somewhat parched. Despite their seemingly amicable interactions, neither woman openly criticized him regarding their respective positions. Ironically, this very understanding meant that they deliberately withheld their company, leaving Suyu with no choice but to wait for a moment to confront them individually. "Hey, you haven't come for a run in a few days. Have you been busy?" Pepper Potts greeted him with a smile, a hint of concern in her voice. "Indeed, the library on the street has just been completed, and new construction is set to commence shortly. Coincidentally, my new book has just hit the shelves, so I have been rather occupied." Suyu replied with a smile as he handed her the book. "This is my latest work, just released today. It may not align with your usual tastes, but I hope you will accept it." "You are still a writer?" Pepper exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise as she took the book from him, flipping through its pages. "Why is there no signature?" Shrugging, Suyu replied, "I'll sign it for you next time when the opportunity arises." "An opportunity? Does giving a signed book require such a thing?" Pepper quickly grasped the underlying implication in Suyu's words. With a playful flick of her hair, she smiled and asked, "Are you suggesting that you would like to formally date me? Is there a chance?" "Perhaps. I have been quite busy with work lately, so it might be next month before we can share a meal or watch a film together," Pepper responded with a cheerful demeanor. Suyu nodded with a smile. "That sounds good. You can call me anytime you are free. So your true intention is to obtain my phone number, isn't it?" she teased, her eyes sparkling as she recited a series of digits. Suyu took out his phone to save the number and called her back, shortly after which her phone rang within her athletic wear. "Let us go for a run and chat," he suggested. After parting ways with Pepper, Suyu returned to the inn where Audrey Nelson was seated in the lounge, engrossed in Naruto. The opportunity had arrived. Audrey was likely upset with Maya Hansen, yet her decision to remain in the common area reading indicated that her irritation did not equate to a desire to sever ties. Upon noticing Suyu, she pretended not to see him, continuing to focus on her book. Although she felt a twinge of anger at Suyu's choice to pursue other companions, especially given that their acquaintance had only spanned a month, her true frustration stemmed from a sense of inadequacy, as if their weekly meetings were insufficient to satisfy him. In truth, she regretted her decision to move out of the inn. Suyu closed the book she had been reading, and before she could express her discontent, he bent down and scooped her up along with the book. Audrey Nelson was utterly taken aback by Suyu's audacious act, which he executed without uttering a word. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment and wished to be set down, yet Suyu remained oblivious, carrying her towards the staircase and into the room she had previously occupied. Although the situation was somewhat awkward, Suyu's gesture, reminiscent of a declaration of ownership, transformed Audrey's initial frustration into a gentle acceptance. The following morning, she thoughtfully refrained from having Suyu escort her home to avoid complicating matters with Maya Hansen. Neither Suyu nor Maya mentioned the latter, allowing Audrey to feign ignorance regarding the situation. They tacitly maintained their existing relationship, intending to revisit their feelings once her career was stable enough to entertain such matters. As long as Audrey remained involved, Maya would not withdraw either. She was even more accepting of this arrangement than Audrey, having been aware of her existence from the outset. Moreover, her ongoing experiments were entirely reliant on Suyu's support. With the laboratory's construction on the horizon, there was no way she would step back. While Audrey was present, Maya would naturally assert herself, engaging in the subtle competition typical among women, but once Audrey departed, she would not impose any burdens on Suyu, nor would she demand that he choose between them. As time passed, the sales of Naruto soared, and the business of the handcrafted uncle thrived, significantly boosting the inn's revenue. John Garrett had visited once, bringing not only over 200 construction workers, but also news regarding the Mockingbird. Suyu's elimination of Robert Gonzalez had indeed altered the fate of the Mockingbird, but due to John Garrett's recruitment efforts, her trajectory had circled back to its original path, albeit with a notable distinction. The erstwhile Mockingbird was an upstanding S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, while now her identity comprised three components: S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Dimension Street. John Garrett arranged for the Mockingbird to undergo training within S.H.I.E.L.D., preparing to facilitate her entry as an assistant once the research center was completed, all the while subtly guiding her towards the true allegiances she should embrace. As the days unfolded in an orderly fashion, 8 days slipped by unnoticed. Suyu gazed at the system panel displaying over 2,000 dimensional points and the zeroed-out activation time for Dimension Street, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he descended the stairs. The sky dimmed, illuminating the streetlights brightly. Exiting the inn, Suyu turned to see the Sorceress Supreme, Dr. Strange, entering from the eastern street. Clad in her signature golden robe, her imposing bald head remained a symbol of strength. She walked with a deliberate grace, each step seemingly imbued with a unique rhythm, her formidable presence palpable even before she arrived. On the eaves of the inn, Selena fixed her gaze intently on the Ancient One. Not far away, Minerva crouched, aiming her energy gun, its barrel shifting in tandem with the Ancient One's movements. Lona, Dan, and Annabeth, who had returned the previous day, stood flanking the entrance of the inn, while Feng Baobao sat pragmatically on the threshold, wielding a shovel. Behind her, Claire anxiously peered outside, her hands clenched tightly. And then there were Wang and Caecilius, the unfortunate pair bound hand and foot by Feng Baobao, now watching the Ancient One with eager eyes. Let them go, the Ancient One stated formally to Suyu. I promise that if I prevail, I shall not harm these individuals. They may choose to remain in Kamartaj or depart from Earth. Suyu shook his head firmly. You cannot win. In silence, the Ancient One shook his head in return, decisively pulling Suyu and the dimensional into the mirror dimension. The battle commenced without any prelude. Chapter 86. The Dimensional Street Women's Combat Team? As the mirror dimension unfurled, the Ancient One waved his hand, and the earth that imprisoned Wang and Caecilius erupted, lifting them skyward. With a thunderous crack, the ground split open, allowing Wang and Caecilius to easily sever their bonds and drift gracefully to the ground. One summoning the ring of Ragador and the other unleashing an energy whip. Leave first, the Ancient One commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, instructing Wang and Caecilius to depart. Engaging in combat on Suyu's territory placed them at a disadvantage. Their presence would hardly threaten Suyu and might even hinder their own efforts. Wang nodded, conjuring a magical portal to exit the mirror dimension and retrieve his heart from the real-world inn. He knew this was the final battle. He could not allow his heart to remain in Suyu's possession any longer. Caecilius, Wang called out to the unmoving figure of Caecilius. Caecilius shook his head. You go first. Wang was taken aback and pressed. What do you intend to do? With a brooding gaze fixed on Feng Baobao at the inn's entrance, Caecilius felt both unable and unwilling to strike at Suyu himself. However, could he not target Suyu's subordinates? Fueled by the indignation of being buried in a pit and the frustration of laboring on the road, he resolved to seize this opportunity for revenge. With determined strides, Caecilius charged toward Feng Baobao, his energy whip slicing through the air as he aimed at Lona, Dan, and Annabeth, who stood at the entrance. Crack! Crack! Two sharp sounds echoed as the whip struck like lightning. Those Suyu's subordinates were of uncertain origin and likely possessed their own abilities. Caecilius did not regard them with much seriousness, partly due to their lack of offensive action. Thus, after unleashing the two strikes, he did not even pause to observe the outcome, instead lifting his leg to kick at the crouching Feng Baobao. However, his efforts met with misfortune. His energy whip first collided with Annabeth, who adeptly blocked it with her shield, then countered with a swift slash of her sword towards the energy whip. Though the energy whip remained unbroken, its wielder's assault was nonetheless thwarted. Lorna Danon let out a disdainful huff, her hands radiating with a verdant glow as she manipulated the metallic magnetic field surrounding Caecilius, immobilizing him in an instant and causing his body to float involuntarily. From the rooftop, Selena executed a graceful somersault, her legs poised to strike Caecilius' head. The moment her sturdy marten boots made contact with his skull, a resounding crack echoed, sending Caecilius crashing to the ground, his head striking the surface with considerable force. With a thud, Caecilius' face bounced off the ground before hitting it again, eliciting a muffled grunt of pain as he grimaced in fury. As he struggled to rise, supporting himself on the ground, Feng Baobao stood impassively before him, brandishing a shovel. With a resounding thud, Caecilius' expression contorted as he once again fell to the ground in a spectacular fashion. Observing Caecilius being slammed down by Feng Baobao, Suyu couldn't help but twitch his lips in empathetic amusement. Despite Caecilius' formidable prowess, evident from his ability to rally numerous mages under his banner and even slay the seemingly invincible Dormammu, he had underestimated these women. They were nothing short of the Dimensional Street's formidable female warrior team, each one more powerful than the last. I am quite curious. Under circumstances that do not favor you, how do you intend to defeat me? Suyu inquired, casting a curious glance at the impassive Master Wang. Master Wang remained silent, her hands poised behind her as she surged towards Suyu. She did not strike. In other words, she harbored no intention of attacking him at that moment. With a sudden twitch of his shoulder, Suyu unleashed a flurry of flying knives from his dragon slash technique, aimed at Wang. The agile sorceress evaded the projectiles, closing the distance between them, but just as she approached, the flying knives altered their trajectory and pursued her relentlessly. With a subtle lift of her fingers, the ground beneath her erupted. Clang! The knives embedded themselves into the earthen wall, yet they swiftly redirected, undeterred in their pursuit. Seraphim's shield. A massive golden magical shield materialized around Wang, providing a comprehensive defense against the incoming blades. Return, Suyu commanded, and the knives obediently returned, prompting Wang to dispel her shield. Do you intend to achieve a one-hit kill? Suyu remarked with a smile, aware that within the Dimensional Street, the only individual who might stand a chance of defeating him could indeed be one who could strike with lethal precision. He suppressed the urge to attack, waiting for the moment of involuntary twitching to launch his own offensive. Wang offered no reply, diligently closing the gap between them. Su Yu, in a state of relaxed composure, simultaneously distanced himself from Wang while incessantly employing the dragon slash to harass and attack. Wang aimed for a decisive blow, while Su Yu sought merely to buy time. After midnight, the dimensional street would officially close. There was still a considerable amount of time until the critical point. If Su Yu were to utilize the surgical fruit, the stamina depletion from a prolonged battle would undoubtedly be immense, and it was likely that Gu Yi would leave the confines of the dimensional street. Thus, Su Yu found himself unable to employ the abilities of the surgical fruit. While Su Yu and Gu Yi engaged in a tug-of-war, Wang, after much hesitation, ultimately refrained from searching for the heart and instead rushed to rescue Caecilius, becoming embroiled in combat with him and Feng Baobao, or rather, being overwhelmed. The fallen Caecilius appeared to have lost consciousness, lying still, yet a shadow identical to him quietly detached from his form and drifted toward Feng Baobao. It was a soul leaving the body. As an incorporeal entity, it was naturally impervious to conventional physical attacks. Though visible, it was exceedingly difficult to strike. Suddenly, Minerva, positioned atop the roof, aimed at Caecilius and fired a shot, but unfortunately, it failed to inflict any harm. Lorna Dane's abilities were ineffective against souls. Although Annabeth was a demigod, she lacked divine power. Serena also had no effective means against the spirit. Thus, despite their fervent efforts to impede him, Caecilius had already arrived before Feng Baobao. With a sinister glare, he charged towards her. Feng Baobao, agile and quick, leapt aside, her body erupting with a powerful blue qi, drawing the attention of all present. Instinctively, Caecilius halted in his tracks. Feng Baobao steadied herself, turning to face Caecilius, inhaling deeply before striking out with her palm. A swirling orb of blue qi, resembling an energy projectile, shot forth towards Caecilius. The speed of the blue qi was not particularly fast, and after a moment of surprise, Caecilius easily evaded it. Too slow. Such an attack cannot possibly hit me. He scoffed. Oh, Feng Baobao replied expressionlessly, observing as Caecilius swiftly maneuvered his hands. Countless blue qi orbs surged forth, raining down aggressively like an unending net, enveloping Caecilius entirely. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he hurriedly dodged, losing count of how many blue qi orbs he had evaded. At last, his movements faltered momentarily, and a blue qi orb struck his shoulder. A scream pierced the air as Caecilius was propelled backward in agony, clutching his shoulder and gritting his teeth, desperate to return to his body. Feng Baobao continued to unleash blue qi orbs relentlessly, altering the dynamics of their battle, where once Feng Baobao had fled and Caecilius pursued. It now became Caecilius who was on the run, with Feng Baobao in pursuit. The intensity of their conflict escalated, and unbeknownst to them, they had drifted away from the original skirmish, forming a battlefield of their own. Su Yu was taken aback by Feng Baobao's sudden ability to perform ranged attacks. Although this technique was part of her awakened 18 styles, she had been preoccupied with selling roasted sweet potatoes lately and had not provided any reminders. While her combat instincts were remarkable, it seemed improbable that she could devise a strategy against the soul entity, Phileas, so swiftly, let alone employ ranged attacks. With a powerful flap of her wings, Su Yu ascended, distancing herself from Ancient One while casting a glance at the others. Minerva, Selena, and Lonadan seemed perfectly normal, their expressions filled with astonishment. Only Annabelle appeared unfazed by Feng Baobao's actions. Had Annabelle perhaps given Feng Baobao prior advice? Su Yu concluded that Feng Baobao was indeed Phileas's nemesis. After being struck by Feng Baobao's shovel, Phileas found his physical form under siege, while his soul was relentlessly pursued by her blue energy sphere. It appeared he intended to deplete Feng Baobao's energy. However, she possessed an immense reservoir of energy. Though it was unlikely she could endure a battle for an entire day like the captain, Phileas would undoubtedly falter long before Feng Baobao could. Time slipped away. An Ancient One failed to find an opportunity to approach Su Yu. The king had already collapsed under the combined assault of Annabelle, Selena, and Lonadan. While Phileas was left in a state of disarray, suddenly, a golden magical teleportation array materialized beneath the king, and with a whoosh, he vanished. Moments later, the magic circle reappeared, this time beneath Selena's feet. Boom. The magical array dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, Selena found herself before Ancient One. With a swift motion, Ancient One unleashed an energy whip that ensnared her neck. Upon tightening it slightly, Selena's face contorted in pain. This magical energy whip had a certain restraining effect on Selena, being a creature of darkness. I regret that I must resort to this. Compel your people to cease hostilities and release Phileas, Ancient One implored Su Yu, a troubled expression crossing her face. Su Yu smirked. Your actions are rather uninteresting. Though this is a battle to determine victory, employing every possible means is acceptable. However, resorting to hostages diminishes your standing. While the time is not yet ripe, I can sacrifice myself, but the spark of life must endure. unless you are willing to assume my responsibilities and guard the Earth against dimensional entities. Both the king and Phileas must survive, Ancient One stated, shaking her head. Must they? Only I possess the authority to declare what is mandatory on Dimension Street. Suyu retorted coldly, gazing at Selena as she softly called her name. In an instant, Selena mysteriously vanished from the energy whip's grasp and abruptly appeared before Suyu. Ancient One raised an eyebrow, momentarily astonished. Seize her. You may capture whomever you wish. Suyu scoffed, extending an invitation to Ancient One with open hands. Knowing she could summon back anyone captured at will, Ancient One's frown deepened as she swiftly formed hand seals, forcefully pushing the magical portal towards Suyu. Humph. The magical portal had just formed, and an overwhelming sensation coursed through Ancient One, who gritted her teeth, abandoning her thoughts in haste, casting a troubled glance towards Suyu. At this moment, she found herself devoid of any effective means to confront him. Her only option was to find a way to draw closer. The magical portal materialized once more, this time not targeting Suyu, but herself. She swiftly traversed the space around him, engaging in a relentless chase. Armed with her portals, Ancient One pursued, while Suyu wielded his dragon slash, and as their pursuit continued, the hour drew closer to midnight. Something was amiss. It was perplexing. If he intended to settle the score, why did he persistently evade confrontation for so long? Hours had passed, and aside from employing the artifact on his back, he had yet to unleash his peculiar slashing abilities. Despite his evident fatigue, why did he not take the initiative? What was he waiting for? Did he not fear that I might abandon the battle and leave Dimension Street? A sudden realization struck Ancient One, and her expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly pivoted and leaped into the magical portal, finding herself beside Caecilius. Grasping his soul, she then traversed back to his side, where Caecilius returned to his body, gasping for breath in sheer terror. We must go. He intends to reclaim the dimensional space, Ancient One declared, abruptly opening a portal to depart from the mirror dimension and Dimension Street. However, Suyu's spatial manipulation shadowed her every move. Transplant. Suyu's voice echoed just as a heart-shaped, pink object erupted from the mouths of Ancient One and Caecilius. With a flick of his finger, the two pink hearts exchanged places, returning to their respective bodies. What? How did I? Ancient One exclaimed, staring at her hand in horror, then turning to Caecilius beside her. Supreme Sorcerer, why have I become you? Soul exchange. Caecilius' face bore an expression unlike his own, his tone filled with surprise as he gazed deeply at Suyu, who had swapped their souls. Chapter 88. Dimension Street is closed. Ancient One, now in Caecilius' body, was trapped. Transplantation is a rather unique ability derived from the surgery fruit, capable of projecting a target's consciousness out from its body over a distance, thereby separating the mind from the physical form, akin to an out-of-body experience. If employed on multiple targets simultaneously, it can lead to a random rearrangement of minds and bodies, resulting in a soul exchange. Only the wielder of the surgery fruit possesses the capability to revert the exchanged souls back to their original states. The mind symbolizes the soul. After the soul exchange between Ancient One and Caecilius, they remain surprisingly composed, for manipulating souls is one of the primary abilities of sorcerers like them. As their souls ventured into their respective bodies, an unseen force abruptly repelled Ancient One and Caecilius, creating an overwhelming sensation of alienation, as if the bodies did not belong to them. This prompted Ancient One to furrow her brow, while Caecilius, who had managed to maintain his calm, began to feel a rising panic. What do we do? Caecilius trembled as he inquired of Master Gui. Frowning, Master Gui once again attempted to penetrate her own body, only to be repelled once more. She turned and dove into Caecilius's form, this time encountering no obstruction, as though returning home with effortless grace. Observing this, Caecilius had no choice but to re-enter Master Gui's body. We must leave this place. Raising her hand, Master Gui conjured a magical portal. The surge of magical energy was palpable, and she felt an unexpected weariness. This body belonged to Caecilius, whose magical prowess could not hope to match her own. Nevertheless, being Master Gui, a figure of profound experience, she quickly acclimated to the disorienting contrast and opened the magical portal. She cast a glance at Caecilius, who hurriedly stepped into the portal. Just as she prepared to follow, the portal vanished without warning, and she soon realized that the surrounding environment had transformed. The dimensional inn had disappeared, along with the streets and streetlights. The library, the spaceship, and even the ramen stall were gone, replaced by a long, wide street devoid of any structures, shrouded in a dense, gray mist. The dimensional street was closed. All buildings within had vanished, yet the inhabitants of the dimensional street had entered, crowding the thoroughfare in a bewildering throng. Be it the patrons of the inn or the construction crew, all appeared in a mass. Some were in a state of panic, while others gasped in astonishment, creating a chaotic scene. Suyu had anticipated such a scenario. He took the initiative to exit the dimensional street and summoned the beings back, methodically escorting the inn's guests, Melinda May, Ava, Maya Hansen, and other residents, out of the dimensional street and back to their original rooms. Naturally, before departing, Suyu employed a memory eraser on them. After addressing the inn's guests, he turned his attention to the construction crew, employing the same strategy to usher them out, erasing their memories. After considerable effort, only Master Gu-i, now resembling Cassirius, remained in the dimensional street. Master Gu-i had attempted to leave using the magical portal and other means, but after repeated failures, she abandoned such futile endeavors. We must bring Cassirius in and revert our bodies, she mused. I have drawn upon the energy of the dark dimension, a force beyond his control. Should he succumb to the darkness, my body could unleash irreparable calamity. With a calm demeanor, Master Gu-i regarded Suyu. Although she felt a tinge of regret for not defeating him, she held no remorse. She had relinquished the desire to resist or escape. The dimensional space of the dimensional street was sealed. This realm existed as an independent extra-dimensional space. And even the energy from the dark dimension could not transcend the laws governing this dimension. Any further struggle would be utterly futile. She had indeed contemplated the possibility that Suyu would exploit the dimensional space to defeat her. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to act. Safeguarding the Earth from the incursion of dimensional beings was her responsibility. Until she could ascertain Suyu's true intentions, despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, the continuous emergence of dimensional creatures was impossible to ignore. Observing the seemingly finality in the demeanor of the Ancient One, Suyu offered a cryptic chuckle before vanishing in an instant. Suyu had no intention of eliminating the Ancient One, nor did he plan to confine her indefinitely. After all, if the dimensional street remained perpetually closed, the one facing punishment would be himself rather than the Ancient One. Of course, matters would not simply conclude there. If he did not procure satisfactory compensation or achieve his desired outcome, he would not permit the Ancient One to depart the dimensional street unscathed. Outside the dimensional street, normalcy resumed, and those with erased memories remained oblivious to any changes. Suyu, witnessing Cassilius once again toppled by Feng Baobao, could not help but concede that the fellow was indeed unfortunate. After escaping with the Ancient One's body just as the dimensional street sealed, he had not fled immediately and was instead taken down once more by the newly arriving Feng Baobao. Who else could be so unlucky? Consider Wang, who displayed considerable wisdom. After being ejected by the Ancient One through a portal, he recognized his inability to partake in such formidable battles and promptly retreated to Kamartaj to summon reinforcements. Suyu observed the portals illuminating outside the dimensional street, grinning as he seized Cassilius and pulled him back inside. Without pausing, he emerged again, beckoning Wang and the previously absent Mordo. Remember, once you enter, do not entertain thoughts of confronting him. The Supreme Sorcerer and Cassilius are in his grasp. Should you fall into his clutches as well, I fear I lack the capacity to rescue you. And do not underestimate those women, especially the inscrutable Eastern woman. She is formidable. Wang earnestly cautioned, guiding Mordo cautiously into the dimensional street towards Suyu. Seeing their trepidation, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. The dimensional street had been sealed, and even if they harbored thoughts or actions against him, they would not face repercussions. Yet, after enduring such prolonged tension, they likely dared not attempt anything. Chapter 89. Who is Sharon Rogers? Wang and Mordo approached Suyu with extreme caution. Noticing that Suyu seemed inactive, Wang tentatively inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "It's not about what I wish to do. It's about what you wish to do," Suyu replied, shaking his head as he delivered a sharp slap to Wang's plump head. "Have you heard the adage about speaking the harshest words and receiving the severest blows? You were the ones who sought trouble. It was the Ancient One who first approached me with intentions of expelling me from Earth. You reap what you sow, and I bear no blame for that. And please, spare me your rhetoric about protecting the Earth. I respect your sacrifices and efforts. But that does not mean I will swallow my grievances in silence." Mordo furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Smack. Without hesitation, Suyu delivered a sharp slap to Mo-Du's head. Instinctively, Mo-Du attempted to retaliate, but his arm was firmly grasped by Wang. "I can release one of either the Ancient One or Caecilius. You may choose," he declared. Without a moment's thought, Wang made his selection. "I choose the Supreme Sorcerer." Suyu nodded in agreement. "Very well, but you don't expect me to release them without any conditions, do you? What do you desire?" "Money," Suyu replied with a cheerful demeanor. "I am not one to revel in violence. The entire situation has been initiated by you, and my responses have merely been acts of retribution. Thus, resolving this conflict is quite simple. Just satisfy my need for vengeance, and I shall consider the matter settled. We are willing to exchange all the funds of Kamartaj for the Supreme Sorcerer and Caecilius," Wang said, sighing in relief. "Choose one. You may only redeem one with money. I am well aware that the Kamartaj coffers are not overflowing, so if your total does not exceed 10 million, I advise you not to bother coming. I fear I might resort to venting my frustrations on the Ancient One and Caecilius." Suyu paused, observing the troubled expressions on Wang and Mo-Du's faces. "Additionally, I require your assistance with another matter. I seek information on a certain Sharon Rogers. Should she exist, I want her complete dossier, but do ensure her parents remain oblivious." "Who is she?" Mo inquired. That is for you to investigate, Suyu replied, waving his hand dismissively while stretching lazily. I need to rest now. You'd best expedite your efforts. The longer this drags on, the harder it will be for me to quell my ire. Wang and Mo exchanged glances of distress as they watched Suyu stride into the inn, ultimately departing Dimensional Street under the gaze of Feng Baobao and the others. If they manage to gather the funds and uncover the information, are we truly going to release the one known as the Ancient One? Selena hesitantly asked as she followed them inside. Suyu smiled wryly. Of course, why wouldn't we? After all, the Ancient One is merely a vessel for Caecilius. Should he be released, it is highly likely he will cause trouble. As for the genuine Ancient One, well, the price for her liberation is far greater than mere money. Selena nodded in understanding. Is Sharon Rogers truly that significant? What if they are discovered and complications arise? I could investigate her. No need, Suyu interjected. If the Camartage sorcerers cannot handle such a simple task, they should not come seeking my assistance in redeeming anyone. Besides, even if they are caught, it is of little consequence. Though I seldom resort to violence to achieve my ends, I will not hesitate to do so if necessary. In fact, I rather anticipate their discovery, as it would compel a certain someone who has been avoiding me to finally make an appearance. Chuckling softly, Suyu patted Selena on the shoulder. I appreciate your proactive approach. Once this matter concludes, I may consider granting you a few days off to enjoy yourself. Leave this to you. I shall retire to my room for some rest. With that, Suyu ascended the stairs to the second floor, contemplated for a moment, then turned towards his own quarters. Maya Hansen has recently been rising early due to laboratory matters. Suyu believes that if one desires a restful slumber, it is best to return to one's own room. A night passed in silence. Dimensional Street bustled as usual upon Suyu's awakening. A considerable number of people had already gathered at the ramen stall run by the burly man. The library had opened. The construction team continued their work. And even young Hop had begun sweeping the street with her tools. Where's Feng Bao today? Standing by the window. Suyu felt something was amiss and suddenly realized that Feng Bao, who usually sold sweet potatoes, was absent. It seemed Feng Bao was practicing the attack from yesterday. Claire's gentle voice drifted from behind. As Suyu turned, he saw Claire standing at the staircase, clutching a clean sheet and a few neatly folded garments. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, watching as Claire placed the folded clothes on the television cabinet, then replaced the bedding on the bed and tidied his discarded clothing. Glancing up at him, Master, do you require coffee? Claire inquired, her gaze lowered. Suyu smiled and nodded. Although it is only proper considering your role. It feels rather peculiar to hear you address me in such a manner, as if I have suddenly become a wealthy landlord. Claire chuckled softly, but remained silent. Approaching the television cabinet, Suyu opened the drawer beneath and retrieved a stack of American dollars, deliberately tucking it into Claire's blouse pocket. Observing her cheeks flush yet remaining speechless, Suyu, discerning her thoughts, said with a smile, you need not bring the coffee. Instead, please venture out to purchase some parts for the Beetle and treat yourself to a few outfits. Claire's eyes brightened slightly, and she joyfully nodded. Thank you, Master. Off you go, Suyu said with a wave of his hand. Claire, suppressing her joy, turned slowly and descended the stairs. A few minutes later, her figure was seen exiting the inn and leaving Dimensional Street. Social class is an inevitable stage that arises as society evolves to a certain degree. Among the summoned beings, only Claire lacks a clear demonstration of value. Unlike others, she cannot fight, and, unlike the burly man, she cannot aid Suyu in earning money or attracting customers. Thus, the path she has chosen is indeed the most suitable for her. After all, regardless of one's abilities, the sole ruler of Dimensional Street is Suyu. To please and serve him is a manifestation of value in itself. Chapter 90. The Captain's Daughter, Bloodsucking, the Time Stone, an Ancient One, or Caecilius. Wang and Mordo worked with remarkable efficiency. In merely 3 days, they converted all valuable items from Camartage into cash, amassing 10 million, while also uncovering information about Sharon Rogers. Upon re-entering Dimensional Street, both Wang and Mordo felt a whirlwind of emotions, especially when they encountered Suyu in the inn's conference room. With Claire standing behind him like a servant, their feelings became even more complex. It was this individual who had captured the Sorcerer Supreme and Caecilius, forcing Camartage to sell its possessions and strive to gather intelligence in order to secure their release. Mordo laid the suitcase flat and opened it, revealing stacks of neatly arranged banknotes. On top rested a briefcase, which he picked up and placed on the table, pushing it towards Suyu. Upon opening it, Suyu discovered several photographs accompanied by a detailed dossier. Name, Sharon Rogers. Age, 24. Parents, mother, Peggy Carter. Father, believed to be the individual rescued by Captain Steve Rogers during World War II. Abilities, exceptional combat and martial arts skills, intelligence, and more. Current location, Eagle Country. Though labeled as detailed information, it essentially comprised ordinary basic facts. It had taken Wang and Mordo 3 days to unearth this fundamental data, an achievement in itself. Had it been any other person or faction, uncovering her father's true identity would have been nearly impossible, let alone her own. After all, Sharon Rogers is the daughter of Peggy and Steve Rogers. The confidentiality surrounding her is extraordinarily high, and her skills indicate that she was undoubtedly groomed from a young age by Steve Rogers and Peggy, possessing remarkable counterintelligence capabilities. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Sharon Rogers has minimal presence. She is only mentioned in fleeting moments, such as in Peggy's room, where old photographs of her and children reside. Even when Peggy passed, there were no scenes featuring Sharon, primarily focusing on Peggy's niece, another Sharon, Sharon Carter. Initially, Suyu was uncertain of Sharon Rogers' existence, as the films did not disclose Peggy's child's name. However, upon confirming the existence of an alternate Steve Rogers who had traveled back from the future, he began to ponder whether one of his daughters was indeed Sharon Rogers. In the comics, Sharon Rogers is the daughter born to Steve Rogers and Peggy in a parallel universe where Steve was not frozen. After her father retired, Sharon took up his shield, becoming the second Captain America, a symbol of her dual mastery of physical and energy-based attacks, wielding both a shield and a spear. We have brought what you requested. Where's the Supreme Sorcerer? Wong inquired of Suyu. Suyu closed the dossier with a smile and asked, who investigated Sharon Rogers? I did, Wong replied, nodding. Suyu softly called for Selena, pointing towards Wong. I wish to know his memories. Understood, Selena responded, stepping towards Wong. Wong instinctively recoiled. What are you going to do? Ignoring his protests, Selena grasped Wong's hand and bit down. Both Wong and Mordo tensed. Allowing a vampire to bite was far from a trivial matter. Wong considered resisting, but with the Supreme Sorcerer yet to be rescued, he had no choice but to endure. Selena possessed the unique ability to absorb another's blood while simultaneously gaining their memories, without transforming them into a vampire or causing any harm. Suyu explained this calmly as Selena released Wong's hand, wiping the blood from her lips as she returned. She turned her back to Wong and Mordo, leaning close to whisper a few words in Suyu's ear. Suyu nodded slightly, indicating for her to step aside. I am one who greatly values reason. Since you have fulfilled my request, I shall indeed release her, he declared as he rose slowly. In an instant, he emerged with Master Gu Yi in tow. Is she the one you wish to redeem? Suyu inquired, directing his gaze towards Wong and Mordo, the Supreme Master. They both nodded vigorously, concern etched on their faces as they glanced at Gu Yi. Suyu reached for the Eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck, and, with a deft motion, pushed Gu Yi towards Wong and Mordo. The Eye of Agamotto, a treasure fiercely protected by the sorcerers of Kamartaj, possesses the power to manipulate time. Its true identity is that of the Time Stone among the Infinity Stones. The Eye of Agamotto belongs to us Kamartaj. Wong and Mordo exclaimed in anger as they steadied Gu Yi. With a chuckle, Suyu signaled Claire to lower her head and casually draped the eye around her neck. Now it is mine. You. Wong was about to retort when Gu Yi raised her hand to silence him. Suppressing her fury, she continued. What conditions must you impose to release Caecilius? Caecilius, Suyu elongated the name, studying Gu Yi with a smirk, in my estimation. He is far more significant than Gu Yi. Redeeming him will not be so simple. I shall notify you once I have determined the terms. What do you say? Master Gu Yi, let us return for now, Gu Yi responded quietly, addressing Wong and Mordo. Although they were reluctant, they acquiesced to the Supreme Master's command and departed the inn. He seems to harbor ulterior motives, Selena murmured. Suyu leaned back in the swivel chair, feet propped on the conference table, and coldly laughed. These sorcerers of Kamartaj, with the exception of the rather rotund Wong, are all unreliable. Both Caecilius and Mordo will undoubtedly betray Gu Yi in due course, particularly Caecilius. His failure to reveal his identity on the spot suggests he is likely plotting something significant. Shall we take action? Selena inquired. Suyu pointed to a suitcase containing $10 million. You take the money, and I shall take you. Let us enjoy a few days in England. As for the troubles of Kamartaj, we need not rush to address them. Understood, Selena replied, bowing her head. The 10 million was neither excessive nor scant, but it arrived at a most opportune moment, as if it had always been part of Suyu's plan. The research center and the ramen shop were both under construction, operating day and night, consuming vast amounts of resources. The mere 100,000 from Phil Coulson was insufficient. The initial construction funds had been depleting like water, and now, with this sum, they could continue building without delay. Chapter 91. Master Gu Yi, kindly arrange a direct transport. In the inn's conference room, 2 hours later, Suyu entrusted the remaining funds to Annabeth, who was responsible for the construction team, and bestowed the management of the inn and Dimension Street upon Claire and Feng Bao. The matter of safety was assigned to Lorna Dane. Among them, Claire exhibited the most enthusiasm, having ascended from a mere cleaner, relegated to washing linens, to a managerial position, albeit one lacking substantial authority, was a remarkable transformation. In terms of nominal status, it represented a significant leap. Were it not for Suyu and Selena preparing to depart for the Eagle Nation, she might have been tempted to offer herself in gratitude. After everything was settled, Suyu entered Dimension Street to bring forth the true Ancient One. The sensation was rather peculiar. Although it was the Ancient One's soul, It resided within the body of Caecilius, creating a profound sense of dissonance. You intend to release me? The Ancient One inquired unexpectedly. Suyu shook his head. You are mistaken. Even if I were to release you now, what difference would it make? Aside from me, no one else possesses the capability to revert your soul and Caecilius back to their rightful places. Therefore, I require a direct route to the Eagle Nation, Edinburgh. The Ancient One had not anticipated that Suyu's intention in releasing her was to facilitate a portal for her. Under such circumstances, one must acquiesce. Despite her willingness to engage in combat with Suyu for the sake of her responsibilities as the Sorcerer Supreme, she was not inclined to become overly agitated by such trivial matters. In truth, the Ancient One lived a burdensome existence, her duties as Sorcerer Supreme forbidding her from ever relaxing. In the film, her demise at the hands of Caecilius could be interpreted as a means of transferring her responsibilities to Doctor Strange, thereby liberating herself from her incessant obligations. A few days prior, she had engaged in a heated argument with Caecilius in the dimensions of Dimension Street, where he had already learned of her siphoning power from the Dark Dimension. Her actions had fundamentally challenged his beliefs, and it seemed the power of the Dark Dimension within her had also affected him. She was unaware of the irrevocable actions Caecilius might undertake while inhabiting her body. Thus her greatest hope was that Suyu could facilitate a restoration of her and Caecilius' bodies. As Suyu had articulated, even if she were granted the chance to leave, she would choose to remain. With a flourish, a golden magical portal illuminated the meeting room. After stepping through with Suyu, the Ancient One turned to him, intending to speak, but he grasped her and returned to Dimension Street. Not pausing for a moment as they emerged, the sun shone brightly, casting a splendid light. Suyu, clad in a white shirt, jeans, and white sneakers, appeared refreshingly simple, resembling an ordinary university student. As for his luggage, he had indeed prepared, but it was all stored within Dimension Street. At the University of Edinburgh, Suyu rented a room in a nearby apartment complex, directly opposite a building. The room, though modest in size, featured a living area and was slightly more expensive, yet fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Suyu drew the curtains in both the living room and bedroom, plunging the space into a dim and shadowy ambience. Gently calling for Selena, she beckoned her over. Selena cautiously pulled apart the curtains, peering out to scrutinize the surroundings, shielded from the sunlight. This is the place, Selena affirmed, closing the curtains and nodding at Suyu. With a smile, Suyu remarked, you even provided me with the specific apartment number. If I were to get it wrong now, I would indeed be quite inept. Selena responded, from Wang's memories. I gathered that Sharon Rogers attends classes during the day and typically returns after 6. Most of her time is devoted to studying and honing her combat skills, and she maintains minimal intimate relationships with her classmates, valuing her privacy. There is nothing at her home that reveals her family background. She likely has numerous admirers. Yet her current status seems to be single. I suspect she has never been in a romantic relationship. If it comes to action, I am 80% confident in capturing her. Not necessarily, Suyu said, reclining against the headboard with a light chuckle, attempting to reason with the somewhat unconvinced Selena. While you possess certain advantageous traits of a vampire, your strength does not vastly exceed that of an ordinary human. Moreover, one must not underestimate the ordinary people of this world. Take her father, for instance, a paragon of humanity who stands shoulder to shoulder with deities. Regardless of whether you are human or divine, and no matter your power, he holds his own. Her father is arguably the first superhero in this world, having been injected with the super soldier serum, defeating the Red Skull during World War II, and becoming an idol to many Americans. Her mother is an exceptionally skilled agent, having co-founded SHIELD post-war and served as Melinda May's mentor. Their daughter, do you truly believe she will be so easily captured? Most crucially, our objective here is not to apprehend her, then to kill. Suyu chuckled softly in disbelief. Is it solely capture or kill? Did I not mention that I generally prefer not to resort to violence to achieve my aims, though I may occasionally do so? In truth, my primary target is not her, but her father. I merely wish to use her as a means to compel him to meet with me, which presents an alternative, more straightforward approach beyond capture or killing. You intend to seduce her? Selena exclaimed, taken aback. Aside from that, I cannot conceive of any method to draw her father out. Suyu shook her head. My aim is simply to get closer to her. As for intimacy, if she is willing, I am indifferent. Selena inquired. What do you need me to do? Just wander about, purchase a few things you fancy, and perhaps some local souvenirs. Oh, and pick up a few gifts suitable for giving, Suyu replied with a smile. And do refrain from being discovered by either me or her too soon. I am counting on your vampiric nature to help foster a connection between us. Chapter 92. The captain's daughter is not so easily approached. As dusk approached, the once scorching air gradually turned cool. Occasionally, vehicles traversed the spacious roads of the apartment complex, while a few young boys and girls, clad in light attire, strolled along the sidewalks. Although nightfall had yet to descend, the unmistakable signs of nightlife were beginning to emerge. Suyu languidly perched on a bench by the roadside, observing the passers-by, and soon discovered something quite intriguing. The individuals here donned an array of seasonal attire. Some wore long coats and trousers, while others sported minimalistic tank tops and short skirts, seemingly defying the sweltering summer heat. Yet, the locals appeared entirely unfazed, perceiving no sense of peculiarity or absurdity in their choices. In his line of sight, a woman approached, clad in white sneakers, fitted light-colored jeans, and a sky-blue off-shoulder floral top. With her golden short hair, she stood at least 1.75 to 1.76 meters tall, possessing a statuesque figure and a balanced silhouette. Her features, though not particularly sharp, exuded an air of aloofness and coldness, as if inviting strangers to keep their distance, despite a faint smile gracing her lips. Suyu rose and stepped before her, offering a harmless smile as he inquired, "Excuse me, miss, may I trouble you for a few moments of your time?" Sharon Rogers paused, sizing him up before shaking her head politely. "I'm sorry, I can't." The refusal was quite direct. However, Suyu remained undeterred, smiling as he continued, "I just moved to the area today and am unfamiliar with my surroundings. Might you know of any nearby bars with a pleasant and safe atmosphere? Do I look like someone who frequents bars often?" Sharon Rogers retorted, "Not particularly, but I imagine many would be eager to invite you out." Suyu replied with a grin, shrugging his shoulders. "If you know of any places and would be willing to accompany me, I would be most grateful." Sharon Rogers, with a half-smile, responded, "For instance, you could buy me a drink?" Suyu nodded. "Why not?" Sharon Rogers shook her head. "You shouldn't be flirting with me. I would rather not leave with regrets over not having approached you. After all, the worst that could happen with flirting is rejection. While not flirting offers no chance for even that." Suyu's words seemed to resonate with Sharon Rogers, who hesitated as she regarded him, seemingly contemplating whether to accept his advance. After a moment, she suddenly broke into a smile. "I'm not very familiar with bars, but perhaps you could come to my place?" Suyu was taken aback by Sharon Rogers' straightforwardness. Momentarily stunned, he exclaimed, "Really? Is that possible?" Sharon Rogers mimicked his earlier gesture, nodding. "Why not? Follow me." "All right then." Sharon Rogers led Suyu for a few minutes until they reached her apartment. She retrieved her keys and unlocked the door. Once Suyu stepped inside, she promptly closed and locked the door, smiling at him as he surveyed his surroundings. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll go change." "Sure." With a smile, Suyu nodded as he watched Sharon Rogers walk towards her bedroom, gently closing the door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, the smile vanished from his face. He muttered under his breath, "Truly the daughter of those two. Her reflexes are remarkable. The instant we met, she sensed something amiss. Yet, she still dared to invite me into her home, demonstrating her decisiveness and confidence in her own abilities." Suyu released a spatial barrier, perfectly enveloping her apartment. Click. The bedroom door creaked open, and Sharon emerged, now clad in a casual shirt and shorts, strolling towards Suyu with her hands casually behind her back. "I brought a bottle of red wine from my mother. Could you fetch 2 glasses from the cabinet?" she inquired. Suyu shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot." Sharon paused, a flicker of anger crossing her features. "If this is your idea of humor, I must confess I do not comprehend it." Suyu shrugged. "The one attempting to be humorous is not I, but you." "Me? Without wine, why would I need glasses?" "Huh." Sharon offered a cryptic chuckle, then suddenly raised her hand towards Suyu. In her grasp was not a bottle of wine, but a gleaming silver handgun. "How did you know?" they both exclaimed in unison. Suyu's inquiry was laced with curiosity, while Sharon's bore a hint of interrogation and wariness. Locking eyes, Suyu glanced at her weapon. "Could you lower it? I'm not particularly fond of being threatened, even by a beautiful woman." Sharon scoffed. "I believe your immediate concern should not be the gun aimed at you, but rather whether the bullets within might strike you. Raise your hands and tell me your name and intentions." Reluctantly, Suyu slowly lifted his hands, his wrists subtly twisting. Whoosh. Sharon, fixated on him, suddenly felt the weight of her gun diminish, and it slipped from her grasp, landing squarely in Suyu's hand. Reacting swiftly, Sharon rolled to the side, taking cover behind the sofa, and deftly retrieved a triangular blue and red shield from the crevice between the sofa and the floor. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, a testament to her fluidity and skill. Shield in hand, Sharon cautiously peered out from behind the sofa, her eyes betraying a flicker of embarrassment mixed with indignation. Suyu leaned against the cabinet, arms crossed, the handgun resting securely on the table adjacent to him. He showed no inclination to draw a weapon or make a move. Sharon slowly rose, fixing her gaze on Suyu. "What do you mean by this? Don't think this will make me lower my guard." Suyu smiled and shook his head. "No, I merely wish to convey that if I intended to harm you, neither gun nor shield would suffice as protection. For instance, like this." Whoosh. The positions of the shield and Suyu suddenly swapped, and Sharon Rogers instinctively threw a punch in shock, yet Suyu's movements were swifter. Thud. A vibrant, crimson heart plummeted to the ground upon the impact of Suyu's fist. Chapter 93. If flirting fails, then deceive. Bang. Sharon Rogers' knees struck the floor, her body leaning forward helplessly as she fell. What have you done?" Sharon Rogers struggled to turn her head, gazing at Suyu, who was crouched beside her. gently tending to the heart. She asked, her voice filled with dread and disbelief. Tell me. Under the weight of Sharon Rogers' desperate gaze, Suyu slightly shook his head. I suspect there are surveillance devices in this room. They are likely not the type that transmits in real time. After all, for the sake of privacy, you would not wish to live perpetually under your parents' scrutiny. Thus, they are probably the sort that you activate periodically or automatically after a prolonged period of inactivity. If I were to answer your question, the recorded footage would reach your parents within a fixed time frame after your demise, at which point they would seek me out for vengeance. Am I correct, Miss Sharon Rogers? You truly know me. Who are you? And what is your purpose? Sharon Rogers cried out in despair. You know who my mother is. You will soon find yourself in grave trouble, I assure you. I don't believe so. Suyu replied with a smile, shaking his head as he lifted Sharon Rogers by the waist, assisting her to the sofa. He then retrieved the shield from the ground, placing it beside the heart on the table next to the gun. Has your mother mentioned my name to you? Suyu inquired, his tone cheerful. Sharon Rogers gasped, it's you. Evidently, she had heard of him. Thus, he need not waste time explaining his identity. Suyu approached the sink, filling a cup with water before continuing. Firstly, you will not perish. You should recover in a few minutes. Secondly, can you reach your father? Sharon Rogers shook her head. Your aim is my father? He is just an ordinary. She faltered, unable to finish her sentence. Suyu chuckled lightly, teasing, go on, continue. Your father is merely an ordinary man. He is neither Captain America nor Steve Rogers. Please, if I were unaware of your father's identity, do you think I would have traveled all the way to the Eagle Nation? Do you believe your mother would have taken the time to discuss me with you? What do you intend to do? Sharon Rogers pressed once more. In truth, we share certain similarities. I am an orphan, while you, despite having parents, have a mother who works and a father who must conceal his identity. The assertive aspects of your character surely crave acknowledgement, yet you also detest being belittled, correct? I feel the same. I bear no grudge against your father. On the contrary, I hold him in high esteem and have had amicable interactions with your mother. However, your father has persistently avoided meeting me, which seems rather illogical, does it not? I am aware of his identity, his existence, and the events that will unfold in the future. In fact, I possess the ability to effortlessly alter the course of what is to come. In light of this, shouldn't your father come to meet me? I do not wish for him to seek my favor. Rather, I believe it would be fitting for him to make my acquaintance, especially since others who have silently safeguarded the earth have taken the initiative to see me. Though our interactions may not have been entirely pleasant, I appreciate the regard they have shown me. Sharon Rogers gazed at Suyu and inquired, what exactly are you trying to convey? Are you attempting to prove yourself? Suyu fixed an unwavering gaze upon Sharon Rogers. You are the daughter of Peggy, the daughter of the captain, yet you are also Sharon Rogers. Your innate talent and the training you have received since childhood. Are you truly content to live the life of an ordinary person? Sharon Rogers opened her mouth to retort, but found her voice eluding her control. It seems you are reluctant. Suyu chuckled, lightly tapping the shield. This is your shield. Not Steve Rogers' shield, is it not? They have told me that the future cannot be altered, Sharon Rogers managed to say. Suyu shook her head. That pertains to their future, the future of most people in this world, but not yours. The future resembles a tree. You are a branch upon it. With proper pruning, the offshoots will not hinder its growth, but rather make it flourish even more robustly. Observing the wavering resolve of Sharon Rogers, Suyu mischievously shrugged. Honestly, I am quite curious about his reaction upon discovering that you are with me. Will he come to see me? Is that your intention? Indeed. Why? I am somewhat petty, and I take pleasure in creating discomfort for those who unsettle me. Sharon Rogers felt her strength gradually returning. Although her heart raced, she did not sense any physical discomfort. What can I gain from this? She asked as she rose. An opportunity, a chance to prove yourself. Suyu's fingers twitched, and the heart upon the table soared towards Sharon Rogers. With a thud, it sealed perfectly, returning to its original state. Suyu smiled at the astonished Sharon Rogers. Although your actions may go unnoticed, and you may not attain the level of heroism that your father embodies in this world, and despite the dangers and hardships you may face, at least this life is your own choice, your own future. Sharon Rogers met Suyu's gaze. What should I do now? Just to be clear, I cannot reach my father. I have always communicated with my mother and rarely see him. Abroad, mischievous smile graced Suyu's face. Would you mind if your mother knew that you met a boy today and that he stayed at your home? Were it not for you, I believe she would be quite pleased. Sharon Rogers shrugged helplessly. My personal matters are her greatest source of concern. She often inquires about any new developments, worrying that my surplus energy has nowhere to be expended. Ah, she is indeed a very open-minded mother. Sharon Rogers remarked. Although I have neither seen you nor your photograph, she has spoken to me about you and advised me to keep my distance upon discovering your identity. I cannot ascertain whether she would take extreme measures against you, but I am certain she would berate me mercilessly. Chapter 94, Pride and Conspiracy. Often, plans fail to keep pace with the unforeseen. Before meeting Sharon Rogers, Suyu intended to conceal his identity while engaging with her. However, an unexpected turn of events led Peggy or Steve Rogers to learn about their daughter's association with him, causing his initial approach to falter. His subsequent intention to leverage Selena's vampiric identity to forge a closer bond with her was rendered obsolete. Fortunately, the outcome did not deviate as anticipated. Rather, it proved to be even more favorable. Sharon Rogers' willingness to align with him was not solely a result of his persuasion. It stemmed from her own dissatisfaction. Having been meticulously trained by the finest agents and warriors in the world since childhood, and possessing their remarkable talents, she found herself unable to accomplish even the simplest tasks that many ordinary individuals can undertake. Had she not encountered Suyu, Sharon might have followed the trajectory depicted in the film, living a life of obscurity, lacking any significant achievements, and enduring a mundane existence that was even less fulfilling than that of an average person. Yet, Suyu's presence provided her with an opportunity to choose, to envision a future that could be brighter, and to assert herself. Thus, the life she had long suppressed finally ignited a rebellious spirit. As for Suyu, he was not deceiving Sharon Rogers. He genuinely offered her a chance to prove herself and openly disclosed his intentions. His aim was to irk Peggy and Steve Rogers, to compel Steve Rogers to seek him out. The underlying reason for this might be pride. A proud individual finds it challenging to accept being belittled or disregarded. Observing his actions since acquiring the system, it is evident that he should have been discreetly biding his time to grow stronger, yet he has seldom been low profile. In contrast to the fate of the dozen or so individuals who once faced the Ancient One, it becomes clear that Suyu was not genuinely incensed by her actions. The more she acted in such a manner, the more it signified her regard for him. If the Ancient One was so intent on finding ways to expel him from Earth, why would he not come to see him? Does she look down on him? This situation is akin to standing at your doorstep with a nuclear bomb. Although I harbor no intention of detonating it, your utter lack of response seems rather excessive. While I might not obliterate you for this, I would certainly place the bomb at your doorstep to annoy you and cause you some distress. This encapsulates Suyu's mindset. The soft moonlight and the glow of the lights melded into a dimly lit realm as Suyu and Sharon Rogers sat on the sofa, watching television. Sharon Rogers, clutching her phone, whispered to Suyu, based on my understanding of her. Even if I were to inform her that there is a man at home who is not prepared to activate the device, she would nonetheless insist on opening it to ascertain what manner of man could possibly satisfy me. She would then delve into his identity, seeking to uncover whether his intentions towards me were ulterior. Within a mere 10 minutes after our call concludes, she could easily bypass the program and discover your identity. Upon doing so, she would reach out to me to inquire if I was aware of who you are. If I were unaware, she would strongly advise me to sever ties with you, and would not hesitate to appear before me within 6 hours, if I were informed. She would berate me vehemently before insisting that you take the call, and would undoubtedly present herself before both of us in less than 4 hours. Suyu remarked, she is indeed decisive. I cannot speak for how she would treat you, but she would certainly arrange for me to relocate to a place devoid of any intersection with you. Sharon Rogers shrugged. Having changed cities at least 10 times throughout my life, do you know why she is so invested in my personal affairs? It is because during the age when one should be courting, she would investigate any male figure who came into my life. Suddenly, Suyu felt a pang of sympathy for Sharon Rogers. Therefore, if you are not confident in resolving the ensuing troubles and taking me away, it is still not too late to leave now. I can pretend that nothing has transpired today. Sharon Rogers fixed her gaze on Suyu earnestly. Perhaps we could simplify matters a tad. Do you understand what it will be like once everything is concluded? Yes, I do. Just inform me of the switch for the device. Hand me the phone, and once you are prepared, the rest shall be entrusted to me. Very well. Sharon Rogers passed the phone to Suyu, indicating the switch to activate the surveillance device, before turning towards the bedroom. A few minutes later, Suyu beheld the seemingly exhausted sleeping beauty that was Sharon Rogers. He then turned, unfastened the buttons of his shirt, activated the surveillance device, and leisurely settled on the sofa to continue watching television. Ding ding ding. Within 5 minutes, Sharon Rogers' phone rang. Noticing her mother's name on the caller ID, Suyu answered with a smile. Good evening, Miss Peggy. Suyu, why are you at my daughter's home? What have you done to her? Peggy's furious voice erupted from the receiver. Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. I don't believe I owe you an explanation regarding my personal affairs. In truth, none of my actions warrant your reporting. Sharon is my daughter. You are doing this intentionally, aren't you? This morning you were still on Dimension Street. I have checked all flight records and air traffic. There is no record of your travel to Eagle Country. Yet here you are in my daughter's home tonight, deliberately activating the surveillance device for me to notice. What exactly do you mean by this? Why does your voice sound so enraged? I assure you, my relationship with Sharon is merely that of any ordinary couple. It is a matter of mutual consent and desire. I acknowledge that I was the one who approached Sharon first, but she is merely an inconsequential figure in your concerns about the future. Do not suggest that she merely acted as most women would. Even the most outrageous actions will not alter the course of what is to come. Oh, I beg your pardon. Perhaps I have misjudged your investment in the future. Perhaps your anger does not stem from the belief that I have been intimate with your daughter, but rather from the possibility that I might disrupt the tranquility of your lives. She is my daughter, and naturally, I care for her. If you truly cared, why not allow her to choose the life she desires? Why demand her inaction while simultaneously grooming her to become the most exceptional agent and warrior? Do you think children are merely the fruits of love? Bah. If you knew from the outset that you could not provide a normal family for her, then do not bring her into this world to suffer unhappiness. Chapter 95. Truth cannot be disguised, nor can falsehoods become genuine. Only the blending of pretense and reality holds true significance. I apologize for my agitation. If there is nothing further, I shall end this call. As the long night unfolds, I would rather engage in a discourse on knowledge with Sharon than indulge in this meaningless chatter with you. Suyu smiled faintly, suddenly losing the desire to continue the conversation. As the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the wife of the great hero Steve Rogers, she was indeed commendable, yet as a mother, she left much to be desired. Peggy's capability as a mother, at her advanced age of 70, was of no concern to Suyu. The objective of vexation had already been achieved. What he truly wished to ascertain was whether he might have the opportunity to engage genuinely with Sharon Rogers. After all, there have been several Captain Americas. Yet only one true female Captain America exists, her. I shall arrive before dawn. Beep, beep, beep. After ending the call, Suyu smirked and rose to head towards the bedroom. Sharon Rogers lay in the same side-lying position as before, the blanket slightly trembling, faint sobs barely audible. Did you hear that? Suyu sat beside her, gently patting her back, and asked with a light-hearted chuckle, do you think it is somewhat underhanded of me to use you to vex her? Will she allow me to choose the life I wish to lead? Suyu shook his head. If your choice is to follow me, she will not consent. However, if you wish to pursue a life of your own liking, make friends of your choosing, and even wish to demonstrate your abilities and talents, I believe that would be acceptable. My objective has already been fulfilled, so, has it truly? Sharon Rogers interrupted, turning to face Suyu. My mother is one of the greatest agents in the world. When she arrives, any significant changes will be apparent. Truth cannot be disguised, nor can falsehoods become genuine. Unless my father accompanies her, your intentions to meet him may not be realized. More importantly, you underestimate my mother. Should she discover that all of this is a ruse, all prior anger and frustration will dissipate. Indeed, she may not even be affected by such emotions before she realizes the truth, for she is a pragmatic and resolute individual, unwilling to dwell excessively on events that have already transpired. Suyu curled her lips, expressing, it seems that aside from helping you attain freedom and independence, I stand to gain nothing from this. Indeed, not only would you receive no benefit, but I too might face her wrath for conspiring with you. Perhaps even the freedom and independence I have fought for would vanish as a consequence. Thus, Sharon Rogers, observing Suyu's unfinished words and her hesitant demeanor, understood her sentiments clearly. Suyu blinked and arched an eyebrow. This was the rhythm of mutual benefit or mutual ruin. Had you not disclosed the truth or employed unscrupulous methods, I would have deemed your actions despicable. However, in this matter, I have cooperated with you as your accomplice, so I merely wish to express my gratitude for granting me the courage and opportunity to choose my own fate anew. Sharon Rogers sat up and gazed out at the night sky, resolutely declaring her aspirations. It dawns on me that the predetermined, secure life is not what I desire. My mother is Peggy, and my father is Steve Rogers. I yearn to forge a life of my own, choosing to prove that I am not merely their daughter, but I am also Sharon Rogers. Coughing lightly, Suyu admitted, I concede this is a grand notion, but I find myself captivated by your other remarkable qualities, which may indeed surpass it. Sharon Rogers smiled gently, rising to the wardrobe to retrieve a trench coat, which she donned. Though she might not favor it, if you wish to avoid her seeing you, it would be best to leave here for now. You mentioned you live nearby? Across the street. Suyu pointed out the window. Sharon Rogers nodded. Well, perhaps you are indeed a bit unscrupulous. Would it be even more so if I told you I had someone investigate you days ago? Yes, it would. Suyu shrugged. But who cares? I am a good person, after all, for good people reap good rewards. With that, Suyu took Sharon Rogers by the arm and led her out of the room. Moments later, the lights in the opposite apartment flickered on, and under the glow, the silhouettes of two figures drew closer until the lights extinguished. Punctuality and reliability are fundamental tenets of an exceptional agent, and Peggy, as a legendary agent far surpassing the ordinary, had a sense of time ingrained in her very being. Unless afflicted by dementia, tardiness was simply out of the question. When she said she would arrive before dawn, she would certainly not arrive after. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated at a steady pace. A few minutes later, Peggy, slightly frowning in displeasure, retrieved her key. Click. The door swung open. Upon entering, Peggy closed the door behind her and placed the key on the shoe cabinet. Her brow slightly furrowed. With the composure of one at home, she approached the window, drew back the curtains, and opened it, then turned towards the ajar bedroom door, gently knocking at it amidst the soft, steady breathing of the two slumbering figures. Wake up, she called softly to the two who were deep in sleep. Sharon Rogers was jolted awake by a familiar voice and looked up to see her mother standing at the door. Awkwardly, she stammered, How did you get in? This isn't my house. Get him up and come out to see me, Peggy said, observing her flustered daughter and the still sleeping Steve. She turned and closed the door behind her as she returned to the living room. Although Sharon Rogers' thoughts would not be swayed by her mother's presence, the embarrassment of being cornered by her so early in the morning left her in a state of disarray. Hastily, she nudged Steve awake and whispered, "My mother's here. In the living room." "What time is it?" he mumbled, still groggy. "4:30. Is she out of her mind? Coming here at this hour? How long have we been asleep? An hour? 2. Who has the energy to talk to her when we're sleep-deprived? Let her stay in the living room until we wake up," Steve grumbled, pulling Sharon Rogers back down to lie beside him. Chapter 96. The abduction of Sharon and interference. Steve had spent the night playing hide-and-seek with Sharon Rogers, concealing his most treasured possessions deep within a forested gorge. Eventually, all late-night revelries must be repaid with the struggle of waking early. By the time Steve awoke, it was nearly noon. He could hear Sharon conversing in the living room, though no one was responding. Where was Peggy? Upon dressing and entering the living room, Steve found Peggy was nowhere in sight. Instead, he discovered Sharon Rogers on the phone, seemingly discussing matters pertaining to her withdrawal from school. "All right, I will return to school as soon as possible," Sharon stated before hanging up and turning to Steve. "She left," she informed him. Steve blinked in confusion. "What happened?" Sharon explained. "While you were sleeping, I had a lengthy conversation with her. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome was favorable. She has agreed to grant me freedom and will no longer dictate my life." Steve raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched on his face. "She can't be that accommodating. What are the strings attached?" Sharon shrugged. "Under any circumstances, I must never acknowledge that I am Steve Rogers' daughter. I cannot disclose the fact that my father is still alive. Furthermore, I will not receive any support from home." She stated that if I wish to forge my own path, I must rely solely on my own efforts. "So congratulate me. I am free." "Congratulations," Steve replied, embracing the seemingly unperturbed Sharon Rogers with a smile. In that moment, she resembled many students who had just completed their college entrance examinations, filled with dreams of a new environment and a life where they could steer their own course. As for Peggy's conditions, they mattered little to Sharon, as she had never intended to acknowledge her lineage to Steve Rogers or divulge that her father was still alive. The lack of familial support was even less significant to her, for she was confident in her ability to thrive without monetary assistance. And the combat gear had never been provided by her family anyway. Even the shield was something she had crafted herself. Sharon Rogers playfully wrapped her arm around Suyu's waist, grinning as she remarked, "By the way, my mother asked me to convey a message to you. If you dare to make me sad, even if the world were to end, she would not spare you. She could deliver the warning to your face." Shaking her head, Sharon added, "For quite some time, she will not wish to see you. And I fear my father feels the same. My apologies." Suyu shrugged nonchalantly. "That's all right. I've already gained something. Moreover, I shall meet whomever I wish, regardless of anyone's objections." After attending to her own matters, Sharon did not immediately accompany Suyu to New York. That day, Suyu introduced her to Selena, and together they began to explore Edinburgh. During the day, they roamed the city, and as night fell, they called upon Selena to join them. The three of them wandering through the unique streets and alleys, savoring the city's distinctive nightlife. A week later, Suyu tossed Sharon's numerous bags and the souvenirs they had collected into the dimensional street, while also bringing Ancient One along to open a portal. In but a single step, they transitioned from the vibrant Edinburgh of the Eagle Country to Suyu's room in the Dimensional Inn on Dimensional Street in New York. "Is this what you call Dimensional Street? It's so lively. And this room, imbued with Eastern charm, must be the Dimensional Inn, which seems to be thriving," Sharon exclaimed, standing by the window, animatedly observing the bustling street below. Suyu nodded with a smile, first escorting Ancient One back to the Dimensional Street space before retrieving the luggage. "Selena, you should return and rest for now. Come back when it's dark to collect your things." Selena nodded and carefully descended the stairs, adhering to the shadows beneath the eaves as she made her way back to her room, summoning Claire with his abilities to assist in settling Sharon. Suyu noted that her surprise seemed somewhat excessive upon her arrival. "Master, you have finally returned." Claire's excitement clearly extended beyond merely Suyu's return. Furrowing his brow slightly, Suyu inquired, "Is something amiss?" Claire nodded. "Indeed, something has occurred that I find quite troubling. Earlier today, a man who appeared to be affiliated with a gang caused a ruckus on the street and was reprimanded by Lorna. Just now, someone informed us that he seems intent on causing more trouble here on Dimensional Street. Lorna and Bauer have suggested dealing with him, one proposing to eliminate a few, the other to bury some. Melinda may offer to intervene, but I believe that directly killing or burying him, or having Melinda step in, would not be prudent. I fear it could tarnish Dimensional Street's reputation and cause you undue trouble." Suyu relaxed his brow, laughing as he patted Claire's shoulder. "Do not concern yourself with mere thugs. Even the mightiest would heed my words on Dimensional Street. If he dares to stir chaos here, it is a sign of disrespect towards me, and those who show me no respect are not owed any in return. Trouble? He is not even worthy of the title." "Yes," Claire replied, lowering her head apologetically. I'm sorry for letting you down while you entrusted me with the management of Dimensional Street. What would you have done if I had not returned? Suyu asked with keen interest. Claire remarked, if they refuse to relent. I will heed the advice of Bauer and Lorna. Even if the police arrive, I will admit that it was my directive. If I am taken away, my master will undoubtedly come to my rescue upon his return. Suyu placed a reassuring hand on Claire's shoulder, saying, haven't you already devised an excellent approach? Even if I do not return today, I have complete faith in your ability to fulfill the tasks I entrusted to you, so there is no need for self-reproach. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sharon Rogers, an individual of considerable strength, who will be residing with us at the inn. Please assist her in arranging a room for some rest. I will handle the remaining matters. Understood, Claire nodded, turning to lead the curious Sharon Rogers out of the room. Suyu approached the window, gazing at the bustling street below, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was hardly surprised that trouble had found its way to Dimension Street. After all, gangs were a prevalent reality in America. Every city boasted its affluent districts and impoverished areas, and Flushing, in many respects, could be deemed the underprivileged sector of Queens. Chapter 97, Setting Rules and Maid Outfits. Wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Where there is conflict, a realm of rivalry inevitably arises. In a country like America, where firearms are ubiquitous, gangs abound, and violent confrontations are a commonplace occurrence. Those with fiery tempers might impulsively resort to gunfire over the slightest provocation, particularly in impoverished areas where individuals, if compelled to venture out at night, have but two choices, either a gun or money. A firearm can safeguard your wealth, while money can ensure your survival. The crime rate in Flushing mirrors that of New York City almost precisely, with street violence and gang-related stabbings and shootings occurring countless times each day. Had Dimension Street not been situated in the well-patrolled, resource-poor vicinity of the Queen's Botanical Garden, it would have certainly faced such threats long ago. Presently, Dimension Street is flourishing with construction and an abundance of patrons, making it ripe for the predatory gaze of those who value money over life. The adage, if you don't give candy, there will be trouble, aptly describes these individuals, who will engage in self-destructive actions for the sake of harm to others. If your business is disrupted, the worst that can happen is a minor loss in revenue, while they can flaunt their exploits as a testament to their power, thereby attracting more followers. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the birds returned to their nests, the once bustling Dimension Street gradually fell into silence. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted as several vehicles barreled into the intersection, blocking the way. The sounds of car doors slamming echoed as dozens of thugs, clad in baggy pants and either shirtless or in tank tops, brandishing firearms and weapons, marched toward the only inn open for business. Two guests, intending to leave, were startled as they stepped out of the inn, quickly retreating in haste back to their rooms, locking the doors securely behind them. Master, they have arrived. In Suyu's room on the upper floor of the inn, Claire, standing by the window, observed the approaching throng before turning to glance at Suyu, who was meticulously arranging gifts in his suitcase. Suyu inquired without lifting his head, have the signs I requested Annabeth to set up been erected? The signs at both ends of the intersection are quite conspicuous, yet they likely went unnoticed, and even if seen, they probably would not heed them, Claire replied. In the afternoon, Suyu had Annabeth place two large signs at the intersection, prominently stating, no firearms or weapons are permitted within Dimensional Street. Violators shall bear the consequences. Many individuals are averse to adhering to rules. However, it is of little concern, as the regulations of Dimensional Street have only just been established. They will soon learn the repercussions of defiance within its confines. Suyu opened a sealed garment bag and looked up at Claire with a smile as he approached. Polaris and Bauer will manage well. Besides, there's Sharon to deal with these few street ruffians without issue. Come, try on this maid outfit. I specially acquired it for you from the Eagle Nation, the birthplace of the maid tradition. The maid concept originated in the Eagle Nation as a profession primarily responsible for managing household affairs. Over time, the terminology has evolved, akin to that of a housemaid or housekeeper. In ancient Eastern cultures, maids bore closer resemblance to servant girls. The true transformation in the perception of maids emerged from the otaku maid culture of the island nation. The outfit Suyu presented to Claire was a genuine maid costume, reflecting the various levels and responsibilities associated with the role, which in turn influenced the attire. This particular ensemble, an enhanced version, was suitable only for a housekeeper. The modified design prioritizes aesthetics over functionality. While the apron retains its classic white ruffled design, the dress transitions from a long skirt to a short one, allowing for the pairing of tights or garter stockings, imparting a lively and graceful demeanor rather than a rigid formality. Coupled with the maid headdress, it exudes an air of charm and vivacity. Claire changed clothes without any modesty, and Suyu watched with keen interest, soon distracted by the commotion outside the window. There, the ruffians had formed a fan-like formation around the inn's entrance, audaciously boasting in response to Feng Bao's demand for their weapons. Feng Bao gazed at them impassively, her voice steady as she inquired, are you unwilling to surrender your weapons? Fuck, are you deaf? You think you can demand my gun? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, if you want my firearm, you can have your boss come personally to ask for it. If he dares, ha ha ha, ha. I see your boss is a coward who wouldn't dare show his face, which is why he sends 2 women to handle this. You might as well give up. Ha ha ha. The scornful taunts and derisive laughter did not alter Bao's expression. She nodded gravely and said, I understand. What do you understand? That following me is better than following your cowardly boss. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, Bao suddenly struck him in the stomach with a powerful punch. You are courting death. Go on, kill him. Amidst the furious shouts, the thugs charged at Bao with rage. Unperturbed, Bao moved with a grace akin to that of a nimble spirit, her speed resembling that of a panther. With each punch and kick, her adversaries either collapsed to the ground or were sent sprawling through the air. Damn it, shoot. Shoot her down. Bang, bang, bang. A few of the intimidated thugs hastily raised their guns and fired without even aiming. Gunfire erupted, yet each bullet bizarrely suspended in midair. Polaris smirked and waved her hand, causing the bullets to ricochet back towards their originators. The sound of gunfire striking flesh echoed ominously. The leader of the thugs was clearly unnerved by this surreal turn of events. While Bao's prowess was formidable, the prospect of bullets reflecting back was utterly terrifying. He glanced at Polaris, whose hands glimmered with a green hue, and with a shriek, he turned to flee. Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out as a triangular shield flew from the inn, crashing down upon him and pinning him to the ground. Astonishingly, the shield then rebounded in a manner defying the laws of physics. Clap! Sharon Rogers caught the shield and stepped out of the inn. Chapter 98. The Return of the Divine Outside Dimension Street. The Claim of Mine Within Dimension Street. Polaris subtly twirled her hands, commanding the weapons and blades of those felled by Bao and Sharon Rogers to settle at her feet. What shall we do with these people? Sharon Rogers inquired as she returned. Dig a pit and bury them, Bao replied. Sharon Rogers glanced at Polaris, who leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed, dismissively stating, I only handle the action. The disposal is not my concern. Sharon Rogers nodded and prepared to enter. How did you achieve that? Polaris curiously asked, eyeing Sharon's shield. Sharon paused, contemplating, perhaps it's a talent. Polaris shrugged noncommittally. The inn was filled with individuals possessing various abilities or talents, and a shield rebounding in defiance of scientific logic hardly qualified as extraordinary. Not long after Sharon Rogers entered, Suyu emerged. Polaris instinctively adjusted her nonchalant demeanor, offering a slight nod, her gaze widening in surprise at the sight of Claire following closely behind. The maid outfit was quite striking. Polaris suddenly noticed a transformation in Claire's demeanor, not merely due to her attire, but rather an unmistakable air of confidence, as if she were clad in the most exquisite and regal gown in existence. It was truly peculiar that even a maid could exude such confidence. Polaris mused quietly to herself, and she silently trailed behind Suyu. Suyu surveyed the surroundings before finally fixing her gaze on one of the individuals. Are you the leader? She inquired. No, I'm not. I'm not. The head of the man shook vigorously in denial, resembling a bobblehead in his haste. Regrettably, he was gripped by fear, and others were even more terrified. Upon witnessing his denial, they were anxious to distance themselves from him, hastily divulging his identity before Suyu could request it. He lied, claiming that he was the one who had led us here, threatening to intimidate you, stating that if you did not cooperate, he would smash your shop, continuing this destruction until no one dared to come here again. You are talking nonsense. I never said anything of the sort. I came here to make friends. Make friends? Suyu interrupted his protest with a smile, turning to Polaris and gesturing for her to bring the sign at the corner. With a swift motion, the sign eerily lifted from the entrance, soaring through the air to come to rest before Suyu. With his left hand steadying the sign, he seized the man's hair with his right. Do you see what is inscribed here? Why, yes, I see it. What does it say? It prohibits the carrying of any firearms or weapons into Dimensional Street. Violators will bear the consequences. He stammered, hastily attempting to excuse himself. I didn't see it before. Had I seen it, I would have certainly complied. I apologize. Please forgive us. We will never bring any firearms or weapons here again. I swear. Suyu shook his head gently. It is futile. No deity would squander time punishing a wretched creature like you, one who is certain to break their promises. Thus, let us keep it simple. The realm outside Dimensional Street belongs to the deities, while the domain within it belongs to me. Do not tremble, as the leader of dozens. How can you continue to navigate the underworld with such cowardice? Fear not, I shall not kill you. I merely find that if you cannot even see such a prominent sign, your eyes are of little use. With that, Suyu directed his palm toward the top of the man's head, a hollow, swirling white vortex materializing beneath it. The vortex whirled for a moment before erupting, instantly enveloping all nearby individuals within a transparent hemispherical space. Slaughterhouse, Suyu declared coldly, unleashing his power. In an instant, an invisible slash wreaked havoc, causing the eyes of the group to bizarrely detach from their bodies. Terror-stricken screams erupted. Whoever cries out shall perish. Suyu's calm voice resonated, and the group fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. He then slightly rotated his hand, and countless eyes began to whirl like a tempest, only to return to their rightful places on the individuals, save for the leader. I will not bar your entry into Dimensional Street. But should you fail to adhere to its rules again, my response will be far more severe than a mere warning. Now be gone. Suyu retracted his power and, with a decisive step, crushed the leader's eyes beneath his foot. A sickening sound echoed as the leader immediately fainted from the pain. Dispose of him, and make sure the sign is set upright, Suyu commanded before turning to enter the inn. Polaris shrugged and, utilizing her abilities, levitated the metallic components from the leader's body, carrying both him and the sign toward the corner. Meanwhile, those who narrowly escaped did not exhale in relief. Rather, they were gripped by a deeper fear. One by one, they trembled, crouched, or knelt upon the ground, too frightened to move. Why do you not leave? Claire inquired. These are not my eyes. These are not my eyes. What I perceive is not what I ought to see. Oh heavens, what is happening? Whose eyes are these? Half of my vision belongs to me. The other half does not. I can behold two worlds. Demon, demon, demon. As she listened to their quivering voices, Claire gradually came to understand. Although there were eyes in their sockets, they were not necessarily their original ones. These disordered eyes, while still capable of their intended function, showed visions that diverged from what their rightful owners should perceive. Imagine being confined to the images seen through someone else's eyes. How terrifying that must be. No wonder they did not dare to leave. No wonder they believed their masters to be demons. This horror was far more dreadful than simply being blinded. The master commands you to leave, do you understand? Since you cannot see, and what you see is chaotic, then close your eyes and depart, Claire scoffed, turning to pursue her master. Besides the attire she wore, the master had also gifted her a private maid's outfit, which perhaps she could wear to present to him later that evening. Chapter 99. A meeting for all. Official planning changes for Dimensional Street. As night fell, everyone gathered in the conference room on the second floor. Suyu occupied the central position, with an array of assorted gift boxes laid out before her on the meeting table, varying in size and shape. Each person curiously speculated whether a gift belonged to them and which one it might be. I called you all here for no other reason than to present some souvenirs or small gifts I procured during my recent excursion. Moreover, as Dimensional Street continues to flourish and expand, it is time to establish some regulations and formally assign tasks, Suyu succinctly stated, preparing to determine the order based on summoned and non-summoned beings, as well as their arrival times at Dimensional Street. She began with the summoned beings, Feng Baobao, Xiaoda, Annabeth, Claire, Selena, Lorna Den, and of course, Bumblebee. Although Bumblebee had arrived later than Selena and Lorna Den, it had yet to recover, so its gift would be presented upon its awakening. Next came the non-summoned beings, Minerva, Melinda May, Little Ava, Maya Hansen, Hope, and Sharon Rogers. Despite Hope's role being limited to cleaning in the mornings and evenings, she would still be included as a temporary worker. As for Sharon Rogers, although she had just arrived today and had even accompanied in purchasing many of the gifts, it was better to treat her equally since she would be staying at the inn. Suyu had carefully selected each gift according to the characteristics and preferences of the recipients. While they may not all be perfectly suited, considerable thought had indeed gone into them. Consequently, each person who unwrapped their gift was filled with joy, expressing their gratitude to Suyu. The ramen shop will undoubtedly face a shortage of personnel upon its establishment, thus I permit you to recruit externally, with the salary and benefits left to your discretion. Suyu turned to the eager hand-drawn worker. Aside from your customary contribution of 30% of the profits, you merely need to repay the costs incurred in establishing the ramen shop. As for the amount, you may consult Annabeth later. The hand-drawn worker nodded repeatedly, nearly moved to tears. As for the library, its daily management is relatively straightforward, and since it is temporarily open for free with no revenue, it will be entrusted to Feng Baobao. What about the roasted sweet potatoes? Feng Baobao inquired. If you wish to continue, place them outside the library, just like the ramen shop, contributing 30% of the income while retaining the rest for yourself. Oh, Suyu then turned to Lorna Dane and Selena. Today's incident with those ruffians is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. I wish for every individual who arrives at Dimensional Street to feel secure and enjoy their time here. Shopping. I aspire for Dimensional Street to become synonymous with peace. Apart from myself and those I designate, no one shall cause chaos here. Polaris, Selena, Sharon Rogers, Minerva. Your sole responsibility henceforth is to ensure the safety within Dimensional Street. If fights break out, you intervene. If there are vendettas causing disturbances, you manage those. Should anyone disregard the rules and enter Dimensional Street armed, I shall not dwell on the punishment for such individuals, but rest assured, the first trouble I seek will be yours. The four either nodded or responded affirmatively. This protective squad for Dimensional Street, to put it plainly, functions similarly to a police force, serving as the law enforcement within this realm. The construction of the area has only just commenced, so I entrust you with the planning and development. Annabeth. Understood. Maya Hansen, once the research center is established, there will undoubtedly be more than just your experimental project. For now, I assign the research center to your oversight. Remember to keep the accounts clear. No problem. Maya Hansen was taken aback that Suyu not only supported her experiments, but also placed the research center directly under her responsibility. Suyu nodded. As for the others, procurement will still be managed by Melinda May. Claire, you are temporarily in charge of the front desk. Endure a few days, and I will swiftly find someone to relieve you. Regarding the cleaning duties you originally handled, why are you looking at me? Hop asked. Cleaning the streets twice daily entitles you to free meals and lodging here. Don't you think that is excessive? Since you are engaged in outdoor cleaning, why not handle the indoor tasks as well? Consider it offsetting your expenses. Hop wanted to refuse, but Suyu turned away. Continuing uninterrupted, the development of Dimensional Street will only flourish, and as the population increases, so too will the complexities of managing it. Hence, establishing regulations in advance is essential. For instance, once the ramen shop, roasted sweet potatoes, and future research center begin to yield profits, a 30% contribution will be the standard. Independent shops shall bear their own expenses, such as the wages of the inn staff being covered by the inn's earnings, and the research center's employees being funded by the center itself. Additionally, positions such as librarians and the protective squad, along with other roles that benefit the overall development of Dimensional Street but do not generate revenue, will have their salaries and living expenses covered by the collective income of Dimensional Street. Should that be insufficient, I shall personally take on the burden. Each department is responsible for its own bills, and every month, they are to be submitted collectively to Claire. Suyu paused momentarily before summarizing. Do you have any questions? The group exchanged glances and shook their heads. Suyu smiled. Very well, let us adjourn the meeting. Each of you may return to your respective duties and take a rest. One by one, the attendees exited the conference room. Suyu noticed Maya Hansen, Claire, Hope, and Melinda May remaining seated and inquired. Do you have something to discuss? Hope spoke first. I wish to talk to you about my mother and the work you just mentioned. The work remains unchanged. We can discuss your mother's matters at a later time. You may leave now. Suyu gestured dismissively. Hope sighed in resignation and stood to depart. I miss you, Maya Hansen declared directly. Suyu smiled. I shall come by tonight. Maya Hansen's face brightened with joy, and she rose to leave. Following her, Claire contemplated for a moment before also exiting, presumably with a purpose similar to Maya's. And you? Suyu directed his attention to Melinda May. Melinda shrugged. I simply wanted to remind you to be mindful of the licensing and tax issues. The business license for the inn is handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. But the qualifications for Yao Ramen and the research center have yet to be finalized. As for the tax matters, I trust you do not require my reminder. In fact, it would be prudent for you to seek a qualified lawyer or manager. I can provide recommendations if needed. Never mind. Who knows if the person you recommend will assist me or S.H.I.E.L.D.? Besides, I already have a suitable candidate in mind. I just wonder if I can entice them away, Suyu replied with a smile. Chapter 100. The Dark System and the Resurgence of Dimensional Street and Infrastructure Maniacs. One must relish life's joys to the fullest, as the warm spring nights unfold, akin to the gentle embrace of a fragrant bed, like the moon illuminating the mist. The fog lingers while the moonlight reveals its essence. Suyu squinted against the glaring sunlight streaming through the window, lazily expressing his melancholic feelings about waking up to an empty bed through a patchwork of poetic lines. When love is already within reach, there is little left to discuss. This phrase perfectly encapsulated the relationships Suyu had with Maya Hansen, Audrey Nelson, Sharon Rogers, and any woman who might enter his life in the future. Engaging in romance is the most effective way to open one's heart to another, but unfortunately, Suyu had taken a shortcut. The door had already swung wide open before any courtship could occur. In such circumstances, even if Suyu wished to pursue a romantic connection, the other party might lack the interest or willingness to invest time in it. Is it truly beneficial to ramble on endlessly? Let us just take action. Maya Hansen had already gone to the research center early that morning. While Claire managed the front desk, Polaris and Sharon Rogers patrolled the streets and guarded the entrances. And Minerva was reportedly studying the Kree technology, seeking to establish a protective detection network for Dimensional Street. After Suyu rose, he surveyed his domain before entering Dimensional Street, intending to converse with the Ancient One. The sorcerers of Kamartaj seemed rather dull, even with Caecilius masquerading in the guise of the Ancient One. Did no one realize he was an imposter? Wong and Mordo possessed a profound understanding of both himself and the Ancient One. Could they truly have failed to detect even the slightest anomaly? Their observational prowess evidently paled in comparison to that of Nick Fury. The Ancient One was not significantly affected by fasting. Initially, she had harbored concerns that Caecilius might take irrevocable actions upon discovering her secret. However, as time elapsed, these anxieties gradually diminished. After all, should a crisis arise, it was implausible that Suyu would not seize the opportunity to negotiate terms or humiliate her. At the very least, he would adopt the stance of a victor and mock her with cold sarcasm. Thus, Confining the Ancient One would not only spare her spirit from excessive torment, but would also hinder Suyu's acquisition of dimensional points. Such mutual harm was devoid of purpose. Consequently, Suyu resolved to exchange the Ancient One's freedom for the vast collection of magical tomes accumulated by Kamar Taj over the years. This agreement would also encompass the restoration of both her and Kaisalia's souls. The Ancient One acquiesced, stipulating that the exchanged tomes could only be handwritten copies, ensuring that the magical knowledge and spells within would remain intact. Suyu consented but declined her request for the Time Stone. Although he held little interest in the Time Stone or other Infinity Stones, recognizing that the former did not truly allow its possessor to traverse the past while preserving their unaltered future experiences, he acknowledged the Time Stone's significance as a crucial artifact within the entirety of the multiverse narrative. It had played a pivotal role in the strategies devised to defeat Thanos and indirectly facilitated Doctor Strange's ascension. Suyu had initially anticipated that Kaisalius, upon uncovering the Ancient One's secret, might hasten to summon Dormammu. Regrettably, this individual appeared to be even more adept at self-preservation than himself. It would be unsatisfactory to remain unavenged. Ultimately, the burden of this miscalculation would fall upon Doctor Strange. Suyu was quite curious to see how Doctor Strange would negotiate with Dormammu following the Ancient One's demise and the destruction of the Sanctum, particularly in the absence of the Time Stone. Furthermore, the loss of the Time Stone represented an immeasurable tragedy for the Ancient One and Kamar Taj as a whole. From this perspective, it could be said that Suyu had suffered no detriment. Rather, he had reaped considerable advantages. Most importantly, he had vented his frustrations and resolved the complications at hand. After spending an hour negotiating terms with the Ancient One, he then took half an hour to return to the Sanctum and retrieve Kaisalia's soul, simultaneously aiding those unfortunate souls in New York's Sanctum by restoring their bodies to normalcy. The Ancient One assured him that she would deliver all of Kamar Taj's tomes to Dimensional Street within a week. Suyu was in no rush, as he had yet to summon any magical beings. However, he did find himself intrigued upon noticing that Kaisalius had stealthily departed the Sanctum, suggesting he had preemptively betrayed Kamar Taj. One could only speculate how Kaisalius' summoning of Dormammu would compare to the cinematic portrayal. Upon returning to Dimensional Street, Suyu's first action was to access the system panel and select the option to activate Dimensional Street. Once again, Dimensional Street opened quietly, enveloped once more by the laws of divinity. Yet Suyu furrowed his brow at the changing system panel. Dimensional Street System Panel. Host. Suyu Dimensional Points. 2385. Dimensional Street Level. 2-dimensional ability. Surgical Fruit. Dimensional Items. Memory Eraser. Dragon Slasher. Dimensional Creatures. 710. Before activation. 200,200. After activation. Dimensional Street Status. Activated. Consumes 50 dimensional points daily. Will automatically deactivate when points are insufficient. Summon. Lottery. Activate Dimensional Street. Alas, how dark it is. Previously, Dimensional Street was activated on a monthly basis, but now it is calculated daily, and to add insult to injury, it deducts 50 dimensional points each day. If the street's level had not been upgraded previously, half of the income would have vanished. Even now, there is a substantial reduction of 1/4, and that is under the condition of receiving the maximum dimensional points daily, whether it is a commercial street or a residential area. Failing to develop and attract a steady flow of visitors to earn dimensional points will hinder the unlocking of new system features in the shortest time possible. A single misstep leads to a cascade of delays. While one may not be at risk of being attacked, the frustration is palpable. This is a clear push towards infrastructure development. Suyu surmised that the developers of this system must hail from the East, for the genes of construction enthusiasts seem deeply embedded in their souls. Even a system they design is centered around development. Nonetheless, despite the grumbling, Suyu is adept not only at combat, but also at nurturing and managing, as most orphans possess an innate talent for improving their circumstances. Chapter 101. Changes after 5 years. Time flies, and 5 years have passed. Under Suyu's diligent management, Dimensional Street has undergone tremendous transformation. In addition to the original Dimensional Inn, library, Yao Ramen shop, and research center, several uniquely styled buildings have emerged. At the forefront is Juxia Tower, which, despite its name, is actually a traditional Eastern-style courtyard restaurant. The head chef, Lu Onxing, possesses the extraordinary abilities of memory for taste and culinary visualization. Having tasted a dish once, he can recall it vividly regardless of the passage of time. He can even interrelate and refine flavors in his mind to create new culinary masterpieces. From magical mapo tofu, specially stir-fried Xinjiang vegetables, spicy shrimp rice, to beggar's chicken, various dumplings, and fried rice, there is no dish he cannot prepare, nor one that does not garner fervent acclaim. Merely the glittering effects and intoxicating aromas wafting from his dishes have propelled him and Juxia Tower to swiftly surpass Yao Ramen, making it the most popular restaurant on Dimensional Street. Indeed, Juxia Tower has now become one of the most renowned and bustling restaurants in all of America. Aside from Juxia Tower, the most frequented attraction is the Oceanarium located in the northwest corner of Dimensional Street. Although the number and variety of creatures is limited, they are extraordinarily rare and precious. The mutated two-headed shark, the long-extinct velociraptor, and the highly intelligent talking gorilla, Caesar, all evoke wonder and fervor among visitors. Despite the exorbitant ticket prices and limited variety, a steady stream of tourists and zoologists from around the globe flock to visit daily. The most sensational moment occurred with the appearance of the velociraptor, which dominated headlines for weeks, leading to a complete occupancy of the inn for 6 consecutive months. Apart from the Juxiao building and the animal oceanarium, each corner of Dimension Street is adorned with towering edifices, 2 of which serve as staff dormitories situated in the northwest and southwest corners. The first 3 floors of each building are lined with retail establishments, the majority of which remain unoccupied, and neither residential nor commercial spaces are available for rent or sale, regardless of the offered price. Additionally, each building boasts a unique clock tower-like attic design atop its roof, purportedly manned by sentinels who vigilantly oversee Dimension Street. At this moment, within a vacant high-rise in the northeast corner of Dimension Street, a certain room reveals Su Yu, draped in a bathrobe, holding a wine glass as he gazes at the luminous floor-to-ceiling windows, contemplating the system panel before him. The Dimension Street system panel reads, Host, Su Yu, Dimension Points, 65. 321, Dimension Street Level, 4, Dimension Ability, Surgical Fruit, Dimension Items, Memory Eraser, Heavenly Dragon Slash, Ice Wheel, Dimension Creatures, 1430, Pre-Activation, 400, 400, Post-Activation. Dimension Street Status, Activated, consumes 100 Dimension Points daily, automatic shutdown upon insufficient points. Options available include Summon, Lottery, and Activate Dimension Street. Over 5 years, Su Yu has amassed approximately 360,000 Dimension Points, while sustaining the activation of Dimension Street has cost around 150,000 points. Elevating Dimension Street from level 2 to 3 required 5,000 points, and unlocked the full-range recall function, allowing any creature within the confines of Dimension Street to be summoned instantaneously to Su Yu's presence. Advancing from level 3 to 4 consumed 50,000 Dimension Points and activated the building replication function within the binding range, enabling him to replicate any structure within Dimension Street by expending 10,000 Dimension Points. Should Dimension Street close, the chosen replicated building would materialize within the dimension space, rather than leaving it barren. At first glance, this feature may seem somewhat superfluous and costly, yet Su Yu perceives its hidden potential in facilitating the relocation of Dimension Street's binding site. By replicating all buildings, he could instantaneously reopen an identical Dimension Street in another city or even another world. Consequently, Su Yu expended 90,000 Dimension Points to duplicate the 4 high-rise buildings: the Animal Oceanarium, the Dimension Inn, the Research Center, the Juxiao Building, and the Ikaku Ramen. Throughout these 5 years, the number of creatures summoned to Dimension Street by Su Yu has been relatively few. In the deadly double-headed shark, we encounter a mutated double-headed shark. In Rise of the Planet of the Apes, the articulate Caesar captivates our imagination, and the swift raptors from Jurassic Park add to this menagerie of non-human beings, now housed within an aquatic zoo. Among human characters, we find Lu Ongxing from Chinese Master Chef, Michaela Baines from Transformers, the villainous Blood Queen from Hellboy, Blood Queen Rises, and Kara Danvers, the titular Supergirl. In contrast to the outcomes of summoning, the fortunes of the lottery have proven less favorable. Over 5 years, he has participated in over 20 draws, yet the sole item of value that garnered a favorable system panel evaluation was the Zanpakuto, Hai Rinru, from the world of Bleach. The remainder consisted predominantly of mundane household items, and on one occasion, he even drew a steaming bowl of ramen from Naruto. Indeed, it was simply a bowl of hot ramen. What a ridiculous twist of fate. He nearly lost his composure at the absurdity of it all. Suddenly, the gentle sound of a door closing behind him drew his attention. He turned to see a tall woman with golden hair, fastening the buttons of her shirt while smiling sweetly at him. Maya, my experiment is about to conclude, and I must hurry back. If she discovers I'm not in the lab, she'll surely suspect something between us. I nearly got caught last time, she remarked. Su Yu shrugged. She is not my girlfriend. So there's really no need for you to fear her. Everyone in the Dimensional Street knows you have no girlfriend, yet anyone could potentially become yours. Maya, Audrey Nelson, Sharon from the Guard Squad, your maid Claire, your secretary, and even Pepper Potts, the chief financial officer of the Dimensional Street, not to mention Hope. By the way, I heard a few days ago that an astronomer named Jane seems to have become your latest conquest. For the sake of my professional interests, perhaps I should avoid provoking Maya. Su Yu smiled as he reminded her, if memory serves me right, it was I who approved your application, Barbara Morse. Call me Bobby. She replied with a charming smile. It is precisely for that reason that I succumbed to your charms shortly after entering the laboratory, my esteemed Lord. Chapter 102. The Lord and the Regretful Little Pepper. The title of Lord is not merely a jest from Barbara Morse directed at Su Yu. Rather, it has transformed into a popular moniker for him. This title first emerged when the raptors made their debut at the Dimensional Streets Aquatic Zoo, prompting an avalanche of media coverage. Apart from the last surviving dinosaur, most reports centered on Suyue. He has, in a remarkably brief span, cultivated a once barren territory into the astonishing, miracle-filled Dimensional Street, akin to a mysterious lord. All the land belongs to him. All the structures are his. Even the employees working within the Dimensional Street appear to be his subjects, impervious to any offers or coercion from outsiders. Without exception, these individuals all met grim fates. Some perished, while others were left maimed. To this day, a few once wealthy magnates find themselves begging on the streets. Although many are aware that this is the retribution of Suyue, no evidence ties him to these events. Even the underworld gangs shun him and the Dimensional Street, refraining from even a whisper about them. Should a gang member be compelled to enter Dimensional Street, they must surrender all weapons at the entrance to gain entry. If one seeks vengeance within Dimensional Street, the situation becomes even more precarious. The members of the street's guard, though all women, are each more enigmatic and formidable than the last. Anyone daring to instigate conflict within Dimensional Street, regardless of their rationale, will swiftly be escorted out by the guards. Should one refuse, they will not hesitate to take immediate action without further warning. Even if the police are summoned, they must first disarm themselves before negotiating with the guards. And such negotiations typically conclude with private resolutions. Gradually, no one dared to cause trouble within Dimensional Street. In fact, many seeking refuge from enemies would retreat there. For as long as they did not voluntarily leave the confines of the area, their safety was assured. As for one's identity or past actions, Dimensional Street remained indifferent, requiring no payment for sanctuary. Provided one did not beg or steal or violate the street's rules, they could linger indefinitely. Consequently, those who sought asylum within Dimensional Street began to regard it as home, despite lacking shelter and employment. They willingly took it upon themselves to uphold the street's safety and regulations, promptly alerting the guards of any disturbances without needing to be asked. Thus, unlike any other locale, Dimensional Street emerged as a self-contained enclave, with Suyue, its proprietor and sovereign, naturally acquiring the title of Lord. A sudden knocking echoed through the air, and unexpectedly, upon Suyue's utterance, the door swung open. Pepper Potts entered, clad in a gray professional attire. She placed her keys in her pocket and, with a slight furrow of her brow, regarded Barbara Morse. "Miss Morse, it is now your working hours." Barbara Morse responded with a dismissive smile. "You know, I only have the opportunity to be summoned by the Lord during work hours, and in Dimensional Street. Nothing is deemed more important than his commands, is it?" With that, she turned to Suyue, bowing slightly with her hands resting on her abdomen, before exiting. Bang! Pepper Potts glanced at the closed door, a hint of exasperation in her gaze as she looked at Suyue. "I find myself regretting the decision to accept your invitation to transition from Stark Industries to work here. In personal matters, you are no different from my former employer." Quite the distinction indeed. Suyue set aside his wine glass and approached Pepper Potts, taking her hand and smiling as he said, "Tony Stark is a notorious playboy. I merely embrace love. To him, women are akin to hotels, stay for a night and leave. To me, they resemble properties. Although I may not reside in one house daily, it remains my home." Pepper Potts, non-committal, chose not to respond. Suyue chuckled. "Moreover, while Tony Stark flits between countless hotels each year, I merely inhabit a few residences. Indeed, your properties only accumulate with time. Yet, with every acquisition, I meticulously decorate and maintain, transforming each space into a warm home. I find satisfaction in it. And I endeavor to bring happiness to each dwelling." He gently kissed her forehead. Pepper Potts remarked, "My greatest joy lies in having the opportunity to showcase my talents here. This distinguishes my experience at Dimension Street from my role at Stark Industries." "Nonsense. The most significant difference is that at Dimension Street, you are my woman, whereas at Stark Industries, you are merely a secretary. Do not deny it. Have you forgotten that I personally verified this 4 years ago?" Pepper Potts' face flushed instantly as she pushed Suyue away. "The decision I regret most is giving you my number and allowing your heartfelt gift from Eagle Country to persuade me into inviting you to my apartment." "Really?" I distinctly recall someone declaring that the most cherished and unforgettable moments were from that evening. That was in the past. You uttered those very words just 6 days ago in the adjacent room, lamenting that I had torn your stockings. You are insufferable." Pepper Potts gazed at Suyue, whose mischievous grin made her shake her head in resignation. Then, with a soft laugh, she said, "If only you could remember important matters as clearly as these trivialities. You wouldn't have forgotten today's agenda." Suyue momentarily faltered. "What agenda?" Pepper Potts reminded him with exasperation. "General Ross is quite interested in the dire virus project at the research center. He has scheduled to visit today. Though I assumed you wouldn't need to attend. You insisted I remind you to meet him." Realization dawned on Suyue as he nodded. "I've heard that General Ross has been tasked with executing a biotechnology enhancement project, the Super Soldier Serum. His visit to the dire virus project may be related to this endeavor. Of course, I wish to meet him for the same reason. After all, The ultimate outcome of this project is intriguing. It did not yield super soldiers, but instead produced two monsters. Chapter 103, The Slashing Blade, Ice Wheel, and Supergirl Kara Danvers. As Suyu's secretary and chief financial officer, Pepper Potts was privy to certain secrets within Dimension Street, such as Polaris from the Guard possessing the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, and Kara Danvers not only being capable of flight, but also having a body as resilient as steel, impervious to blades and bullets. Additionally, Selena, a vampire, could heal rapidly and access others' memories through their blood. Moreover, the mutated two-headed shark and velociraptor were certainly not normal creatures. In the enigmatic realm of Dimension Street, none is more mysterious than Suyu. He possesses the extraordinary ability known as the surgery fruit, allowing him to sever and assemble any material at will within a defined space. Furthermore, he can summon anyone from anywhere within Dimension Street to his presence in an instant. Those harboring malevolent thoughts toward him are seized by involuntary spasms, and most remarkably, he possesses the gift of foresight. Thus, when Suyu proclaimed that General Ross's plan would falter and result in the emergence of two monsters, Pepper Potts' initial reaction was not one of skepticism or astonishment, but rather a contemplation of whether to decline General Ross's visit. Please inquire about Maya Hansen's experimental results. If General Ross is interested in purchasing, ensure the price is elevated. I wish to acquire the land to the south, so that Dimension Street may officially neighbor the Queen's Botanical Garden, Suyu remarked with a smile. Pepper Potts nodded. Acquiring that land may prove challenging. It is not designated for commercial use, and many have their eyes on it due to its proximity to Dimension Street. However, I shall endeavor to see what can be done. Simply inform me of the obstacles you encounter. I shall handle the rest. Understood. In approximately half an hour, General Ross will arrive at Dimension Street. I will notify the security team and then proceed to the research center. Proceed directly to the research center. I will alert the security team. Very well. Pepper Potts nodded decisively and exited. Suyu drained the wine from his glass, turned, donned his attire, and elegantly stepped out of the room. By the way, each of the four high-rises bears a name. Aside from this Dimension Tower, another vacant high-rise is designated as Krypton Tower. The male staff dormitory is called Olympus Tower, and the female staff dormitory is referred to as Grace Tower. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving echoed, as Suyu emerged not on the ground floor, but ascended to the top floor of Dimension Tower. The sunlight streamed gently, and a soft breeze caressed his face. A blade materialized in his hand. He slowly drew it from its sheath, murmuring, sitting amidst the frost-laden skies. Ice Wheel Blade. Shirkai? The previously sweltering air transformed into a refreshing coolness, and ice crystals materialized before him as the air crystallized. In an instant, a colossal ice dragon took form. Go! Suyu leapt forth. The ice dragon, seemingly alive, soared rapidly from the rooftop toward the southeastern corner of Krypton Tower. Look, what is that? Such a massive ice dragon. Goodness, what is happening? This is utterly spectacular. Upon witnessing the soaring ice dragon, many individuals within Dimension Street erupted in excited exclamations. Some whipped out their phones to capture the moment, while others urged their companions to gaze skyward. What a fuss. This ice dragon frequently appears within Dimension Street. Sometimes it ventures to Krypton Tower, other times to Olympus Tower or Grace Tower. Indeed, this is one of the hallmarks of Dimension Street. I have heard it was developed at great expense by our esteemed Lord. Come on. How could I not hear that this colossal dragon was conjured by our Lord's extraordinary powers? Have you not heard the whispers surrounding our esteemed Lord? He possesses a myriad of enigmatic abilities, much like Polaris and Supergirl from the Guardian Squad. Indeed, I was thoroughly startled when I first heard about it. I almost believed that the apocalypse was upon us. Little did I know that they rarely venture beyond Dimensional Street, and as long as they adhere to its rules, they refrain from acting aggressively and, in fact, safeguard us. Truly, they are like superheroes. The true superhero is our Lord. Let us not forget that no matter how formidable they may be, they must heed the Lord's command. Only in the presence of our Lord do they become our champions. Indeed, take, for instance, the Blood Queen from the Guardian Squad. Despite her scant yet exquisite attire and undeniable charisma, rumors suggest she is a dark sorceress. The way she gazes at us seems akin to how one might regard ants. I suspect that, were it not for our Lord's presence, she would carelessly extinguish us as one would crush an insect. Amidst the astonishment and chatter, the ice dragon arrived atop the Kryptonian building. Suyu leapt down, retracting her ice wheel. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the ice dragon burst in midair, transforming into shimmering ice crystals that cascaded down. From the loft emerged Kara Danvers, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, a fiery red cape fluttering in the breeze, and a striking blue bodysuit emblazoned with a large emblem. Beneath her crimson skirt, black stockings were enveloped by red knee-high boots. Known as Supergirl, she is a Kryptonian and cousin to Superman. The Lord, Kara Danvers, inclined her head slightly towards Suyu. A general named Ross would soon arrive with his entourage to tour the research center on Dimensional Street. He is known to have a rather fiery temper. So please inform the others to conduct thorough checks to prevent him and his men from bringing any weapons or specialized equipment into Dimensional Street, instructed Suyu. Kara Danvers inquired, what if they refuse to cooperate? Anyone wishing to enter Dimensional Street must adhere to its regulations. Should they resist, inform them to return whence they came. If they force their way in or attempt violence, handle the situation as you normally would. I understand. Kara Danvers nodded and turned to enter the loft, notifying the other members of the Guardian Squad using her equipment. Suyu descended the Kryptonian building via the elevator. Upon exiting, the first sight was the Ichiraku ramen shop. To the east of Ichiraku was a small auto repair shop, where only one person, Michaela Baines, was present. Chapter 104. Flustered and Frustrated Michaela. Michaela Baines hails from the world of the Transformers movie, summoned to Dimensional Street before the film's events commenced. She had yet to encounter the protagonist, Sam, or meet Bumblebee. Merely an ordinary high school girl with striking looks and a fiery spirit. The hardships of life forged her resilient character and honed her exceptional automotive skills, teaching her how to leverage her strengths and talents for her own protection. This sentiment resonates deeply with Suyu. The delicate demeanor, the charming appearance, and the alluring physique of Michaela Baines, who has recently arrived at Dimension Street, possess an enchanting allure that stirs a protective instinct in men. Having served as the front desk clerk at the inn for over 2 years, she has drawn the attention of many suitors. Yet, whenever these men attempt to pursue her, she adeptly rebuffs their advances without suffering any loss, leaving even Suyu with little advantage. Eventually, she forged a close friendship with Claire, who shares her adeptness in automotive repair, and she subtly leveraged Claire as a shield against unwanted advances. Consequently, Suyu abandoned his intentions of courting her, for he could select any woman within Dimension Street, while the women there could only choose him. In time, she borrowed funds from Pepper Potts to establish her own auto repair shop, although the business in this area would not flourish. 3 years of hard work allowed her to repay her debts and live quite comfortably. Notably, while her success as a shop owner is attributed to her striking appearance and skillful repair abilities, the primary reason lies in the fact that the awakened Bumblebee, discreetly aiding her in his Autobot form, serves as an effective advertisement. As Suyu entered the repair shop, he found Michaela Baines bending over the hood of a car, clad in shorts and a tank top, inspecting the interior. Michaela was not the typical fair-skinned beauty. Her chocolate-toned skin radiated health, particularly accentuated by her slender waist that could only be described as exquisite. Sensing his gaze upon her, she straightened up and turned to Suyu, expressing her surprise. My lord, do you need something from me? Suyu shook his head and replied, no, but a military general will be arriving shortly, and there may be a conflict. Since your shop is close to the intersection, I thought I might observe the situation. Michaela paused, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. It has been over 2 years since I left the inn to open this repair shop, and you have not sought me out. Even during the annual meetings, you have not spoken to me. Are you still upset about my using Claire as a shield to refuse you back then? Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, of course not. Then what is it? Michaela inquired as she stepped closer to him. Suyu shrugged, the forest is vast, and I see no reason to circle around a tree that does not wish for me to ascend it. Although I may feel regret, I bear no resentment towards it. Chopping down the tree would be unnecessary. I simply choose to avoid it, lest I be reminded of the desire to climb, which would only lead to mutual discomfort. Michaela lowered her head and asked softly, and now, do you still wish to ascend this tree? Just then, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, drowning out Michaela's voice. Instinctively, she looked up to see Suyu smiling towards the intersection on Dongmen Street, unsure if he had heard her previous words. She longed to ask him again, but found herself lacking the courage. Diet and desire are fundamental to human existence. The hunger for sustenance and the yearning for companionship represent humanity's most profound and primal needs. In her youth, Michaela Baines found herself abruptly thrust into an unfamiliar world, devoid of any distractions. However, as circumstances stabilized, she was inevitably drawn into the tales surrounding Suyu, and with them, her own physical and emotional longings began to surface and intensify. Regrettably, her previous rejections and Suyu's eventual abandonment left her with thoughts she dared not voice or act upon. Years later, when Suyu finally reappeared, Michaela could no longer contain her bold declaration of affection, only to have her sentiments drowned out by the sound of screeching brakes, intensifying her frustration and urgency. Arriving half an hour earlier than arranged, Ross, a man characterized by his overwhelming need for control, stepped out of the vehicle, flanked by several soldiers. Michaela cast a disdainful glance at the imposing figure of General Ross, and then turned her attention to the Blood Queen, who had intercepted them at the East Gate. Clad in a refreshing long robe, the Blood Queen possessed an alluring physique that was both concealed and revealed, exuding an enigmatic charm rather than a sense of vulgarity. Who are you? General Ross furrowed his brow, evidently displeased by her obstruction. The Blood Queen tilted her head slightly, gesturing towards the nearby scanner and box. Place all your weapons and specialized equipment into the box, then proceed one by one through the detector. You expect me to surrender my firearm? Ross patted the holster at his side. Do you even know who I am? I do not, nor do I care to, she replied coolly. What audacity! I am Thaddeus Ross, a major general of the American Army. Not only you, but even your lord, Suyu, lacks the authority to disarm me. Ross's temper flared as he glared at the Blood Queen. Step aside, or I shall not be polite, he warned, as his soldiers swiftly drew their weapons. You have but two choices, leave or disarm, she stated. Is that so? I am eager to see if you dare to stop me, or if you can, Ross scoffed, signaling his soldiers to advance with weapons raised. The Blood Queen suddenly smiled. Do you know what I love most about this job? I can kill without fear of retribution from my master. Chapter 105. The Dark Witch, the Blood Queen. The Blood Queen's expression turned icy, her gaze menacing as she waved her right hand with sudden force. In an instant, an invisible magical force propelled the soldiers' firearms from their grasp, sending them clattering into the nearby box. A cold smirk emerged on her face as she observed one soldier, subtly twisting her fingers. Instantly, a visage of agony crossed his face. He writhed and gasped, clutching his throat while reaching out towards her, terror and desperation evident in his eyes. Boom! An explosion ensued. The crimson mist wafted through the air, enveloped in an eerie silence reminiscent of death. General Ross widened his eyes, staring at the Blood Queen, whose expression radiated a delightful ecstasy. The remaining soldiers quivered in fear. Even the thought of advancing was inconceivable. Had it not been for General Ross's presence, they would have undoubtedly fled, scurrying away faster than a rabbit. The Blood Queen, with a smile dancing upon her lips, surveyed the terrified faces surrounding her before addressing General Ross. Now, do you still believe I cannot impede your progress? You dare to slay my men, General Ross exclaimed. Though he was aware of the rules governing the Dimension Street, he never imagined anyone would audaciously kill his own soldiers. The Blood Queen chuckled lightly, nodding her head. It appears you are skeptical. Let your men approach, and I shall make it unmistakably clear. No one can take the life of my people without facing consequences, I assure you. Just as General Ross clenched his teeth, preparing to command his troops to eliminate the Blood Queen at any cost, the sound of high heels echoed through the stillness, drawing closer. Clack, clack, clack. The footsteps were deliberate, unhurried. Good day, General. I am Pepper Potts, Mr. Suyu's secretary. Pepper Potts seemed oblivious to the earlier events. Smiling as she nodded at General Ross, the laboratory is ready. If it pleases you, kindly relinquish your weapons temporarily. I assure you, there will be no danger or trouble for you within Dimension Street. And if I refuse? Miss Maya Hansen eagerly anticipates your arrival. She has just conducted her final experiment, and the results were quite successful. Though Pepper Potts did not elucidate the repercussions of refusal, her words compelled General Ross to contemplate seriously. The apocalypse virus was of paramount importance. Should Maya Hansen have indeed achieved success, he would possess a valuable asset to complete his mission. Even if his biotechnological enhancement project faltered, he would at least have an explanation. The prospects were bleak. Outside the repair shop, Suyu sighed in disappointment, retracting his gaze. Ross's lack of immediate response indicated that his previously steadfast resolve had wavered. It was highly improbable he would proceed with aggression. A wise choice. With only a handful of aides, he stood no chance against the Blood Queen, especially with Polaris lurking amongst the crowd nearby. On the rooftop of the Krypton building, Supergirl's laser beam remained trained on him. Should he choose to engage, Ross would not even grasp how he met his demise. Are you sufficiently embraced? Suyu inquired, observing Michaela Baines, who clung to his arm, almost pressing against him, with a smile. Michaela Baines sheepishly released her grip, feigning composure as she adjusted her hair, which was hardly disheveled. That won't cause any trouble, will it? Suyu shook his head. He is deeply concerned about Maya Hansen's development of the apocalypse virus. Regardless of the outcome, he will refrain from acting out, at least openly. The moment he believes he has acquired a peculiar power to counter Dimension Street, that will be the moment he dares to turn against us. The Blood Queen. From which world does she hail? She is utterly terrifying. Michaela Baines gazed at the Blood Queen in the distance, a hint of disappointment evident as the latter could no longer continue her actions. A shiver coursed through her as she recalled the blood mist from earlier. Her world was rather intriguing. I refer to it as Baron of Hell, the rise of the Blood Queen. In her original realm, she was a very ancient dark magic sorceress, prophesied to bring about the apocalypse, unleashing a plague upon the globe. Her body, dismembered and sealed, was impervious to death, allowing her to endure for countless years. Suyu introduced her with a smile. Though her blood runs warm, her heart is cold. Her demeanor, thoughts, and actions are quintessentially those of a grand villain. She is astute, her mindset firmly rooted in the supremacy of power, which renders her exceedingly obedient to my commands. The compliance of the subordinate invariably brings joy to the superior, thus I have opened the tomes of magic I acquired in this world to her. The collision of magic from two disparate realms, coupled with her innate talent, undoubtedly augments her strength beyond previous limits. Among the individuals summoned later, Suyu found the Blood Queen to be the most satisfactory, while the others paled in comparison. Lu Angxing was merely a child, still a cook. And though he was satisfactory, he had yet to reach his full potential. Michaela Baines was the most beautiful, possessing an exquisite physique, but after the earlier incident, Suyu found himself devoid of any further desires. After all, he could never assume the role of a sycophant. Lastly, Danvers, in terms of combat prowess, was arguably among the elite in the dimensional street. He complied with orders and executed his tasks commendably, yet his performance was unremarkable. Only the Blood Queen, upon witnessing the wonders of the dimensional street in her own might, exhibited profound subservience, verging on worship. When Suyu was with Claire, he felt like a master. Yet in the presence of the Blood Queen, he felt akin to an emperor or a deity. This distinction arose from their disparate backgrounds and eras, as well as their differing cognitive frameworks and worldviews, each imparting a unique sensation to Suyu. Suyu was acutely aware that when he was utterly dominant, the Blood Queen's submission and reverence would be untainted. Her loyalty would surpass even that of Danvers, providing greater satisfaction. However, he contemplated the possibility that if he were to lose his formidable standing, the Blood Queen might turn against him, whereas Danvers would come to his rescue. Such was the Blood Queen's mindset. She revered strength, and Suyu embodied that strength. It sounded starkly realistic, yet it was entirely rational. Suyu bore no resentment towards her perspective, for from the moment she was summoned, her identity as a subordinate was sealed, rendering any concerns about hypothetical scenarios utterly unnecessary. Chapter 106. Impressive, my widow. The compliance of the subordinate brings delight to the superior. Conversely, the insubordination of the subordinate naturally breeds discontent in the superior. Michaela Baines was a subordinate. Although her past defiance did not anger Suyu, it nonetheless lingered in the form of an unpleasant sentiment for some time. Hence, even though she was now more enchanting than ever, even with her overt expressions of affection, and even as Suyu felt the stirrings of desire within him, he still chose to leave the repair shop. As he departed, he could sense the sorrow emanating from Michaela Baines, akin to the feeling he experienced when he first discovered her using Claire as a shield to reject him. Suyu acknowledged his lack of magnanimity, yet he found an unexpected pleasure in this feeling of pettiness. General Ross had already led his team, equipped with detectors, to follow Pepper Potts to the research center. However, Suyu did not spot the future Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner, nor did he see the impending menace, Emil Blonsky, among Ross's entourage, which diminished his enthusiasm for meeting the general. After all, the version of the extremist virus that Maya Hansen presented to General Ross was merely a diluted one, offering only self-healing properties and a slight enhancement in strength. It could neither generate high temperatures nor self-detonate, making Pepper Potts' involvement sufficient. As for the genuine extremist virus, Maya had yet to achieve a breakthrough. In the film, Maya had the clandestine financier Killian backing her, alleviating the financial concerns and allowing her to pursue a different research trajectory. Yet now, Maya's initial undertaking was focused solely on the diluted effects. Only upon mastering this version could she gain the experience and resources necessary to develop the complete extremist virus. It could be posited that Maya's original vision for the extremist virus was not the weapon depicted in the film, but rather the effects of the current diluted variant. Wait a moment, Mr. Suyu, a voice called from behind, startling him as he was on his way back to the inn. The voice, initially raspy, revealed a magnetic quality upon closer inspection. Hello, Mr. Suyu. Before him stood a vivacious girl, appearing around 16 or 17. Not particularly tall, but possessing an allure that rivaled Michaela Baines. Her golden hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore a pristine white collared shirt paired with snug gray jeans, her smile radiating a delightful youthful exuberance. Suyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he appraised her with an astonished gaze, an impolite scrutiny that she seemed to welcome, even straightening slightly to present herself better. After a moment, Suyu smiled and inquired, "What brings you here, young lady?" The girl blushed, asking shyly, "Do you think I am beautiful?" Suyu nodded. "The answer is unequivocal." "Then would you be willing to offer me complimentary lodging? In return, you shall receive everything you desire. Of course, only that which I possess." The girl edged closer, exuding a subtle yet compelling allure. Suyu did not rebuff her proximity, a sly smile curling at his lips. "Are you certain? To be frank, I did not anticipate you seeking my assistance, yet I cannot deny that your proposition has piqued my interest. Sir, you equally captivate me, which is why I dared to approach you for help," she replied, linking her arm with his, her smile growing ever brighter. Suyu turned to face her. "I am more than willing to assist you, but first, you must answer a few questions. I will satisfy your inquiries, whether they pertain to questions or otherwise." She assured him. "What is your name?" "Natalia Ilarianovna Romanova. My name is somewhat lengthy. You may call me Natalia." Suyu, non-committally, continued, "And your age?" 16. How remarkably young. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, then inquired, "Why do you seek assistance?" "Because my guardian, he." Natalia's voice faltered, her eyes reddening visibly, tears welling up. "Impressive, my little widow." Watching Natalia's heartfelt display, Suyu felt a surge of admiration for her. 16, indeed. Natalia Ilarianovna Romanova is an accurate name. Although it is her legal name, it is still her true name, albeit less recognized than Natasha Romanoff. As for her guardian's intentions, that seems a stretch. You are the renowned Black Widow. Even at 16, you are a masterful spy capable of silent kills. Now you tell me you fled your home due to your guardian's improper desires and are willing to sacrifice everything for my assistance? Your character is implausible. The backstory of the Little Widow is well documented in the comics, yet the cinematic universe offers scant details about her past. The timeline of her joining S.H.I.E.L.D. remains unknown. If she has indeed joined S.H.I.E.L.D., could this be a scheme orchestrated by Nick Fury? The absence of any signs of distress implies she harbors no malice towards herself, perhaps merely seeking to uncover some information. Suyue's thoughts raced, yet his hands remained busy wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes as he curiously asked, "Why me?" "Because you are exceptional." Natasha lifted her gaze to meet Suyue's, her eyes still slightly red, yet filled with admiration. "You transformed Dimensional Street from a mere vacant lot into a globally renowned tourist destination in just 5 years, an almost unattainable feat furthermore. You are young and handsome. And quite wealthy," Suyue interjected lightly. Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, you are also very wealthy. I believe that if I truly need help, you are my best option. I cannot think of anyone more capable or suitable. I am curious, what would you do if I declined your request?" Suyue asked, intrigued. Natasha shook her head. "I don't know. I never considered that you would refuse me. After all, you just acknowledged my beauty." Chapter 107, Nick Fury, a man no one trusts. Suyue, of course, would not refuse Natasha's plea for help, regardless of her motives for approaching him. One undeniable truth remained. The 16-year-old widow was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. "How do you find this room? Are you satisfied?" Suyue led Natasha to room 903 of the Dimensional Tower. Removing the 0 from the middle and swapping the positions of the 9 and 3 yields the age at which Natasha sacrificed herself, 39. Natasha curiously explored the room, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window and innocently inquiring about the buildings outside. "What is that place?" "It is a research center," replied Suyue, standing behind her with his hands resting naturally on her waist. Leaning forward against the window, she seemed eager to see more clearly, only to turn away from his touch a moment later. Her curiosity piqued. "I have heard many rumors about Dimension Street, for instance, that 2 of the 4 large buildings at the 4 corners are dormitories for male and female employees. This one shouldn't be, right?" Suyue shook his head. "No? Then what is this place used for? Will my staying here cause you any inconvenience?" Natasha asked, glancing around the living room, occasionally turning to Suyue with a charming smile, posing a few rather trivial questions. In that moment, she struck Suyue as an inexperienced girl, slightly nervous, deliberately moving around to find topics for awkward conversation. Suddenly, Natasha gasped. As she circled around Suyue, he unexpectedly seized her wrist and flung her towards the nearby armchair. Bending down, Suyue pressed against the armrest, gazing intently at the flustered Natasha. "Your warm-up is over." Natasha, tense, held her breath and anxiously turned her head. "Can I go take a shower first? Together?" "No, no. Please, I will be quick, all right?" Natasha pleaded. "I haven't eaten anything since leaving home. Could you prepare something for me while I shower?" Her watery eyes made her appear pitiful, like a homeless stray dog. Suyue stood up, smiling at her. "Of course, what would you like to eat? I heard there is a dish called flour chicken at the restaurant downstairs. Is that okay?" Natasha tentatively asked. Suyue frowned slightly. "At this time, the restaurant is quite busy. Even if I ask them to prepare it right away, it will take at least 20 to 30 minutes. Natasha softly implored, "Please, I really want to try it." Reluctantly, Suyue nodded. "Although I would prefer not to wait too long. Fine, I will go to the restaurant myself and bring it back for you. Just go shower and don't wander around." "All right, I will wait for you to return," Natasha promised. With a smile, Suyue turned to leave, and Natasha shyly brushed her lips against his cheek. "Haha, wait for my return," he laughed, confidently stepping out. Bang! As the door closed, the smile on Natasha's face vanished instantly. She tiptoed to the door, listening intently, and after a moment, she opened it and stepped outside. As soon as she emerged, she spotted Suyue leaning against the wall, a smirk on his face. Her expression stiffened for a brief moment before she relaxed, feigning cheerfulness. "Luckily, you haven't tea left yet. Could you bring back more food? I think I'll be very hungry soon." She mischievously winked, as if hinting at something. "You mentioned you had heard many rumors about Dimension Street, right? Have you heard the rumor that I can summon anyone from Dimensional Street to my side from anywhere?" This rumor is indeed true. Suyue rose and approached Natasha, speaking as he walked. "Thus, even if I were to personally visit Ji Xiaolu, it would not be as swift as summoning him directly to my presence. I shall call Ji Xiaolu now, and after we have bathed together, I assure you that the food will appear before you in the blink of an eye." Natasha took a slight step back, glaring at Suyue with reluctance. "Where did I reveal a weakness? Are you admitting it? You could hold out a little longer. Perhaps I would not have noticed your issues at all," Suyue said with a smile. Natasha scoffed. "Do I appear to be a fool? You have known from the very beginning that I have a problem, haven't you? Your gaze held a hint of surprise. I initially thought it was due to my beauty, but now it seems you were astonished by my unexpected appearance. Suyu suddenly realized. No wonder you masqueraded as a runaway girl to approach me. You wish to ascertain whether I recognize you. The future you. Natasha explained. Nick Fury assigned me the task of investigating the relationship between Ross and a researcher named Barbara Morse after he entered Dimensional Street, while also confirming whether the project Ross oversees is connected to Maya Hansen's dire virus. It is rather unlike you to divulge the details of your mission so openly. Natasha turned and walked back to the room, sitting on the sofa. Before I arrived, Nick Fury shared some information about you, particularly your ability to foresee the future. If you can recognize me, I can disclose the mission details to facilitate its successful execution. If you do not recognize me, I will depart after completing my original task. But what do you think will happen once I leave? I haven't seen Nick Fury for several years, and from what I know of him, he has never truly trusted me since the day we met. Suyu, who had followed her in, casually closed the door and sat beside her, offering a non-committal smile. The fact that I can foresee the future must be a source of great distress for him, having finally encountered someone he does not know, yet possesses formidable abilities. He would undoubtedly go to any lengths to validate your false identity, aiming to extract intelligence from me. Natasha smiled charmingly. Can you guess what I am thinking now? Suyu, with a hint of schadenfreude, replied. You are angry because you have realized that Nick Fury does not trust you. The mission to investigate General Ross is hardly significant. The primary objective is not to plant a spy beside me, but to confirm your future. Now let me ask you, what do you think will happen once you leave? Chapter 108. Natasha at 16 and 39. Natasha reclined on the sofa, resting her legs on the coffee table, and spoke in a languid tone. He will contact you, either directly or indirectly, to ascertain which faction the future me belongs to and whether I am trustworthy. Trust is indeed a luxury for me. What will you do? Suyu inquired with curiosity. Natasha countered. What do you think I should do? Or how did the future me act? You died. Natasha paused momentarily, turning her gaze towards Suyu. With an earnest demeanor, Suyu remarked. You will die from a fall. Natasha slightly tilted her body to face Suyu, seemingly intrigued as she inquired. Is it not fortunate that the process will not be too painful? When does this occur? When you are 39, he replied. So far off. It seems I have struck quite the bargain. To be honest, I always assumed that someone like me could meet their demise at any moment. Now I can rest easy. Natasha did not appear disheartened or anxious upon hearing the news of her impending death. Rather, she contentedly hummed a little tune. Amused by Natasha's carefree demeanor, Suyu asked, Are you truly so happy? Do you not wish to know why you will fall to your demise? Not at all, she replied. Why should I? Regardless of the reasons for my future fall, I would undoubtedly make the same choice at that time. Natasha's candidness left Suyu momentarily pensive. In the Avengers, few had genuinely perished due to Thanos. Vision died before the snap and could not be revived, while Iron Man sacrificed himself to save the world, becoming a hero mourned by all. And Natasha? She relinquished her life to acquire the Soul Stone, saving those erased by the snap, her death resolute yet humble. As the great battle commenced, with heroes gathered in droves, Natasha, a founding Avenger, was conspicuously absent, forever denied the chance to hear Captain America call forth the rallying cry of the Avengers. After the battle concluded, all mournfully attended Iron Man's funeral. Yet where was Natasha's farewell? As countless individuals around the globe spontaneously commemorated Iron Man, who knew that for 5 years following the snap, Natasha was the sole one unwilling to surrender, who recognized that her life was the price paid for the ultimate victory. You feel aggrieved on my behalf? She mused. It appears my death is both tragic and insignificant. However, I believe Nick Fury would be pleased to hear this news, for he can trust that I am indeed gone. Natasha shifted slightly, curling her body towards Suyu with a smile. Can I still reside here? And what of the mission? Natasha pouted. What does it matter? Nick Fury doesn't care. It has been ages since I have relaxed and chatted with someone like this. Tell me, what does it feel like to foresee the future? Wouldn't it drive one to madness if you could glimpse another's fate upon meeting them? Suyu propped his legs on the coffee table, adopting a comfortable posture as he chuckled. You could pose that question to another fellow in 23 years. He foresaw the future 100,000 times in a brief span and managed not to spoil anything. That individual sounds remarkable, Natasha exclaimed in wonder. Suyu shook his head. His ability to foresee the future is derived from a certain object, which I currently possess. If you wish to try it, I can lend it to you. Well, even knowing you are still attempting to extract information from me, I am inclined to trust you, Natasha replied, raising an eyebrow. Are you suggesting you desire to sleep with me? From my current perspective, that is but a fraction of the reason, Suyu responded with a smile. And the greater reasons? Always. What do you mean by always? I wish to be with you indefinitely. Natasha could not help but let out a soft laugh. I truly appreciate your idea. Do you know I underwent a sterilization procedure during my training? The purpose of this operation was to ensure that female spies could execute their missions without being influenced by external factors. I consider myself fortunate. Or perhaps I simply excelled in my tasks. I have never encountered a mission that required me to rely on my physicality. Thus, while I have forfeited the possibility of motherhood, I still have the opportunity to experience the transformation into a woman. With a gentle touch, Natasha placed her hand on Suyu's face. Although her lips curled into a smile, her eyes glistened with a deeper emotion than before. I essentially have another 23 years to live. Yet, if I exclude the time spent on missions, I doubt I will ever have the chance to pursue romance. As my profession does not permit it, you are the first person who has genuinely advocated for me. So do not speak, just kiss me. Though Natasha was renowned as the fearsome Black Widow, she was still a 16-year-old girl. Initially, she sensed Nick Fury's distrust towards her. Then she received news of her own demise, and subsequently recalled her tragic past. If Suyu had been exploiting her emotional turmoil, it may not have affected her as deeply. However, his sincere advocacy for her plight effortlessly shattered her composure and rationality. The golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the floor as Natasha reclined in Suyu's embrace on the sofa, basking in the dwindling sunlight. The atmosphere was serene and tranquil. I did the right thing, didn't I? Natasha suddenly looked up at Suyu, posing the question. The inquiry was unexpected, somewhat disjointed, yet Suyu instantly grasped the essence of her concern. From my perspective, I would not make the same choices you did. A spy sacrificing herself to save others? I find that rather foolish. Yet, over 3 billion people would not share my sentiments. So yes, you did the right thing. Natasha giggled softly. 3 billion people? My goodness, I suddenly feel curious about what I have done. You sacrificed yourself to save the world. It appears I indeed made the right choice. Now I can find peace and solace. Natasha sat up and retrieved her mobile phone from her clothing. I am preparing to report my mission. Is Barbara connected to Ross? Hey, I suddenly find myself at a loss for how to respond to your question. It feels as though you are leading me into a trap.